Inside the palace of the heavenly demon divine cult, the heir comes to a bitter realization. Even after obtaining a medicine rare enough to be called miraculous, it still cannot pull his master back from this condition or cure what is eating away at him. An elderly physician lowers himself in a deep bow, his aged shoulders trembling slightly as he admits failure. With clear shame in his voice, he apologizes to the cult heir for being unable to heal his master. The heir answers with surprising calm, though the weight behind his words is unmistakable. He says that a deviation of energy was never something that could be easily treated, and instead of blaming the doctor, he turns that blame toward himself. His eyes settle on his unconscious master lying motionless before him, and the sight cuts deep. Staring at that still figure, he harshly condemns himself as a useless, incompetent disciple who could not protect the one who raised him. His thoughts drift back to the beginning, to the curse he was born with. A shattered lower core, and a body incapable of holding chi. Because martial arts were closed to him, he threw his entire life into mystic arts instead, clawed his way up to become the cult heir, and did it all with one purpose in his heart, to repay his master's faith. After stepping out of the sick room, he lets out a heavy, exhausted lament. Even the famous medicine brought from Hebei had proven useless, and now the question hanging over him is cruelly simple. Where in the world is he supposed to find a cure now? He walks on in silence, lost in dark thoughts, when his steps suddenly stop. Someone's voice reaches him with a greeting that makes it clear this is no ordinary meeting, but a reunion after a very long absence. The returning vice cult leader, Chunha Jin, greets him smoothly and asks whether the heir has remained well during the time he spent traveling. The words sound courteous on the surface, but the timing of his return feels far from innocent. Chunha Jin goes on to remark that it truly has been quite a long time since the two of them last stood face to face. His tone is almost casual, as though this distance between them were nothing more than a matter of passing years. The heir responds in kind, observing that the vice leader's inspection tour across their territories must have taken a very long while. The remark sounds polite, but underneath it sits a quiet edge, as if he is already testing the truth of that excuse. Chunha Jin replies that with both the cult leader and the heir effectively incapacitated, someone had to step forward. He says he took on the burden of handling the cult's affairs himself, all for the sake of the heavenly demon divine cult's continued prosperity. Outwardly, the heir accepts that answer without resistance. He even thanks Chunha Jin for his efforts, speaking with the measured courtesy expected of someone in his position. But inside, his thoughts are far colder. He does not believe for a second that Chunha Jin wandered the land merely to check on the people, and suspicion quietly hardens in his mind that the vice leader is plotting something far more dangerous. Before that man can make his next move, the heir senses something off about the drink that was served to him. The moment the taste and the energy behind it register, he knows something is wrong. Realization hits him fast. An attack is about to happen, and it is coming while he sits inside his own chamber. That alone is enough to catch even him off guard for a brief, dangerous instant. He tastes the poison laced into the liquor and gives a grim, almost mocking remark. With bitter humor, he mutters that it truly is a drink worthy of being called lethal. As assassins close in around him from all sides, he does not panic. Instead, with that same dry mockery, he offers to share the poisoned alcohol with them, as though it would be rude for him to drink alone. The order is given, and the assassins move in to strike. Even then, as blades descend toward him, the heir merely mutters to himself with a wry tone, as if this whole attempt is almost too pathetic to take seriously. Masked killers pour down on him from above and all around, turning his own room into a death trap. Looking at them, he scoffs in disbelief that they actually dared to launch an assault on him inside his own quarters. The assassins drive their weapons into what they believe is his body without hesitation. But in the very next moment, they realize they have not pierced flesh at all, only a false image left there to fool them. Shock runs through the attackers as the truth dawns on them. The heir had used illusion arts, an ability none of them even knew he possessed, and their perfectly timed ambush has already been turned against them. The real heir appears and addresses them with chilling composure. He tells them that if they intended to kill him in his own home, then they should have come far better prepared than this. Purple energy begins to flare around him, eerie and menacing in the dim space. Wrapped in that power, he coldly informs them that everything they prepared is still nowhere near enough to bring him down. His mystic force erupts outward in a violent surge, blasting assassins away, as though they weigh nothing. While they are thrown back, he repeats the warning with almost contemptuous calm, reminding them that he already told them this would not be enough. Terrifying purple chi gathers around him in a way that makes the whole chamber feel hostile and unnatural. Standing at the center of it, he declares once more that their efforts are not even close to sufficient. Then deadly chains under his control come crashing down. Each one is tipped with vicious spikes, and they slam into the room like the fangs of a trap finally snapping shut. Those chains tear through the assassins in an instant, skewering some where they stand and binding others before they can escape. Many die on the spot, pinned and shredded before they even understand what happened. With bodies falling and blood spreading across the floor, He turns his gaze past the failed killers to the true faces behind the attack, a group of elders and Chunha Jin, looking straight at them. He mocks them for arranging such a feeble ambush. He goes a step further and taunts Chunha Jin as his uncle, ridiculing the entire attempt. Even a beloved nephew, he says with open sarcasm, would find something this disappointing hard to be impressed by. Chunha Jin and the elders are visibly shaken by how well the heir endured everything thrown at him. Some of them are even groaning in pain, stunned that the poisoned target they expected to finish off is still standing there laughing at them. One elder stares in horror and thinks of the poison they used, the poison crane's red beak, a toxin fierce enough to melt down an ox. Yet the heir is still alive, still laughing, and the only conclusion that comes to the elder's mind is that this young man is a monster. Standing amid blood, corpses, and the wreckage of the attack, the heir acknowledges with a grim edge that his own condition is far from good. Even so, he says that, at the very least, he has ruined the beautiful future they were dreaming about. One of Chunha Jin's allies speaks up to justify the coup. He insists they could never accept an orphan who cannot practice martial arts as the next leader, and even claims that people above them had already given approval for this course of action. From there, the clash fully erupts as the heir's side and the traitorous elders collide head-on. The battle tears through the area with savage intensity, turning the palace into a chaotic field of betrayal and violence. Watching how they move, the heir sneers at their cowardice. He points out how easily these elders scare, ganging up all at once on a young man who has already been poisoned. Chunha Jin sneers back and says that if the heir had simply fulfilled his responsibilities, none of this would have happened. But the heir cuts him off before he can continue and directly demands to know who the real mastermind behind all of this is. That question hits Chunha Jin harder than expected. He freezes in visible shock, his composure slipping for a moment as he falters under the accusation. The heir presses without mercy, insisting that Chunha Jin does not have the nerve to commit a betrayal of this scale on his own. He demands to know which powerful figure is truly backing him from the shadows. From Chunha Jin's reaction, the heir reaches his own conclusion. He accuses him and the elders of taking orders from outside the cult, of selling out the heavenly demon divine cult itself, and even suggests they may be connected to whatever happened to his master. At that, Chunha Jin explodes in furious denial. In a burst of rage, he releases a chilling martial power, cold energy spilling out as his temper finally breaks. With killing intent now laid bare, he lunges straight at the heir. There is no more pretense left in him. He is charging forward with the clear intention of ending the heir's life. The moment he sees that violent reaction, the heir's suspicions are confirmed. A bitter thought passes through him that his master's trust has been repaid with betrayal by someone who should never have turned. Chunha Jin's icy power crashes into him with overwhelming force, driving him backward through the palace interior. Walls, pillars, and furnishings are smashed apart as the heir is hurled through them by that freezing assault. He bursts through a wall and crashes down hard, his body already in terrible shape. By the time he lands, the damage is severe enough that it is obvious he has been grievously injured. Even amid broken stone, frost, and swirling debris, the heir lashes out and grabs Chunha Jin by the throat. Holding him there, he vows that as the acting leader who studied under the very same master, he will personally put an end to Chunha Jin's life. Though he is already standing on the edge of death, he still forces the accusation out. He tells Chunha Jin that he was never some bold, independent traitor at all, but a puppet prepared in advance by outside forces. Enraged by being exposed and mocked so completely, Chunha Jin roars the heir's name. Then, driven by murderous fury, he attacks again with the full intention of killing him on the spot. He shouts that he will personally correct the course of the cult with his own hands. And with cruel certainty, he tells the heir not to worry about anything anymore as he dies. The heir is bleeding so heavily that his body can barely remain upright, yet his response is not fear. He only lets out a faint, almost breathless laugh in return. At last, his ruined body gives out beneath him. Blood-soaked and broken, he collapses to the ground as the light of life slowly drains from his eyes. Far away from that collapsing palace chamber, the Tang elders are already moving through a snowy night. Under the dim, cold sky, they gather their warriors one by one, silently assembling their strength and making it clear that a battle is about to begin. As death closes in, the dying heir thinks back with a hollow kind of clarity. For all the years people stayed around him and endured his existence, not one of them had ever truly understood the man he really was. He speaks to the people trying to kill him and tells them that if they truly wanted him dead, then there was one thing they absolutely should have remembered, and the fact that they forgot it is exactly why this is all about to go wrong for them. Even while bloodied and half destroyed, he keeps Chunha Jin lifted by the neck and mocks him without mercy. With a faint, cruel smile, he says it is almost funny how much the traitor suddenly has to say now that his end is right in front of him. Then Chunha Jin's eyes shift, and something about what he sees instantly alarms him. In the heir's hand, there is a movement, a weapon, a sign that something even worse is coming. A split second later, horror spreads across Chunha Jin's face as he realizes what the heir is doing. The air is drawing the demon dragon sword, and that sight alone is enough to make the danger feel immediate and unbearable. Chun Ha-jin tries to stop him at once, shouting in outrage as he lunges forward. He yells that even with one foot already in the grave, the air still dares to stir up more chaos. But the air moves first, gathering power into the blade. Around the demon dragon's sword, an enormous sphere of purple energy swells into existence, thick and violent, as if the air itself is being crushed by its weight. Then he lets it go. All that accumulated force erupts forward in one devastating blast, aimed straight at Chun Ha-jin and the elders standing behind him. Chun Ha-jin can only stare in disbelief as that monstrous power is released. He cannot believe the air had already built up this much mystic energy, and in that instant, he starts to suspect there is something even more terrifying at work here. The air declares that he has poured every last shred of his remaining mystic power into the demon dragon's sword. He reminds them that this is no ordinary weapon but a blade that carries the will of the first heavenly demon. Then he breaks into wild, almost manic laughter and tells them the truth. All that time, he says, he was deliberately buying time, stalling just long enough to gather the energy he needed while enduring their pitiful attacks. That confession sends the elders into immediate panic. Their voices rise all at once as they scream for everyone to form a defensive formation and pour their internal energy into resisting what is coming. At that moment, the demon dragon's sword fully awakens. The blade crackles and roars with overwhelming demonic force as if something ancient and monstrous has finally opened its eyes. The air invokes a forbidden technique, naming it aloud with chilling finality, soul-combusting hellflame art. And as he does, he tells them plainly that it is already too late to stop what he has set in motion. An instant later, blinding power bursts out from him in all directions. The chamber is swallowed whole as the explosion of mystic force engulfs the space, and everyone trapped inside it. Warriors begin screaming from within the blast. Infernal flames devour them where they stand, and their cries echo through the palace as the fire consumes body after body. Chun Ha-jin can do nothing but look on in horror. The catastrophe unfolding in front of him is far beyond what he imagined, and for the first time, sheer fear overtakes his rage. As the explosion swallows the palace itself, Chun Ha-jin roars the air's name with furious desperation. His voice is nearly drowned out by the roaring destruction crashing over everything around him. From outside, the heavenly demon palace trembles under the impact. The shockwave from the blast ripples outward so violently that even the structure itself shudders like it is about to split apart. The destructive force does not stop there. A vortex of energy bores straight through the mountain, tunneling outward with terrifying momentum as if the blast is carving its own path through stone. Then the explosion tears out through the cliffside in one massive burst of radiant power. Light and destruction erupt together, blooming outward in a blast so huge it lights up the entire mountainside. Amid the raging storm and the falling snow, the air's thoughts begin to drift. He reflects that no matter how miserable his life may have been, it seems that life is finally coming to its end here. His charred body lies sprawled in the snow, blackened, broken, and barely recognizable. And as his fading mind clings to one last thought, he admits he never once imagined he would die in a way like this. Barely conscious now, bleeding into the white ground beneath him, he forces his eyes upward. Through blurred vision, he watches the snow continue to fall from the dark sky above. That drifting snow pulls him into an old memory. It reminds him of a day long ago, when he lay beaten outside a wall, staring at other children from a distance as though he belonged to some entirely different world. Back then, as a child, he was bullied viciously and mocked without mercy. People tormented him for one reason above all others. They said he saw ghosts, and that alone made him a target. The children crowding around him threaten him again, warning that if he keeps insisting he carries some evil spirit or sees such things, they will make his life miserable all over again. Their words are full of cruelty, spoken like a promise rather than a warning. They gossip about him right in front of his face, sneering that he is just an orphan with a broken core who claims to see ghosts. Some of them even laugh and say that if they had been born in his place, they would have killed themselves already, pushed past the limit of what he can endure. Yeon Woonwi silently bends down and picks up a rock. There is no shouting from him, no grand outburst, just the quiet movement of someone who has been cornered too many times. In his own thoughts, he reflects on how this had always been his reality. Whenever he spoke honestly about what he saw, people never listened or tried to understand. They only answered him with disgust, fear, and hatred. Thinking that this world is unbearable, he grips the rock and hurls it with every bit of strength he has. All the resentment and pain bottled up inside him go into that single desperate throw. The rock smashes into the lead bully, and that impact becomes the start of his counterattack. Yeon Woonwi throws himself into resistance with all the desperation of a child who has finally decided he will not just stand there and be trampled. Looking back on it, he admits something about himself with blunt honesty. He was never the kind of person who could quietly endure abuse forever and keep his head down without striking back. After managing to escape, he ends up alone on a frozen river, panting hard in the bitter cold. He has fled from the children tormenting him, And now the only thing around him is ice, breath, and silence. His eyes narrow with stubborn determination as he catches his breath. Under his breath he mutters about knowing when it is time to give up, the words sounding bitter and far too heavy for a child his age. All around him are haunting spirits that no one else can see, their presence crowding the frozen air. Frustrated and exhausted, he curses at them too, telling them to leave him alone just like everyone else does. Then, without warning, a man appears behind him. Calmly observing the boy, the stranger remarks that he has very special eyes. The boy startles and whips around at once. What shocks him most is not just the stranger's words, but the fact that this man managed to approach him so closely without him noticing at all. As he looks more carefully, he notices the man's clothing and the sword at his side. Even at a glance, it is obvious this is no ordinary passerby, but someone of rank and importance. Since a man like that has clearly come here for a reason, the boy draws the bleakest conclusion first. Assuming the stranger must want his cursed eyes, he offers them up without resistance, as if there is nothing left in his life worth protecting anyway. Inside, his thoughts are dark and resigned. In a life where being disrespected and mistreated has become normal, he figures he might as well let this martial master do whatever he wants with him. So the boy tells the man to use his eyes however he pleases. But instead of agreeing, the stranger gently tells him that those eyes are not a curse at all. The man calls them a blessing. He explains that some people are born with a special upper energy core, or with a rare soul streak, and that such traits are not signs of misfortune, but extraordinary gifts. He goes on to say that children born with such gifts often go on to accomplish remarkable things. Then he tells the boy that he may become someone even more special than anyone around him can imagine. More than those grand promises, though. What truly moves the boy is something simpler. It is the warmth in the stranger's touch. The first genuine kindness he seems to have felt in a very long time. And that is what makes him agree to follow. When the man asks for his name, the boy has no real answer to give. So that meeting itself becomes the moment he is given one. The new name Woonhui. Remembering that day in the snow, the dying air reflects that receiving that name gave his life meaning for the first time. From that moment on, he had a reason to keep living, and he devoted himself completely to helping his master. And yet, even now, he blames everything on his own flawed body. In his mind, it is that defective body that ultimately led his master into the current state of energy deviation. Back in the freezing present, lying wounded in the snow, he refuses to accept that this is where he will die in such a pathetic way. Even knowing that his body is already on the verge of crumbling apart no matter what he does, that refusal still burns inside him. After weighing everything in that final burning moment, he reaches a grim conclusion. There is only one path left to him now, and with violent energy erupting around his collapsing body, he begins a desperate technique that leaves no room for hesitation. He hardens his resolve and decides to use a forbidden art of Zoroastrianism known as primordial divine will reincarnation. It is not a method any sane person would choose lightly, but with death already closing in, he has no other choice. This technique is said to let a person escape certain death by sending their soul into another body. The price is cruel, because even if it works, that second life is usually short and unstable, but he activates it anyway, drawing on the last traces of mystic energy still left inside the shattered fragments of the demon dragon sword, and entrusting the outcome to fate. Through the flames and destruction, he turns his gaze toward the distant heavenly demon palace one last time. In that fading instant, he begs his master to stay alive just a little longer and wait until he can return. Then, a pillar of golden fire suddenly erupts upward into the sky. It blazes so fiercely that it looks less like ordinary flame and more like a beacon marking the moment his soul tears free from his dying body. As his flesh burns away, he sends up one more desperate prayer. Even with his own existence crumbling apart, his final wish is still for his master's safety. Then, everything drops into darkness. Somewhere inside that void, a voice keeps pressing him, asking whether he understands the role he is supposed to play when visiting the clan head, and in his half-aware state, the constant nagging only irritates him. He finally wakes inside a body that feels unfamiliar, battered and sore all over. As his blurred senses return, he hears a woman scolding someone she calls the son of a concubine, barking at him to stay in his place. The moment his mind clears enough to understand what is happening, one thought rises above everything else. He is alive, and that means primordial divine will reincarnation may actually have succeeded. A stern woman's voice cuts through his thoughts as she sharply shouts the name Tang Woonhui. Then, without the slightest warmth, she orders him to get up at once. As he slowly rises, still adjusting to the pain and weakness of this new body, he finds the situation darkly ironic. This body has the same name as his own, and all the while the woman in front of him just keeps berating him without pause. When he fails to give her the submissive reaction she expects, she completely loses her temper. Enraged that he is not properly answering an elder, she snatches up a stick and raises it to strike him. But the moment the stick comes down, his body reacts on instinct. He catches it cleanly in mid-swing, and the woman freezes in shock at the sudden resistance. Still holding the stick with calm contempt, He looks at her and insults her bad breath before flatly calling her an old hag. The words come out so naturally and coldly that they hit harder than the grip on the weapon itself. Her face twists with outrage at once. She demands to know how he dares reject her discipline, and then goes so far as to insult her right to her face. Unable to control her anger, she storms out in a fury. As she leaves, she swears that he will not be allowed out until he has properly repented. The moment she is gone and the room finally falls quiet, he lets out a small breath of relief. Left alone at last, he recognizes who she must be, the cruel stepmother of this body. Thinking it through, he realizes that reincarnation like this could only take hold in someone who was already on the verge of death. That means she had beaten her stepson to that state, and the realization leaves him genuinely appalled. As he compares this new life to the one he lost, he cannot help thinking that Tang Wenhui's misery is every bit as miserable as his own had been. On top of that, this body feels frail, sickly, and terribly weak. And yet, inside that weakness, he discovers something he never possessed before. Deep within him, energy is actually moving through a functioning lower core. The thought that follows is immediate and electrifying. If he can cultivate martial arts through this lower core while also using the mystic arts he mastered through his upper core in his previous life, then the path ahead may hold a kind of power he never once had access to before. He also remembers the power in his eyes, the ability that let him command the dead. The moment he connects that gift with everything else now available to him, he begins to picture a future strength vast enough to change everything. At that point, one truth becomes crystal clear in his mind. Training both cores is not merely an option. It is something he absolutely must do if he ever hopes to protect his master again. With that decision made, his resolve hardens completely. He vows that he will grow stronger, and when he does, the traitors who betrayed him and the heavenly demon divine cult will learn exactly what kind of enemy they dared provoke. He has now been reborn into the Sichuan Tang clan, one of the 6 great clans of Murim. It is the powerful house where Tang Wenhui begins this new life. The great gate of the Tang clan comes into view, imposing and unshakable. It stands as the symbol of the force that rules Sichuan's martial world. The Tang territory and the forces surrounding it come into view, showing neighbors like Tibet, Kunlun, and other sects, along with the front line that stands in opposition to the heavenly demon divine cult. The region is not just politically important, but militarily vital. Under the cold moonlight, Tang warriors gather in disciplined formation. Facing them in the darkness is a shadowy vanguard, silent and ominous, their presence alone enough to suggest they are no ordinary fighters. That elite force is known as the Old Tempest Squad. Even among Tang warriors, it is a name that carries weight. Then their feared leader is revealed. Tang Hosen, the Tempest swordsman. His presence alone explains why that squad commands such fear and respect. With the strength of that squad behind him, Tang Hosen went on to establish the Tang clan's 9 Dragons branch. It was the force that allowed him to carve out and secure his own domain within the clan. 9 Dragons County is shown next, the commercial and strategic heart of the branch. It is a territory so important that the patriarch personally entrusted it to Tang Hosen. Tang Hosen has 3 children in all, and 2 of them were born from his lawful wife, Numgung Sanyung. Those legitimate children are Tang Qujin, the eldest, and Tang Yuchang, the third. The second child, however, came from a drunken mistake involving a servant woman. That is why the boy, now called Tang Wenhui, is regarded within the clan as an illegitimate son, the very body into which the heir has now reincarnated. Inside the clan, people are already gossiping angrily about Tang Wenhui's earlier insolence toward the Tang clan matriarch. The story has clearly spread, and the tone of the whispers makes it obvious they see his behavior as outrageous. Even so, they remind themselves of one inconvenient truth. Illegitimate or not, Wenhui is still the son of the 9 Dragons branch patriarch, which means he remains a candidate in the line of succession and must be made to go beg forgiveness. A servant brings word that the Tang clan matriarch has forbidden any food from being delivered to the White Pavilion. In other words, Wenhui and everyone stuck serving him are expected to starve until he breaks. When that same servant urges him to go beg for mercy, the reincarnated Wenhui responds in an instant. Instead of bowing his head, he lashes out with ghostly power. Purple energy bursts from Wenhui's hand, and the servant is sent flying away with a scream. The attack is so sudden and vicious that the man does not even understand what hit him. Staggering back to his feet, bruised and terrified, the servant protests that he had only been trying to give helpful advice. His voice shakes badly now that he realizes just how dangerous this Wenhui has become. Wenhui steps over him and looms close, his eyes glowing with a frightening light. In a low, menacing voice, he warns that if the servant keeps behaving like this, then even Wenhui will not be able to help him anymore. Then blows begin landing off-screen one after another. As the punishment continues, the servant cries out for mercy and hurriedly promises that he will not report a single thing to the Tang clan matriarch. Later on, battered and humbled, that same servant stands before the matriarch's representative and bows his head. In a meek voice he assures the person that he understands his place now and will serve faithfully. But behind him, Wunhui is standing there with a sharp, threatening grin. Pressing the man without even needing to raise his voice, he makes him promise that he will go and fetch what Wunhui wants immediately. The servant, now thoroughly terrified, practically bolts from the spot. He swears he will be right back and rushes off as fast as he can. Once he is alone again, Wunhui shakes out his sore hand with an annoyed expression. Muttering to himself, he complains that this body is so pathetically weak that even his palm aches after only a few hits. He calmly analyzes the situation from there. Tang Wunhui not only has a frail body, but also almost no allies inside the clan, and most of that isolation can be traced back to the Tang clan matriarch's relentless bullying and influence. Given all that, he decides the smartest move for now is to quietly build up inner energy in secret. The process will not be simple, especially with the tension between the demonic methods he learned from his master and the orthodox cultivation of the Tang clan, but he sees no better option. He then reflects on the fact that many members of the heavenly demon divine cult originally came from the Tang clan. Even so, he worries that if he starts channeling that kind of power through Tang Wunhui's untrained upper meridian, the strain alone could tear this weak body apart. So, drawing on the advantage of his unusually large upper meridian and the memories from his previous life, he makes a new decision. Instead of forcing everything directly through the body at once, he will first reproduce the method inside an imagined mental space and manifest it there. After putting all the clues together, Tang Wunhui reaches a firm conclusion. This copied meridian is not something that can appear just anywhere. It can only be manifested inside a very particular abnormal kind of space. With that realization in mind, he steps into the Heavenly Demon Archive, the millennia-old hidden record hall of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, a place packed with ancient knowledge that has survived for ages. Once inside, he checks what remains of himself and confirms something crucial. The primordial divine will reincarnation did not wipe him clean after all, and most of his memories are still intact. After calmly measuring his current condition and what kind of path suits him best, he settles on one answer. The cultivation method most fitting for him right now is the venom dragon cultivation technique. As he thinks it through, an old piece of history comes back to him. A poison-focused faction from the Tang clan had once been driven out, then later entered the heavenly demon divine cult, where they created this technique in order to study and master its poison arts. Reading further, Wunhui learns exactly how the method works. Instead of relying on ordinary demonic energy, it converts everything into poison energy, while still using Tang clan cultivation principles as the foundation for practicing heavenly demon, divine cult martial arts. He notes the irony of it right away. Even though the Tang clan stands in opposition to the demonic cult, poison itself is not exclusive to one side, and even some orthodox sects handle it in their own specialized ways. That line of thought leads him to a useful conclusion. If he channels demonic arts through the venom dragon cultivation technique, then from the outside it will simply resemble poison-based cultivation, and no one in the Tang clan will suspect what he is really doing. He also understands the price attached to that choice. Training this poisonous energy is not just difficult, it means enduring unbearable pain again and again, while constantly consuming poisons that grow stronger each time. Even knowing that, he does not hesitate. Purple energy flickers alive in his eye like a sudden flame, and with that eerie light burning in his gaze, he prepares to move forward anyway. After forcing open his upper meridian, Wunhui pushes the process one step further and activates a terrifying power known as the Dead Man's Eye. The moment that unstable strength floods through him, he tilts his head and speaks into the empty air with open mockery. He asks the unseen watchers just how long they intend to keep staring at him like that. Then, with that same crooked confidence, he throws out a joke. Sure, he already knew he was handsome in his previous life, but even for someone like him, this level of staring is getting a little excessive. He even admits it with a half-teasing, half-serious tone. No matter how confident he is, being watched for that long still manages to make him feel a little embarrassed. As soon as he calls them out, the figures reveal themselves. A group of elders appears before him in chains, and standing at the front of them is vice cult leader Keon. Keon explodes in rage the second he faces him. He roars that young Wunhui must be completely insane to dare leave him, the dignified vice leader of the heavenly demon divine cult, in such a miserable state. The other chained elders immediately join in, shouting over one another and demanding that the cult heir release them at once. They warn him that once they are free, he will never be able to endure their wrath. Instead of feeling threatened, Wunhui looks genuinely pleased. Their fury only entertains him, and he tells them outright that seeing them this angry is making him very happy. That answer only makes them more furious. The elders curse him and shout that his rotten, vicious personality survived even death itself, and they insist that this is exactly why they tried to rise up against him in the first place. Wunhui's expression hardens. He tells them coldly that if they truly intended to kill him, then they should have been ready to accept what would happen afterward, and as he says it, purple energy surges into his hand while he grips their chains. In the next instant, that power erupts through the bindings and slams one of the elders down into the ground so violently that the old man screams out in raw pain. Without even blinking, Woonwee turns his gaze back toward Kion and reminds him of something simple. They already knew what kind of ability he possessed, so none of this should come as a surprise. Then he makes that warning real. Behind him, the enormous demonic spirit known as the Phantom King rises into view, vast and oppressive, and the sight of it alone sends visible fear through Kion. Even Woonwee himself can feel just how monstrous the force behind that manifestation is. As the Phantom King towers there in full form, he quietly reflects on how overwhelming this ability truly is. He warns Kion in a low, chilling voice that staying bound in this condition much longer will not just ruin him in the present. If it continues, even reincarnation will become impossible, and sooner or later desperation will eat away at him completely. At that, Kion's tone shifts. Realizing brute anger will get him nowhere, he hurriedly offers to trade information instead, assuming that is what Woonwee has wanted from the beginning. Woonwee answers with flat indifference. He tells Kion he has no need for his information at all, and that blunt dismissal leaves the vice cult leader visibly shaken. He explains why with complete confidence. If he wants answers, he already has plenty of other sources he can draw from, so Kion is nowhere near as valuable as he imagines himself to be. That is when Kion finally understands the danger he is in. He can only stare in terror as Woonwee slowly raises a hand toward him. The moment that hand moves, Kion's wraith is torn out by force and dragged helplessly away, only to be crushed and completely erased by the Phantom King's terrifying power. Woonwee then turns to the surviving elders and calmly shows them a condensed wraith sphere. He explains that it is packed with the dense resentment of the dead, a substance even more vicious and dangerous than the most extreme venom. Before any of them can process what he means, he simply throws the wraith sphere into his mouth and swallows it, remarking that it will make fine nourishment for him. The remaining elders can do nothing but stare in horrified disbelief. The scene in front of them is so unnatural that shock spreads across every face at once. A moment later, that dead, poisonous resentment tears through his entire body. The agony hits so hard that Woonwee lets out a scream as the force ravages him from the inside. Purple energy engulfs him as the corruption surges through his body, yet even under that unbearable torment he does not collapse. The elders are left stunned that he can remain standing after consuming something so toxic, and the sight reminds them of the earlier time he went berserk after swallowing poison powder. Using that fear to crush what little resistance they have left, Woonwee declares that vice cult leader Kion has now become fertilizer for his venom dragon cultivation technique. Then he fixes the rest of them with a brutal stare, and demands that they choose whether they are going to speak. He makes the choice painfully simple. They can either confess everything they know, or they can wait to be devoured one after another. After forcing the truth out of them, Woonwee finally uncovers the core of it. The elders insist they were only carrying out orders given by a mysterious group called the Association. Now completely cowed, the wraiths desperately swear that they are not lying. They describe an organization so deeply hidden and secretive that it does not even possess a real name. Hearing that, Woonwee narrows the problem down at once. The elders themselves are no longer the true issue. The real threat lies with the members of this nameless organization. The wraiths continue pleading with him, begging him to believe what they are saying. They insist that the organization showed them things so disturbing that they could not simply ignore them. As he thinks through their words, Woonwee sums up the nature of the heavenly demon divine cult in his mind. It is an unorthodox sect whose members revere their leader with such extremity that they worship the heavenly demon almost like a god, which makes the betrayal even more twisted. He remembers that these very elders, people who once adored the heavenly demon as though he were divine, still turned against the cult in the end. That memory drags him back into a darker image. He remembers himself lying there in despair, battered and cornered, with no strength left and no way to resist. He also recalls the moment those same elders attacked him, while he stood as the cult's heir, openly moving against the one chosen beneath the heavenly demon they claimed to serve. And from the fear he saw in them back then, Woonwee reaches a grim conclusion. For all their reverence toward the heavenly demon, what truly terrified them even more was that nameless organization behind the scenes. He admits to himself that he once suspected both the orthodox faction and the unorthodox faction were being pushed around by some outside hand, as though a hidden scheme was manipulating the entire martial world from beyond the surface. Now he finally gives that unseen force a shape. He connects it to the tower hanging in the sky, a place climbed by beings who have already moved beyond the limits of ordinary humanity. Those who ascend it are no mere martial artists. They are demigod-like existences, monsters capable of such absurd feats that people speak of them less like humans and more like walking natural disasters. Realizing that the mastermind behind all this may be far stronger than he first expected, Woonwee falls into heavy thought. With the wraith spheres still in his grasp, He stands there brooding in silence over just how vast the enemy before him truly is. Tang Wunhui realizes he does not have the time to build resistance the slow, careful way by adjusting the poison little by little. That kind of patient method would take far too long, and right now, time is the one thing he cannot afford to waste. Since that luxury is out of the question, he chooses a far more extreme path, and 2 months later the story shifts to Namgung Sanyong's room, where the consequences of that decision are already starting to ripple outward. At that very moment, Namgung Sanyong is in a rage, glaring at a servant and pressing for answers as she tries to confirm one thing for certain. While Tang Wunhui was locked away, no one fed him anything at all. The servant, shaking badly under her glare, swears that they followed her orders exactly. But Sanyong only grows more furious, snapping that by now Tang Wunhui should have been reduced to crawling on the floor and begging for mercy. What truly unnerves her is not just his survival, but the rumors already starting to spread. She fears people may accuse her of treason or of trying to kill him outright. And with the patriarch's visit drawing near, she cannot stop worrying about how that will look. Worn out from anger, she finally asks what Tang Wunhui had been requesting during all this time, and the answer only makes her frown deeper. He asked for detailed reports on the current political situation, especially anything involving unorthodox sects and demonic forces. That answer leaves her visibly unsettled, because Tang Wunhui had never shown the slightest interest in matters like that before. Over these last 2 months, he seems to have changed so drastically that she can no longer read him at all. A cold suspicion rises in her mind, and she starts wondering whether some powerful figure may be backing him from the shadows. The more she thinks about it, the more reasonable it seems. Tang Wunhui may be useless in her eyes, but he is still the son of the branch head, and that alone is enough reason for ambitious people to use him as a stepping stone to gain favor with the clan leadership. That thought makes her snap. In her anger, she insists that whatever attention Tang Wunhui might attract should be going to Tang Qujin and Tang Yuchang instead, and she lashes out at the servant standing helplessly before her. Just then, another servant hurries in and announces that Tang Yuchang has finally completed his secluded training and arrived. The news instantly lifts her mood. She dismisses the servant at once, but not before coldly ordering him to report every strange move Tang Wunhui makes from now on without delay. A moment later, Tang Yuchang steps in and politely greets his mother, asking after her health with the practiced calm of a dutiful son. Namgung Sanyong praises him for all his hard work and asks how far his training has come. Tang Yuchang answers modestly that he has made some progress toward mastering hidden weapons, and hearing that, she beams with open pride and commends him warmly. Tang Yuchang then brings up the rumors he has heard about Tang Wunhui and remarks that, even after offending her, Tang Wunhui still shows no sign of repentance at all. Namgung Sanyong clicks her tongue in frustration and complains that Tang Wunhui has done nothing but give her headaches lately. More than that, she admits she still cannot figure out what he is really trying to do. Tang Yuchang agrees with her suspicion and says it is very likely that someone is secretly helping Tang Wunhui behind the scenes. He lays out his reasoning calmly. With as little inner energy as Tang Wunhui has, and with no food or water for 2 whole months, there is no way he should have survived unless someone had been secretly supplying him with elixirs or something similar. Namgung Sanyong nods, because she has already reached the same conclusion herself. The problem is that she still has no idea who that hidden supporter might be. Tang Yuchang then suggests a simple move. Recommend that Tang Wunhui be brought forward during the patriarch's visit. He explains that if Tang Wunhui is truly aiming at something bigger, then the person backing him will not be able to stay hidden forever. Sooner or later, that supporter will have to reveal themselves. Namgung Sanyong accepts the logic immediately. In her mind, if Tang Wunhui displays any unexpected ability, the hidden backer will almost certainly step out to claim credit for whatever strength he appears to have. So the two of them settle on a plan to expose both Tang Wunhui and the person behind him during the visit. Even so, Sanyong still worries that if things turn messy, it could make them seem incompetent. But Tang Yuchang coolly reassures her that a bastard son like Tang Wunhui is not capable of achieving very much. With a faint smirk on his face, Tang Yuchang adds that if Tang Wunhui does cause trouble, he will personally step in and stop him himself, playing the role of the concerned older brother if necessary. Meanwhile, a purple spirit slips out from Tang Wunhui's room like a wraith in the dark, continuing its spying as it moves, while violet energy curls and churns around its mouth as though it is training even in flight. Back in his room, Tang Wunhui reflects that no matter what tricks someone might use from the outside, anyone relying only on the Tang clan's most basic energy arts is still bound by very clear limits. He compares that to his own venom dragon cultivation, and the difference is enormous. The poisonous dragon it manifests is on an entirely different level from the low-grade techniques that ordinary servants would ever be allowed to learn. As he sits in meditation, dragon-like energy coils around his body and wraps him from head to toe. Even so, Tang Wunhui judges himself coldly and thinks that his own level still cannot be considered very high yet. Later on, Hyeongsam brings him another piece of important news. The heavenly demon divine cult has been trapped in a civil war for the past 6 years. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui remembers how, 2 months earlier, he had ordered Hyungzam to gather recent Jianghu history for him so he could confirm exactly how much time had passed since his reincarnation. Because his rebirth involved the primordial divine wheel, he had even suspected that centuries might have slipped by. So when he hears that only 6 years have passed, the number still catches him off guard. Even after realizing the truth, he cannot hide his surprise. A 6-year span is still far longer than he expected, and the weight of that lost time settles heavily on him. Hyungzam continues, explaining that during those chaotic and desperate years, the heavenly demon disappeared altogether, which only plunged the cult into even deeper disorder. That report plants a guarded spark of hope in Tang Wunhui's heart, making him wonder whether his master, the heavenly demon, might still be alive somewhere after all. For a moment, he wants nothing more than to rush straight to Tian Shan and confirm it with his own eyes, but he forces that impulse back down before it can control him. He knows the truth too well. Right now, he does not have the strength, the resources, or the reliable leads needed to search for his master properly. More than anything, he needs information. If the traitors are still out there, then they are surely already using every method they can to track down the heavenly demon before anyone else reaches him. So Tang Wunhui concludes that he needs an information network on the same level as theirs. And that thought immediately brings his attention back to the Tang Patriarch's upcoming visit to the Nine Dragons branch. The man who is coming is none other than Tang Moonhyuk, the Sichuan Tang Patriarch himself, one of the 10 greatest masters in the world. And according to the rumors, this Dark Supreme is in the middle of forming a special security division of his own. The moment Tang Wunhui hears that, he sees the opportunity clearly. If he can join that division, he can make use of the Tang clan's information network and sharply increase his chances of locating his master. His spider-like spirit companion then points out that he is already close to mastering a foundational martial art known as the 12 beats of the violent tiger. This is a high-level basic technique often used among wandering fighters, a style that turns every part of the body, fists, palms, fingers, even the feet, into lethal weapons. Tang Wunhui judges that if he drives his body to the brink through that kind of training, while also using venom dragon cultivation in spirit pills to temper his blood and veins, he can dramatically toughen and strengthen his physique. So when the spider presents him with another large dose of that stuff, he can only let out a resigned reaction and accept that, for now he has no choice but to keep living on it again. Even while enduring it, he threatens both the spider spirit and the cube spirits, warning them that if they fail to perform properly, he will grind them down into spirit pills as well. The 2 spirits immediately protest that they are already doing everything they can. After choking down the nasty pills, Tang Wunhui asks the spider for more intelligence, especially any news related to Dark Supreme Tang Moonhyuk's movements. But the only report it has is that Tang Yucheng has ended his seclusion and returned. Tang Wunhui quietly notes that Tang Yucheng's return lines up perfectly with the timing of Dark Supreme Tang Moonhyuk's approaching visit. Then the spider adds one more detail. Not long ago, Tang Yucheng and his mother held a secret meeting, and the subject they were discussing was Tang Wunhui. That instantly catches Tang Wunhui's attention. Alarmed, but also curious, he turns to the spider and orders it to repeat every single word it heard. As Tang Wunhui pieces all the clues together in his head, the shape of the plot becomes painfully clear. They are planning to get rid of him right when the Dark Supreme comes to visit, using that moment as the perfect chance to make him disappear. What almost makes him laugh is the ridiculous assumption behind it all. These people have convinced themselves that some hidden mastermind must be backing him, and Tang Wunhui finds that idea more amusing than threatening. Even so, he quickly notices that their little scheme may accidentally open a door for him instead. It could give him a path into the security division, though that does not stop him from feeling irritated at being turned into a prop for his own humiliation. Just then, a knock breaks the flow of his thoughts. A voice from outside announces Hyungzam's arrival before the door opens. Hyungzam steps in carrying a steaming bowl, the heat still rising from it in soft curls. He says the tonic was sent over by the lady for Tang Wunhui. Tang Wunhui immediately points out the contradiction with a calm but sharp look. Since she had forbidden anyone from giving him food before, Hyungsam nervously explains that the lady now says she wants him to restore his strength. Inside, Tang Wunhui sneers at how transparent her intentions are. Outwardly, though, he keeps his face blank and simply tells Hyungsam to leave the bowl there. Hyungsam hesitates before reluctantly admitting the rest. Namgung Sanyung specifically ordered him to stay and make sure Tang Wunhui actually drinks every drop. Tang Wunhui already suspects the tonic is mixed with lunacy poison, but he raises the bowl anyway without the slightest sign of fear. Thanks to his venom dragon cultivation, he is fully confident that poison like this will not work on him. The moment the liquid touches his tongue, his senses begin sorting through the ingredients one by one. He can tell it contains rare ginseng, floral essences, lunacy poison, and even purification pills blended into the mixture. That is when he realizes this is no ordinary medicine. It is a near miraculous elixir, the kind capable of restoring depleted energy at an unnatural speed while even pushing one's inner power higher. But Tang Wunhui also knows the hidden cost the instant he understands what he is tasting. If someone consumed this much all at once under normal circumstances, the toxic burden would usually damage the brain. Even after recognizing that danger, he accepts it without hesitation and continues drinking. On top of everything else, he can also sense cinnabar poison buried inside the concoction. At that, his cube spirit explodes in outrage, practically foaming with anger inside him. It curses Namgung Sanyong as insane for feeding cinnabar poison to the young master, and spits out the word witchcraft like a condemnation. Tang Wunhui cuts the noise off with cold impatience and tells it to shut up. Then he orders the spider spirit to go watch Namgung Sanyong and uncover whoever the sorcerer behind her is. The spider spirit reacts at once, almost thrilled to be given the task. In the next instant, it darts away eagerly to carry out his command. Now that the pieces fit together, Tang Wunhui sees the whole design for what it is. They plan to drive him insane with lunacy poison first, then use sorcery afterward to turn him into a controllable puppet. Even with all that running through his mind, he remains perfectly calm on the surface, and finishes the tonic without a flicker of discomfort. Then he looks at Hyungsam and casually asks why he is still standing there. Hyungsam quickly answers that someone else has come for him. A martial master sent by the lady is now waiting outside. That answer makes Tang Wunhui's brows lift slightly. He repeats the words martial master with clear surprise, as if testing whether he heard them correctly. When he steps outside, the waiting man introduces himself in a firm, no-nonsense voice as Tang Gon. He states that he has been assigned to instruct young master Tang Wunhui. Tang Wunhui recognizes him immediately. This is Tang Gon, the fierce wind warrior, a man who earned major achievements on the front lines and stands among the top 5 masters of the Nine Dragons branch. Tang Gon explains that he was ordered to train Tang Wunhui for 4 days before the clan head's visit. The moment he hears that, Tang Wunhui realizes this lazy master probably accepted the job only because it let him dodge the festival preparations. Even so, Tang Wunhui cannot help admiring the matriarch's cleverness. Sending someone of Tang Gon's level as his teacher is a very calculated move. The more he thinks about it, the more obvious her real intention becomes. She wants to look like a caring stepmother in front of others, while secretly planning to control him through sorcery and humiliate him when the clan head appears. After sorting all of that out in his head, Tang Wunhui shifts his gaze back to Tang Gon and asks plainly what he intends to teach him. His voice is calm, but his eyes stay sharp and watchful. Tang Gon answers that a specific martial arts set has already been prepared for him. This is not random instruction but a technique chosen in advance. He warns Tang Wunhui that he will only demonstrate it once, so if he wants to learn anything at all, he had better keep his eyes open and watch every movement carefully. With that, Tang Gon moves. His body blurs so suddenly that it seems to split into multiple shadowy afterimages, all circling around Tang Wunhui across the courtyard. Tang Wunhui tracks the pattern of those steps with intense focus. Almost at once, he realizes exactly what kind of technique he is looking at. His attention narrows to Tang Gon's feet as they skim over the courtyard tiles. He studies each shift, angle, and landing point with meticulous care, not missing a single step. Tang Gon identifies the footwork as the Shadow Shroud step. He even points out that it is the same movement art Tang Yucheng uses. He goes on to explain that this is the foundational form behind Tang Yucheng's Shadow Shroud arts. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui bitterly realizes the matriarch also intends to flaunt her own son by setting up a comparison between Tang Yucheng and him. Tang Gon explains that the stealthy nature of the Shadow Shroud step makes it an ideal match for poison techniques and hidden weapons. Its whole purpose is to let the user move like a threat the enemy barely notices until it is too late. As he demonstrates, glowing footprints are left behind on the ground like markers showing the path. Tang Wunhui is genuinely impressed, because even while leaving that guide, Tang Gon still manages to move with the weightless feel of a living shadow. After finishing the basic explanation, Tang Gon turns as if he is about to leave and tells Tang Wunhui to practice diligently. But Tang Wunhui stops him in a calm voice and says he has already learned the entire technique. Tang Gon freezes on the spot. For a moment he is so stunned by that claim that no words come out at all. Tang Wunhui repeats himself without hesitation or embarrassment. He says once again that he has already mastered the Shadow Shroud step. Tang Gon tries to explain, almost as if correcting a child, that Tang Wunhui is too new to martial arts to understand how difficult this technique really is. He points out that even elite members of the old Tempest squad usually need 10 full days just to learn the form. Then, with obvious pride swelling in his chest, Tang Gon boasts that even a genius like himself needed 5 days to learn it and 3 whole months to truly grasp its deeper meaning. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui inwardly mocks the shameless self-praise. Tang Gon wraps up his little lecture by summarizing how long it normally takes to master the technique. Then he tells Tang Wunhui that if he at least understood the explanation, he should keep practicing on his own. But Tang Wunhui does not back down even a little. In the same steady tone, He insists again that he has already learned everything. When Tang Gan protests that no one could possibly copy the technique after seeing it only once, Tang Wunhui suddenly reaches out and grabs his face. Then, without losing that calm expression, he proposes a bet. He puts the wager on the table with complete confidence. 30 silver coins says he really has learned the Shadow Shroud step. Tang Wunhui even points out the math behind it with a faintly mocking calm. Since Tang Gan earns only around 10 coins a month, he says 3 months' wages is the bare minimum if they want the bet to be worth anyone's attention. Tang Gan recoils at the idea and objects immediately. He argues that the Shadow Shroud step is a priceless Tang clan martial art, something far too valuable to reduce to gambling stakes like that. Tang Wunhui addresses him again in a smooth, deliberate tone. It is obvious from the way he speaks that he is about to press harder and force the challenge deeper under Tang Gan's skin. Then a sinister smile spreads across Tang Wunhui's face. Looking straight at Tang Gan, he quietly asks whether he is afraid, openly daring him to accept the bet. Tang Gan's eye twitches wide at that provocation. His pride has been struck head-on, and the shock shows clearly across his face. Stung by the challenge, Tang Gan sneers and throws the accusation back at Tang Wunhui, mocking him as the one who is scared. He insists that even the fierce wind warrior needed 5 days to learn the technique, then says he may as well just go train by himself. The taunt hits Tang Gan right where it hurts. With his pride stung and his temper flaring, he snaps that he accepts the bet, declaring that taking Tang Wunhui's money will be the perfect punishment for someone reckless enough to disrespect martial arts. Tang Wunhui calmly makes him say it out loud, confirming that Tang Gan has truly accepted the wager. Then, with a faintly warning tone, he reminds him that once the bet is made, there is no room to back out later. Just as Tang Gan starts to ask for a proper demonstration, Tang Wunhui suddenly moves. Without any further warning, he dashes forward using the very movement art he had just seen. The sight leaves Tang Gan rooted in place, sweat already forming as disbelief spreads across his face. He can barely process what he is watching, and the only thing he can do is stare and wonder how something like this is even possible. Tang Wunhui turns to him with a sly look and addresses him politely as martial master. But the tone in his voice makes it obvious he is not being respectful at all, and that he is about to press his advantage even further. With an almost casual air, Tang Wunhui remarks that Tang Gan seemed ready to head off for a drink. Then he lightly comments on how surprisingly heavy the coin pouch he just lifted from him feels in his hand. The moment Tang Gan realizes his money is gone too, his whole expression falls apart. Panic flashes across his face, and he blurts out in utter disbelief as he fumbles for the missing pouch, now completely flustered. Tang Gan accuses Tang Wunhui of scamming him and demands to know when he learned the Shadow Shroud step. Tang Wunhui, still perfectly composed, insists that he really did just copy it on the spot and reminds him that he never even had the chance to properly learn martial arts before this. Tang Gan grudgingly admits that part is true. But even after saying so, he remains utterly baffled that Tang Wunhui could reproduce the technique after seeing it only once with his own eyes. Tang Wunhui immediately pokes at that reaction with a teasing smile. He mocks Tang Gan for being petty enough to deny what just happened right in front of him. Then, smoothly tries to provoke him into another round. He goes even further, complaining that the martial arts shown so far are boring. With shameless arrogance, Tang Wunhui even says he might simply be too much of a genius, which only makes Tang Gan's irritation flare hotter. As Tang Gan storms off to gather more money for the next wager, Tang Wunhui watches him go with amusement. He casually remarks that the man's pockets and his confidence are both empty now, and inwardly thinks how ridiculously easy it is to manipulate him. Not long after, Tang Gan comes back puffed up again and boasts that he knows plenty of secret arts far harder than the Shadow Shroud step. With wounded pride pushing him forward, he challenges Tang Wunhui to see just how long he can keep up. Tang Wunhui quietly observes that Tang Gan must be far more shaken than he wants to admit. After all, a supposed non-martial artist copied his technique at first sight and even stole his purse right under his nose. As he watches the older man fume, Tang Wunhui reflects on his former life. He may not have personally trained in every art back then, but as the heir of the cult, the people he faced were all famous martial masters in their own right. That thought makes the situation feel even simpler to him. Basic martial forms are not that hard to memorize, and with the spirits noisily cheering him on, Tang Wunhui knows full well that raw talent alone would not have been enough without those extra advantages. He also understands that what he just pulled off should normally be impossible. Stealing from someone much stronger than him, like taking Tang Gan's purse, would never work under ordinary circumstances, but with the spirits giving objects the slightest nudge, it suddenly becomes almost effortless. At that point, Tang Wunhui makes up his mind completely. Since fate has handed him a teacher like this, he intends to wring him dry of both his money and every martial technique he can extract. Then the scene jumps ahead. 4 full hours pass. In an exaggerated chibi-like blur of motion, Tang Wunhui enthusiastically practices a technique called soul-chasing butterfly. Even in that playful form, the pace of his training feels relentless. He keeps going without rest, rapidly cycling through Tempest physical arts one after another. As he trains, a thought crosses his mind, and he begins to wonder whether Tang is really going to make him perform those grueling Tempest leaps and spinning motions too. Even the thought of it comes with the feeling of demanding, exhausting movement. Meanwhile, Tang lets out a scream of pure anguish. Coins seem to rain all around him, a ridiculous visual of just how much money he has already lost over the course of this brutal string of wagers. Even the spirits start feeling sorry for him. They mutter that, although Tang may be a heretic, it is still unfortunate that he ended up tangled with the cult heir. And in saying that, they can't help reminding one another of their own past suffering. With coin pouches now hanging proudly from his waist, Tang Wunhui cheerfully asks whether Tang has anything left to wager. The exhausted man groans that he cannot even borrow more money from the bank anymore, and Tang Wunhui responds as if genuinely disappointed, calling that a real shame. Still not done, Tang Wunhui suggests that they make one final bet. His tone is light, but the look in his eyes says he has already decided this round matters most. Tang immediately protests with a miserable face, insisting that he is completely broke. There is nothing left for him to put on the line. Tang Wunhui sets down his own winnings in front of them and proposes something bigger. He says they should each stake everything they have left, man against man, and settle it properly. That suggestion alarms Tang enough to make him blurt out a ridiculous question. He asks whether Tang Wunhui is planning to sell him off as a slave, but Tang Wunhui calmly says that is not what he has in mind. Instead, Tang Wunhui explains that Tang still possesses one crucial martial art, one technique that he cannot easily copy the same way he copied the others. That is what he wants. And he finally names it. The art he is after is Tempest Dance. And the moment those words leave his mouth, Tang is visibly shaken. Before the tension can settle, a voice suddenly calls out to young master Tang Wunhui. The interruption makes him pause and turn his head toward the sound. At the same time, Tang begins performing Tempest Dance. As he moves, he declares that while other martial arts might be tossed into wagers, this particular technique is different, because it carries the very soul of the Tempest Squad. His voice turns solemn and heavy as he warns Tang Wunhui not to speak of it so lightly. Using Tempest Dance as a gambling stake is, to him, an insult to the Tempest Squad itself, the very foundation of the Nine-Dragon Division. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui's expression shifts. He acknowledges that no matter how lazy Tang may act, he truly is still the fierce wind warrior of the Tempest Squad, and then he asks him directly whether he is simply unworthy to learn Tempest Dance. Tang answers at once that Tang Wunhui absolutely has the right to learn it as the son of the branch head. He even adds that he has shown the technique to other children before, so teaching Tang Wunhui itself would not be a problem. But Tang Wunhui shakes his head and clarifies what he really meant. He says he is not asking whether bloodline gives him the right, but whether Tang truly believes he has the ability to master it. That question catches Tang off guard. He starts to answer, surprised enough that the words do not come easily at first. Tang Wunhui raises his voice and addresses him by title again, this time with much more force. He asks Tang whether, in his eyes, Tang Wunhui has what it takes to become one of the Tempest. Then he pushes even deeper, speaking his own name out loud as if making a vow in public. He wonders whether he, Tang Wunhui, truly has the right to inherit the mission carried by the Tempest Squad. He shouts once more about bearing the Tempest Squad's mission, the words ringing out with unexpected intensity. The force of that cry is enough to startle Tang outright. Tang stands there stunned, because those words do not just surprise him. They strike something buried deep inside him, awakening old memories of that mission until the echoes start flooding back through his mind. In an instant, he is no longer standing in the present courtyard. What rises before him is the image of a battlefield littered with corpses after a catastrophic defeat. He remembers what came after that loss as well. Their unit was stripped down and demoted to Zephyrs, reduced to a provisional force instead of being recognized as true members of the Tempest. Another memory follows close behind it. He sees himself standing beside his comrades, vowing together that one day they would reclaim that name and become true Tempests again. Tang reflects on how 20 long years have passed with that mission buried silently in his heart. Never once did he expect to hear those words spoken back to him by Tang Wunhui, the heir long dismissed as the weakest in the clan. In the end, he admits that hearing that phrase still stirs something powerful inside him. But even so, he says Tang Wunhui's sincerity is hard to trust when he first brought up Tempest Dance as if it were just another gambling prize. Tang Wunhui lets out an annoyed groan at that complaint. Then he bluntly asks whether Tang honestly would have agreed to teach him Tempest Dance if he had simply asked for it directly 4 hours ago. He points out the obvious without hesitation. Tang originally intended to show the Shadow Shroud step once, say a few words, and leave, so Tang Wunhui had no choice but to bait him with taunts and force him to recognize his worth. Hearing that laid out so plainly, Tang can only respond with an awkward, sheepish concession. He admits that, yes, Tang Wunhui is right, and that really was exactly what he planned to do. At that point, Tang finally sees through what Tang Wunhui was really doing the whole time. He realizes the boy deliberately kept provoking him, pushing every button on purpose, all just to force him into that wager and prove what he was capable of. The more Tangon thinks about it, the more convinced he becomes that Tang Wunhui's change is absolutely real. This is not some momentary fluke. He concludes that Tang Wunhui must have been hiding both his intelligence and his strength, because the arts he just performed, especially the Shadow Shroud step, should have been impossible for someone with the weak internal energy he used to have. Tangon keeps tracing the logic in his head, and decides that 2 months is far too short a time for someone to build up that kind of inner power from nothing. So to him, the only answer is that Tang Wunhui must have been secretly cultivating for a long time, hiding his claws until now, and choosing this exact moment, right as the Dark Supreme is about to visit, to reveal them. And hearing that theory, Tang Wunhui casually confirms it without much concern. Tangon then calls the whole thing a wicked scheme, saying Tang Wunhui has the mind to deceive even his own family, but in the Tang clan, words like that carry a strange kind of admiration, so it comes out sounding more like praise than criticism, which leaves Tang Wunhui feeling awkward rather than triumphant. Off to the side, the spirits chatter among themselves with obvious delight. They say Tangon has finally recognized the cult heir's true value, and they add that when it comes to coaxing, persuading, and talking people into surrender, Tang Wunhui's talent is completely unmatched. Tang Wunhui immediately snaps back at them in irritation, threatening to grind them down into spirit pills if they keep talking. But without wasting more time, he turns bluntly to Tangon and asks the only thing that matters now, whether he is going to teach him or not. Tangon does not answer right away, and the hesitation shows. The spirits, of course, do not stop. They laugh and say resisting Tang Wunhui's sweet words is useless, and that this very silver-tongued charm is the reason so many people once swore loyalty to him. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui decides that if they keep praising him like this, maybe rewarding them with spirit pills would not be such a bad idea after all. After that pause, Tangon finally gives in. He agrees, and once he makes up his mind, he says it clearly. He will properly teach Tang Wunhui the Tempest Dance. A satisfied smile spreads across Tang Wunhui's face at once. The answer he wanted is finally in front of him, and now he is ready to move forward. Straightening himself, he formally introduces who he is with proper respect. He presents himself as Tang Wunhui of the Tang clan, then politely lowers his posture and asks his new master, Tangon, to instruct him. That sincere greeting lands harder than Tangon expected. Hearing Tang Wunhui address him with the earnestness of a true disciple stirs something in him. A proud smile slowly lifts the corners of Tangon's mouth. It is the kind of expression that only appears when a man's heart has been genuinely moved. Then Tangon answers in kind, not casually, but formally as a member of the Tempest Squad. In that solemn tone, he accepts Tang Wunhui's request to become his student. From there, Tangon begins the actual demonstration of Tempest Dance. Even from the opening motions, he makes it clear that this is nothing like the arts he showed before. As he moves, he explains that Tempest Dance is not a technique someone can pick up quickly through raw talent alone. This is the kind of martial art that refuses to yield itself easily. Then, while continuing the lesson, Tangon unexpectedly suggests changing the terms of their wager. The spirit watching nearby is left visibly confused by this sudden turn. Tang Wunhui responds by proposing a new bet on the spot. This time, the question is whether he can learn Tempest Dance within a single day, and the loser will have to treat the winner to food and drinks. Tangon lets out a long sigh, but he still agrees to those terms. In his mind, this is finally the round he is going to win. With that settled, he tells Tang Wunhui to watch carefully. Then his stance tightens, and he begins a far more serious demonstration than before. As Tempest Dance starts to stir the air and whip up wind around him, an old rule tied to the Tempest Squad comes to mind. Former members of the squad had sworn that they would not interfere in matters involving the succession of the family head. So even if Tang Wunhui were to inherit the Tempest, Tangon still could not openly support him as the next heir. Even so, if Tang Wunhui managed to master this art, that alone would send a message others would understand. Tang Wunhui fixes his eyes on the performance and quietly steals away his resolve. His expression sharpens, fully locked in. The winds of the tempest continue to twist and circle, and the truth of their vow becomes clearer. What these men truly seek is someone who can walk the same tempest path beside them. And beyond that, they long for a comrade they can one day sit down and share drinks with. From that sentiment, the scene cuts sharply to the present, where an older Tangon is now seated in a bustling restaurant. Watching Tang Wunhui shovel down dish after dish without slowing down, Tangon thinks to himself that maybe he does not actually mind losing the bet after all. In fact, the more he reflects on it, the more he feels that the stronger young master Tang Wunhui becomes, the better it will be for everyone around him. Still, as Tang Wunhui keeps eating alone without offering so much as a drink, Tangon grumbles inwardly. He complains to himself that not even alcohol is being shared, and wonders how in the world this absurd feast is supposed to count as just one meal. The innkeeper cheerfully steps over and asks whether Tangon would like anything else. With a tired face, Tang orders more alcohol and mutters that there is no way he can sit there and watch Tang Wenhui's eating spree sober. Tang Wenhui glances over and casually remarks that Tang really can drink. Then, joking as if he sees no problem at all, he says they probably should have gone to an even more expensive place, which immediately makes Tang protest over how outrageously costly this already is. The innkeeper proudly jumps in to say that this tavern is already a high-end establishment and one of the most popular places around. Tang Wenhui looks around and agrees that, judging by the crowd and the atmosphere, that definitely seems true. Tang then laments to himself that he was willing to treat Tang Wenhui despite the price. But he never imagined the boy would eat enough to burn through what feels like an entire week's food budget. Meanwhile, Tang Wenhui quietly thinks that a place this expensive and crowded suits his current plans perfectly. In fact, Tang Wenhui reflects that he chose this lively, packed restaurant very deliberately. This is exactly the kind of place he needed for what he intends to do next. He reminds himself that for the past 2 months, Namgung Sanyung's restrictions forced him to keep his head down and hold back. But that delay has gone on long enough now, and he can no longer postpone making his move. As Tang Wenhui draws a purple mark, the spirits immediately recognize it and grow tense. They identify it as a communication spell linked to the revered demon god mythos, and they realize this crowded inn was never about food alone. He came here to leave that sign. Then Tang Wenhui declares his true reason openly. He says he has to let those who are still drowning in despair know that the cult heir, Yan Wenhui, is alive. Elsewhere, a spirit on surveillance duty grumbles to itself. 10 dull, uneventful days have already passed, and it wonders how much longer it is supposed to keep watching like this. Then, all at once, the spider-like spirit senses something unusual. Its body jerks in alert reaction. It spots a woman in sect uniform entering the compound and immediately wonders what she is doing there at a time like this. A moment later, the spirit figures out who she is. The woman is Tang Kyujin, the first daughter of the Tang clan, and the spirit instantly imagines how tense the atmosphere will become if she ends up crossing paths with the daughter of the Namgung clan. The moment it thinks the word daughter, the spirit's attention shifts in a different direction. It briefly worries about that child's well-being. Realizing it is getting distracted, the spirit scolds itself for daydreaming, then it snaps back to focus and springs into action. It rushes toward the main building as fast as it can, already deciding that this is the perfect chance to impress the young leader and maybe ask for a favor afterward. But the instant it reaches the inside, the spirit is startled by a stern voice cutting through the air. The voice demands to know whether Tang Wenhui intends to break his mother's heart. Inside, Tang Kyujin is openly confronting her mother. With anger in her voice, she accuses her of hurting Tang Wenhui by isolating him and starving him as punishment. Her mother brushes the accusation aside without remorse. She says someone has been secretly feeding him anyway and tells Tang Kyujin that instead of fussing over this, she should be focusing on the Dark Supreme's visit. Tang Kyujin does not let her finish. She slams her hand down hard, cutting her mother off in the middle of her words. Then she fires back in fury, asking whether that somehow makes the mistreatment acceptable. She says that if no one had informed her, her mother would not even have known he was being cared for. And she accuses her outright of doing something no different from trying to kill him. Her mother snaps back with equal sharpness, unable to hide her contempt. She questions why Tang Kyujin is getting so worked up over an illegitimate child, and even coldly asks whether Tang Kyujin is truly her own daughter at all. Tang Kyujin answers with immediate fury. She rebukes her mother for always branding Tang Wenhui as illegitimate, and then vows that she will reveal the truth herself. Namgung Sanyung suddenly loses her composure and, clearly flustered, hurriedly tries to stop Tang Kyujin before she can say another word. After Tang Kyujin storms out, Namgung Sanyung clicks her tongue and grumbles to herself that her daughter has always been far too affectionate, especially ever since joining Qin Qing, and she bitterly wonders how someone like that could ever inherit her father's position. Listening in from the shadows, the spying spirit is left at a loss, wondering how it is even supposed to summarize all of this when the Tang family feels like an absolute disaster from top to bottom. Still burning with anger, Namgung Sanyong pins all of their current troubles on Tang Wenhui and decides there is no longer any reason to wait for the Dark Supreme to arrive before making her move. The moment she senses someone nearby, she abruptly decides to leave at once, and the spirit quickly realizes that this sudden departure must have something to do with the young lord. Putting the pieces together, the spirit concludes that Namgung Sanyong is most likely on her way to consult the sorcerer, so it immediately rushes off after her. Back in the courtyard, Tang Wenhui pauses and reflects that 10 full days of sending spirits out to observe have still brought him no useful news at all. As he continues training with his staff, he reasons that even in a place like Nine Dragon County, there still should have been some kind of report from the followers of the demon god mythos by now. From that silence alone, Wenhui concludes that the cult's local contacts must have either fled the area already or been placed under restrictions that keep them from making any move. That line of thought only makes his expression harden because the more he pieces things together, the more certain he becomes that the overall situation is getting worse and that he has to become stronger as fast as possible. After watching a round of staff practice, Tang praises Wunhui for keeping up this well even while handling a weapon, then looks at him with mild disbelief and asks whether he is somehow still not satisfied. Thinking like a true Tang clansman, Tang cannot understand why Wunhui chose to focus on weapon arts before hidden weapons, stealth, and poison, so he asks why he is bothering with Tempest Dance at all, while Wunhui inwardly complains that Tang people are far too obsessed with walking only one path. Wunhui explains that the scattering flowers staff technique he is learning is, at its core, still a Tang technique, and that is exactly why each movement is broken up into distinct segments. Tang is visibly surprised that Wunhui caught on to that structural trait so quickly just from studying the form. Wunhui smugly boasts that he is simply an outstanding student, only for Tang to fire right back that a truly exceptional student would know enough to learn some humility too. Many sects deliberately build complicated motions into their martial arts so that their understanding of martial enlightenment can be expressed through the body itself. In other words, that complexity is not random at all, but a physical attempt to give visible shape to the insights and realizations a martial artist reaches on the path of cultivation. But the Tang clan is famous above all for hidden weapons and poison, and both those arts, along with their weapon techniques, are built around the same basic principle: the use of tools. Because of that, the Tang clan's entire system is structured so that a tool or motion learned in one technique can be reused and applied elsewhere, even when the martial art itself belongs to a different style. That is why Tang weapon arts may appear plain or even stripped down at first glance, yet in practice they remain brutally efficient and practical. Wunhui notes to himself that these techniques mainly exist as stepping stones for using poison and concealed weapons more effectively, but at the same time, he realizes that the 9 heavenly demon sword he seeks is also built in divided segments. From there, he reasons that mastering Tang weapon techniques now will eventually help him perfect the 9 heavenly demon sword, the very ideal he was never able to fully reach in his previous life. Wunhui half-jokingly admits that he almost feels sorry toward the Tang clan, since poisons and hidden weapons will have to wait while he first exploits the logic of their system for his own ends, and when he lets out a dark, unsettling laugh, Tang stiffens and nervously asks what exactly he is scheming. Then, in a much lighter tone, Tang casually mentions that Tang Kyujin has arrived and assumes that Wunhui must be quite close with her. At that, Wunhui remembers that within the 9 Dragons division, Tang Kyujin was the only person who ever treated the old Tang Wunhui like genuine family. He reflects on how deeply her presence is engraved in Tang Wunhui's heart, and how even after everything changed, he still kept receiving letter after letter from her, each one filled with worry and affection. Those letters had always been warm, concerned, and full of sincere love. So Wunhui quietly hopes that whatever lies ahead, the bond between them can remain a good one. And yet the moment he thinks about how openly he has been moving against Namgung Sanyong, doubt creeps in, and he wonders whether becoming Tang Kyujin's enemy's enemy will really be enough for her to remain on his side. Tang tells him that Tang Kyujin is currently busy greeting the clan elders and will most likely come to see him tomorrow, and Wunhui simply gives a quiet, restrained nod in response. Inside, however, Wunhui still does not truly believe she will choose his side, so he urges Tang to move quickly and carry out the plan before she arrives. When Tang asks if he is only now beginning to set this scheme in motion, Wunhui answers with a dark grin and says that he already started it long before this moment. Elsewhere, at another residence, a subordinate reports that the servants have followed a certain medicinal prescription exactly as ordered for the past 10 days without missing a step. The superior calmly confirms that the report is accurate. Once the payment is handed over, the servant bows again and again, thanking him with obvious relief and gratitude before leaving. The moment the servant is gone, the master quietly calls out Mu Yong's name. Mu Yong immediately offers to get rid of the servant, and the master accepts that suggestion with cold, effortless calm. The schemer then thinks to himself that Tang Wunhui has already been ingesting poison for 10 straight days and should by now be thoroughly tainted, so even if Wunhui notices the truth at this point, there is no longer enough time for him to recover before the Dark Supreme arrives. He also acknowledges that Tang is earnestly training Wunhui, but he dismisses that threat almost at once, reasoning that since even he needed 8 full days just to grasp the step of Shadow Shroud, Wunhui will barely manage to learn the outer forms before the Dark Supreme comes. As far as he is concerned, the real problem standing in his way right now is his sister, Tang Kyujin, who picked a fight with Namgung Sanyong the very moment she arrived, all because of Wunhui. That possibility unsettles him, because once Tang Kyujin reaches the age of 30, she is supposed to officially inherit the 9 Dragons division, and her involvement could ruin everything he has prepared. In his eyes, she is far too soft-hearted for a position like that, and he looks down on her all the more because she chose Qin Qing over devoting herself fully to Tang clan arts. Because of that, he decides she absolutely cannot be allowed to become the next successor of the 9 Dragons division. With a smug curl at the corner of his mouth, he concludes that the rightful heir to that seat is none other than himself. Just then, a servant announces that a letter has arrived from the White Pavilion, and the young master immediately tells him to enter. The old servant nervously explains that the letter was sent by young master Tang Wunhui, and the young master, clearly irritated, snaps at him to hand it over already. The moment he reads it, he discovers that Tang Wunhui is directly challenging him to a duel with no attempt to soften the message. His first reaction is to sneer that Wunhui must have finally lost his mind from all the poison. But almost as quickly, that mockery gives way to suspicion, and he begins to sense that something is off. After all, in the Tang clan, getting hold of poison-laced letters is hardly difficult, so he naturally starts wondering whether this challenge is actually a trap of that kind. As he studies the envelope more carefully, he feels that something about it does not match Wunhui's usual style at all, which only makes him question whether this can really be nothing more than a straightforward letter of challenge. In the letter, Tang Wunhui claims that he wants to repair the awkward relationship between them as brothers through a duel. But the other brother can only narrow his eyes and suspect that Wunhui is plotting something underneath those words. Tang Yuchang decides he will use Tang Wunhui like a puppet instead, so rather than accepting the duel in public, he deliberately rejects the offer and orders his servant to carry that refusal back. Not long after, Tang Wunhui receives a rough, insulting letter that flat out calls him a coward, and the moment he reads it, he realizes his brother's patience is already starting to crack. Wunhui calmly tells his servant that this will not be the end of it, that more insults are sure to keep coming, and then orders him not to accept another single letter from the White Pavilion. Then the next morning the taunt escalates. Across a wall, huge enough for everyone passing by to see, the word coward is painted in massive strokes, repeating the mockery so openly that the sight leaves the onlookers stunned. The red-haired young master, Tang Yuchang, sees the public insult and erupts in fury, immediately barking an order for someone to send word to the White Pavilion. Still seething, he declares that the duel will happen tomorrow at noon in the second training hall, and he swears then and there that he will disgrace Tang Wunhui in front of everyone. When the messenger delivers Tang Yuchang's challenge, Wunhui listens quietly and cannot help wondering why his brother dragged things out first before finally agreeing. As he walks beside his ally, Wunhui remarks with a faint, cutting calm that his hot-blooded brother really was easy to provoke, and he quietly doubts that someone so simple to manipulate could ever be fit to become a successor. A grin spreads across Wunhui's face as he confirms that his ally has no intention of stopping him from going through with this duel. His ally cheerfully agrees, almost amused, saying that the fight ahead is only going to be entertaining to watch anyway. That answer only fires Wunhui up more, and he decides he will go meet his brother head-on and beat him down thoroughly, just short of killing him. Before long, the news tears through the clan that Tang Yuchang is going to fight Tang Wunhui, and the entire family is left stunned by how suddenly things have exploded. Not long after hearing it, Tang Kyujin storms in to confront Tang Yuchang about the duel, and he snaps back at once, demanding to know what exactly she is trying to say. Tang Yuchang angrily shouts that it was Tang Wunhui, that illegitimate brat, who provoked him first, and he tells Tang Kyujin that if she has complaints, she should go take them to Wunhui instead. Taken aback, Tang Kyujin can only repeat the claim to herself in disbelief, trying to process the idea that Wunhui was supposedly the one who started all this. Believing, at least for the moment, that Wunhui may really have instigated the conflict, she rushes toward the White Pavilion, but the closer she gets, the more an ominous death-like energy seems to coil around the entire building. As she steps inside and moves deeper toward Wunhui's quarters, that dark aura grows even heavier, pressing in around her far more strongly with every step. Then her eyes catch the walls and ceiling, and she notices sinister markings spread across the pavilion's interior, as though something deeply unnatural has taken root there. The further she looks, the more certain she becomes that the entire place is soaked in traces of deathly energy and poison. Comparing the atmosphere to the den of martial artists who lose themselves in obsession, she realizes that whatever arts are being practiced here are far more extreme than she ever expected. Then it suddenly hits her. This ominous presence is spectral energy, and the realization leaves her stunned because she cannot believe that kind of force is coming from here. The moment danger flashes across her mind, Tang Kyujin draws her sword in one swift motion and slashes toward the unseen presence lurking ahead. But before her blade can complete its arc, her attack is stopped cold, intercepted in the middle of the swing by someone moving faster than her eyes can track. Tang Wunhui appears before her and calmly blocks the sword with just 2 fingers, revealing a level of refined control that makes the effortless stop look even more shocking. Tang Kyujin gasps, her eyes widening as recognition begins to creep in, and she starts to realize who the figure in front of her really is. Once she fully recognizes him as Tang Wunhui, she hesitantly speaks his name. Still frozen there with her sword pointed toward him, Wunhui answers with dry sarcasm, remarking that this is a rather violent way for a sister to greet her own brother. Embarrassment flashes across her face, and she quickly apologizes, explaining that she had intended to stop the sword herself, but he blocked it before she could. Behind his calm face, Wunhui clicks his tongue inwardly, She has interrupted his venom dragon cultivation, and now he worries she may end up exposing both his poison arts and his actual martial level to Tang Yuchang, which could interfere with the plan he is setting in motion. For a brief moment, he even suspects that Namgung Senyung may have sent Tang Kyujin here on purpose to probe his strength ahead of the duel. But Tang Kyujin's tone soon softens, as she says she came because she heard their mother had mistreated him again, and seeing that he is unharmed brings visible relief to her face, a look of genuine concern that reminds Wunhui of someone who truly cares. Realizing from that alone that she was not sent here by Namgung Sanyong, Wunhui finally relaxes a little, even though a lingering headache still throbs in the back of his mind. Even so, Tang Kyujin cannot ignore the disturbing presence coming from him, and with anxiety creeping into her voice, she asks whether he has fallen into some kind of dark art. In response, Wunhui opens his palm and reveals a swirl of purple energy twisting there, then plainly tells her that these are poisonous arts he has learned. Standing so close to him, surrounded by both poison and spectral energy, Tang Kyujin is overwhelmed by the atmosphere and starts wondering if what she is sensing is really what she fears it is. Wunhui calls it cursed poison out loud, though inwardly he knows that what she is feeling is actually mystic energy fused together with poison, so that it resembles cursed poison. In his mind, he decides that disguising his dead man's eye energy as cursed poison is the cleanest way to hide the truth, and he tells her that this is the only kind of poison he can use now, without any support from the family. But the doubtful look on Tang Kyujin's face makes it obvious to him that she is not fully convinced by that explanation. So Wunhui's expression turns cold, and he tells her flatly that for a member of the Tang clan, sacrificing morality in exchange for greater power is nothing unusual. Then he goes one step further and says that if she still cannot accept the methods he is using, she is free to try and stop him herself, with her own strength. That sharp answer hits Tang Kyujin so hard that it leaves her standing there in stunned silence. At last, she lowers herself slightly and concedes that he really has changed, accepting that the person before her is no longer the same as before. Wunhui, meanwhile, makes up his mind in silence that he cannot keep letting Tang Kyujin protect him the way she used to protect the old Tang Wunhui, even if drawing that hard boundary ends up damaging their relationship. Covering her mouth as she speaks, Tang Kyujin quietly agrees that things are no longer what they once were. She then admits that she finally understands why Namgung Senyong and Tang Yucheng had been so wary of him, because there is something about the way he carries himself now that stirs a fighting spirit in those around him. Her eyes suddenly widen as she feels a powerful surge of energy rise from him all at once. In that instant, terrifying killing intent and dense energy seem to flood the entire pavilion, swallowing up the space around the spot where Wunhui stands. And instead of shrinking back in fear, Tang Kyujin becomes visibly excited, even delighted, because the man before her has already surpassed what she ever imagined he could become. Watching her reaction and the aura around her, Wunhui confirms to himself that the strange energy he sensed from Tang Kyujin before was real after all. Using Dead Man's Eye, Tang Wunhui peers into her soul and sees a rare special current running through it. The azure spectral streak, a seed that belongs to the limit breakers. Tang Wunhui reflects that this is something he has quietly suspected for quite a while now, and the more he thinks about it, the more certain he becomes. What truly puzzles him is why someone as brilliant as Tang Kyujin, a Tang heir praised throughout Sichuan and the foremost successor of the Nine Dragons branch, would choose to place herself under Qingqing as a disciple. Soul streaks are not some ordinary gift, but an absolute form of talent etched deep into a person's soul, and they are one of the essential conditions required for someone to become a limit breaker. Because soul streaks develop alongside the cultivation of the soul itself, they align exceptionally well with Qingqing's heart training methods, and the azure spectral streak in particular demands relentless, real combat to fully mature. When that nature is combined with the Tang clan's ruthless creed of victory at any cost, Tang Kyujin's azure spectral streak has the potential to turn her into a truly merciless killer. Tang Wunhui dryly points out that with the chilling aura she herself is giving off, she is hardly in any position to criticize the energy coming from him. At that, Tang Kyujin lowers the sword in her hand and apologizes to him once again for attacking him so suddenly. Then she straightens herself, gives him a formal bow, and apologizes properly, admitting that she forgot why she came and rudely interrupted his training instead. Watching her, Tang Wunhui notes how cleanly and effortlessly she suppresses the murderous intent of the azure spectral streak. And from that alone he concludes that both Qingqing's training and Tang Kyujin's own will are exceptionally powerful. Tang Wunhui offers her a cup of tea, and the moment she tastes it, her face brightens as she happily praises it for being so delicious and so different from the tea she usually drinks in Qingqing. As they sit over tea, he casually mentions that the leaves came from Heavenly Eye Mountain, and Tang Kyujin looks genuinely impressed by how knowledgeable he is when it comes to tea. Then, as if something suddenly clicks in her mind, she perks up with excitement and says she actually brought him a gift. With an eager look, she reveals skewers of candied fruit from Meishan, presenting them like a special treat she had been saving for him. Seeing his reaction, Tang Kyujin lights up even more and teasingly remarks that he must really like them. Even though Tang Wunhui is not personally fond of sweets like that, he still takes a bite and says they taste good, deciding to thank her on behalf of the old Tang Wunhui. The instant she hears his approval, Tang Kyujin beams with open, childlike happiness, clearly delighted that he accepted them. As Tang Wunhui watches that bright, cheerful side of her, he cannot help thinking that he may never fully get used to how completely different she feels from the bloodthirsty presence she showed only moments earlier. After letting the moment settle, Tang Wunhui finally asks why she came, telling her bluntly that if she is here to stop tomorrow's duel with Tang Yuchang, then she is wasting her time. Tang Kyujin admits that stopping the duel is indeed part of why she came, but quietly adds that it is not the only reason. She explains that more than anything else, she came to apologize, because she knows very well what Namgung Senyong and Tang Yuchang have done to him. Tang Wunhui's expression turns cold as he asks whether she seriously expects him to forgive them just because she came to apologize in their place. Tang Kyujin readily admits that she does not expect forgiveness at all, but says she still felt she needed to come and express her regret. She apologizes once more, and Tang Wunhui lets out a quiet sigh before repeating, without hesitation, that he is going to fight Tang Yuchang no matter what. Tang Kyujin says that until now she feared he was being pushed into the duel against his will, but after seeing him like this, she realizes Tang Yuchang is the one who has actually been drawn into Tang Wunhui's scheme. Even so, she asks if he is truly confident, warning him that Tang Yuchang is skilled enough on his own and may also have other tricks prepared behind the scenes. Tang Wunhui can tell that she understands they mean him harm, even if she does not know the exact details, and he calmly reassures her that he has his own countermeasures ready, all thanks to the poisons they forced into his body. Inwardly, he judges that their sorcery is likely meant to trigger the collapse they expect from him, while Tang Kyujin warns that even if he defeats Tang Yuchang, Namgung Senyong's influence within the household will still remain a serious threat. She goes on to say that if Tang Yuchang loses, Namgung Senyong will not sit still for a second and will do absolutely anything she can to cover the whole thing up. Tang Wunhui only smiles at that, tells her she worries too much, then reveals that this entire situation was something he arranged from the beginning and invites her to watch everything unfold at the second training ground. Though Tang Kyujin is left visibly confused by what he means, she still agrees to attend. The duel is set for the next day at the second training grounds. By the time the crowd begins to gather, vendors are already shouting over one another, calling people to line up for snacks, sweets, and steaming dumplings as the event starts to feel more like a spectacle. Nearby, bookies raise their voices with excitement as the betting intensifies, eagerly taking wagers on how quickly the second young master will finish the match. The arena fills up fast with spectators pressing in from every side, and many of them confidently put their money on Tang Yuchang, convinced he will put Tang Wunhui down in only a few exchanges. Seeing just how massive the turnout is, Tang Kyujin begins to realize that Tang Wunhui's plan may have depended on exactly this many witnesses watching with their own eyes. Tang Wunhui confirms her suspicion, saying that with this many people gathered here, Namgung Senyong will have a much harder time hiding anything that happens. He then points out that Tang Yuchang, the son Namgung Senyong favors most, looks far more nervous than someone about to enjoy an easy victory. Tang Yuchang tries to settle himself, but it is obvious that he cannot keep control because both his anger and the internal energy inside him keep flaring up wildly. Meanwhile, Tang Wunhui casually eats the candied fruit and remarks that he has prepared the perfect stage, one where Tang Yuchang can show everyone exactly what is in his heart. A packed arena buzzes with noise and a raised platform stands at the center, fully prepared for the duel to begin. From a balcony overlooking the grounds, one of Tang Wunhui's allies looks down at the scene and comments on just how enormous the crowd has become. Members of the Righteous Wind Squad talk among themselves, noting that Tang Wunhui somehow turned this duel into a major public event and admitting that they came not only because of their duties, but also because their own curiosity got the better of them. They explain that they are officially here on security duty, since such a large crowd has gathered to watch a clash between two figures who could both affect the future succession of the branch. The ally then asks the squad members who they think is actually going to win once the duel begins. One of the guards answers without much hesitation that regardless of Tang Wunhui's recent training, Tang Yuchang is still the obvious favorite in terms of raw odds. The ally agrees that most people are thinking the same thing, but points out that Tang Wunhui was the one who called for the duel in the first place, which suggests he must be hiding some confidence of his own. With a faint smirk, he says that rather than only asking who will win, they should really be wondering why Tang Wunhui dared to provoke a challenge like this at all. Elsewhere, Tang Yuchang is informed that Tang Wunhui personally spread word of the duel and even had the gates open so the entire crowd could come in and witness it. Tang Yuchang scoffs at the report and says that all he has to do is teach Tang Wunhui a lesson in front of a bunch of bored onlookers. Then an inner voice, carried through Tang Wunhui's whispering technique, slips into Tang Yuchang's ears and taunts him, asking why he looks so angry already. The mocking voice keeps going, ridiculing him as a mama's boy and sneering that he may as well come out holding his mother's hand while he is at it. Standing in full view on the stage, Tang Wunhui wears a smug little smile, while those unseen taunts keep drilling into Tang Yuchang's ears, telling him that if he wants a fight so badly, then he can come find him there. Tang Yuchang seethes on the spot, his face twisting as he spits back an insult about Tang Wunhui's mother, making it clear that there is no way he is going to let those words slide. The whispering voice only keeps mocking him, sneering at the mama's boy to calm down, and as Tang Yuchang trembles harder and harder with rage, he finally loses it and screams for the voice to shut up. Instead of stopping, the voice parrots his demand back at him in a childish, exaggerated lisp, and that petty little imitation is exactly what pushes Tang Yuchang completely over the edge. In the next instant, Tang Yuchang erupts in fury, shouting straight at Tang Wunhui as he springs up from his seat like he cannot bear another second of humiliation. He shoots toward the arena in one blazing rush, his body cutting a sharp arc through the air as pure anger seems to drag him forward. Still roaring with fury, Tang Yuchang bellows at Tang Wunhui that he is going to rip his mouth apart for everything he just said. The spectators quickly notice that Tang Yuchang has stormed onto the stage ahead of time, even though he is the one who is supposed to be the challenged party. Meanwhile, Tang Wunhui calmly walks up the steps without the slightest hurry, thinking to himself just how easy it is to provoke his little brother, and quietly noting that everything is unfolding exactly the way he planned. At last, the two brothers come face to face in the center of the courtyard, standing opposite each other before the eyes of the entire watching clan. With deliberate politeness, Tang Wunhui introduces himself as Tang Wunhui of the White Pavilion, and says that although he holds no official title, he has come seeking nothing more than a fair fight. Tang Yuchang curls his lip and mocks him for suddenly acting respectful, accusing Tang Wunhui of putting on manners now because he is scared after stepping onto the stage. Watching from the side, Tang Qujin realizes that Tang Wunhui must have used the whispering technique to rile Tang Yuchang up, and she cannot help thinking that maybe he should have stopped before pushing things this far. Around them, some of the spectators murmur that Tang Wunhui is the one acting courteous while Tang Yuchang looks crude and ill-tempered, making it seem almost as if Tang Wunhui is the one answering a challenge rather than the one who issued it. Tang Qujin keeps her eyes on the stage and thinks that even if Tang Wunhui looks calm and confident, Tang Yuchang is still one of the household's true prodigies, so underestimating him would be dangerous, and in the end the only thing that matters is how this duel actually turns out. On the stage, Tang Yuchang sneers at the earlier insults and calls them pathetic. But Tang Wunhui answers coolly by asking whether he came there just to trade words or to actually fight. Grinding his teeth so hard it shows in his face, Tang Yuchang finally snaps back that fine. They will stop talking and begin for real. He lunges forward the moment he says it, declaring that the duel has started and warning Tang Wunhui that none of his little tricks are going to save him now. Tang Yuchang opens with a heavy strike, and the impact bursts out into a violent explosion of smoke and force that instantly swallows Tang Wunhui from view. A huge cloud rolls across the stage, and the audience stares in confusion, wondering if a smoke bomb was used because they suddenly cannot see the duel at all. Inside that thick smoke, Tang Wunhui admits to himself that he did not expect this tactic, but he immediately understands the logic. With so many eyes watching in an open arena, hidden weapons would have been too obvious, so Tang Yuchang chose smoke as the better option. Tang Wunhui also quickly notes that, for all his arrogance, Tang Yuchang is not rushing in recklessly without a plan. He senses Tang Yuchang slipping around behind him under the cover of the smoke, moving in for a sneak attack, and that tells him plainly that his brother has no hesitation about fighting dirty. Tang Wunhui recognizes the footwork at once as Shadow Shroud Step, and thinks that, in a way, it really is a technique that suits someone from the Tang clan, while the onlookers gasp the moment they catch sight of that familiar movement pattern. Then Tang Wunhui suddenly appears close enough to Tang Yuchang to startle him, and reminds him that he himself once learned Shadow Shroud Step from Tang Gon, back when Tang Yuchang was the one who asked for that lesson. That revelation visibly rattles Tang Yuchang, and Tang Wunhui, almost laughing at him, points out that his dear brother really did forget all about that. Tang Yuchang snarls back that Tang Wunhui has already mastered the move, then bitterly spits out a filthy insult about Tang Wunhui's mother even while begrudgingly acknowledging that he is still their father's son. Right after that, Tang Yuchang activates the advanced form, Shadow Shroud Chi, and an ominous red energy begins to coil and gather around his body. With his eyes burning and his voice full of malice, Tang Yuchang vows that he is about to show Tang Wunhui what the technique is supposed to look like in its true form. His whole body blurs apart into streaking traces, vanishing and reappearing so fast inside the smoke that it becomes difficult to pin down where he really is. Shadow Shroud Chi spreads through the arena like a living veil, making Tang Yuchang nearly impossible to track with ordinary sight or hearing as he melts into the surrounding shadows. Even Tang Wunhui has to acknowledge that this level of control is exactly why Tang Yuchang earned his reputation as a genius. He admits to himself that using normal vision alone, it would be hard to pin Tang Yuchang down inside all this smoke, But he also hints that he has another way to find him. Closing in through the haze, Tang Yucheng gathers dark energy around his arm, every movement sharpening toward a finishing strike. From Tang Yucheng's perspective, Tang Wunhui looks completely still in the smoke, almost as if he has failed to notice the attack bearing down on him. Wrapped in that crimson haze, Tang Yucheng lunges in from behind, ready to drive what looks like a killing blow straight into Tang Wunhui's back. But at the very last instant, Tang Wunhui slips away in a blur, escaping just before the strike can land. Tang Yucheng keeps pressing on, slashing wildly as multiple afterimages peel off his motion, while streaks of purple darkness trail behind every furious attack. Tang Wunhui reveals that while Shadow Shroud Qi is undeniably impressive, it is still visible to his dead man's eye, which means Tang Yucheng was never truly hidden from him. He adds that even without relying on that eye, Tang Yucheng's overflowing bloodlust is so intense that it gives his position away on its own. Up in the stands, some of the observers comment that Tang Yucheng's Shadow Shroud Step and Shadow Shroud Qi both look far stronger than before, and they guess he must have sharpened them during his recent period of isolation training. At the same time, they note that the duel now looks less like a straight clash and more like a game of tag, leaving them wondering whether Tang Wunhui intends to do nothing but evade until the smoke finally clears. One guard frowns and points out that simply dodging will not mean much once the smoke is gone if Tang Wunhui still has not landed a single meaningful blow. Hearing that, the ally nearby lets out a small chuckle and hints that he taught Tang Wunhui a special move for exactly this kind of situation, which immediately catches the others off guard. When he jokes that his comrades are thinking far too little of him, they answer back that it is not disrespect. They just know his personality better than anyone. All the while, the smoke continues to churn and twist over the arena, turning the entire stage into a chaotic gray veil that hides the fighters from most of the crowd. Growing more and more frustrated, Tang Yucheng hurls out a vortex of dark energy and curses at Tang Wunhui for scampering around like a rat instead of standing still. But beneath that anger, panic starts creeping in, because Tang Yucheng realizes the smoke is thinning and he cannot keep this tactic going much longer. Tang Wunhui plants his foot and steadies himself, thinking that at first he only intended to cripple Tang Yucheng a little, but now he has decided that Tang Yucheng has earned something harsher with his own behavior. Then, from within the smoke-covered training ground, Tang Yucheng unleashes a flurry of needle attacks at Tang Wunhui, sending them flying in rapid succession. As his body blurs through those shadowy movements, Tang Yucheng boasts that even if Tang Wunhui can dodge a little by using Shadow Shroud Step, it will not save him for long. A heartbeat later, countless needles come pouring down from above like a deadly rain, all of them aimed at Tang Wunhui at once to overwhelm him before he can escape. Tang Yucheng roars that inside this training ground, Tang Wunhui has nowhere to run from this killing technique, and then he screams for his death with all the rage in his chest. But Tang Wunhui only lifts his gaze calmly toward the sky of falling needles, and without the slightest panic, activates Heavenly Nymph's Flower, scattering to answer the attack. One of the spectators suddenly realizes what Tang Yucheng has unleashed and blurts out that it is the deadly torrential downpour of pear blossom needles. A move clearly meant to kill Tang Wunhui outright. The storm of force tightens around Tang Wunhui, circling and crashing toward him from every direction while he stands right at the center of it on the tiled floor. With the attack closing in, Tang Wunhui merely smiles to himself and decides that he has played around enough and that it is time to end this fight. Then a huge burst of blue energy erupts from his position, blasting outward in one violent surge and scattering the pear blossom needles in every direction. The flying needles ricochet away harmlessly as a spiraling wall of wind rises around Tang Wunhui, wrapping him in a fierce barrier that turns the attack aside. The sudden gale is so violent that people watching nearby are shoved backward, and confused shouts break out all around the arena as everyone struggles to understand what just happened. Among the stunned voices, one observer recognizes that terrifying wind at once and cries out that it is the famed Tempest technique. Another person remembers that Tempest was the martial art Tang Wunhui only learned yesterday, though until now its true form had been hidden beneath all the spectral and poison energy surrounding him before. Now that he can see it clearly, that observer finally understands what Tang Wunhui's martial technique truly is, and identifies it as Tempest Dance. The spectators stare in shock and begin exclaiming to one another that Tang Wunhui really has mastered Tempest Dance, caught in the raging wind and battered by the force of it. Tang Yucheng shouts in disbelief, unable to accept what he is seeing. He rages that Tang Wunhui has somehow mastered Tempest Dance, the very skill that neither he nor even Tang Qiujin had been able to learn. Tang Wunhui answers coolly that the only reason he succeeded was because he happened to be paired with an excellent teacher. Then, with a sharp edge of sarcasm, he thanks Tang Yucheng for arranging that opportunity for him, all while gathering another Tempest-charged strike. Tang Wunhui stamps down hard on the ground and launches himself forward in an explosive burst, his body shooting ahead with terrifying speed. Tang Yucheng can only widen his eyes as the rushing wind and the incoming attack barrels straight toward him before he has time to recover. Wrapped in the force of Tempest, Tang Wunhui drives his strike directly into Tang Yuchang's body without hesitation. The impact sends Tang Yuchang flying violently backward, his body twisting helplessly through the air from the sheer force of the blow. A scream tears out of Tang Yuchang as the strike lands cleanly, and in that moment it is obvious to everyone watching that he has been completely beaten. The Tempest Blast carries Tang Yuchang all the way across the arena and smashes him into the far wall with a thunderous crash. When the dust settles, Tang Yuchang is left embedded in the shattered wall outside, his body slumped there, and utterly unable to continue. All around the arena, the spectators break into amazed voices, stunned that young master Tang Yuchang was brought down by Tang Wunhui in a single decisive strike. Even the announcer can only shout that something completely unbelievable has just happened, because nobody expected the match to turn out like this. Up in the stands, the elders begin discussing how Tang Wunhui could possibly be wielding Tempest Dance at all, while Tang Gon firmly insists that the boy truly has the talent for it. One of the elders warns that what Tang Wunhui just demonstrated is no small matter, and Tang Gon immediately agrees with that grim assessment. Tang Gon then asks the others whether they can feel it too, whether the wind around Tang Wunhui feels somehow different from the wind their former master used to command. They begin to speculate that even if Tang Wunhui is not yet equal to the branch head, the fact that he could form a tempest in only 10 days is something that deserves very close attention. Tang Gon admits that Tang Wunhui has raised his hopes, especially after saying that he wants to carry on the legacy of the old Tempest squad. Then Tang Gon notices that Tang Wunhui is still drawing wind around himself even after winning, and he narrows his eyes, wondering if the boy intends to do something else. Sure enough, Tang Wunhui turns and starts walking toward his sister, calling out to Tang Kyujin in front of everyone there. Then in a formal voice that carries across the arena, he asks his far stronger elder sister to accept a duel with him as well. Tang Kyujin is plainly caught off guard, her expression tightening in confusion at the sudden challenge. Only then do some in the crowd finally realize who she is, murmuring that this woman is Tang Wunhui's sister, Tang Kyujin, the successor of the Nine Dragons branch. Others quickly recall that she had returned from Qingqing to greet Tang Munyuk, and had been away for years, which explains why so many people failed to recognize her at first glance. At once, the crowd begins buzzing even louder at the thought that Tang Wunhui, the newly revealed user of Tempest Dance, is now about to spar with Tang Kyujin, the strongest young talent in Sichuan. Excited cheers spread through the audience, because everyone can already tell this next duel may surpass Tang Wunhui's earlier fight and put Tang Kyujin's strength on full display. Sweat beads on Tang Kyujin's face, but she still stands firm and resolute as she faces Tang Wunhui, the two siblings preparing themselves for this unexpected match. Among the elders, concern starts to spread as they ask Tang Gon whether Tang Wunhui can possibly stand against Tang Kyujin if things continue escalating like this. Tang Gon admits that he does not believe Tang Wunhui is truly strong enough yet to face her head-on, and that makes him wonder what kind of scheme the boy is setting up now. In Tang Gon's eyes, simply revealing Tempest after defeating Tang Yuchang should already have been enough to secure Tang Wunhui a place of his own. But now this changes everything. If he beats Tang Kyujin, he could become a true heir candidate, and if he loses, then the spotlight swings back to her instead. Tang Gon believes Tang Kyujin must understand just how politically dangerous this duel is as well, which only makes him more puzzled about what Tang Wunhui is really planning. Inside, Tang Kyujin agonizes over the fact that she cannot simply refuse and walk away, because backing out now would only bring disgrace upon their family in front of everyone present. At the same time, the darker part of her nature urges her to stop hesitating and fight with everything she has, but she forcibly suppresses that impulse before it can take over. Instead, she decides that Tang Wunhui's standing must come first, and tells herself that protecting his status is the least she can do in return for the way he was mistreated in the past. Seeing the trouble written across her face, Tang Wunhui gently asks his sister what exactly is weighing on her mind. Then he softly tells her that she is thinking too much, because this is not a duel to the death, and encourages her to relax and simply enjoy the fight. Kyujin keeps replaying his words about enjoying the fight, and the thought hits her hard. She suddenly realizes she has only barely been keeping her own battle-hungry impulses under control this whole time. That realization pushes her into motion at once. In the next instant, she bursts forward and leaps up onto the arena, taking her place directly across from him. The moment Tang Kyujin steps onto the stage beside Tang Wunhui, the entire crowd explodes with excitement. Just like that, the long-awaited duel between brother and sister is officially set in motion. Wunhui takes a calm step forward, and the air around his feet begins to twist and churn. Even the ground seems to stir beneath him as he settles into a fighting stance. With formal dignity, she introduces herself as Tang Kyujin, heir of the Tang Nine Dragons branch and a swordswoman of the Upper Blue Palace. Then, with complete confidence, she goes on to name the qualities and specialties of the sword in her hand. She adds that the people of the Jianghu know her by the title Thousand Petal Beauty, Wearing a poised smile, she says she hopes this will be a worthy and satisfying match. Woonwi answers her introduction in the same formal manner, naming himself as the second child of the Tang 9 Dragons branch, a disciple of fierce Wind Knight Tang, and a practitioner of the Tempest Dance. With polite respect, he asks for her guidance in this duel. The audience erupts all over again, even louder than before. The fact that both of them have formally accepted the duel sends the whole arena into a frenzy. Woonwi can tell at a glance that his sister is genuinely enjoying herself. Kyujin admits it without hesitation, saying she cannot even remember the last time she felt this excited. Her expression twists into something fierce and hungry. The smile on Tang Kyujin's face is so eager it almost looks feral, like she is savoring the battle before it has even truly begun. Seeing that look, Woonwi dryly remarks that she might be getting a little too excited. Kyujin only laughs it off and says there is nothing she can do about it. Her fingers tighten around the hilt of her sword as she openly declares just how much she likes Woonwi as an opponent. There is no hesitation in her voice at all, only honest delight. She raises her sword and points it with clear enthusiasm, thrilled by the fact that he truly wants to cross blades with his own sister. To her, that alone makes this fight even more exhilarating. Woonwi gathers the power of the Tempest around his body, wind spiraling tighter and tighter as his aura sharpens. Then he announces that the real fight begins now. Keeping his eyes fixed on her, he asks his sister one last question. He wants to know if she is ready. Kyujin answers instantly, full of energy and not the least bit hesitant. She says she is ready, and her stance makes it obvious she intends to fight with everything she has. Without wasting another breath, Kyujin launches herself forward from a distance. As she closes the gap in a flash, she shouts that they should start the duel properly. Woonwi tosses out a light joke in the middle of all that tension, bringing up the custom of giving the weaker fighter a 3-strike handicap. The way he says it makes it sound like he is casually admitting that she is the stronger one here. A heartbeat later, the two of them collide in midair. Tempest force and sword wind crash together so violently that the impact seems to split the space between them. In that clash, Kyujin suddenly realizes something from their earlier encounter. It dawns on her that the thing which stopped her sword back then was Woonwi's wind blade seal. Far from frustrating her, that realization only makes her happier. With almost childish delight, she decides that this means she can swing as wildly and as freely as she wants without holding anything back. Woonwi drops his foot firmly and resets his balance in the middle of the raging turbulence. Even inside the storm of force around them, his stance shifts with deliberate precision. Kyujin rushes him again and reminds him that he was the one who told her to enjoy herself. With that same heated excitement, she flatly rejects the idea of giving him any kind of advantage. As she comes at him, Woonwi immediately picks up on just how fast she really is. From that speed alone, he starts judging what kind of technique and control must be supporting her movements. Then she begins circling him at terrifying speed, her body darting from angle to angle so quickly it becomes difficult to follow. Each movement feeds into the next, as she keeps pressing the attack without a pause. Woonwi is genuinely taken aback as he watches her fight. She is even using techniques he recognizes, and the more he sees, the more he realizes she is surpassing what he expected from her. Kyujin laughs while attacking, but her words cut straight to the point. She tells him that although he has clearly grown stronger, he still has not fully mastered the new skills he is trying to use. She keeps criticizing him right in the middle of combat, never slowing her blade for even a moment. Then she drives in a heavy strike that lands cleanly enough to force a painful cry out of Woonwi. Force of her assault knocks him backward across the arena. Shockwaves burst out around them and rattle the stage as her offensive power keeps battering the space he is trying to hold. Even while getting driven back, Woonwi can't help half joking to himself about it. To him, Kyujin's sword art feels brutally violent, far harsher than what he expected from the Upper Blue Palace. Kyujin immediately corrects that assumption. She tells him what she is using right now is not simply the sword art of the Upper Blue Palace alone. With a sharp, teasing smile, Kyujin points out that Woonwi is still hiding the true power he showed her before. At the same time, she openly admits that she herself is also still holding back. Hearing that, Woonwi tightens his focus. Beneath the restraint in her aura, he can clearly sense a much more dangerous threat waiting to be unleashed. Once he understands that, he makes his decision. If she is going to answer him with restraint, then he will respond by drawing out more of his own strength as well. He steadies himself and speaks with complete seriousness. He tells her that this time, he is going to show her the full extent of his technique. The moment he releases it, Woonwi unleashes the Venom Dragon cultivation technique. Behind him, a spectral dragon manifests in full, unbound and menacing, as if it has finally been allowed to bare its fangs. Kyujin's eyes brighten the instant she sees that power appear. The joy on her face makes it obvious that this is exactly what she had been waiting for. All around the arena, the onlookers gasp in shock. The poisonous aura and eerie spectral force now surrounding Woonwi are so overwhelming that even the crowd can feel the danger. Kyujin answers that sight with a wicked grin. Rather than being intimidated, she seems to relish the dangerous power pouring off him. She lowers herself behind her large sword and braces it with both excitement and intent. At last, the opponent she truly wanted to fight is standing right in front of her. From Woonhui's perspective, her whole presence has changed. Tang Kyujin now feels like a terrifying blend of azure spectral streaks killing intent and the pure, uncompromising will of her sword. Looking at her now, he can only describe her one way in his mind. She seems like a demon hiding inside the form of a beautiful angel. Woonhui suddenly surges forward, refusing to let the momentum stay with her any longer. He is determined to seize control of the fight with one clean and decisive opening strike. As he charges, he starts preparing a stronger version of the Tempest attack he once used to defeat Tang Yucheng. The technique gathers with clear intent, aimed at ending the exchange in one overwhelming burst. But before he can complete that plan, Kyujin's counter comes slicing in at once. Her strike passes so close to his head that he has no choice but to react immediately. Woonhui twists away just in time and snaps back with a counter of his own. Even as he does, he remarks that her move was one he could see coming. Kyujin does not let that comment slide. She immediately points out that the movements of the Tempest dance are too large and too open, which leaves him exposed in moments like this. Still smiling like she is enjoying every second of teaching and fighting at once, she tells him that against a stronger opponent, carelessness is the last thing he can afford. He should be moving with much more caution. Woonhui actually thanks her for the advice even in the middle of battle. At the same time, his mind races as he analyzes how the Tempest's explosive speed might be fused with the Tang clan's short-range secret arts to create a lethal single-strike attack. But even as that idea forms, he sees the weakness in it. That kind of combination would only truly work against opponents around his own level, and against someone stronger like Kyujin. The flaw becomes impossible to ignore. Realizing that a one-shot approach is not going to work here, Woonhui changes tactics on the spot. He switches to a martial art built for chaining blows together without pause, calling forth the 12 beats of the violent tiger. His plan is not just to use that art by itself, but to wrap it inside the driving force of the Tempest. The moment Kyujin senses what he is doing, she is visibly startled that he has learned the 12 beats as well. As Woonhui throws himself back into the fight, the true strength at the heart of the Tempest dance becomes clear. Its greatest strength is that explosive burst of speed, the kind that lets a fighter seize momentum in an instant. Woonhui takes that surging propulsion and pours it straight into the spinning pattern of the 12 beats of the violent tiger. The result is a string of rotating blows driven even harder by the rushing wind around him. Kyujin only smiles through it all. Without the slightest sign of hesitation, she keeps slashing at him relentlessly, her swift sword flashing again and again as if she has no intention of slowing down. Then Woonhui comes in from above, cutting down through the air for a rapid follow-up. In his own mind, he is practically shouting at himself to go faster and push his body harder. His kick crashes into the arena floor with brutal force. A ring-shaped shockwave bursts outward from the impact point and races straight toward Kyujin. Not satisfied with that alone, Woonhui forces himself onward and accelerates again. He drives even deeper into the offensive, trying to overwhelm her before she can reset the flow of the fight. Kyujin stays calm even while facing that pressure. As she reads his movement, she explains that if he wants to maintain a continuous offense, then he should also be ready for counters the moment she manages to create even a little distance. And as if to prove her point immediately, she unleashes another rapid flurry of slashes. Every swing is aimed to exploit the exact opening he just gave her. Several of those blows slam into Woonhui's guard one after another. The force behind them makes his arms jolt, and a strained grunt of pain slips out despite himself. Woonhui starts questioning his own approach right there in the middle of the exchange. For a brief moment he wonders if he has been attacking too recklessly. But instead of lingering on that doubt, he immediately turns it around in his head. If she is countering like this, then maybe that very moment can be used as a chance to dive in tighter and steal an opening. Acting on that thought, he slips inside the arc of her attack at close range. The move catches Kyujin off guard, and he drives in a powerful strike that genuinely surprises her. Kyujin laughs the instant the hit lands, and the intensity rises again. To her, this is exactly the kind of pressure and danger that makes fighting worth it in the first place. With bright, excited eyes, she demands that Woonhui entertain her even more. Their weapons keep crashing together over and over as she says it, neither of them giving the other room to breathe. The spectators can barely contain themselves anymore. The louder and fiercer the duel becomes, the more wildly the entire crowd roars in response. Amid all that commotion, Tang Yucheng finally stirs awake. Still disoriented, he looks around and asks what in the world is happening. Once he learns that Woonhui is actually matching Tang Kyujin in combat, Yucheng begins trembling with frustration. The very person he once treated like a victim is now standing on equal footing with his sister. His anxiety spikes immediately. He hurriedly asks whether their mother has returned yet, all while insisting to himself that there is no way his sister could possibly lose. The longer Yucheng watches, the worse it feels. He realizes that every extra moment this duel continues only makes Wunhui's reputation grow, while all around him people are openly cheering that Wunhui is holding his own. Yu Cheng forces himself to steady his thoughts. Even though the idea of his sister losing feels unthinkable, he convinces himself that he cannot allow even the slightest possibility of that outcome. Then somewhere else, a fist smashes through a barrier or some obstructing object. The violent breakthrough makes it clear that outside interference is now being set into motion. Back in the arena, the duel turns sharply as Wunhui's attack lands cleanly. A sudden impact slams into Kyujin's chest and jolts her body from the force. The instant he feels that hit connect, Wunhui knows he has finally created a real opening. He immediately decides to keep pressing forward and not let the momentum slip away. But Kyujin answers in a way he does not expect. She snaps out a sudden punch straight into his face and scolds him for focusing too much on the sword alone. Wunhui instantly realizes what that means. She is not only fighting with sword techniques, but also mixing in Tang-style unarmed strikes, and their rhythm is completely different from the flow of her earlier swordplay. Kyujin explains it plainly while staying on the attack. Before she ever learned the sword arts she uses now, she had already studied Tang clan martial arts, which is why her current style is a hybrid of both. Watching carefully, Wunhui pieces it together. She is blending the direct, straightforward sword techniques she learned elsewhere with the Tang clan's 100-strike method, a style meant to seek out and punish openings. At that point, his conclusion becomes clear. What stands before him now is the true power of the azure spectral streak. Then Kyujin takes it one step further and uses Shadow Shroud Step. Her figure blurs out of sight for a moment, then reappears at his blind spot to launch an attack from where he cannot easily see her. The sudden strike lands hard. Wunhui cries out in pain as the blow smashes into him and sends him flying backward. He hits the ground and skids across it before scrambling to recover. Even then, he fights to plant his feet again and regain his balance before she can fully capitalize. Breathing hard, his body aching and half numb from both poison and impact, Wunhui reflects on what he is experiencing. This, he realizes, is what it truly feels like to fight all out using a martial body that is actually his own. Kyujin studies him with open curiosity and tells him he is a strange one. Then she directly asks what exactly is going on with him. She points out something she has noticed during the fight. His attacks still look rough, almost like those of a beginner, but the way he reads danger and slips past enemy blows is on an entirely different level. In her eyes, that kind of combat instinct does not belong to a novice at all. She says that when it comes to battle sense, he feels like a veteran who has already survived countless wars. Wunhui lets out a laugh at that sharp observation. Hearing her put it into words makes him appreciate that she has correctly seen the hidden logic behind how he moves. His mind flashes back to his former life, to the days when he endured everything inside Yeon Wunhui's weak body. Back then, surviving meant reading opponents perfectly and narrowly evading deadly attacks from masters far above his level. Now, standing here with real martial strength, he finally recognizes something important. Gaining that power made him forget the survival-based way of fighting that once kept him alive. With that realization, he makes up his mind. From here on, he will treat martial arts the same way he treated mystic arts, not as rigid forms to obey blindly, but as tools to adapt and reshape freely in battle. Kyujin notices the change in him right away, catching his expression as it shifts. She compliments him by saying that his new smile looks much more confident. Even while continuing to press him, she remarks that he seems to have come up with some kind of plan. There is a clear note of interest in her voice as she tries to read what he is thinking. Still attacking with broad, sweeping strikes, she wonders aloud how their dear Wunhui is going to answer her now. Her curiosity only seems to make her more excited as she keeps the pressure on. Grin spreads across her face almost immediately after. She decides that there is no need to speculate for long, because they are about to find out soon enough. As he watches her barrage more carefully, Wunhui notices something subtle in it. Kyujin is deliberately steering her attacks away from his vital points, a habit shaped both by the azure spectral streak's tendency to prolong battles and by her concern for his safety. The moment he recognizes that concern, he also recognizes it as a weakness. Even though he understands it comes from genuine goodwill and even appreciates that feeling, he still resolves to exploit it against her. With that decision made, Wunhui unleashes Tiger Claw Breaker from the 12 beats of the Violent Tiger. At the same time, he fuses it with the force of his Tempest power, making the technique hit with far more layered pressure. Kyujin judges the new move in an instant. She admits that it is decent, but from her perspective, it still looks fundamentally too similar to the earlier attacks he was already using. Then the real effect begins to reveal itself. Kyujin realizes that the wind being deflected by her opponent's attack has not simply scattered away, but is now swirling around her body and quietly restricting her movement. She immediately notices the streams of wind curling around Tang Wunhui, layering over one another, until they form a defensive wall that makes it almost impossible for her to close the distance. Looking more carefully, she realizes the spinning air gathered in front of Tang Wunhui is not just for show, but is actively restricting her movement and binding her approach. A look of genuine shock flashes across her face when she understands what that means. In such a short span of time, Tang Wenhui has already learned how to handle the Tempest technique. As she measures the force behind this Tempest-laced offensive, her expression hardens. The fight has now crossed into truly dangerous territory. Then Tang Wenhui steps in and drives a tightly focused Tempest punch straight into her body, releasing the force at point-blank range in one brutal burst. The instant it lands, the whole arena erupts. The blast tears outward in every direction, and the shockwaves that follow leave even the watching crowd stunned. Up on the balcony, the spectators jerk backward in disbelief, shaken by the sheer scale of the explosion that just went off below them. All through the stands, people can only stare. Their mouths hang open, hands fly to their lips, and the overwhelming violence of what they just witnessed leaves them speechless. One more onlooker finally breaks the silence with a scream, unable to contain their shock at how savage that collision was. Tang Wenhui comes down from the attack and lands firmly, his entire body still wrapped in streaks of rushing wind energy. He dips his head slightly and takes a breath, steadying himself while the swirling wind around him gradually begins to calm. Then he straightens once more and stands quietly in the middle of the fading storm, his gaze fixed without wavering on his opponent. A moment later, Tang Wenhui turns his eyes toward the viewing platform where the higher-ups are gathered, the trailing currents of wind at his back naturally drawing all of their attention. Behind him, his comrades cry out in alarm, their voices full of panic as they react to the devastating aftermath of that exchange. One of them sharply demands to know what in the world just happened. Another, visibly anxious, asks whether Lady Tang Kyujin is going to be all right, insisting that everyone else saw that strange phenomenon too. Their leader thinks it over and realizes their shock was not simply because of Tang Wenhui's unexpected display of skill. What unsettled them just as much, he says, was that mysterious light that appeared in the arena a moment ago. Tang Wenhui raises his voice and calls out to his sister, saying that what she just pulled was at least a little unfair. Out of the thinning smoke, Tang Kyujin steps back into view and asks him with a faint smile whether he managed to see the technique she had been hiding. She openly admits that her plan was to keep that power concealed until the moment she forced Tang Wenhui to reveal his own trump card. But since he noticed it anyway, she grins wider and decides there is no longer any reason to hold back, so she prepares to show him the rest. In the next instant, Tang Kyujin releases a blinding surge of sword chi, and crackling waves of power race across the arena floor. The crowd erupts all at once, shouting that she has manifested sword chi and stepped into the early peak realm, praising her as the true heir of the Nine Dragons branch. Her brother bursts into proud laughter, boasting loudly that he always knew his sister would grow into someone this extraordinary. Watching from the sidelines, others begin to think the same thing. With power like this, Tang Kyujin has surely left Tang Wenhui with no chance of victory. Holding her sword now wrapped in sword chi, Tang Kyujin warns him that the moment she has activated sword chi, she can no longer afford to drag the fight out and must finish it quickly. Tang Wenhui answers calmly that he understands. Dragging a duel out against someone above him in realm would be disrespectful, even though part of him had hoped to see more of the strength she had been keeping hidden. He then agrees with her conclusion and says plainly that the outcome of this fight will be decided in the very next exchange. In his mind, he quickly analyzes the situation. The early Tempest sword seal he used to block her blade until now will never be enough to stop a sword coated in full sword chi. The moment he realizes he cannot expose his mystic arts here, his hand tightens into a fist, and he decides there is only one path left for him to take. Tang Kyujin catches the subtle change in his expression at once and remarks that he seems to have thought of something. Tang Wenhui casually admits that she is right. With a smug little look, she tells him she can practically hear how fast his heart is beating from excitement. Tang Wenhui answers with a faint half-smile. But inside he quietly wonders whether his heart is really pounding that hard, just as she says. Then he admits to himself that he really has become a little excited. In a moment like this, only someone utterly obsessed with martial arts would feel that kind of thrill. Standing across from him on the cracked arena floor, Tang Kyujin tilts her head in confusion and asks what exactly he is talking about. She declares that the kind of people who drive themselves to madness in pursuit of martial arts are exactly the ones the world calls true martial artists. Those words hit Tang Wenhui like a blow of their own, and for a brief moment he goes completely still as realization washes over him. At that instant, he finally understands and accepts it without resistance. He too is a martial artist. As he reflects on this life he has lived as Tang Wenhui, he realizes that ever since reincarnating, he had been so busy rushing to learn techniques that he never truly lived as the kind of martial artist Yeon Wenhui once admired. He remembers the emotions surging through him while trading blows with Tang Kyujin, and he starts wondering how he should best express all the martial arts he has gathered and learned. He asks himself another question as well. Against different kinds of opponents in a real fight, just how well would the techniques he has learned actually perform? And then it becomes clear to him. The reason he became a martial artist in the first place was to feel exactly this rush, this excitement, and this rising fighting spirit. Tang Kyujin notices that the tension has left his face and that he has regained his composure, so she asks whether she may resume her assault now. With complete confidence, Tang Wunhui tells her to go ahead and use her final move. Tang Kyujin swings first, sending a roaring wave of red sword chi ripping across the floor toward him. Tang Wunhui answers at once, releasing a streak of blue energy that slices forward to collide with it head-on. He tightens his grip around the hilt of his blade, planting himself and bracing for the decisive clash that is about to come. Across from him, Tang Kyujin raises her sword high above her head, and the sword chi around it surges upward toward the sky as she prepares to deliver a finishing strike. Tang Wunhui watches her and thinks to himself that, just as expected, she intends to settle everything with one overwhelming blow. So he makes his choice as well. He prepares to answer with the strongest technique he can use, the Tempest Dance, compressing the wind and spectral force together into a single devastating attack. Power churns violently in Tang Wunhui's hands as he keeps compressing the glowing sphere tighter and tighter, forcing all of that gathered energy down to its absolute limit. Then he releases Tempest Dance, thundering wind cannon, and a massive cannon-like blast of roaring wind surges forward to meet Tang Kyujin's descending slash head-on. As the two attacks crash into each other, Tang Wunhui grits his teeth under the pressure, and wonders whether even this much power can really stand against a martial master who has already reached the early peak realm. But he immediately snaps himself out of it, crushing that moment of doubt, before it can take hold, and forcing those useless thoughts away in the middle of the struggle. In that instant he makes up his mind completely. Whatever he planned will either work right here and now or fail here and now, and with that resolve he surges forward. The collision rips the stone floor apart in jagged bursts as Tang Wunhui sprints straight through the exploding storm of energy without slowing down. Both fighters are hammered by the shockwave from the clash, yet Tang Wunhui keeps forcing his way onward, pushing himself against the overwhelming pressure. Watching from a distance, Tang Gan can only think about how much wider the gap between Tang Wunhui and his sister has become, and even he assumes Tang Wunhui cannot possibly remain standing after an attack like that. Then, as the dust slowly starts to settle, his eyes catch a lingering light in the wreckage, and he realizes something unexpected has taken place. Inside the chaotic aftermath of the explosion, Tang Wunhui reveals that he had been waiting for exactly this moment to make his move. He times everything for the precise instant Tang Kyujin's sword chi separates from her blade and launches outward. And the very moment that attack changes into a projectile, he cuts in and intercepts it. At that critical split second, Tang Wunhui deliberately switches to an ordinary sword, using a plain, unenhanced blade for the interception. Even though he succeeds in disrupting the attack, the impact is so fierce that his arm instantly goes numb, leaving it nearly useless. He knows that, in most cases, breaking a swordsman's weapon would mean the fight is already over, but he can tell this duel has not ended yet. That is because the one standing in front of him is Tang Kyujin, the woman bearing the azure spectral soul streak, and someone like her will never stop just because her sword has been broken. He remembers clearly that a person marked by that kind of soul streak is far too stubborn, far too fierce to simply retreat from a fight. By the same logic, he realizes neither she nor he would ever give up over something as small as a shattered sword. So Tang Wunhui digs in, plants his foot hard, and readies his body for one last desperate counterattack. He decides that whatever strength he has left will all go into a single strike, an all-or-nothing blow that leaves no room for hesitation. Once again, he fires off Tempest Dance, thundering wind cannon, throwing everything into one final attempt to reverse the tide of the battle. Watching him answer her like that, Tang Kyujin shouts out in excitement that Tang Wunhui really is the best, her voice rising as he meets her challenge again. Tang Wunhui stomps down hard, and at once the wind begins gathering around his legs in violently spiraling currents. Wrapped in swirling tempest energy, he bursts forward in a dash, closing the distance so fast he looks almost like a comet streaking across the arena. At the same time, he merges his kicking art, the rising dragon kick method, with the tempest power and unleashes waterfall scaling kick of the ascending sun straight at her. Up on the balcony, their comrades panic and start shouting that the two of them have gone too far and are about to seriously injure each other if this continues. In the middle of those cries, every voice suddenly cuts off at once when something completely unexpected interrupts the fight. A towering pillar of black and white energy crashes down between them and splits the arena apart, stopping both of their ultimate attacks in a single instant. Tang Wunhui jerks his head up in surprise, clearly startled by the abrupt interference. Then a powerful man wrapped in crackling blue energy appears between the two fighters, and, with perfect calm, declares that their little playtime is over. Tang Kyujin stares at the newcomer in open surprise, caught off guard by how suddenly he stepped in. Tang Wunhui turns as well, instantly recognizing the overwhelming presence and pressure of the man standing there. The man coolly asks them whether they plan to greet the branch clan head only after they end up lying injured in a sickbed. At those words, both Tang Wunhui and Tang Kyujin bow respectfully and formally greet him as the head of the Nine Dragons branch. In that moment, Tang Wunhui is reminded that this man is not just the leader of the Nine Dragons branch, but also his own father, Tang Hozan. Tang Hozan says nothing for a moment and simply studies the two of them, while the cold weight of his aura seems to make even the air itself turn sharp. And he repeats his rebuke, once again asking whether they intended to pay respects to the branch head from a hospital bed, making their recklessness sound even more severe. Tang Wunhui and Tang Kyujin bow again and offer their formal respect. This is Tang Hosen, their superior and Tang Wunhui's father. Inside, Tang Wunhui hears his spectral companions warn him that Tang Hosen has continued growing stronger all this time, even after the old Tempest squad was dissolved. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui finally understands that no matter how formidable the old Tempest squad once was, it had only ever been one small special unit within the far larger Tang clan. He realizes then that he had badly underestimated the level of the squad's former leader, admitting to himself that Tang Hosen might even have rivaled the High Elders from his previous life. Sensing the mood almost at once, Tang Hosen remarks that Tang Wunhui seems dissatisfied about something. He asks whether Tang Wunhui has something he wants to say, and Tang Wunhui is briefly flustered, realizing he had been staring at his father a little too intensely. Still, he steadies himself right away, thinking that there is something important here that he needs to acknowledge. So, without dressing it up, he simply asks why his father came here at all. A blunt question that visibly shocks Tang Kyujin. Tang Hosen answers in the same cool tone, asking whether there is any place within the Nine Dragons branch that he is not allowed to visit. Tang Wunhui smoothly deflects, saying he was only concerned that his own crude martial arts might offend his father's eyes. The comrades nearby and the onlookers around the arena are left stunned by how boldly Tang Wunhui is speaking to the branch head. A restless murmur immediately spreads through the crowd, and the shock in their voices only grows as the exchange continues. Tangon, in particular, is completely taken aback by the way Tang Wunhui is addressing his own father. Tang Kyujin trembles slightly as she feels the shock spreading through everyone around them, and in that heavy silence, she starts worrying that her younger brother may have pushed things too far this time. Tang Wunhui, however, thinks to himself that this kind of reaction makes perfect sense. To everyone here, he is still the illegitimate and neglected child openly talking back to the branch head. After sorting through all of Tang Wunhui's memories, he quietly concludes that he finally understands the full shape of the situation. Now, standing face to face with him like this, he realizes that the man before him, Tang Hosen, truly embodies the cold and ruthless nature of the Tang clan. Tang Hosen then adds in an icy tone that he truly felt nothing while watching their duel, and hearing that, Tang Wunhui cannot help but think that it is an especially brutal thing for a father to say. Even so, Tang Hosen remarks almost casually that Tang Wunhui's changed personality is still better than he had expected. Then, as he starts to walk away, he gives Tang Wunhui a slightly more favorable acknowledgement than anyone would have anticipated, recognizing that he has improved. As Tang Hosen approaches Tangon, he begins with an although, making it clear from his tone alone that his criticism is now meant for someone else. He states plainly that the one disappointing him is not Tang Wunhui, but another person entirely. Under that gaze, Tangon visibly stiffens and wilts a little, realizing at once that he is the one being singled out. Tang Hosen calls out Tangon, Tang Jin, and Tang Te by name and orders all three of them to kneel. He rebukes them for reacting too slowly during the duel and tells them they need to correct that flaw, and the three men accept the criticism without protest. After that, he instructs them to disperse the crowd and take care of the remaining cleanup, and they answer immediately before moving to carry out the order. Once things settle down, Tang Wunhui turns to Tang Kyujin and asks why she suddenly looks so downcast. She admits with a subdued expression that it feels like the two of them still are not strong enough to earn their father's full recognition. A moment later, she asks if Tang Wunhui himself is all right, and he answers calmly that this kind of behavior is simply their father's nature. Tang Wunhui explains that Tang Hosen only takes interest in whichever child happens to be excelling at the moment, and the instant that child disappoints him, he casts them aside just as easily. A brief image of Tang Wunhui's former self appears, kneeling in despair, making that sense of rejection painfully clear. Tang Kyujin quickly apologizes for bringing up their father at all, then hurriedly changes the subject by asking if he is hungry. Tang Wunhui suggests that they go change first and then head out to share a drink together. Before long night settles over the clan compound and the moon rises quietly above the rooftops. At the tavern, Tang Kyujin happily tosses back a bowl of liquor and blurts out how unbelievably good it tastes. Watching her tear into the food, Tang Wunhui teases that she is eating like someone who has been starving for days, and asks whether the people at Qingqing have been feeding her at all. She immediately complains that her sect feeds her plenty, but because of Taoist discipline, all they ever give her are vegetables. She grumbles that since she is still growing, she should obviously be allowed to eat meat and drink whatever she wants. Still in full complaint mode, she declares that this is exactly what she hates about Taoists, while Tang Wunhui just sits there calmly and tells her to keep drinking. At that, she eagerly thrusts her bowl toward him and tells him to pour her another one. As Tang Wunhui refills her drink, he casually asks what kind of person her senior martial brother is. The moment he brings that up, Tang Kyujin's face flushes bright red, and she becomes visibly flustered. Tang Wunhui points out that she has praised that senior martial brother over and over again in her letters, so of course he would get curious. And that only makes Tang Kyujin shriek at him to stop talking. He reminds her that she said the man would come when the branch had arrived, so he only wants to know more in order to receive him properly. But she fires back that he has been completely corrupted by the Tang clan's habit of scheming. Even while joking with her, Tang Wunhui thinks to himself that Li Chulson, her Qingcheng senior, is probably not coming here simply as a friendly visitor, but as a cautious observer because of the Dark Supreme's rumored plans. He recalls hearing rumors that the Dark Supreme intends to create a new elite unit, something modeled after the old Tempest Squad. If that rumor is true, then every major sect in Sichuan would have to respond, including Qingcheng, which has long stood in close alliance with the Tang clan. Because of that, Tang Wunhui reasons that Li Chulson has likely been sent to assess the situation firsthand, since Qingcheng cannot afford to rely on reports alone. At the same time, he cannot help wondering whether there might be an even more serious motive hidden behind Li Chulson's visit. Just then, Tang Kyujin suddenly waves excitedly and calls someone over, making Tang Wunhui ask whether this is the guest she invited. But the one who arrives is Tangon instead, and he mildly scolds Tang Kyujin for causing so much damage in the training hall earlier that day. Then he turns toward her, and with clear surprise, remarks that she has already managed to manifest sword aura, which she receives with visible gratitude. Tang Kyujin immediately leans toward Tang Wunhui and complains under her breath that he never told her Tangon would be coming, and he shoots right back that she never bothered to ask who he had invited. Flustered by that answer, she hurriedly offers Tangon a seat at their table, and he accepts with easy politeness. Once seated, Tangon glances at the mountain of food in front of them and jokingly asks whether they ordered all of this with the expectation that he would be paying the bill. As he clinks bowls with Tang Wunhui, Tangon laughs and jokingly asks whether Tang Wunhui hit his head somewhere, while Tang Kyujin watches the two of them in total bewilderment at how casually they get along. Unable to hold it in any longer, Tang Kyujin cries out and demands to know why Tang Wunhui is behaving so informally with someone of Tangon standing. Tangon bursts into loud laughter and asks whether Tang Wunhui truly understands just who he is. Tang Kyujin quickly explains that Tangon is practically their father's martial brother, that he once saved Tang Hosen during the Qingcheng bloodbath, and that because of that deed, he was personally granted special standing by the branch head. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui immediately straightens up and respectfully addresses him as Uncle Tangon, which draws Tangon's attention at once. He then bows properly and offers a formal apology for being rude earlier, saying he had no idea Tangon shared such a close bond with his father. Tang Wunhui lowers himself again and sincerely asks Tangon for forgiveness, while Tang Kyujin eagerly urges him on from the side. Tang Kyujin even praises Tang Wunhui for apologizing so earnestly, convinced that Tangon will accept a sincere apology like that. The apology catches Tang Hosan completely off guard. For a brief moment, he just stares, looking both stunned and oddly unsettled, as if he has no idea how to react to hearing those words from Tang Wunhui. Tang Hosen's face tightens in irritation, and he snaps that Tang Wunhui is ruining his appetite. Then, with a sharp glare, he turns on Tang Kyujin and accuses her of being the one who must have put him up to this. Without warning, Tang Wunhui changes the subject and asks Tang Hosen what he thinks about the former Tempest Squad, the Righteous Wind Squad. The question comes so suddenly that it shifts the whole mood at the table. Amused by where this is going, Tang Hosan lets out a faint laugh and asks Tang Wunhui to guess what score he gave that squad. He sounds entertained now, almost curious to see what answer will come back. Tang Wunhui answers without the slightest hesitation, saying that Tang Hosan must have given them a perfect 10. He says it with enough confidence that it almost sounds like a certainty rather than a guess. Tang Hosen looks visibly put off by how blatant the flattery is. Even so, he still demands to know whether Tang Wunhui is saying that seriously, clearly wanting to hear the answer confirmed out loud. Tang Kyujin hurriedly jumps in and agrees that Tang Wunhui is absolutely right. Hearing that, Tang Hosen immediately wears a smug expression and declares that he knew it all along. As the drinks continue to flow, Tang Wunhui quietly reflects that his duel has now drawn the attention of the old Tempest Squad, Tang Kyujin, and even Tang Hosen. Bit by bit, the ripples from that fight are spreading farther than before. While picking at his food, Tang Wunhui's thoughts drift somewhere darker. He can't help worrying about what Namgung Sanyong might try before the Dark Supreme finally arrives. Elsewhere, deep in the mountains at night, a carriage rolls along the rough path in the darkness. From inside, someone complains in a tired voice about how unbearably long the journey has become. Clinging to the outside of the moving carriage, a tiny wraith grumbles under its breath that this destination is much farther away than expected. Even it sounds worn out by the distance. The little wraith grows uneasy, worrying that if they keep going this far, it might look like they are trying to run away, and if that happens, it fears they could be killed for it. When the carriage finally comes to a stop, the wraith perks up at once. It wonders if they have finally reached the place they were headed for. A veiled woman steps out of the carriage with her servant beside her. Looking ahead at the compound, the servant quietly wonders whether the temple master will even be there, considering they arrived without any prior notice. Watching from hiding, The wraith immediately recognizes the servant as the very man who poisoned the young master. Startled, it even takes him for the temple master at first. The moment the visitors enter the compound, thick, dark yin energy comes spilling out from inside. It pours through the area in such a heavy, sinister wave that the place feels wrong at a glance. The sight makes the wraith panic instantly. Alarmed by that ominous aura, it can only wonder what Namgung Sanyuing is doing in a place like this. Then the doors open, and a hooded figure with glowing eyes steps forward from the darkness. In a strangely polite tone, the figure greets the guests and remarks on how difficult their journey must have been. The hooded figure explains that the temple master sent them out to welcome the visitors personally. Hearing that, the servant reacts with open admiration, marveling at how far the master's foresight seems to reach. With a creepy little flourish, the hooded attendant reveals a grinning female Jiangshi at their side and calmly invites the guests to come inside. The invitation feels courteous, but the scene itself is deeply unsettling. The wraith is stunned when it realizes that this attendant is controlling a live Jiangshi. That kind of skill is difficult even for most alchemists, so the fact that she is supposedly only an attendant leaves it completely shocked. At that moment the wraith understands. This is no ordinary sorcerer's residence. The more it sees, the more alarmed it becomes. The little wraith quickly concludes that simply reporting what it has witnessed so far may not be enough. This place is clearly more dangerous than it first seemed, so it steels itself and decides to gather even more information. Only then, it thinks, will the young master truly listen to its request. Inside a shrine, a monstrous-looking priest kneels in prayer and begs his god for brighter signs and more frequent oracles. His voice is desperate, almost hungry, as he asks for clearer divine answers. A Jiangshi messenger suddenly announces that Madame Namgung has arrived. Without missing a beat, Temple Master Zhang orders that she be allowed in at once. Namgung Senyong greets Temple Master Zhang as soon as she enters. With one look at her, he immediately guesses that she has only come back because something has gone wrong. Temple Master Zhang scolds her greedily, saying their god favors those who offer constant devotion, not people who only come crawling back when they need help. His words drip with criticism, as if he has no respect for opportunists. Namgung Senyong does not back down. She coldly counters that a client who pays an unimaginably high fee should still receive that god's favor. Then she opens the chests she brought with her, revealing them stuffed full of glittering orbs. With that dazzling offering laid bare, she asks what their god would think of such generosity. The effect is immediate. Clearly tempted, Temple Master Zhang rises from his seat, his attention pulled toward the treasure. Before he can even pretend otherwise, greed overwhelms him almost at once, and he blurts out that of course their god would favor a donor this rich. Whatever piety he was preaching a moment ago vanishes the instant the wealth is in front of him. As Temple Master Zhang practically drools over the treasure, the wraith watches from hiding and thinks that this grim figure seems like he might belong to the Maoshan sect. Even so, he somehow feels even drearier and more sinister than expected. Namgung Senyong sweetens the deal by promising an extra chest if Temple Master Zhang succeeds. He bursts into laughter and says she really does know how to earn their god's favor. Only after that does Temple Master Zhang finally ask what kind of help she wants from him. His tone makes it clear that now he is fully willing to listen. Leaning forward with a feral, hungry smile, he presses her to say it. He wants to know exactly how he can be of service. Namgung Senyong asks him whether he remembers the favor she requested previously. Her voice is calm, but there is a hard edge underneath it. Temple Master Zhang answers that the brainwashing of the concubine's child is already underway. He says it as though the matter has been progressing without issue. Namgung Sanyu explains that the situation has changed. What she wants now, she says, is something faster and far more reliable. She admits that she once treated Tang Wunhui as nothing more than a disposable pawn. Now, however, she fears that the mastermind guiding him, together with Tang Kyujin's growing resolve, could cause serious trouble for her. With chilling calm, Namgung Sanyu asks Temple Master Zhang whether he can turn that boy into a live Jiangshi. The request is so cold-blooded that it lands like a blade. Hearing that from its hiding place, the wraith finally understands just how furious the madam has become. Horrified, it can only think that these people are completely insane. The little wraith is so shaken that it immediately decides it has to warn the young master without delay. There is no longer any room to hesitate. As it rushes to flee, the wraith reasons that if Temple Master Zhang can create live Jiangshi whenever he wants, then the young master has no chance of handling him yet. The danger is far beyond what Tang Wunhui should face right now. Wraith speeds away through the dark, its thoughts racing just as fast. An enemy like this, it realizes, would be far too much for the young master in his current state. Then, all at once, it stops dead. In the darkness ahead, countless glowing eyes suddenly appear, and the wraith freezes on the spot. A heartbeat later, it realizes what it is looking at. Those lights belong to Beast Jiangshi, and they are already charging straight toward it. Seeing that Temple Master Zhang can even create Beast Jiangshi, the wraith instantly pieces together a crucial clue. The truth behind this place becomes much clearer in that moment. It identifies the organization as Blackbone Ghost Valley, and concludes that a Maoshan faction has joined the heavenly demon divine cult. That realization makes the whole situation feel even more dangerous than before. Back inside the shrine, Temple Master Zhang calmly remarks that Madame Namgung appears to have been followed. His words suggest he already knows someone has been watching everything. Temple Master Zhang narrows his eyes and points out that using wraiths in a case like this is anything but ordinary. From that alone, he concludes that whoever is backing the concubine's child is a far more troublesome mastermind than they first assumed. The moment Namgung Sanyung hears that, her composure slips. Alarmed, she hurriedly offers to add yet another box of payment, clearly desperate to keep him fully on her side. Temple Master Zhang lights up at the higher price and accepts it without hesitation. Then, with open greed in his voice, he demands two things at once: the identity of the hidden mastermind, and that the concubine's child be turned into a true live Jiangshi. With the deal settled, Temple Master Zhang agrees and says they will now go after the audacious mastermind who dared come sniffing around their territory. His tone makes it sound less like a task and more like a hunt. As Namgung Sanyong watches in silence, Temple Master Zhang calls for one of his swift subordinates. The order leaves the room with immediate urgency. A massive warrior soon appears, clad in heavy armor from head to toe, his body etched over with strange runes. He lowers himself respectfully and asks why he has been summoned. Temple Master Zhang gives the order at once, commanding this death swordsman to capture the wraith that escaped and use it to trace the sorcerer controlling it. Every word comes out cold and precise. The swordsman accepts the mission without a hint of hesitation. Behind him, Temple Master Zhang and Namgung Senyong simply watch, both of them clearly expecting results. In the next instant, the death swordsman shoots up into the night sky. He moves like a dark projectile, tearing through the air as he rushes after his prey. Perched atop a rooftop, he pauses just long enough to observe the chase below. Even the beast Jiangshi have not managed to catch the wraith yet, and he admits that the thing is more agile than he expected. Then he prepares himself. Biting down on his own fingers, he uses the blood to activate the runes carved along his arm. Once that power surges through him, his attention sharpens completely. Now fully empowered, he locks himself into the hunt. Meanwhile, the fleeing wraith suddenly feels something deeply unsettling behind it. The energy closing in is so wrong that it sends a chill straight through its tiny body. It whips around and sees the source at once. Monstrous beast Jiangshi stampeding after it in full pursuit. The sight is enough to make its panic spike instantly. Terrified, the wraith cries out at the top of its lungs for the young master to run. At that point, escape is the only thought left in its mind. Back at the White Pavilion training room, Tang Qujin lounges nearby while Tang Wunhui keeps training. Looking perfectly relaxed, she says she'll head out later since the weather is just too pleasant to leave right away. As he continues moving through his practice, Tang Wunhui reflects that the humiliated Tang Yuchang and the frustrated Namgung Sanyung will no longer bother hiding their intentions. From here on, he knows they will try to hurt him without restraint. He can tell Tang Qujin understands that just as well as he does, which is why he asks her not to interrupt his training. She answers with an easy smile and agrees, letting him continue. The wraiths floating nearby whisper among themselves, surprised that Tang Qujin has such an upright nature for someone connected to the Qin Qing sect. Half joking, they wonder how a child like her could have come from Tang Hosen and a Namgung woman. Their loose chatter earns them an immediate threat. Someone warns that if they keep talking like that, they'll be ground down into wraith pills. In the middle of practice, Tang Wunhui suddenly stops. Something about himself feels off, and the shift is strange enough that he can't ignore it. The wraiths immediately ask what is wrong, and Tang Wunhui answers that his body feels different from how it did before today's duels. The change is subtle, but unmistakable. He explains that there used to be a clear lag between what he thought and how his martial movements responded. It felt like the gears inside him were slightly out of alignment, never quite matching perfectly. Up until now, he had assumed that awkward delay was simply the result of inexperience. But after today, he can feel that gap shrinking. One of the wraiths, still proud of his past as a teacher, asks if he can inspect Tang Wunhui's body more closely. Tang Wunhui gives a calm nod and allows it. Several wraiths drift in at once and circle around him, examining him from every angle. They study him so closely that it almost feels like they are searching through his body layer by layer. After a moment, one of them asks whether Tang Wunhui knows the concept of accumulated merit. He quickly adds that it is not the same thing as internal energy. The wraith goes on to explain that internal energy can increase through similar kinds of training, but accumulated merit works differently. It changes according to the practitioner's enlightenment, bloodline, and natural inclinations. Tang Wunhui thinks it over and sums it up in his own words, saying that accumulated merit is shaped by the practitioner's image, the identity they embody. That, more than anything, seems to define it. The wraith agrees and says that is exactly the point. Even arts that steal other people's internal energy, he explains, will still end up reflecting the nature of the person who uses them. And he points out that Tang Wenhui's case is unusual. The accumulated merits tied to Tang Wenhui's body and the newer ones born from the young master's own existence are different in nature, and that mismatch is what caused the delay he felt before. Now that the lag is starting to fade, the Wraith believes Tang Wenhui's existing merits and the young master's own are finally beginning to move into harmony. The rough clash between them is slowly settling down. Hearing that, Tang Wenhui realizes what it really means. He is finally starting to accept Tang Wenhui's identity as his own, and because of that, those merits are beginning to align. He admits that. Consciously. He has always told himself this is his body now. But deep down, in the part of the mind that does not lie, he had still been treating Tang Wenhui's body as if it belonged to someone else. After the duels, though, something in that mindset shifted. Instead of feeling like he was merely borrowing Tang Wenhui's body, he had started using martial arts simply as himself. His encounters with Tang Kyujin and Tang Hosan, two people who had always treated Tang Wenhui like an afterthought, are slowly breaking down that buried barrier. Little by little, that subconscious distance is disappearing. Wanting to know how much progress he has really made, Tang Wenhui asks how far this assimilation has advanced. The Wraith estimates it at roughly 40%, hinting that the benefits will grow the farther it rises. The Wraith assures him that the more complete the assimilation becomes, the easier it will be for his martial progress to accelerate. Tang Wenhui accepts that answer right away, because for him, that is all he needed to hear. He quietly reaches a conclusion of his own then. If he wants to grow in mystic arts, harmony between body and soul is not optional. It is absolutely essential. Tang Wenhui becomes certain that as Tang Wenhui's body and Yan Wenhui's soul continue to fuse more completely, his mystic power will one day recover all the way to the peak he once possessed in his past life. From the side, Tang Kyujin watches him train with relentless focus and can't help thinking about how drastically he has changed. He carries himself with so much more confidence now, and his devotion to martial arts feels completely real. That thought leaves a sting in her chest. She aches when she thinks about the hardships that must have forced this change in him, and even while admiring him, she cannot stop worrying. In her eyes, Tang Wenhui looks like he is finally building a castle of his own. Not a real fortress of stone, but a strength, will, and foundation that belongs entirely to him. And she can already tell that castle is only going to keep growing stronger from here. What he is building has not even reached its full shape yet. But Tang Kyujin also knows one harsh truth. Her ruthless mother will never sit back and wait politely for Tang Wenhui to finish building up that strength. Then, just as she expected, a sudden omen makes her jolt. In an instant, she senses something ominous drawing near. A thick fog begins rolling into the training grounds, swallowing up the space little by little. In the middle of it, Tang Wenhui stands ready, already facing what is coming. The Wraiths recognize it at once and call it ghost fog. Tang Wenhui calmly confirms their suspicions, saying that yes, this is indeed that sorceress's mist. A faint smile appears on his face as he says he had already expected Wraith sorcery to appear sooner or later. From the nature of the cinnabar poison and the way it had been crafted, he had already read the signs. So in the end, Tang Wenhui concludes that the enemy has finally taken the bait he left behind. Steadying himself, he prepares to find out just how big this opponent really is. On a different rooftop, the Death Swordsman narrows his eyes and almost enjoys the moment, clearly thrilled that he finally gets another chance to hunt. As he moves, he recalls what Zhang said before. The one manipulating the concubine's child is using an unusual kind of wraith sorcery, and whoever that mastermind is should be carrying some kind of distinctive magical tool. Using the traces left behind on the earlier target, he follows the lingering signs and quickly concludes that the sorcerer has to be somewhere inside this ghost-choked stretch of the area. So he heads in with growing excitement. Once he sees that the fog has thickened enough to cover everything properly, he stops hesitating and begins activating his spell work. He calmly explains to himself that ghost fog dulls a person's senses, and when it is layered together with the thorny ghost fog formation, it turns the entire area into a deadly snare. As the formation nears completion, eerie magical currents twist and spiral through the air, forming dark vortices all around him. With the spell finished, he notes with satisfaction that no matter what happens once someone is swallowed by this fog, nobody outside it will feel a thing. Now reinforced by dark energy, he steps deeper into the mist and begins searching in earnest for the prey he came here to find. Then his attention catches on something unexpected. Inside the fog, a glowing line of connection stretches directly toward Tang Wenhui. He frowns in confusion as he realizes the trail left by the wraith is not leading to some hidden mastermind at all, but straight to his secondary target, the concubine's child. That makes him piece it together at once. The true mastermind must have cut the wraith's original link on purpose so that only the boy would set off the technique. Tang Wenhui puts on a perfect act, feigning panic at the sudden sea of fog around him, while the swordsman silently admits that whoever arranged this is far cleverer than he expected. Even so, he quickly decides that taking hold of the concubine's child should still be enough to force the hidden mastermind to reveal themselves, so he closes the distance. Certain that ghost fog has completely blinded Tang Wunhui, he advances with grim confidence, already planning to turn the boy into a live Jiangshi. But just before he can make his move, Tang Qujin bursts into the mist and charges straight at him. The sudden appearance of a second fighter catches him completely off guard, and for a split second, his composure breaks. Tang Qujin doesn't waste that opening at all, already moving at full speed. She crashes into him with a ferocious strike. Her lightning-fast blow sends him flying through the fog, and from nearby, Tang Wunhui blurts out that they have managed to hook an awfully big fish. At a glance, Tang Wunhui identifies exactly what they are dealing with. One enemy is a death swordsman, and the other is a Gudiao from Blackbone Ghost Valley. The wraiths around him immediately confirm his read. But they also grow uneasy, warning that this opponent is at least third rank and asking whether Tang Wunhui's plan can really still succeed. Tang Wunhui answers that in a straight matchup, someone like Tang Qujin, a Qing Taoist, should normally hold an advantage over a Jiangshi of the same level. But this is no ordinary foe, because he is an assassin sent by Namgung Senyung. As he watches, Tang Wunhui quietly reflects that the real question is no longer about strength alone, but whether Tang Qujin will choose blood ties or her Taoist duty to destroy evil. The force of their clash making even the ground tremble. Tang Wunhui knows there is nothing more he can do for now except trust the choice she is making in this moment. After taking several heavy hits, the battered swordsman finally recognizes the sword energy cutting into him and realizes it belongs to that troublesome Qing style. A moment later, he identifies his attacker as Tang Qujin, the Qing Taoist currently stationed with the Nine Dragons Division, and he cannot understand why she would be here of all places. Even while throwing out another attack, he tries to call out to her and open some kind of negotiation, clearly hoping he can talk his way through this. Tang Qujin shuts that down instantly, yelling that she has no intention of listening to a demon, and she presses forward without the slightest pause. With fury in her voice, she screams for the Jiangshi to die again. And as her blade carves into him, a cry of pain tears out of his throat. The sheer force behind her follow-up blows sends him hurtling backward through the mist. Grinding his teeth, he curses the fact that their attributes are a terrible matchup for him, leaving him stuck at a clear disadvantage. At the same time, another thought troubles him even more. If he truly fights back and ends up badly injuring Tang Qujin, that could ruin the arrangement they made with Madame Namgung. The image of his enraged master punishing him for that failure flashes through his mind so vividly that it almost feels like torture already. Driven into a corner, he finally gives up on caution and lunges straight at Tang Qujin head-on anyway. Tang Qujin answers by unleashing her sword art, the lightning-severing quick blade. Her movements sharp and explosive as she meets him head-on. She roars at him to stop thinking and just die already. And with that cry, crimson blade light pours down on him in a relentless shower. By the time he stumbles back, his body is covered in cuts and blood, and the swordsman realizes with rising alarm that if this keeps up, he may truly die here. That thought pushes him to a final decision. If death is waiting for him either way, then there is no reason to hold back anymore. Not even because Tang Qujin is Namgung Senyung's daughter. The moment those words reach her, Tang Qujin stiffens ever so slightly, but her eyes never lose focus. Mistaking her reaction for hesitation, the swordsman blames her for refusing to listen and prepares to unveil the trump card he had been saving. A frightening wave of power surges out of him as he channels it through his body, and the aura around him begins to twist into something far more monstrous. Then the power erupts all at once, talisman papers whipping wildly through the air as the signs of a major technique burst into view. Under the effect of that technique, he shoots forward again, now moving with a renewed burst of terrifying speed. Fully boosted by his ghost enhancement technique, he looms over Tang Qujin with a massive, monstrous presence that makes him look less human than beast. Tang Qujin lifts her gaze toward his towering form and can't help swearing under her breath in shock at what she sees. Without giving her room to recover, he brings that enhanced attack crashing down toward her. Even as he swings, he tells her to stand down if she doesn't want to get hurt, insisting that he is only carrying out Namgung Sanyung's wishes. Tang Qujin braces herself and steadies her breathing, warning her own heart not to waver because she already knew from the start that this was her mother's will. She hardens that resolve even further, swearing to defeat him here and expose the mastermind hiding behind him. As anti-demonic energy slams into the beast-like Jiangshi, Tang Qujin stands firm and vows that she will stop her mother from straying any further down this path. Enraged by her resistance, the Jiangshi charges at her again and sneers at how stubborn this female opponent still is. Their collision explodes with force, sending broken stone and dust spraying in every direction as Tang Qujin and the Jiangshi trade one crushing blow after another. The Jiangshi clicks his tongue in frustration, cursing the woman's stubborn refusal to fall and already dreading what will happen if this fight drags on any longer. Even with the thorny ghost fog formation still covering them, he worries that the righteous wind squad, or worse, The hidden sorcerer pulling strings behind all of this might notice the disturbance before long. Realizing the battle will turn against him the moment the fog starts thinning out, he decides to bring in the Gudiao, still dead set on killing the concubine's child before anything else can interfere. At his command, the Gudiao is summoned, and the monstrous beast appears with its long dragon-like body twisting into view. It shoots upward into the night sky with a harsh screech, circling above as it begins drawing in the surrounding ghost fog. One of the spirit companions quickly reports to the young master that he has already stopped the Gudiao from releasing even more ghost fog into the area. Tang Wunhui notes that the enemy has finally decided to use the Gudiao, then dryly remarks that maybe it would have been better to just let that stubborn girl deal with the beast while they waited for the death swordsman to show himself. Without warning, the Gudiao folds its wings and plunges downward, diving in with a savage, threatening attack. Standing there without the slightest sign of panic, Tang Wunhui looks up at it and casually complains about how annoyingly loud its screeching is in the middle of the night. Then he activates his power and, in a calm but commanding voice, orders the Gudiao to lower its head. In the next instant, he releases Purple Eyes, first stage, and the pressure of it crashes straight into the Gudiao's spirit. Gudiao lets out a terrified shriek, its body going stiff as it loses control and drops from the sky. Even Tang Wunhui looks mildly surprised by how hard it crashes, the beast slamming into the ground with a violent impact. Seeing the creature buried headfirst, he jokes that he told it to bow its head, not to do it quite that seriously. His spirit companions start praising the Gudiao's neck for somehow surviving that landing, marveling at just how absurdly durable the thing really is. They chatter in amazement about how many resources must have been wasted to make a monster like this just to attack the young master, and Tang Wunhui quickly scolds them for getting excited over power that does not even belong to them. Then he looks at the dazed creature and orders it to get back up, addressing it with a mocking little nickname, Birdhead. Turning his gaze toward the Jiangshi, Tang Wunhui offers him two choices and asks whether he would rather fight the Gudiao, or whether he would rather fight him instead, and just hearing that choice makes the Gudiao shriek in fresh terror. With a grin spreading across his face, Tang Wunhui drives his staff down into the ground, and the sound alone seems to deepen the Gudiao's fear even further. All at once, the Gudiao whirls around on its own master and lunges at the Jiangshi, shocking him as the beast suddenly betrays him. As the Gudiao tears into him with teeth and claws, the Jiangshi is thrown into confusion, wondering whether he has lost control of it, or whether the hidden sorcerer has somehow seized the beast away from him. That realization hits him hard. If someone else has taken the Gudiao from him, then the mastermind sorcerer must be somewhere close by, and the thought leaves him deeply alarmed. And while that fear steals his attention for just a moment, Tang Qujin comes rushing in from behind like a blade-driven storm. She attacks with almost cheerful bloodlust, saying his behavior alone is enough to make her want to cut him apart. Her sudden slash slices clean through the Jiangshi's left arm, and the shock of losing it instantly forces him to start thinking about retreat. When they square off again, he cannot hide his confusion, wondering why she chose only to sever his left arm instead of finishing him on the spot. He confronts her directly, demanding to know why she spared his life when her previous strike could have killed him, and he suspects she must still be holding back because of Madame Namgung. Tang Qujin rejects that at once, flatly denying that she is restraining herself and declaring that she plans to tear him to pieces so he can repent for every crime he has committed. With a crazed smile spreading across her face, she promises that she will save him slowly, and the sheer bloodthirst in those words leaves him stunned that someone calling herself a Taoist could sound like that. Above them, the Gudiao keeps mauling him without mercy, and another cry of pain bursts out of the Jiangshi's mouth. Now furious, he curses the bird-brained Gudiao and cannot understand why the very beast that had been spreading ghost fog a moment ago is suddenly acting so strangely around Tang Wunhui. Deciding that his first priority has to be erasing the ghost fog that still remains, he plants himself and takes up the stance of the alone-in-world style. Tang Qujin answers by unleashing evil extermination / barrage, spiritual blade light crossing around him from every angle until he is boxed in by intersecting slashes. The technique tears away the ghost fog enhancement clinging to his body and strips that advantage from him on the spot. The moment he realizes those buffs are gone, the Jiangshi knows staying here any longer is suicide, and he starts looking for any opening he can use to escape. Even with scraps of ghost fog still drifting through the air, he gathers his energy in secret and prepares one last powerful move. Then he bursts forward in a sudden flash of speed and charges straight at Tang Qujin. But instead of staying to fight, he darts past her in one clean motion and tries to flee the battlefield altogether. From above, the Gudiao and Tang Wunhui immediately give chase, shouting after him and demanding to know where he thinks he is going while he screams and runs. As he races away, the Jiangshi's eyes flare wide when he senses something dangerous closing in behind him. A heartbeat later, Tang Qujin comes diving down after him from above, still in relentless pursuit. He crashes down into the courtyard in a rough, painful tumble, groaning from the force of the impact. Tang Kyujin charges him again the instant he lands, her blade already raised and ready to strike. Breathing hard and clearly exhausted, the Jiangshi secretly curls his fingers around a return talisman bead hidden in his hand. Her attack slams into the ground just as he triggers the talisman. She immediately rushes him again, while he throws everything into preparing a complete escape. Wrapped in swirling energy, the Jiangshi draws on the talisman's power and forces it into motion. Tang Kyujin's slash cuts through nothing but empty air as a vortex opens, where he stood just a moment earlier. Tang Kyujin realizes in that instant that the Jiangshi has slipped away, and the look in her eyes shows she immediately understands what just happened. As the pieces fall into place, she sees that everything has unfolded exactly the way Tang Wunhui predicted it would from the very beginning. Turning to Tang Wunhui at once, she warns him that demonic arts are clearly involved in this matter and asks for his help without further hesitation. Tang Wunhui starts laying out his idea in a calm, measured way. While Tang Kyujin listens with visible doubt, her expression showing she still is not fully convinced. She repeats his request back to him in disbelief, shocked that he actually wants them to avoid killing the very Jiangshi that just attacked them. Tang Wunhui calmly confirms that yes, before anything else they need to gather the power of the enchantment first. He explains that even if their enemy is only a member of a branch clan, the fact that he infiltrated the Tang estate itself and spread ghost fog means he is strong enough to use enchantments properly. Tang Wunhui goes on to say that if the enemy feels truly cornered, he will flee using a return talisman, and inside that man's own enchantment, Tang Wunhui does not yet have the strength to defeat him outright. But if they can force that Jiangshi outside the protection of the enchantment, Tang Wunhui says they should be able to deal with him there. Then Tang Wunhui makes his true intention clear, declaring that he plans to expose whoever is controlling the Jiangshi that attacked the Nine Dragons division. Hearing that, Tang Kyujin realizes with a chill that if Tang Wunhui is right, then the Jiangshi they are fighting was sent by none other than her own mother. Troubled by that possibility, she asks him in a quiet, uneasy voice what he will do if she chooses to follow her mother's will instead. Tang Wunhui answers without hesitation that if that happens then he will simply accept defeat in their game of wits. Those words hit Tang Kyujin harder than she expected, because in that attitude she suddenly sees the very duty and bearing expected of someone from the Tang clan. That realization leaves her genuinely shaken, and in that moment, she begins to reevaluate where she herself stands. After everything Tang Wunhui has suffered, he has come to see the Tang clan as a place built on deception and falsehood. And yet Tang Kyujin resolves that she will prove to him the Tang clan is not made only of lies. And with that resolve, she decides to keep moving forward just a little farther. Just then, the beast-like Jiangshi she had fought earlier appears in front of her again, filling the air with a shrill, ugly screech. Tang Kyujin looks genuinely surprised to see that the Gudiao is still here, while the creature itself lets out nervous cries the moment it senses her presence. Elsewhere, a streak of light cuts through the forest and races toward a structure in the distance, following the path of the fleeing Jiangshi. The wounded Jiangshi finally reappears outside the estate, dropping down hard and landing with the weight of someone already pushed close to the limit. He curses under his breath, furious at his failure, and even more furious that he is being forced to run after missing his target, knowing full well that even if he reattaches his severed arm, it will not fix the disaster he has made. What troubles him even more is the thought that he has lost the Gudiao as well, and with security around the Nine Dragons division bound to tighten after this, his master will never overlook such a failure. Boiling over with rage, he throws all the blame onto that cursed woman who interfered and ruined everything. Then, all of a sudden, Tang Wunhui appears in front of him and mocks him for stopping just outside the estate instead of running much farther away. The Jiangshi panics at once, startled that they managed to track him down this quickly. Recognizing Tang Wunhui as the bastard's son, he cannot understand how this man of all people managed to follow him here. His mind immediately turns to the hidden sorcerer, and he reasons that if someone was capable of stealing control of the Gudiao, then that same person could also have found the life gate of the thorny ghost fog formation. But then his thinking shifts, and he decides this might actually be his chance, believing that if he captures the bastard's son, he may still be able to salvage everything. He convinces himself that by taking Tang Wunhui alive, he can force out the sorcerer's identity and even recover the Gudiao he lost. Then he notices the spectral energy and the ghostly shape looming behind Tang Wunhui, and he assumes at first that some wandering spirit has latched onto him. And yet the feel of that eerie power is strangely familiar to the Jiangshi, familiar enough to make his skin crawl. Now wrapped in purple eyes and ghostly energy, Tang Wunhui coolly remarks on how desperate Namgung Sanyung must have become to join hands with Blackbone Ghost Valley. The Jiangshi is visibly stunned that Tang Wunhui knows about an alliance that was supposed to remain secret. Tang Wunhui only pretends not to understand why the man is so shocked, letting the dark swirling energy coil more heavily around his body as he speaks. The Jiangshi starts to stammer in fear because there is something in Tang Wenhui's presence that he recognizes as deeply, instinctively terrifying. Then it finally clicks, and the moment he realizes what that power really is, panic fully takes hold of him. Tang Wenhui lets the ominous ghostly shroud around him manifest completely, no longer hiding what he is carrying. The figure behind him becomes clear, revealing the evil ghost war robe draped over his body like a sinister living shadow. Tang Wenhui notes that the Jiangshi clearly recognizes the robe and calls him an old-timer for it. The artifact is the evil ghost war robe. The Jiangshi remembers that 10 years ago, everyone in Blackbone Ghost Valley knew this very weapon as the chaos-bringing tool of the little heavenly demon, Yan Wenhui. Horrified, he blurts out whether that spectral energy is really an evil ghost and asks why Tang Wenhui, of all people, possesses something like that. Tang Wenhui answers in a cold, flat voice that he has no intention of explaining anything to him. Instead, he says that he is the one with many questions to ask, and the Jiangshi, still trying to sound defiant, snaps back that he will not answer any of them. Tang Wenhui replies as if that much was obvious, saying of course those answers are not going to come out right now. Then a sinister smile creeps onto his face as he says they can have that conversation after the Jiangshi is dead. At that, the Jiangshi is gripped by fear, thinking that if Tang Wenhui truly is the cult heir tied to that power, then a single blow may be enough to kill him where he stands. Tang Wenhui slowly clenches his fist and lowers his body to charge, ghostly power radiating off him in dark waves. Jiangshi braces himself, heart pounding, wondering whether Tang Wenhui is about to strike with mystic arts or with the power of the Phantom King instead. And before he can decide which terror is coming, Tang Wenhui rockets forward in a devastating charge. The Jiangshi's eyes jolt wide in shock as the incoming blow closes in far faster than he expected, so fast that he can barely track it before it is already on top of him. And in that split second, disbelief crashes over him. What Tang Wenhui is using isn't sorcery at all, but unmistakably martial arts. Tang Wenhui's strike rips straight into his body with brutal force, bursting blood into the air and sending the Jiangshi flying backward like he was hit by a battering ram. A moment later, the Jiangshi slams into a tree far in the distance, and the impact is so violent it leaves behind a huge crater in the trunk and the ground around it. For a brief moment, he hangs there in the wreckage. Then slowly, stiffly, he starts to rise from the spot where he crashed. As he drags in a breath and steadies himself, recognition dawns on him. That attack. It was Tempest Dance, one of the secret techniques of the Nine Dragons division. He thinks back on it again, realizing Tang Wenhui really did use martial arts instead of mystic arts, and a strange smile starts to creep across his face as that fact begins to encourage him. Then he lets out a laugh, convincing himself that Tang Wenhui cannot possibly be the true cult heir. After all, the real one was said to be unable to use martial arts at all, and powerful enough to crush him with a single finger. With that conclusion in mind, he begins gathering dense, dangerous sorcery in his hands, declaring that Tang Wenhui is nothing more than a fake copying the cult heir's power. The next instant, he drives that power downward and unleashes a massive blast of purple energy from above. As he attacks, the Jiangshi identifies the move himself, calling it the solitary chains of binding, a weapon technique personally created by the cult heir. Tang Wenhui clicks his tongue and casually remarks that his last attack only barely missed, then smugly adds that this just proves he is a genius, not some kind of monster. That confidence makes the Jiangshi falter again. Doubt starts crawling back into his mind as he wonders whether Tang Wenhui might actually be the cult heir after all. And if so, how he could still be alive while also using martial arts. Seeing that confusion written all over his face, Tang Wenhui coolly points out that things must be pretty hard for him to understand right now. Then he adds, in an almost mocking tone, that whether he is or is not the person the Jiangshi remembers should not even be the man's biggest concern at the moment. Tang Wenhui presses him even harder, asking if he really thinks he has the luxury to worry about that right now. At that, the Jiangshi's thoughts turn sharp. If this fight drags on any longer, the Righteous Wind Squad or even Namgung Sanyong could step in, which means he has to end this decisively before that happens. He quickly realizes running is no longer an option. He has no choice but to silence Tang Wenhui here and now, even while the fear that Wenhui may truly be the cult heir still refuses to leave his mind. Meanwhile, Tang Wenhui stands there completely relaxed and asks, almost lazily, why the Jiangshi still has not made his move. With open contempt, Tang Wenhui mocks him, saying the standards for dead swordsmen must have really fallen if someone dragging around a Gudiao could get promoted, and he flatly judges him to be incompetent. That insult hits like a spark on dry tinder, and the Jiangshi is instantly consumed with rage. Tang Wenhui keeps going, wondering out loud if he should just head back already, since a useless opponent like this probably does not know anything worth hearing, which only draws out another furious curse. Grinding his teeth, the Jiangshi makes up his mind. Even if it burns away his remaining lifespan, he will make Tang Wenhui regret those words. With a savage roar, he throws himself forward and charges in at full power. Watching him come, Tang Wunhui notes with calm amusement that his opponent is finally committing to an all-out attack. The Jiangxi's beam of energy tears violently through the forest, carving a path ahead as he tries to force more distance between the two of them. Tang Wunhui immediately sees through it. The Jiangxi is not just attacking, he is trying to drag the fight farther away from the estate to buy time, and Wunhui decides on the spot that he cannot let him escape. So Tang Wunhui resolves himself to use the test techniques he had held back from using against Tang Qujin, then shoots after him in a blazing streak of force. When the two powers collide, the impact erupts so violently that rock, soil, and the surrounding terrain are blasted apart in every direction. As the dust settles, the Jiangxi catches his breath and starts thinking he may have gone too far this time, meaning he now has to go recover what he assumes is Tang Wunhui's corpse. He walks toward the crater, choked with smoke, grumbling to himself that, at the very least, Tang Wunhui's endless talking really did resemble the real cult heir. But the moment his hand reaches the robed figure, Tang Wunhui suddenly speaks up from within the smoke, saying that now, at last, he finally feels relieved, completely unharmed. Tang Wunhui grabs the Jiangxi by the arm and calmly remarks that if he really wanted to rest, he should have used his return talisman to get much farther away before stopping. The Jiangxi can only stare in stunned disbelief, unable to accept that all of his attacks did absolutely nothing. Tang Wunhui mocks him again, asking how blows that weak were ever supposed to recover his corpse, and those words make the Jiangxi start wondering in panic whether the robe in front of him really is the cult heir's evil ghost war robe. The Jiangxi bursts into a scream of denial, flatly refusing to believe what he is seeing. Even so, Tang Wunhui stands there and endures another full power burst head-on. The force shatters his ghost robe outward in a violent flare, yet his actual body remains completely unharmed. The Jiangxi realizes with growing dread that he has already overloaded his demonic essence to strengthen his attacks, and even that still is not enough to hurt Tang Wunhui. He can do nothing but watch in horror as his relentless barrage keeps hammering away without producing the slightest meaningful result. Through it all, Tang Wunhui remains calm and casually remarks that attacks on this level would take an eternity to turn him into even a corpse. Driven into frustration, the Jiangxi curses Tang Wunhui as a damned brat, and throws a punch loaded with every last bit of power he can muster. Tang Wunhui then declares that the defensive performance of the evil ghost war robe has now been fully tested. And with that, he says it is time to test the robe's offensive power as well, before launching a strike wrapped in dense purple force. That blow crashes straight into the Jiangxi's torso and sends him hurtling backward through the air. A concentrated beam of purple energy surges after him through the forest, cutting a glowing path in the wake of the impact. Then everything goes still, the battlefield falls quiet, and far off in the distance, only a collapsed silhouette can be seen, lying there battered on the ground. The Jiangxi thinks through Tang Wunhui's last strike and realizes it has revealed something important. He concludes that while Tang Wunhui's attacks are not strong enough to kill him easily, they also prove Tang Wunhui himself is actually weaker than expected. In his mind, that means he still has a chance to win if the evil ghost war robe vanishes once Wunhui's mystic energy runs dry. As if he can read that thought, the robed Tang Wunhui taunts the Jiangxi and suggests that he must be planning to simply wait out the duration of the evil ghost war robe. Tang Wunhui then says he came prepared for exactly this kind of fight, because he already knew the Jiangxi was from Blackbone Ghost Valley. Even then the Jiangxi sneers back at him and mocks him for acting so arrogant just because he happens to be wearing the evil ghost war robe. The Jiangxi glares at the man in robes and demands to know exactly what kind of preparations he made to stand against a Jiangxi in the first place. Then he lunges forward without hesitation, swearing that he will crush the robed man before that mystic energy burns out and the war robe vanishes. In the next instant, the Jiangxi whips out a devastating slash of energy, sending the attack roaring straight at his robed opponent. But the moment it happens, he realizes too late that he has been tricked by an illusion technique, and the real enemy is already rushing in from behind him. The robed man seizes that opening and drives a heavy strike into the Jiangxi, drawing out a sharp cry of pain as the blow lands solidly. Clicking his tongue in irritation, the Jiangxi complains that this opponent is far too slippery, moving around with an annoyingly agile body. Meanwhile, the robed man thinks to himself that even a powerful hit like that was not enough to break through the defenses of this dead swordsman. As he stares down the still unshaken Jiangxi, he quietly reflects that he still has far too many flaws left to correct. Deciding it is time to end the fight for good, he gathers his power and summons a gigantic ghostly tiger to strike. The Jiangxi is swallowed whole by a violent purple blast, screaming inside the eruption as the robed man coldly asks if he still has not understood. Even through the pain, the Jiangxi shouts back that attacks like this cannot truly hurt him. The explosion keeps raging around his body, the purple force churning and refusing to die down. And instead of stopping, the robed man keeps hammering him with blow after blow, pouring out even more of that purple power. The Jiangxi bursts out laughing and says those attacks barely do more than tickle, then boasts that unlike the evil ghost war robe, his undead body will never grow tired, and promises he will repay this later. At that moment, the robed man suddenly plants his foot and stops, revealing that he had deliberately been letting those strikes connect all along. He calmly remarks that he had been worried that Jiangxi might dodge everything and drag this battle out far longer than necessary. Then he points out that the Jiangxi willingly took every single hit head-on, adding with a mocking tone that undeath must have rotted his brain. The Jiangxi sneers right back, mocking the robed man for finally losing his mind after being cornered, and starts spitting out a threat. But in the middle of that arrogant boast, his face twists and he suddenly vomits blood. He staggers in disbelief, realizing his body is showing clear signs of poisoning, and cannot understand how a Jiangxi could possibly be poisoned, while the robed man coolly notes that ordinary poison never would have worked. A horrified realization flashes across the Jiangxi's face as he deduces that the toxin can only be the dreaded lost soul poison. The robed man explains that because the Jiangxi accepted every strike directly on his body, the poison spread through him completely, and then he tells him to enjoy what comes next. As corrosive souls begin tearing into him, the Jiangxi curses the lost souls in terror and screams for them to get off his body. All around him, swarms of ghostly skulls come surging in, circling and closing tighter by the second. Those souls grow darker and more vicious, their presence intensifying until they begin to overwhelm him completely. Soon the Jiangxi is entirely engulfed, buried beneath countless shadowy spirits that rip into him from every direction. He lets out a desperate howl as his body is consumed inside a blinding flood of light. Then his body slams down hard onto the ground, his knees giving out beneath him at last. Broken and defeated, the Jiangxi collapses fully, while the robed victor steps closer with steady, deliberate strides. Wrapped in eerie purple shrouds, the man in robes towers over the fallen Jiangxi, looking every bit like the clear winner of the fight. Barely conscious now, the Jiangxi struggles to breathe and forces out one last question, asking if the man before him is the cult heir. The robed man reacts without a word, his expression sharpening in silent surprise, his teeth showing slightly. Then he coldly informs the defeated Jiangxi that he will not be permitted to die here. Now strangely subdued, the Jiangxi slowly lifts his head and stares as a glowing chain dangles down in front of him. The moment he recognizes it as the solitary chains of binding, his body trembles, and in fear he starts asking who the robed man really is. Later on, the man removes the disguise of the war robe and politely tells the unseen elders that he will be taking his leave. Before departing, he asks those elders to train the new recruits properly, so they will obey his commands when the time comes. From the darkness, the shadowy elders agree at once, answering that they will follow his orders. Outside, beneath the night sky, the man walks away alone as leaves drift through the air around him. As he moves through the night, he reflects to himself that none of this has been easy. He begins picking apart his own weaknesses, admitting that he still struggles to cast sorcery and mystic fields quickly when they require long preparation, meaning he has to adapt better to martial combat and find a way to make his casting much faster. His hand tightens into a fist as he quietly notes that he now has even more things he needs to work on. Standing there alone in the forest, he hardens his resolve and silently steels himself for what comes next. Then all at once, his senses sharpen, and he realizes someone has been watching him. A trace of worry crosses his mind as he wonders whether that hidden observer saw the entire battle, and he turns his eyes toward a distant building glowing faintly with energy. He tries to track down the watcher more carefully and spots a lone silhouette standing high in one of the windows. The moment he makes out who it is, he realizes the observer is Tang Hosen. He mutters to himself, that creepy Tang clan member or not. Tang Hosen watched the whole thing without stepping in once. He reasons that the distance may have hidden some of the finer details, but Tang Hosen still must have understood that he was fighting an intruder, and he grumbles under his breath about how stuck up the man is. When he returns to the residence, his sister comes running straight toward him, calling out his name as he turns to face her, caught completely off guard by her sudden arrival. Tang Wenhui stiffens for a second and freezes in place, his reaction turning awkward almost immediately. Tang Qujin comes rushing over with the captured beast Jiangxi in tow, her face tight with worry as she hurriedly asks whether he is hurt and what in the world happened here. Dropping into a chibi-like mood, Tang Wenhui quickly reassures her that he is fine, and Tang Qujin brightens as she explains that she thought they might be able to get useful information out of the beast, so she tried to slice through its wings first to keep it from escaping, only to find they were much tougher than she expected. With an almost casual honesty, she admits that she ended up just beating the creature senseless instead, while Tang Wenhui quietly decides to himself that he should never ever make an enemy of his sister. Tang Qujin then apologizes for letting the intruder get away even after the opening he created, but Tang Wenhui cuts that off right away and tells her that her safety matters far more than that. She immediately suggests that they should interrogate the beast Jiangxi by beating it until it spits out its master's hiding place. And as she says that, Tang Wenhui notices something unsettling. The creature seems to understand human speech. Then, all of a sudden, the beast lets out a shrill cry and twitches, and Tang Qujin recoils in shock that it can still move after all that. Before it can do anything else, Tang Wenhui reaches down and grabs the cowering beast as it squeals pitifully in fear. Later, while sitting with it in the forest, Tang Wunhui looks the oversized beast Jiangxi over and realizes it will be extremely difficult to sneak something this large back into the house unnoticed. Right then, the creature gathers its power and starts to transform, its bulky form shrinking down in front of him until it becomes a tiny, oddly cute little spiky creature. Watching that happen, Tang Wunhui cannot help but be impressed, realizing that this beast is capable of using mystic arts as well. As he studies the tiny transformed body more carefully, he begins to notice that there is something distinctly unusual about it. After a brief thought, he decides to keep the beast temporarily in the white pavilion, and then tells Tang Qujin that she should head back and get some rest. Instead of answering right away, Tang Qujin lowers her gaze and hesitates in silence. A moment later, she finally agrees, saying that since the intruder is gone, she will go inside first, though she tells him he should come in soon as well. With that, she turns and walks away, leaving Tang Wunhui standing there and watching her from behind. But as she leaves, she glances back over her shoulder, her expression carrying a suspicious edge and a quiet, determined look. The next day, someone indoors grimly remarks that the mastermind behind all this is none other than the infamous Whitebone. Kneeling respectfully, Spirit number 15 confirms it and adds that his master has now arrived as well, someone the listener has not seen in a very long time. Spirit number 15 first assumes the listener already knows his master, then hurriedly corrects himself and calls him the accursed Whitebone, while the man calmly admits that he knows that old necromancer at least a little. He then explains that he once learned death arts from that very old man, and that he completed 100 years worth of training in only a month, to the instructor's utter disbelief. Spirit number 15 goes on to report that Whitebone is not alone, because the Blue Bone Merchant, Red Bone Terror, and Green Bone Irreversible are also nearby, meaning that 4 of Blackbone Ghost Valley's 12 Black Specters have gathered around Nine Dragons County to plot something. Hearing that, the man immediately starts thinking it through and concludes that if 4 such elders are moving around Nine Dragons County at once, it can only point to one thing, so he begins piecing together why they would make their move now. He connects their movements to the upcoming festival tied to Tang Moonhyuk's visit, explaining that Tang Moonhyuk, the Dark Supreme and one of the 10 greatest masters, has formed a new special squad and is personally leading it, and there is no way the Heavenly Demon Divine cult would quietly allow Sichuan to grow stronger unchecked. He notes that under normal circumstances, the cult would probably settle for infiltrating that squad or weakening it from within. But the fact that they sent 4 Blackbone elders suggests a plan far more ambitious than simple sabotage. Then, taking into account that Numgung Sanyong of the Nine Dragons branch also comes from the Numgung clan, he concludes that the enemy's scheme must be operating on an even larger scale than it first appeared. He goes on to reveal that behind the Heavenly Demon Divine cult, there exists another force altogether, a group of limit-breaking masters known only as the Society. And once he factors in the idea that the Society is secretly backing and empowering the cult, he realizes that moves which once seemed impossible could now suddenly become realistic strategies. As his attention settles on a particular octagonal object, he notes to himself that the plan once mocked as absurd has now become a truly viable technique. At last, he states his conclusion out loud. The enemy's real objective is to assassinate the Dark Supreme. At that, the spirits of number 15 react furiously and call the Blackbone Elders complete fools, insisting that not even the progenitors of the 9 demons could handle the Dark Supreme, one of the 10 greatest masters. The man agrees that those elders are probably only scouts, and then hears from Spirit number 15 that additional reinforcements are on the way from Tianshan. That catches him off guard, and he immediately wonders why support would be coming from Tianshan instead of directly from the Society, calling number 15 by designation as he presses for more. Spirit number 15 promptly identifies himself, and the man asks him directly whether he truly knows nothing at all about the Society. Clearly nervous, Spirit number 15 admits that he is too ignorant even to understand what that mysterious Society really is. Accepting that answer, the man decides there is no point forcing more out of him, and concludes that if he wants real information about the Society, he will have to capture Whitebone himself. Even so, he knows the hard truth. At his current level, he cannot even break through that old monster's terrifying fortress of spells, much less defeat him outright. With that realization, he brings the questioning to an end and says that, for now, this is all he can learn from Spirit number 15. Just then, his martial arts teacher bursts in, looking genuinely alarmed for his safety, and the moment Tang Wunhui sees him, he knows exactly who it is. Tangan quickly tells him that the branch clan head has summoned him, then anxiously asks what on earth happened in the front yard of his residence. Off to the side, Spirit number 15 quietly notes that the instructor must be referring to the wreckage left behind from the earlier fight involving Tang Qujin. Tang Wunhui tells his visibly flustered master to calm down, and says he will explain everything on the way, while inwardly deciding that things may become easier if he starts working with the Righteous Wind Squad and Tangan more directly. By the time he finishes that thought, he has already made up his mind that if he wants to move forward, he now needs to coordinate properly with those allies. As he walks beneath the moonlight, Tang Wunhui turns the situation over in his head, and realizes that everything now depends on how much Tang Hosen knows and what that man intends to do next. When he finally comes before him, Tang Wunhui greets Tang Hosen formally, addressing him as the branch clan head. Tang Hosen responds by asking why his own son still insists on keeping such formal distance between them, even in private. Tang Wunhui apologizes and explains that it is simply because they have not spoken alone like this in a very long time. Afterward, Tang Gan is beside himself with frustration, scolding Tang Wunhui for nearly throwing away the hard-earned favor they had finally built with Tang Hosen. Tang Wunhui only brushes it off with a playful attitude, teasing that his martial arts master must really think highly of him, and telling him to relax and watch how all of this plays out. He then points out that if this meeting is meant to acknowledge his achievement in defeating the intruder, then it should be treated as official business rather than some emotional reunion between father and son, while inwardly noting that Tang Hosen called him here for political reasons. Tang Wunhui quickly reaches the conclusion that this conversation is really a test, with both sides trying to measure exactly how much the other already knows, and Tang Hosen coolly remarks that his son seems to have already grasped why he was summoned in the first place. Without bothering to dance around the issue, Tang Wunhui states bluntly that Tang Hosen has already identified who the intruder was. He then goes one step further and adds that Tang Hosen also understands how his own wife is connected to that intruder. Tang Hosen confirms that the matter is indeed tied to the upcoming visit from the clan head. And inwardly, Tang Wunhui recognizes at once that his father clearly knows about the assassination plot as well. Tang Hosen studies his son and remarks that the complete lack of surprise on his face proves he must have already pieced together the same conclusion on his own. He admits that he had heard people say Tang Wunhui had changed, but even so, he is genuinely stunned by just how different the boy now seems. Tang Hosen continues, saying that his son's internal energy, his sharp judgment, and his understanding of the entire situation all exceed what should reasonably be possible in only a few short years. Then he compares Tang Wunhui to a snake lurking in the dark, patiently coiled up, and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. With a dark, almost amused smile, Tang Hosen says he is impressed that Tang Wunhui managed to deceive even him for so long, and adds that such cunning suits someone born into the Tang clan. Tang Wunhui lowers his head in a bow, and even though he feels the words as an insult, he still thanks Tang Hosen for the compliment, understanding that in the Tang family that kind of praise carries real weight. Tang Hosen then gives him a warning, telling him not to overreach and not to cross the line. The tension immediately rises, and Tang Wunhui asks carefully what exactly that line is supposed to mean. Tang Hosen makes it clear that he will not interfere in any struggle between Tang Wunhui and Namgung Senyong inside the household, but he absolutely forbids his son from laying a hand on the forces backing her from the shadows. Not knowing what hidden scheme might be lurking behind those words, Tang Wunhui still keeps his expression composed and answers outwardly that he understands. From that, Tang Wunhui realizes he still cannot move directly against Whitebone yet, and Tang Hosen, having said everything he intended to say, dismisses him as though the matter is settled. But just before Tang Hosen can leave, Tang Wunhui stops him and firmly insists that someone who defeated the intruder should receive a proper reward. Tang Hosen immediately reads between the lines, and realizes that the request must involve something his son cannot obtain by himself. So he asks what kind of reward he wants. With calm authority, Tang Hosen tells him to go ahead and state his wish. Tang Wunhui asks for permission to train inside the monstrous forest, while inwardly planning to use its poisonous insects and mystic beasts to restore his mystic power as quickly as possible back toward the level of his former life. Tang Hosen repeats the name of the monstrous forest in visible surprise, clearly wary of just how dangerous that place truly is. He explains that only the clan head has the authority to approve entry into the monstrous forest, and while he can forward the request, he cannot make any promises, leaving Tang Wunhui to realize that this path is blocked for the moment. Then Tang Hosen offers him something else instead, slipping a hand into his robes as though retrieving an alternative reward. What he draws out is an ornate butterfly-shaped artifact, and the moment Tang Wunhui sees it, his attention locks onto it immediately. Holding the object out in front of him, Tang Hosen asks whether his son would rather take this item instead. Tang Gan blurts out a shocked protest the instant he sees it, clearly recognizing how valuable that artifact really is. Tang Hosen shuts him down at once and orders Tang Gan to be quiet. Seeing his usually experienced instructor react like that, Tang Wunhui cannot help wondering what kind of treasure could leave Tang Gan this speechless. When he examines it more closely though, it looks to him like nothing more than an elegant decorative ornament. Tang Hosen notices his hesitation and asks whether he dislikes it, and Tang Wunhui quickly denies that before the misunderstanding can grow. Tang Wunhui then notices that the pressure and aura surrounding Tang Hosen make it impossible for him to simply reach out and take it directly. So he assumes he is meant to claim the artifact through some indirect means. Making his decision in an instant, he calls on Spirit number 15 and orders the little wraith to go and retrieve the item for him. Spirit number 15 obeys nervously and rushes forward toward the butterfly-shaped artifact. The butterfly rises smoothly from Tang Hosen's fingers, lifting into the air as if it has accepted the movement on its own. Tang Hosen watches that motion with a trace of mild surprise in his eyes. The artifact flutters lightly through the air and comes to rest safely in Tang Wunhui's hand, while Tangon nearly loses his mind in the background. Now, holding the butterfly calmly in his palm, Tang Wunhui has effectively claimed it as his own. Tang Hosen looks at him for a moment with a subtle expression that gives away absolutely nothing. Then he turns away and declares that the artifact now belongs to his son. After that, Tang Hosen tells Tang Gon that they are leaving, and the still flustered instructor hurriedly agrees and follows. Tang Wunhui remains where he is and watches the two figures disappear off into the night. Once he is alone, he narrows his eyes at the butterfly in his hand and demands to know what exactly this thing is that the Tang clan scum have handed over to him. His wraith companions start guessing that it looks like some kind of expensive ornament, but then add that with the Tang clan, it could just as easily be a concealed weapon of some kind. Annoyed by the useless chatter, Tang Wunhui crushes one of the spirits in his fist and snaps at them to stop wasting time with opinions and get moving. Terrified by that outburst, the spirits scatter in all directions and hurriedly agree before rushing off to obey. Elsewhere, Tang Gon asks Tang Hosen whether he is truly comfortable giving away something so precious. Tang Hosen answers that the artifact mattered a great deal back when the old Tempest Squad still existed. But that was 20 years ago, and now that the Nine Dragons branch has been established and his son wishes to inherit that old legacy, handing him the artifact makes sense. From that, it becomes clear that the blood butterfly was entrusted to Tang Wunhui, because its former owner still carries lingering regret over failing to fulfill his ambitions for the old Tempest Squad. Tang Hosan explains that he showed the artifact to his other two children as well, but Tang Wunhui was the only one who showed any real interest in it. He recalls that Tang Wunhui alone was able to claim the blood butterfly, almost as though the old Tempest Squad itself had chosen him. Tang Hosen believes that Tang Wunhui might actually be capable of unlocking the secrets hidden within the blood butterfly, all while unseen spirits quietly listen in from the shadows. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui is visibly taken aback, because the idea of linking the blood butterfly with the old Tempest Squad had never even crossed his mind before. Tang Wunhui immediately turns to the spirits and asks whether Tang Hosen actually explained what the item was, but all they can tell him is that it is extremely precious, and in their nervousness they address him as the cult heir. The spirits go on to say that whenever the artifact moves, it devours an enormous amount of spiritual energy, and they even nervously suggest that it might actually be a demonic tool. That possibility catches Tang Wunhui completely off guard, and he stares at the blood butterfly in surprise at the thought that it could be something demonic. Without wasting another moment, he orders the spirit lurking inside the blood butterfly to come out, so he can inspect the thing directly for himself. Still thinking it through, Tang Wunhui reasons that an item belonging to the Tang clan should not be built around spiritual energy in the first place, so he doubts it truly consumes that much power. Then, without warning, the blood butterfly erupts with a tremendous surge of power, energy bursting out of it all at once. Tang Wunhui and the spirits all jolt in exaggerated chibi shock when the butterfly suddenly goes dead right after that, turning completely still. His expression hardens instantly, and with veins beginning to bulge, Tang Wunhui focuses himself and prepares to force the artifact into submission. Anger flares in his voice as he pours even more power into the blood butterfly, shouting at it to stop resisting him. Instead of yielding, the blood butterfly answers with an even fiercer eruption, purple energy flaring wildly around it. And then, just as abruptly as before, it shuts down again and lies there in total stillness. For a moment, everything goes quiet, and everyone can do nothing but stare at the now motionless artifact in tense silence. Later, outside, Tang Wunhui turns over different ways of handling the blood butterfly in his mind. Feeling as though there is some direction here he still has not fully grasped. By the next morning, he complains irritably that the blood butterfly frustrated him so badly the night before that he was unable to sleep at all. In the end, he decides to set it aside for the time being, worried that if Whitebone hears about last night's failed attack, the old monster will move first. As Tang Hosen's warning echoes back in his mind about not crossing the line, Tang Wunhui realizes that those words now limit how openly he can move against Whitebone, so he starts wondering whether there might be some way to disrupt Whitebone's plans without provoking Tang Hosen into stepping in against him. Knowing that an opening like that will not appear overnight, Tang Wunhui accepts he will have to search patiently, and he settles down with his tea while thinking it through in silence. Then a Gudiao suddenly comes flying in out of nowhere, startling him right in the middle of that quiet moment. Recognizing the Gudiao at once, Tang Wunhui notes with annoyance that its sudden arrival has completely broken his train of thought. He narrows his eyes and studies the creature carefully, weighing something over in his head. After looking it over, Tang Wunhui judges that while the Gudiao is certainly strong, it still is not powerful enough to defeat many dead swordsmen at the same time. That leads him to a quick conclusion. If he intends to make use of the Gudiao, then he has to strengthen it first, and with no hesitation, he cuts his own hand for blood. Using that blood as a medium, he sets out to refine the dead man's eye into an object capable of holding the Phantom King's knowledge. He successfully forges the refined item, and once it is complete, he gives it a name, Phantom King's Blood. The spirits react with immediate excitement, recognizing Phantom King's blood at once, envying Tang Wunhui's birthright, even as they snap at one another to stay dignified. Because the elixir contains the Phantom King's knowledge and is an unmatched treasure for any user of demonic arts, Tang Wunhui dangles it in front of the Gudiao and tempts it by asking whether it wants it. The Gudiao reacts eagerly right away, and Tang Wunhui, seeing that hunger in its response, coolly asks what exactly makes it worthy of receiving something so valuable. Then he offers the creature a deal, promising it the elixir if it reveals the locations of the beast Jiangxi ranches hidden inside Blackbone Ghost Valley. The Gudiao frantically agrees on the spot, trembling with excitement as if it cannot believe such an offer is real. Satisfied, Tang Wunhui allows the creature to swallow Phantom King's blood. The instant it takes effect, the Gudiao's eyes blaze fiercely, lit from within by the power flooding through it. Wrapped in radiant light, the Gudiao begins to transform, its body swelling and reshaping until it becomes a far larger dragon-like bird infused with the elixir's power. Its feathers bristle sharply all over as the transformation pushes toward completion. Then its new avian face fully emerges, fierce, sharp, and carrying the presence of a true predator. Watching the change unfold, the spirits marvel aloud that the Gudiao has been completely reborn. Now reborn, the Gudiao appears before Tang Wunhui as a massive flaming bird descending in front of him with overwhelming presence. Tang Wunhui recognizes it immediately as the legendary messenger bird of the demonic army, the ominous creature said to announce their advance. Smiling at the result, Tang Wunhui asks how it feels to be reborn, while noting that this new body is vastly more useful than the spider-like form it had before. Then he lifts one hand and summons another presence into the scene. At his call, Elder Huan's spirit materializes beside the transformed bird, looking stunned by the fact that he has been brought back at all. The other spirits cry out in disbelief, because Elder Huan's soul should have been completely destroyed already. Shaken but still respectful, Elder Huan asks the cult heir why he chose to resurrect him. Tang Wunhui answers that there were 3 separate reasons for bringing Elder Huan back. First, he says, it is a reward for Elder Huan's loyalty, because unlike the others, he did not curse Tang Wunhui even when death was staring him in the face. Second, Tang Wunhui points out that Elder Huan is still clinging to one lingering hope, that Tang Wunhui will protect his daughter. Elder Huan is left speechless by that, clearly stunned that Tang Wunhui saw straight through the wish he was still holding on to. Tang Wunhui then calmly explains that he does not even know the girl's name, let alone her face, so there is no realistic way for him to find her by himself. So he declares that Elder Huan will have to search for his daughter personally, with his own hands. The moment Elder Huan realizes he has been given a chance to start over, his face lights up with a surge of raw emotion, as if everything he had buried all at once comes rushing back to the surface. Tang Wunhui then coldly adds a third reason for keeping him around, saying wraiths are far easier to control than living idiots, and the blunt remark makes Elder Huan flinch inwardly. With a bitter, resigned look, Elder Huan admits he once believed death would finally release him, only to understand now that there is still no escaping Tang Wunhui's grasp. His thoughts drift back to the day he lost his wife, and after that his daughter became the only thing left keeping him alive. But ever since Jian Hajin took her away, he has felt like a dead man walking. He remembers how, for her sake, he even turned against the leader of the divine cult and its heir, only to fail in the end and lose the one person he was trying to protect. Now that fate has somehow handed him another chance, a fierce resolve begins burning inside him, and all he can think about is correcting the mistakes that destroyed his life. Unable to contain himself, Elder Huan raises his voice and openly swears his loyalty to Tang Wunhui. He goes even further, vowing to offer up his very soul to Tang Wunhui's cause and place his fate completely in the cult heir's hands. Tang Wunhui listens in silence as Elder Huan promises he will obey every command without the slightest hesitation. Tang Wunhui calmly confirms that Elder Huan still carries the Gudiao's memories, then immediately asks whether he knows where the beast ranches in Jiangxia are located. Now trapped inside the bird's body, Elder Huan eagerly says he can fly there at once and rip the ranchers apart with the talons and beak he has been given. Clearly satisfied by that answer, Tang Wunhui orders him to destroy the ranches and make the traitors understand that the divine cult is already moving against them. Elder Huan accepts the command without a trace of doubt, his answer burning with savage determination. In the next instant, the great bird explodes out of the room in a violent burst of force while Tang Wunhui remains behind, watching the scene with unnerving calm. As feathers drift through the air, Tang Wunhui quietly thinks ahead. Once those ranches come under attack, White Bone will be forced to deal with that problem first, and that delay will buy him the precious time he needs. Elsewhere, a carriage rolls into the clan estate, and the very sight of it makes it clear that someone important has just returned. Inside, a woman steps down after riding through the night and immediately complains about how exhausted she is from the long trip. Then her eyes drop to the floor, where she notices a folded report left there by Mu Yong. Seeing the corner bent in that deliberate way, She instantly assumes the contents must concern something urgent. The moment she reads it, shock flashes across her face when she learns that Tang Yuchang actually fought a duel against Tang Wunhui. But what truly sets her off is the next part of the report, because Tang Wunhui did not merely survive the duel, he won it. And as if that were not enough, the report goes on to say that Tang Wunhui also crossed blades with Tang Qiujin and fought her to a standstill. She is horrified that all of this unfolded right in front of the branch clan, with everyone there to witness it. Fury rises so fast that she starts cursing under her breath, but before she can continue, Tang Qiujin steps in and addresses Namgung Senyong as her mother. Tang Qiujin's voice is cold as ice when she asks her mother exactly where she has been. Namgung Senyong quickly forces a smile onto her face, though the tension is obvious, and nervously asks why Tang Qiujin has come so early in the morning. Tang Qiujin answers that she has urgent business to discuss, and from the way she says it, Namgung Senyong can tell this is something serious that her daughter has no intention of softening. Tang Qiujin then reports that a Jiangshi broke into the Nine Dragons branch during the night, and specifically came for Tang Wunhui, all while putting on a measured show of alarm. At once, Namgung Senyong realizes that the Jiangshi she encountered must have been there to kill Tang Wunhui. She is displeased that the intrusion was exposed, but inwardly decides the attempt itself was acceptable. Before she can settle into that thought, Tang Qiujin cuts in and reveals that she was the one who drove the Jiangshi back, leaving her mother visibly stunned. Namgung Senyong panics on the spot, anxiously asking why Tang Qiujin would put herself in danger like that and whether she was injured, only for Tang Qiujin to answer calmly that she is fine. Tang Qiujin explains that the Jiangshi mentioned her mother by name, and that hearing that is exactly why she hesitated before striking. Behind her composed face, Namgung Senyong is seething, cursing her useless allies and wondering what kind of incompetence led to this mess. She insists that everything she has done was for Tang Qiujin and Tang Yuchang, brushing Tang Wunhui aside as nothing more than an illegitimate obstacle. But Tang Qiujin stares back at her and asks if she truly hates Tang Wunhui that much. Tang Qiujin condemns her outright, saying she went so far as to unleash a Jiangshi on him, even though her own daughter belongs to the Qingqing sect. That accusation hits hard enough to leave Namgung Senyong completely speechless. Tang Qiujin then warns her that if she refuses to abandon this path, there may come a time when she will have to stand against her own mother. She makes her resolve unmistakably clear, saying that if necessary, she will personally stop her by force. Desperation suddenly breaks through Namgung Senyong's composure, as she calls out to Tang Qiujin, one trembling hand already gathering dark energy somewhere else entirely. Jion Hajin sits in a blood-red chamber clutching his head, lamenting that Tang Qiujin still refuses to understand how he feels. He erupts into a scream, demanding to know how Tang Qiujin can possibly fail to see things from his side. His fury only swells further as he keeps shouting that she should understand him, his face twisting into something almost completely mad. Then he drops to the floor among shattered lanterns, roaring out his frustration in that crimson-lit room. In the middle of that breakdown, he throws all the blame onto Tang Wunhui, breaks into hysterical laughter, and bitterly regrets not killing him sooner. Jion Hajin abruptly decides he has to rush to the temple at once, utterly convinced that killing Tang Wunhui is what he must do for Tang Qiujin. Back in the city, Tang Gon walks beside Tang Wunhui and remarks that it takes real nerve to come strolling outside after the chaos of last night. Tang Wunhui shoots back that if Tang Gon plans to do nothing but complain, he can just turn around and go home. Tang Gon grumbles that he is only following orders, and Tang Wunhui answers with a teasing tone, telling him to stop whining already. Before long, they arrive at Lu Ban's foundry, and Tang Wunhui glances at the sign with amusement, noting how bold it is to borrow the name of a legendary god of craftsmen. Once inside the forge, Tang Gon asks to see the owner, and one of the smiths points them toward the master while greeting Tang Gon respectfully as the fierce wind warrior. From deeper inside the workshop, a heavily built old man reacts with open irritation, grumbling that the so-called loser has shown up again, while Tang Gon quietly motions toward Tang Wunhui. Tang Gon then introduces the owner of the forge at last, revealing him to be Tang Chugyung, the master of Lu Ban's foundry. The moment Tang Wunhui gives his name, Tang Chugyung cuts him off without a shred of courtesy and squints at him as he asks whether he's the second son of that cold bastard, Tang Hosen. Tang Wunhui calmly confirms that he is, and from the way Tang Chugyung talks about his father so bluntly, he immediately figures the old smith must be close enough to Tang Hosan to speak to him like that. Tang Chugyung snorts and says there's no way they came all the way here just to exchange names, and Tang Gon quickly explains that Tang Wunhui has something he wants forged, though the smith answers with a grumble that he's already buried in work as it is. Without much interest, Tang Chugyung assumes Tang Wunhui must be unhappy with the equipment from the Nine Dragons branch, then curtly tells him to just leave the blueprint behind and go, saying he'll forge whatever it is later. As Tang Wunhui looks around and sees the forge stacked with commissions, He realizes the whole place is overflowing because everyone is rushing to have their weapons checked before Dark Supreme Tang Moonhyuk arrives, and that the only reason he got through the door this easily was because Tangon came with him. Tang Woonhui then says in an even voice that the blueprint he brought is too complicated to hand over without explanation and that it will need to be discussed properly in person. That immediately makes Tang Chugyung bristle, and he snaps back that he's no green apprentice who needs to be spoon-fed, insisting he can forge from even a badly drawn blueprint. Tang Woonhui clears that up by telling him the weapon he wants isn't a hidden weapon at all, but a sword, and that single word is enough to make the smith visibly pause. The second Tangon hears the word sword, he practically explodes, his whole body jerking as he stares at Tang Woonhui and thinks in horror that the boy is trying to turn into some Ching Cheng-style Taoist like Tang Kyujin. He completely loses it, blurting out that they came all this way for a sword instead of a hidden weapon and demanding to know why Tang Woonhui would do something like that. Tang Woonhui reminds him, almost dryly, that all he asked for was a skilled blacksmith, not specifically someone to make hidden weapons. And that simple answer leaves Tangon awkwardly flustered. So Tangon ends up sulking outside, clearly wounded by the whole thing, while Tang Woonhui feels a faint sting of guilt for letting him down like that. Watching that reaction, Tang Chugyung remarks that Tangon must have been placing some pretty high expectations on Tang Woonhui all along. After that, the smith motions him farther inside and tells Tang Woonhui to come in and show him this supposedly complicated blueprint in detail. Tang Woonhui opens up the design and explains that this is the form he wants, adding that he intends to modify his demon dragon sword to match it. Tang Chugyung studies the plans closely, his heavy brows knitting together, then looks up in confusion and asks whether this strange-looking design is really what Tang Woonhui wants. At first glance, the blueprint looks more like a metal folding fan than any normal blade, and even Tangon can't help questioning what exactly he's looking at. But after staring at it a little longer, Tang Chugyung firmly says that despite the appearance, this is absolutely a sword, and he even admires the hidden intent tucked away inside such an unusual design. Tang Woonhui thanks him, clearly pleased that Tang Chugyung instantly saw through the surface and recognized just how sly and calculated this weapon really is. Tang Chugyung waves off the praise like it means nothing, then tells Tang Woonhui to stop flattering him and explain the structure of this bizarre sword more thoroughly. The two of them bend over the plans together after that, going back and forth over the details as they adjust parts of the design so the final weapon will better match Tang Woonhui's exact intentions. As the conversation gets deeper and starts touching on additions like gunpowder, they carefully weigh destructive force against durability, and nearby spirits quietly marvel at how knowledgeable Tang Woonhui sounds while speaking with the master smith. Those spirits can hardly believe what they're hearing, wondering how something that looks like a fan can still be called a sword, and why gunpowder would even be part of it, eventually guessing that it must be some secret technique of the Tang family. Another spirit points out that even Tangon looks completely lost by the discussion, while Tangon, not wanting to admit it, puts on an act as though he understands every word. Tang Woonhui lets out a light laugh and admits that, yes, his idea is pretty ambitious, and Tang Chugyung responds with a sigh, saying that Tang Woonhui is indeed greedy when it comes to what he's asking for. Then at last, Tang Chugyung makes his decision and declares that he'll forge this weapon himself, a statement so sudden and serious that it leaves Tangon staring in shock. He explains that the blueprint is far too advanced to hand over to his disciples, and that a piece like this is something only he can personally handle from start to finish. Hearing that, Tang Woonhui immediately realizes this is his opening to obtain a true masterpiece, instead of an ordinary forged weapon. Without hesitation, he drops into a deep prostration and says it would be an immense honor to present a sword made by Tang Chugyung when the clan head comes to visit. Tang Chugyung protests right away, grumbling that there are only 20 days left before that visit, making it clear with his tone alone that the deadline is brutally tight. Tang Woonhui calmly asks whether that means it can't be done, and Tang Chugyung mutters under his breath that he has his own schedule to keep as well. Sensing exactly where to press, Tang Woonhui lightly suggests that maybe finishing it in 20 days is simply too difficult for him, and the moment those words land, the smith's pride flares up. Tang Chugyung, stung by the provocation, blurts out an apology toward the legendary Liu Ban himself, as if he had just committed a disgrace by doubting his own ability. Now fully fired up, he bellows that, as the master of Liu Ban's foundry, Tang Chugyung doesn't need 20 days at all, and that 15 will be enough to finish the job. Tang Woonhui immediately brightens and praises him with cheerful admiration, fully aware that he has just succeeded in pulling the smith along by provoking his competitive pride. Watching the whole exchange, the spirits around Tangon can only think that yet another person has ended up falling straight into Tang Woonhui's manipulative charm. Once he leaves the forge, Tang Woonhui feels satisfied that Tang Chugyung is even more skilled than he expected, and since he assumes the beast Jiangxi farm should already be getting destroyed by now, he smoothly turns his mind toward the next thing he has to do. But as he walks, someone suddenly calls his name, and Tang Woonhui lifts his head at once, caught off guard by the voice. Then Tang Kyujin approaches him with her head lowered and quietly asks if she can speak with him for a moment. An ominous azure aura coils around her as she says there's something she needs to ask. And the instant Tang Wunhui feels that murderous energy leaking out from her, he knows this is no ordinary conversation. From that alone, he deduces that her emotions are in such turmoil that she can't even maintain the calm, composed mask she usually wears, and he finds himself wondering what could have stirred her up this badly. Tang Kyujin carefully opens her mouth and asks what he thinks about the past they share. She goes on to say that she wants to know whether he carries resentment or any feelings like that, making it clear that she genuinely wants to understand what is truly in his heart. Instead of answering her straight away, Tang Wunhui asks a strange question in return, wondering whether she thinks the wind can be caught in one's hand. And the unexpected answer leaves Tang Kyujin visibly confused. He then explains that the wind can be seized for a fleeting instant, but it can never be held onto for long, using that image to show that clinging to the past is just like trying to grasp something that was never meant to stay. Tang Wunhui brushes aside the idea of dwelling on what has already gone by and says that what matters most is pursuing what he wants to do now and what he intends to do from this point forward. Tang Kyujin stands there frozen, stunned in the middle of that surging burst of energy, as if his words have struck deeper than she expected. Moved by Tang Wunhui's words about the future, she finally settles her resolve, then thanks him sincerely for helping her make up her mind. She tells Tang Wunhui that there is something she absolutely has to do, and that because of it, he probably won't be seeing her again for a while. And then, after Tang Kyujin turns and leaves, a powerful eruption of energy bursts up from the ground where Tang Wunhui is standing, exploding outward with overwhelming force. Tang Wunhui reflects on it for a moment, struck by how a girl that gentle could become so furious that she let murderous intent spill out of her, as if she were standing alone against the entire world. He quietly orders his spirit companions to stop their chatter right away and keep watch on her from the shadows instead. And the spirits immediately obey without complaint. Judging from how shaken she looked, Tang Wunhui figures she must have just had a serious clash with Namgung Sanyong. And with that thought in mind, he turns his attention back toward the people living here. He tells himself that after butting heads with her own daughter like that, Namgung Sanyong will never let the matter rest quietly. So he starts preparing as though that woman is already on her way as a new threat. His eyes gleam sharply, and instead of shrinking back, Tang Wunhui feels a strange thrill rise in him as he resolves to get everything ready to properly receive this dangerous guest. At the main tower of the Tang branch, a servant respectfully reports to the branch head that young Master Tang Wunhui has come and is asking for an audience. Inside the room, while the branch head continues looking over a stack of documents, his aide reacts with open surprise the moment he hears that Tang Wunhui is the one requesting to come in. The branch head pauses for a brief moment, thinking it over, then calmly gives the order to let Tang Wunhui enter and have him wait. When he meets the escort outside, Tang Wunhui jokes lightly that he only came to greet his father like a good son should, but the response he gets is a flat warning to leave if he plans on saying nonsense. In a more playful, chibi-like exchange, Tang Wunhui reminds the aide that he is still the branch head's son no matter what, and teases him about showing proper respect for rank, only for the aide to fire back that he should become more impressive first if he wants anyone to treat him that way. Once they are face to face, the branch head fixes his gaze on Tang Wunhui and asks in a direct, no-nonsense tone what business brought him here. Tang Wunhui answers that he came because he wants to negotiate over the matter the branch head brought up the previous night. Hearing that, the branch head does not answer right away. He simply studies Tang Wunhui in silence, letting out a low, thoughtful hum as he weighs those words. Then he calls for Gan and orders him to step outside, and the aide withdraws at once, leaving the father and son alone in the room. Tang Wunhui is inwardly impressed when Gan's presence disappears almost the instant he leaves, making it obvious that the man's skill is far from ordinary. The branch head then warns him in a heavier voice that if Tang Wunhui interferes carelessly, he could end up disrupting plans the Tang clan has been setting in motion on a much larger scale. As a dense, oppressive aura rolls off him, he demands a reason strong enough to justify that interference, and Tang Wunhui immediately realizes this is not the presence of someone who is merely a simple branch head. Tang Wunhui outwardly accepts the point without resistance, but in his heart he becomes certain that this man is clearly preparing something much bigger for the Tang clan behind the scenes. The branch head says that a negotiation only works when both sides bring something to the table and asks what Tang Wunhui can offer. Tang Wunhui answers that he has nothing he can hand over right now, but he can make one promise. That promise is simple and direct. He says he will protect his sister, Tang Kyujin, and those words visibly shake the branch head. Tang Wunhui presses further, saying that the branch head already knows exactly what kind of people Madame Namgung has involved herself with. At that, the branch head falls silent, his expression darkening as the implication settles heavily in his mind. He switches to a secret sound transmission and asks Tang Wunhui to explain himself, and Tang Wunhui immediately notices that the others still nearby can no longer hear what is being said between them. Tang Wunhui explains in that private exchange that if Madame Namgung's connection to the demonic cult ever comes to light, then Tang Kyujin will inevitably be dragged straight into that scandal as well. He goes even further and spells out the cruel label she would be forced to carry, saying she would be branded as the daughter of a demonic cult spy. Tang Wunhui reminds him that throughout the Jianghu, the children of demonic spies are treated with ruthless contempt, no matter what they themselves may have done. He finishes by saying that once the truth spreads, neither Tang Kyujin nor Tang Yucheng would ever be able to hold their heads up in the martial world again. The branch head identifies himself as Tang Hosen, the man who once led the old Tempest squad against the leader of the demonic cult. He says that no one would dare stand in front of him and accuse his children of colluding with the demonic cult, but Tang Wunhui calmly counters that the world is nowhere near that kind. Tang Wunhui firmly vows that no matter what happens, he will make sure Tang Kyujin suffers absolutely none of the consequences from this affair. Setting aside the question of how Tang Wunhui intends to do that, Tang Hosen asks what he wants in return. Tang Wunhui answers without hesitation that since he is already involved, he wants to be brought into Tang Hosen's plans as well. Tang Hosen immediately questions whether he is truly strong enough for that, and Tang Wunhui responds with calm confidence that he will prove his worth, prompting Tang Hosen to ask exactly how he plans to do it. Tang Wunhui then names his target, the feared Whitebone, and the moment those words leave his mouth, Tang Hosen is visibly shocked. Without wavering, Tang Wunhui promises that he will bring Tang Hosen the head of Whitebone himself. Meanwhile, in a sinister temple steeped in an eerie atmosphere, incense smoke coils upward through the air, as someone solemnly invokes the Buddha of infinite light. At that same temple, Namgung Sanyong explodes in fury and begins berating Whitebone for failing her after everything she has done to support him. Her anger only grows hotter as she shouts that even her own daughter ended up insulting her, all because he could not get rid of a single enemy. Whitebone abruptly cuts through her tirade by barking out her name in a sharp, commanding voice. A sudden shout catches Namgung Sanyong off guard, and she instinctively flinches at being snapped at like that. Whitebone then admits, in a cold and measured tone, that his judgment in this matter was wrong. He adds that he has lost one of his own disciples as well, and because of that, he has no intention of staying still any longer, making it clear that he now plans to retaliate personally, just as he declares that he will deal with the matter himself. A subordinate suddenly rushes in and urgently calls out to the temple master. Whitebone turns at once and demands to know what the disturbance is about. Blue-skinned girl quickly answers that the news she has brought is urgent. She then asks Namgung Sanyong to sit off to the side while they discuss it, and although displeased, Namgung Sanyong reluctantly agrees. As she takes her seat, Namgung Sanyong begrudgingly admits to herself that even though she hates being shouted at, the temple master's ability is real and impossible to deny. She then thinks with bitter expectation that now that he has personally taken control of the matter, he will finally get rid of that troublesome Tang Wunhui for her. A moment later, Whitebone's expression shifts in clear shock as he reacts to the new report. He is informed that the beast-lived Jiangxi farms he secretly spent more than a decade building are currently under attack. Hearing that, Whitebone recalls just how painstakingly he raised and shaped those monsters over many long years. Then he is told the most alarming part of all: a shoe radiating spirit energy similar to that of his prized Gudiao is tearing through the farms in a violent rampage. He comes to the horrifying realization that this single shoe has torn through the entire place by itself, wiping out every last one of his beast-lived Jiangxi without leaving anything behind. Off to the side, Namgung Sanyong feels the atmosphere turn cold in an instant, and with her nerves tightening, she carefully asks what happened. The next second, Whitebone erupts. His face twists with rage as he spits out a furious curse at Namgung Sanyong. Before she can even react, he lunges forward and clamps a hand around her throat, squeezing hard enough to choke the breath out of her in pure fury. Still blazing with anger, he doesn't stop there. He hurls her down with overwhelming force and slams her straight into the ground. Lying there in pain, eyes wet with tears, Namgung Sanyong gasps out an accusation saying that he deceived her, towering over her like a monster. Whitebone snarls that any sorcerer powerful enough to seize control of his Gudiao and push it to evolve into a Zhu would never waste that kind of power just to help her raise some illegitimate heir within the Tang clan. By this point, he is fully convinced she must be connected to that sorcerer somehow, and he angrily denounces the whole thing as absurd before accusing her outright of plotting to betray them. Shaken to the core, Namgung Sanyong hurriedly insists that she has no idea what he is talking about. A terrifying ghostly power spills out around him, thick and suffocating, as he demands to know whether she truly knows nothing or is only pretending, and asks if she really thinks she can look down on Blackbone Ghost Valley. In that instant, horror washes over Namgung Sanyong as she realizes that Blackbone Ghost Valley, The group she has been dealing with all this time is actually a force operating under the demonic cult. After staring at her a moment longer, he concludes that she really is ignorant, then coldly muses that the Namgung clan is probably just using her as a disposable pawn until the day she stops being useful. Deciding there must have been a misunderstanding somewhere along the line, he finally acknowledges that she genuinely seems unaware of the truth. That realization crashes down on Namgung Sanyong all at once, and she understands that, without ever knowing it, she has been working hand in hand with the demonic cult. She then remembers that it was her own family who first introduced her to the temple master, and that thought leads her to an even more chilling conclusion: the entire Namgung clan may be tied to the demonic cult. Whitebone then confirms the name of her second son, Tang Wunhui, and remarks that it is the exact same name as the enemy responsible for destroying his farms. He tells her that even if she had never come begging for help, he now has more than enough reason to rip Tang Wunhui apart along with the sorcerer standing behind him, and he demands her cooperation in bringing them down. Later, back at the Tang residence, Namgung Sanyong lowers herself in front of Tang Wunhui, and in an unusually humble tone, admits that she was wrong. She even goes so far as to offer him anything he wants as an apology, as long as he is willing to accept it. Tang Wunhui looks at her with open amusement, clearly entertained by the sudden shift, and asks if she is really apologizing to him right now. Inside, she burns with resentment. She hates having to bow her head like this, but she also knows she has no choice except to obey the order she was given. In a flashback, Whitebone had coldly instructed her to lower the Tang bastard's guard by acting meek, obedient, and completely submissive in front of him. And when she hesitated even for a moment, he threatened to turn her into a jiangshi if she refused to follow his command. Terrified by that fate, she panicked on the spot, and immediately agreed that she would do exactly as he said. Now, standing here in the present, Namgung Sanyong steels herself, and decides to endure the humiliation, if that is what it takes to manipulate Tang Wunhui and use him to get a lead on the sorcerer. Tang Wunhui calmly points out that for all her usual fearless attitude, she is obviously terrified of one thing above all else: Tang Hosen finding out the truth. Then, without softening it at all, he says straight to her face that he already knows she is working with the demonic cult, leaving her stunned and wondering how he could possibly know that. The certainty in his voice makes it impossible to dismiss, and Namgung Sanyong instantly realizes this is not some reckless bluff. Her thoughts race backward. She herself only found out yesterday that the temple was connected to the demonic cult, so she cannot understand how Tang Wunhui already knows something that took even her this long to discover. With a dark, almost sinister air hanging around him, Tang Wunhui looks at her and mocks her for being that shocked. Up until now, Namgung Sanyong had convinced herself that Tang Wunhui was probably nothing more than a puppet being controlled by some hidden sorcerer, but when she stares into his eyes, what she senses is completely different. What she sees there is not the empty look of someone under control, but the gaze of a man acting by his own will, even if a sorcerer may still be helping him from behind the scenes. From that, she finally reaches the chilling conclusion that Tang Wunhui himself has been the one orchestrating everything from the very beginning. Even so, Namgung Sanyong desperately hopes he knows nothing beyond her personal involvement. So she puts on a mask of confusion and pretends out loud that she has no idea what he means. Tang Wunhui only smiles at that and says that if she is truly innocent, then she should have no objection to him passing everything he knows on to Tang Hosan. He goes on to explain that if the Righteous Wind Squad starts investigating, they will eventually uncover her repeated visits to that strange temple, along with any Namgung belongings being kept there, and that would make the whole situation very interesting. Leaning closer as if savoring her fear, he casually wonders how the Namgung clan will respond once those ties to the demonic cult are dragged into the open for everyone to see. At that, panic grips Namgung Sanyong completely, because she instantly realizes her clan would most likely cast her aside and blame everything on her alone to save themselves. In a weak voice, she insists that they would never abandon the branch head's wife, but Tang Wunhui immediately points out that even she does not truly believe those words. With that, she is completely cornered. Having no path left to retreat, Namgung Sanyong finally swallows her pride and asks him directly what it is he wants. Tang Wunhui answers with a broad grin, the kind that makes it obvious he is about to ask for something big. Then he says it plainly. He is a very greedy man. Over the course of the following week, a desperate Namgung Sanyong keeps bringing Tang Wunhui one rare treasure after another, piling valuables before him in the hope of satisfying his demand. Because she is so busy running around to gather all of those items, Namgung Sanyong is left with no time at all to plot anything else behind the scenes. Now surrounded by a small mountain of loot, Tang Wunhui looks over everything in front of him in amazement, while his spirits chatter that he is practically dressed in treasure at this point, and that Namgung Sanyong is probably broke by now. The spirits gleefully add that she deserves every bit of it for what she tried to do to him, but Tang Wunhui cuts in and tells them to speak only for themselves. Even so, he cannot hide the smile on his face, as he admits that these treasures are genuinely useful to him. Out of everything she brought, though, he draws special attention to a single item: a dark green pill that he regards as the most important treasure of them all. He explains to the spirits that this pill was refined from fire poison herb, cornelian cherry, and a special bacterium, and that the thing radiating from it is an enormous amount of toxic energy. The spirits first think, it just looks like an ordinary poison pill, but then they suddenly go stiff as the realization hits, and they blurt out that Tang Wunhui must be planning to challenge the 6th level of the Venom Dragon cultivation technique. Tang Wunhui confirms it without hesitation. What he intends to do now is open his middle dantian and push himself all the way to the ultimate peak. He explains that the rare bacterium inside this medicine can become part of a miraculous remedy in the right hands. But if it is handled even slightly wrong, it will turn vicious and begin devouring the body from the inside out. He then lays out the rest of it, saying the other ingredients are there to magnify that bacterium's poisonous nature, which is exactly why this pill is so perfectly suited for someone like him who cultivates the Venom Dragon technique. The spirits follow his reasoning and understand what he is aiming for. But they still grow anxious and ask if that poison is not far too intense, wondering whether his body can truly endure something like this. Tang Wunhui answers calmly that he has already prepared another safeguard as well. With that, he reveals a divine chi, clarification orb resting quietly inside a box. This orb, created by the famed life and death divine physician, is a rare miracle medicine known for dramatically increasing a person's internal energy. Tang Wunhui decides that before he touches the poison pill, he will swallow the orb first and use it to raise his internal energy as much as possible. As he settles into meditation, a stream of pure energy from the orb begins to spread through his body, and the effect is so clear that it instantly confirms the medicine is working exactly as intended. Only after that does he prepare to take the poison pill, while recalling the old warnings from the elders that this kind of poison is notoriously difficult for the human body to digest. Even so, after judging his current state, he decides that with his present mastery of the Venom Dragon technique, he should at least barely be able to withstand it. The moment the poison pill begins to dissolve, a powerful green venomous energy starts pouring out from it. Tang Wunhui braces himself and acknowledges that what comes next is going to be unimaginably painful. Almost immediately, that venomous force begins raging through him, swirling violently inside his body as the poison fully activates. Pain becomes too overwhelming to suppress, and Tang Wunhui lets out a raw scream as the poison's power floods every part of him. A massive storm of poisonous qi bursts outward from his body, so fierce and unstable that even the spirits are startled by it. Caught in that toxic maelstrom, the spirits cry out in alarm and anxiously ask whether Tang Wunhui is all right. Inside the chaos, Tang Wunhui feels the poison detonating throughout his entire body, and he forces himself to stay focused, using the Venom Dragon technique to convert that violent poison into internal energy. Within him, purple cultivation energy and green poison begin spiraling together around a radiant core, each force circling the other in a dangerous balance. That whirling mass then compresses at his middle dantian, tightening and condensing until it resembles a glowing orb of light. Tang Wunhui narrows his focus to a single point and fiercely orders himself to gather every last bit of that power. Then he draws the condensed energy upward toward his upper dantian, forcing it to merge with both his heart and his mind. As that process completes, the energy fuses together into a blazing sphere of power. A towering purple aura erupts from his entire body, surging upward as he stabilizes the breakthrough and forces the new realm to settle firmly into place. At last, Tang Wunhui lets out a long breath of relief and realizes he has done it. He has successfully reached the 6th mastery level of the Venom Dragon cultivation technique. His spirits immediately burst into excited congratulations, amazed that he reached the ultimate peak after only 2 months of training and openly marveling at how absurdly fast his progress has been. When Tang Wunhui senses the small yet perfectly pure core of essence resting inside his middle dantian, he knows for certain that he has attained 5 Dragons Peak Mastery, the true ultimate peak. The commotion from his breakthrough is loud enough to draw Gan over in a rush, and he initially charges in thinking an intruder has appeared, only to stop when he recognizes that familiar energy. Staring at Tang Wunhui in disbelief, Gan asks what in the world he has just done. Tang Wunhui answers in an almost casual tone that he simply took a miraculous medicine gifted to him by Madame Namgung. Gan admits he has no clue what kind of medicine it was, but judging from the result, he guesses it must have cost Namgung Sanyong an absolute fortune. Then, with a knowing look, he remarks that whatever the medicine was, Tang Wunhui must be dying to test out the strength he just gained. Tang Wunhui, standing there with his spear wrapped in purple energy, agrees at once and even praises Gan as a truly excellent teacher. Gan gives the signal, making it clear that the spar can begin. With obvious excitement, Tang Wunhui declares that he is coming at him with everything he has, and then he lunges forward with his energized spear. The instant he sees internal energy flowing cleanly along Tang Wunhui's weapon, Gan is visibly stunned that his student is already capable of channeling power directly into a spear. Their weapons collide in a blur, and Tang Wunhui's empowered strike crashes hard enough to slam straight into Gan. Gan immediately praises the attack, noting the solid weight and real power packed behind Tang Wenhui's blows. Then he raises the level of the spar, firing off a fierce thrust of his own, and telling Tang Wenhui to try deflecting it. As he faces that attack, Tang Wenhui realizes with deep satisfaction that he can now clearly see Gan's movements and properly read what is coming. He also notices that his body is responding with a freedom and speed it never had before, allowing him to move around Gan's rapid strikes much more naturally. Thrilled by this new martial realm, Tang Wenhui feels a rush of excitement and thinks that he can finally perceive the flow of combat the way Gan has always seen it. He then realizes that if he can fully infuse his weapons with internal energy from this point on, his combat power will rise even further. Wrapped in a blazing purple aura, Tang Wenhui pours a deadly amount of chi into his spear as he prepares a decisive strike. Gan's eyes widen in alarm when he recognizes what is coming. Tang Wenhui is about to use the 12 beats of the violent tiger technique through a spear. In the next instant, Tang Wenhui crashes into his sparring partner again, their weapons meeting amid an explosive burst of purple energy. But his opponent immediately answers with a wide, sweeping staff strike loaded with aura, and the sheer force behind it drives Tang Wenhui backward. Even while reacting, the older man cannot hide his surprise and remarks on just how fast Tang Wenhui is as he comes charging in again. Realizing the duel can no longer be treated lightly, the instructor admits that he now has to take this match seriously and prepares to fight in earnest. Still wrapped in that fierce, almost demonic-looking energy, Tang Wenhui reminds him with a grin that he was the one who promised to train him ruthlessly. Later on, Tang Wenhui sits down together with Gan, and once the atmosphere settles, Gan asks him whether he has heard the latest rumor spreading around lately. Gan explains that people are saying Tang Wenhui reconciled with Madame Namgung and willingly gave up his place in the succession struggle out of gratitude for her kindness. Tang Wenhui answers with a calm face that he could do something like that if it meant preserving peace within the family. But Gan immediately looks doubtful and remarks that Tang Wenhui probably does not even know what true peace looks like. Gan assumes the rumor started because Madame Namgung has been sending Tang Wenhui gift after gift lately, though he also makes it clear that the story people are telling cannot possibly be the truth. Behind that casual conversation, Tang Wenhui quietly thinks that he needs Madame Namgung to keep acting this way if he wants to gain the upper hand over that accursed white bone, while Gan, hearing the name, is left wondering who exactly he means. The moment he realizes that this white bone is the head of Blackbone Ghost Valley, Gan's expression changes on the spot, and he reacts in visible shock. Tang Wenhui looks a little surprised that Gan was never properly briefed on an enemy this important, then notes to himself that Gan must not have been listening closely enough during the meeting. Gan quickly pieces together that Tang Wenhui must have discovered Madame Namgung's connection to Whitebone, while Tang Wenhui, watching him, notices that Gan always turns serious the moment the demonic cult comes up. Gan warns him that the sorcerers of Blackbone Ghost Valley protect their base with a demonic sorcery array so heavily fortified that even getting close is dangerous, and Tang Wenhui confirms that he already knows. Gan adds that the live Jiangshi inside that array become even stronger while it is active, and admits honestly that even if he fought with his full power, he is not sure he could kill their leader. Tang Wenhui agrees at once, saying that if they tried to wage a direct frontal battle against them, their side would end up suffering severe losses. He then brings up Spirit Number 15's report explaining that the temple is currently guarded by 4 death swordsmen, and on top of that, a live Jiangshi with strength on the level of a spirit swordsman. Tang Wenhui also reflects that Whitebone has already stepped into a higher martial realm than he had in Tang Wenhui's previous life, most likely because of the support and backing he received from the cult. Now clearly worried, Gan asks what Tang Wenhui is planning to do next, and whether he already has some kind of strategy prepared. Tang Wenhui answers with quiet confidence that his preparations for dealing with Whitebone are almost complete. That same night, a desperate Namgung Sanyong secretly comes to Tang Wenhui and drops to her knees in front of him, begging for his help. Wrapped in an ominous, unsettling aura, Tang Wenhui looks down at her and remarks that sneaking into his room at night to ask for help could easily make it seem as though he is the one trying to kill her. He calmly points out that both the Namgung clan and the temple are now pressuring her from either side, and with no room to deny it, Namgung Senyong admits that he is right. Her body trembling, she reminds him that he already understands the kind of dangerous situation she has been cornered into. She explains that the temple master has threatened to turn her into a Jiangshi because she has failed to bring back information about the sorcerer supposedly standing behind Tang Wenhui. Terrified nearly to the point of breaking, she laments that if things keep going like this, she is finished. Tang Wenhui gives her no comfort at all and bluntly tells her that yes, she really is heading toward a horrible end. In a panic, Namgung Sanyong hurriedly promises that she will do anything Tang Wenhui asks of her, as long as he saves her life. Tang Wenhui presses her even harder, asking whether she can truly abandon the successor position she has chased so obsessively for so long. She grits her teeth, swallows the bitterness, and agrees, even swearing that she will make the other contenders give up that position too. She goes so far as to say that if he wants, she will disappear from his sight forever, and she keeps begging again and again for him to help her. Tang Wunhui finally accepts, but only on the condition that she follows every one of his instructions without deviation, and she swears she will do absolutely anything if he can get rid of the demon hanging over her. He tells her that there is one specific item she must prepare for him, and without daring to object, she agrees immediately. Tang Wunhui notes to himself that this last piece of preparation is essential if he wants to bring down that accursed Whitebone. Elsewhere, Tang Chugyung, the blacksmith, realizes he is in serious trouble because he failed to examine Tang Wunhui's damaged sword as carefully as he should have. The old craftsman admits with a grim face that restoring the weapon will take at least 2 full weeks of non-stop work, far longer than he first assumed. As he studies the material more closely, he realizes the blade is actually a demonic weapon forged from black steel and soaked through with demonic qi. And on top of that, Tang Wunhui wants an entirely new sword forged from it. The moment he understands what kind of job Tang Wunhui handed him, the craftsman can only curse under his breath, realizing he has been cleverly trapped into taking on a monstrous task. He grumbles that he will have to work alone without rest for 2 whole weeks, because none of his disciples possess the skill needed to help with something like this. Still complaining that he does not have 2 bodies and will have to tell Tang Wunhui the work is going to take even longer, he suddenly freezes when a familiar voice comments on what he just said. Startled, the old craftsman quickly turns his head to see who spoke. The instant he sees the unexpected visitor, he shouts in alarm and demands to know why that person is here. The newcomer, however, stays perfectly calm and casually asks why the craftsman is so angry when it has been such a long time since they last met. The visitor is revealed to be Dark Supreme Tang Moonhyuk, and with a faintly playful air, he says he is genuinely saddened by such a hostile welcome. The craftsman immediately protests that Tang Moonhyuk should be serving with the 9 Dragons Division right now and demands to know why he has come here alone. Tang Moonhyuk cheerfully replies that he simply snuck out, only to be scolded at once for causing trouble for everyone else. Then, after glancing over the weapon project in front of him, Tang Moonhyuk remarks that it is quite an interesting piece and asks who requested such a thing. The craftsman answers that it came from Tang Hosen's child. At first, Tang Moonhyuk recalls hearing about Tang Hosen's gifted daughter, but then learns that this request did not come from her at all, but from Tang Hosen's second child. The craftsman clarifies that he means Tang Wunhui, Tang Hosen's second son. Tang Moonhyuk remarks that he had heard Tang Wunhui was weak both in mind and in talent, while the craftsman admits that Tang Wunhui's request caught even him off guard and says the boy thinks like a snake. After studying the design more carefully, Tang Moonhyuk realizes that Tang Wunhui is trying to create a single weapon capable of shifting between 2 different techniques. He goes on to note that Tang Wunhui also intends to rely on hidden weapons whenever an enemy chooses to keep their distance. Clearly impressed now, Tang Moonhyuk remarks that this kind of design is weaponry in the purest Tang style. The craftsman says he could probably still meet the deadline if that were the only issue, but from the way he trails off, it is obvious there is another complication on top of that. Tang Wunhui quietly presents the black demonic tool to Tang Moonhyuk, making it clear that this is the very core material that must be reforged into the weapon he wants. Once Tang Moonhyuk hears that Tang Wunhui even studied sorcery so he could pour cursed poison through a sword like this, his eyes sharpen with interest, and he immediately asks what other demands Tang Wunhui made. The craftsman grumbles under his breath that Tang Wunhui is the disciple of a completely useless man, and from that single complaint, Tang Moonhyuk instantly realizes he is talking about Tang Gan, meaning Tang Gan really did accept Tang Wunhui as his disciple. He then learns that Tang Wunhui even managed to persuade Tang Gan to pass down the Tempest dance technique to him as well. At that, Tang Moonhyuk gives a quiet acknowledgement, but the growing curiosity in his expression shows that his interest in Tang Wunhui is only getting deeper. The craftsman clicks his tongue and concludes that Tang Wunhui is not after an ordinary weapon at all, but a blade capable of carrying both the Tempest dance and cursed sorceries, proof, in his eyes, of just how greedily ambitious the boy is. Tang Moonhyuk repeats that he understands, though. The look on his face makes it obvious that Tang Wunhui's bold ambition has only intrigued him even more. Then he calmly points out that the reforging work does not have nearly enough hands to be done properly. The craftsman suddenly realizes Tang Moonhyuk is offering to step in himself, and he stares at him in outright disbelief. Tang Moonhyuk bursts into excited laughter, clearly eager to see what Tang Wunhui will do once this new weapon, this dangerous new toy of his, is finally in his hands. Later that night, Tang Wunhui meets his allies beside a waiting carriage, and under the dark sky he is informed that every preparation he asked for has been completed. The madam glances around and asks if only the 3 of them are going. and Tang Wunhui answers that his master will join them after he finishes taking care of some remaining business. Almost as if summoned by the mention of him, Tang Gan comes running over, and Tang Wunhui casually remarks that his timing could not have been better. Tang Gan complains the whole time about having to leave at such an awkward hour of the night, but Tang Wunhui firmly tells him that this exact timing is the most suitable one. Tang Gan then reports that, just as Tang Wunhui ordered, he has already eliminated the spy, Mu Yong. Tang Wunhui praises him for it without hesitation while the madam freezes in shock and immediately demands to know why Mu Yong had to be killed. Tang Wunhui explains in an even voice that Mu Yong had been serving as a spy for both the Namgung clan and the temple, and that answer leaves the madam completely speechless. In that instant, she realizes Tang Wunhui had already known she was hiding Mu Yong, and the thought makes it painfully clear to her that he has been moving everyone around like pieces on a board. A little unnerved, Tang Gan lowers his voice and asks if the infiltration into the valley is really going to be carried out by only the three of them. Holding a lifelike human-faced mask in his hand, Tang Wunhui answers that, for now at least, it really will be just the three of them. Tang Gan reluctantly pulls on a mask of his own and asks if this is truly necessary, but Tang Wunhui insists that they have no choice and must wear them. Another ally backs him up at once, pointing out that if they go in barefaced, their identities will be exposed immediately. Tang Wunhui cuts the hesitation short and tells them to move out. And despite the unease hanging over them, the others follow. As the carriage rolls into a bank of thick, ghostly fog, one of them quietly notes that the mist has grown dense enough to mean they have already crossed into enemy territory. Riding beside the carriage in disguise, Tang Wunhui and the ally with him can both feel the atmosphere turning heavier and more ominous with every step deeper into the fog. Using his dead man's eye, Tang Wunhui sees through the concealment and spots beast-type Jiangshi lurking inside the mist, even though they are clearly trying to stay hidden. From that, he quickly reasons that the enemy must have tightened security after the earlier raids on their beast Jiangshi farms. Tang Wunhui confirms to himself that Whitebone truly has broken through to a higher realm, because the sorcery barrier spread through this place is far more advanced than anything Whitebone used in the past. Then, all of a sudden, Tang Wunhui senses a strange current of sorcery he does not recognize, and his entire focus sharpens at once. Without wasting a second, he summons Spirit number 15 to investigate, and the spirit answers his call immediately. Spirit number 15 reports back that Whitebone Instructor has taken possession of Tang Wunhui's sorcery book. The spirit goes on to explain that when the 12 black specters searched through Tang Wunhui's former pavilion, they discovered many valuable texts there. The other spirits angrily curse the Jiangshi for stealing Tang Wunhui's belongings and loudly insist that none of it was their fault. Tang Wunhui remembers using the soul-combusting hellflame art and believing every record had been burned away. But then he realizes that some of the writings must have survived from the time he was organizing the Phantom King's texts. He quickly concludes that trying to use the Phantom King's sorcery in its original unmodified form against someone who already knows it would be like trying to lock a door while the key is still stuck inside, so until he can revise those techniques, he will have to choose his spells with extreme care. The carriage rattles and creaks as its wheels keep turning, carrying them farther and farther into the valley. At last, the driver speaks up and announces that they have arrived at the gate of Blackbone Ghost Valley. Disguised as escorts from the Namgung side, Tang Wunhui and Tang Gan move to help the madam down from the carriage. The iron gate slowly swings open, and ghostly mist immediately spills outward from the darkness beyond it. A childlike Jiangshi girl appears to greet them, addressing the madam as a daughter of the Namgung house and asking why she has come all the way here. The madam answers smoothly that she has brought the belongings requested, the very possessions of the man Temple Master Zhang has been seeking. The Jiangshi girl remarks that security has been tightened lately and says she will carry the boxes in herself while the madam's companions remain outside and wait. Standing outside the gate, Tang Gan leans in and whispers that they could simply attack now, but Tang Wunhui quietly tells him to hold back and wait. The madam then warns that some unknown objects may be infused with sorcery that reacts differently when touched by the dead, and she asks whether the Jiangshi girl is truly certain it is safe for her to handle them. The little Jiangshi girl visibly falters, her face tightening with irritation as she hesitates on the spot. In the end, she gives in and allows all three of them to come inside together with the boxes. As she leads them across the courtyard, she raises her voice and announces to Temple Master Zhang that the Namgung woman has arrived with the requested items. A voice echoes back from within, ordering that the woman be allowed to enter. The Jiangshi pushes open the hall, and the group moves forward, heading deeper toward the inner chamber. The madam respectfully greets Temple Master Zhang, who sits waiting among ritual objects in the form of a skeletal Jiangshi, and he answers that he has been expecting her. The Whitebone Instructor twists into that grotesque, monstrous form of his. He almost trembles with excitement and eagerly asks whether she brought Tang Wunhui's belongings. The madam explains that she had no way of knowing which items were actually imbued with mystic power, so she simply cleared out most of what was in Tang Wunhui's room. Hearing that, the Whitebone Instructor lets out pleased praise, saying she had done even better than what he originally ordered. At the subtle signal from Tang Wunhui, Tang quietly readies himself to move the moment the boxes are set down. One by one, the heavy chests are placed in a stack directly in front of the altar. Even before the lids are opened, the white bone instructor senses the intense mystic energy leaking from inside them and beams with satisfaction, delighted that the delivery was carried out so well. With obvious confidence, he declares that he will use these belongings at once to track down Tang Wenhui and the others. The instant he opens one of the chests, his expression shifts, and he freezes in puzzlement at what is actually sitting inside. A split second too late, he realizes the boxes are not filled with treasured objects at all, but packed solid with explosives. He starts to protest, mouth just beginning to open, but all he can do is stare straight into the trapped chest in dawning horror. At that exact moment, the madam lunges forward, grabs both of her companions, and throws herself away from the stacked boxes. Then a blinding explosion tears through the hall, swallowing the entire interior in a single violent blast. For one last stunned instant, the white bone instructor can only look at the burning fuse in confusion before everything detonates. His eyes fly wide with shock just as the explosion surges over him and completely engulfs his body. Flame and crushing force rip through the chamber, tearing across the room and consuming him where he stands. The blast is so overwhelming that the entire temple structure is instantly turned into a towering fireball. A moment later, the surrounding buildings of Blackbone Ghost Valley begin erupting too, as the first detonation triggers a chain of explosions across the compound. The destruction keeps spreading outward, blasting apart even more of the valley's structures in rapid succession. The inferno swells all the way into the forest beyond, blooming outward under deafening shockwaves that shake the air itself. Already some distance away, Tang Wenhui's group braces themselves and throws up their arms against the roaring blast wind and the storm of debris rushing after them. Tang remarks that an explosion on that scale should have severely disrupted the demonic sorcery array that had been shielding the valley. Tang Wenhui answers calmly that even so, the blast was not enough to erase the mystic arts completely. When the question of the white bone instructor's survival comes up, Tang Wenhui points out that, as a Jiangshi, he is far too durable to die so easily. Tang Wenhui adds that just before the detonation, he saw the enemy gathering mystic energy around himself. So even if the white bone instructor has been horribly mangled, he says the man is almost certainly still alive. Tang Wenhui then notes that the same unnatural resilience would apply to the other Jiangshi guarding the area as well, meaning they likely survive too. The moment he says it, he bursts forward in a sprint, heading straight for the remaining enemies. Jiangshi girl steps out to meet them, leading a squad of white-clad Jiangshi into position to intercept Tang Wenhui's party. Burning with rage, she condemns them for daring to desecrate what she calls their sacred land. Standing up on a hill, Tang Wenhui lightly jokes that all he really did was blow up a single house, even while the people beside him know full well that most anyone would be furious over that. One of the Jiangshi subordinates quickly identifies Tang as the fierce Wind Knight, the second strongest fighter in the Nine Dragons branch, and points out Tang Wenhui as Tang Hosan's second son. From that alone, the Jiangshi conclude that the Tang clan must have discovered their scheme. At the same time, Tang Wenhui tells Tang not to worry about him and to focus on keeping himself alive. The Jiangshi leader immediately orders her forces to capture the intruders alive no matter what it takes, because only then can they learn how badly their plan has been exposed. As the Jiangshi surge forward in a rush, sudden projectiles rip straight through their formation and tear open their ranks. One of the death swordsmen is struck in the head by the surprise attack, and drops dead on the spot, without even a chance to react. Tang steps up to face the remaining Jiangshi, and with anger in his voice condemns them for hiding behind human appearances and pretending to be people. The Jiangshi girl is visibly shaken, stunned that even a death swordsman caught off guard could be killed in a single hit. This is when it becomes clear just what Tang really is. A martial master who has already reached the supreme peak level. Tang Wenhui tells Tang that he is truly glad to have him here, then immediately leaps away to handle his own side of the battle, leaving Tang alone in front of the charging Jiangshi. A few of the Jiangshi spit curses at Tang Wenhui as he departs, but their leader sharply orders them to ignore him and pour all their attention into bringing down Tang instead. With enemies closing in from every side, Tang settles into position to fight. While the Jiangshi commander orders her troops to use every bit of strength, they have to take him down. Wearing a faint smirk, Tang tells them to go ahead and try their best if they truly believe they can capture him. Back amid the shattered remains of the destroyed hall, a mangled hand slowly claws up through the rubble, proving that the white bone instructor is still alive. Seething with fury, he realizes at once that someone from within his own side must have betrayed him. He quickly assesses the damage and realizes the explosion has disrupted his demonic array, slowing even his monstrous regeneration. That leaves him with a brutal choice: restore the array first, or destroy the evidence here and flee immediately. Before he can decide, Tang Wenhui appears among the ruins and mocks him, asking if he is really thinking of running after Tang Wenhui came all this way to meet him. With a cold smile on his face, Tang Wunhui asks whether abandoning the fight now is truly how the Whitebone instructor intends to treat a guest. The skeletal sorcerer recognizes him as that despised bastard from the Branch family and immediately assumes this entire encounter must be part of some scheme orchestrated by the Tang family head. Tang Wunhui calmly greets the old sorcerer and reminds him that the last time they met was when he had learned mystic arts directly from him. The old man, thoroughly confused, flatly denies ever knowing him, so Tang Wunhui reminds him that, despite the fact that their specialties were different, the man still acted as his master for an entire month. The sorcerer can only repeat the claim back in stunned disbelief, shocked that this youth is insisting he studied under him for a month. As he listens more closely to Tang Wunhui's tone and watches his mannerisms, panic suddenly crawls across the old man's face, as though he is beginning to recognize someone who should be impossible. Tang Wunhui then coldly accuses him of stealing his mystic arts, and sneers that the fool cannot even recognize the true owner standing right in front of him. Wrapped in a massive demonic aura that swells around him like the outline of a savage beast, the young man speaks through clenched anger and says with chilling calm that he is very, very angry. The old sorcerer stares at the evil spirits around him, then at the youth himself, and the connection finally clicks in his mind. In that instant, he recognizes him for who he believes he truly is, the cult heir Yan Wunhui. Terror seizes him on the spot, and in a panic, the sorcerer unleashes a violent surge of power straight upward into the sky. Yan Wunhui watches without flinching as the old man's attack bursts out of the ruins and shoots skyward in a violent column. Watching that eruption, Yan Wunhui notes that the old man has clearly grown stronger than before, and remarks that destroying the demonic sorcery array had been necessary, otherwise things would have become far more dangerous. The sorcerer doesn't stop there. Still half-crazed, he keeps lashing out and bombards the area with one frenzied blast of energy after another. Each violent strike tears into the surroundings, wrecking the area so badly that both the ground and the nearby village seem to shake under the force. As he rushes forward through the devastation, Yan Wunhui senses that the power coming off the attack does not feel like any ordinary mystic art, and he starts wondering what exactly the old man is trying to do. Realizing he needs to understand the technique immediately, he prepares to examine the unfamiliar move with the power of his dead man's eye. But the moment he activates that special sight, something completely unexpected appears, and even he is visibly caught off guard. When the dust and force finally settle after the blast, Yan Wunhui sees nothing but a massive crater left behind, and at once realizes the old geezer has vanished. He quickly thinks it through and rules out the obvious possibilities. The sorcerer is not the stealthy type, and this does not feel like an illusion either, so the disappearance must have another explanation. One of the evil spirits suddenly reports that the Whitebone sorcerer has already fled to a different location, and that revelation surprises even Yan Wunhui. Then he spots it for himself. A skeletal bird carrying the old sorcerer away through the air. The spirits conclude that the man is plainly trying to run, and Yan Wunhui pauses to consider that sight. For a brief moment, Yan Wunhui almost seems amused as he weighs whether the old man deserves mockery for his cowardice, or credit for making such a fast decision to retreat. A faint smirk tugs at his face as he remarks that, out of every possible direction the old fool could have chosen, he picked the most unlucky one. High overhead, riding the giant skeletal bird in full retreat, the fleeing sorcerer curses the fact that the cult heir somehow survived. Panicked and sweating, the sorcerer convinces himself that Yan Wunhui must possess some way to truly kill him, so he decides the only answer is to withdraw now and regroup later with his allies. But in the middle of that desperate flight, the sorcerer's whole expression changes when he suddenly senses something below that sends alarm racing through him. Down beneath him, someone radiating a force completely opposed to demonic power is already poised to strike back at him from the ground. A black-haired swordswoman steps in and swings her blade, releasing a slash burning with fierce holy power. That blazing strike surges upward in a streak of light, racing straight toward the skeletal bird and the sorcerer riding on it. The old sorcerer lets out a scream as the holy attack crashes into both him and his mount. The bird's bony body shatters apart in midair, and with his escape broken out from under him, the sorcerer is sent plunging helplessly down toward the ground. Watching the crash from a distance, Yan Wunhui mockingly calls him out, as if scolding the old man for daring to ignore him like that. The swordswoman who launched the attack rushes up at once, and Yan Wunhui greets her as she arrives. It is none other than his sister, Tang Qujin. The moment Tang Qujin gets a clear look at him, shock flashes across her face, and she immediately demands to know why he is here. Yan Wunhui answers in a calm, matter-of-fact tone that he has been working together with her mother in order to wipe out the demon cult. Tang Qujin struggles to process that at all. First, she can barely believe her mother is involved, and second, she is still trying to grasp that the falling Jiangshi is a demon cult member Yan Wunhui intends to capture alive. She hurriedly explains that she came here in the first place because she overheard her mother plotting with a sorcerer hidden somewhere in this mountain. The mention of the demon cult only leaves her more confused, and while she tries to make sense of it all, Yeon Woonwi inwardly acknowledges just how bewildered she is. Knowing he cannot waste time, he decides he has to send her away before the old sorcerer recovers enough to pull another trick and escape again, so he tells her firmly that he can deal with the enemy by himself. Yeon Woonwi then tells Tang Kyujin to go help Tangon instead, explaining that Tangon is currently holding the line by himself and protecting their mother against a large number of enemies. Her eyes widen in horror the moment that sinks in, and she shouts in protest at the thought that only Yeon Woonwi, their mother, and Tangon undertook something this dangerous on their own. Yeon Woonwi explains that it had to remain a secret operation, then points out that she also came here without any backup, reasoning that she must have rushed over because she was worried. Understanding that there is no time to stand here arguing, Tang Kyujin forces herself to set her questions aside for later. She tells him to run immediately if things become too dangerous, and he agrees without resistance. After that brief exchange, she gives him a quick farewell and turns at once, sprinting off to support the others. Yeon Woonwi stands still for a moment and watches Tang Kyujin race away toward the battlefield. Then he turns his attention back to the ruins and dryly remarks that the old man has had more than enough time to rest during that conversation, raising his voice toward the wreckage. Yeon Woonwi calls the sorcerer out and says that a demon-wielding Jiangshi should have no trouble recovering from an attack like the one he just suffered. A hand suddenly claws up through the dust and rubble, and as soon as he sees it, Yeon Woonwi warns the old man not to make the mistake of thinking he has lowered his guard. Beaten badly and half-buried in debris, the sorcerer slowly drags himself upright, groaning as he rises. With his teeth clenched and his body trembling, he forces himself into position and prepares another desperate move. Then, with renewed ferocity, he suddenly lunges forward and throws himself at Yeon Woonwi in an attempt to strike him down. Panting heavily as he attacks, the sorcerer spits out curses at Yeon Woonwi for continuing to mock and provoke him without mercy. He shouts in disbelief that Yeon Woonwi should already be dead, and demands to know how he could possibly have returned from death yet again. Wrapped in swirling purple energy, Yeon Woonwi admits that resurrection does sound unbelievable, but calmly says that immortality and reincarnation are dreams every sorcerer has chased at one point or another. Cloaked in that living, sinister aura of an evil ghost warrior, Yeon Woonwi asks whether this sight is enough to prove that what he is saying is true. The sorcerer's eyes lock onto the robe around him, and the recognition leaves him stunned that Yeon Woonwi is commanding power on that level. His whole body trembling now, the sorcerer can only ask in shaken disbelief whether Yeon Woonwi has truly overcome death itself. Draped in full cult regalia, Yeon Woonwi steps forward through the wreckage with an ominous calm, closing the distance one slow step at a time as the terrified old man can only watch him come. Without raising his voice, Yeon Woonwi tells Whitebone that there are still many things he wants answers to. He keeps walking straight toward the shrinking sorcerer and coldly orders him to stop trying to run and finish this confrontation properly. Provoked beyond endurance by Yeon Woonwi's steady stream of taunts, the sorcerer explodes in rage and unleashes yet another massive attack, roaring that he will rip Yeon Woonwi's mouth to shreds. The sorcerer lunges forward with a clawed hand outstretched in fury. Their powers crash together head-on, and the impact sends violent streaks of energy tearing across the air around them. In a frenzy, the sorcerer calls forth a horde of monstrous spirits and beast-like horrors, throwing them all at Yeon Woonwi in an attempt to drown him by sheer numbers. But Yeon Woonwi remains composed, calmly drawing purple power into his hand as he prepares his response. Then he unleashes the Tempest Dance, carving through the swarming monsters in broad, sweeping strikes that shred straight through the mass closing in on him. The next instant, Yeon Woonwi drops from above in a direct plunge toward the sorcerer, and the old man jerks his head up in alarm at the sight. The sorcerer hurriedly tries to invoke another martial technique, but he is cut off before he can complete it. Yeon Woonwi slams him brutally into the ground, smashing both his body and his scattered beads into the dirt. Reeling in a daze, the sorcerer realizes with growing shock that Yeon Woonwi is far faster and far stronger than any report ever suggested. Before he can recover, Yeon Woonwi drives him flying once again with another crushing blow. The sorcerer staggers in disbelief, unable to accept that Yeon Woonwi could have become this powerful in such a short span of time. Panic starts to overtake him as he realizes the cult heir can now even wield high-level martial arts, something he can barely comprehend as possible. Yeon Woonwi keeps hammering him without mercy, pounding him back into the earth again and again, while the sorcerer's screams rip through the battlefield. Sliding through the rolling dust with frightening momentum still pouring off him, Yeon Woonwi looks less like a man now and more like a force that cannot be stopped. He mocks the old man as he advances, asking whether that was all the tricks he had left, and saying that this level of resistance is honestly disappointing. Shrieking at him to shut up, the sorcerer lashes out once more with another explosive strike. Yeon Woonwi immediately sneers at him for repeating the exact same technique again. Even so, he stays alert, reasoning that even a fool like this would not keep repeating the same move unless there were some purpose behind it. The sorcerer suddenly screams for his spell to explode, revealing that this time he has activated a far more dangerous variation of it. All around Yan Wunhui, clusters of grotesque beast corpses begin to ignite and swell toward detonation, but even as he sees it happen, he dismisses corpse explosions as an almost embarrassingly obvious trick. A huge red blast erupts all at once, flooding the area in violent destructive energy. Whitebone bitterly laments the fact that he had to sacrifice his precious beast Jiangxi just to launch this attack. He immediately uses the chaos and blinding aftermath as cover to flee, thinking the explosion has finally bought him a little time. But just as he tries to escape, Yan Wunhui's voice suddenly cuts in behind him. Yan Wunhui catches up in an instant and drives a kick into him in the middle of his attempted escape. The sorcerer lets out a howl as Yan Wunhui follows up with another strike, this one packed into a focused blast of energy. That hit detonates the moment it lands, bursting into a bright explosion across the ground. When the force settles, the sorcerer is left stumbling badly, his entire body grievously battered. In that ruined state, he realizes just how trapped he is. With his mystic formation already destroyed, he has no time to cast any large-scale arts, and even regenerating his body is becoming a struggle. From right behind him, Yan Wunhui mocks him by saying that for someone who stole his mystic manual, this performance is downright pathetic. Furious, the sorcerer snaps back that Yan Wunhui ruined everything by destroying his demonic sorcery array. Yan Wunhui openly admits that part is true, then ridicules the old man for being reduced to running for his life the moment that array was broken. He goes on to say that he expected much more from someone who had supposedly grown stronger, calling him pathetic with open contempt. Yan Wunhui pushes the sorcerer right to the edge with that scorn alone. In sheer desperation, Whitebone merges more completely with his Jiangxi body, and a red aura flares around him, swelling his power as it burns hotter and hotter. Consumed by rage, he charges straight at the cult heir and screams out Yan Wunhui's title as he attacks. Yan Wunhui watches that desperate rush and coolly remarks that, after all the taunting it took to drive him this far, this is still the best the old man can manage. Deciding there is nothing left worth learning from him, Yan Wunhui steps forward and meets the charge head-on. Whitebone curses him madly as their energies collide once again in a violent clash. Yan Wunhui's overwhelming strike tears straight into the sorcerer with crushing force. The blow sends Whitebone crashing away and gouging out yet another crater where he lands. Groaning from inside the hole, the demon-wielding Jiangxi drags itself upward and forces its broken body back out of the crater. Catching his breath as he watches, Yan Wunhui acknowledges that the creature's toughness really is remarkable. At last, real fear overtakes the sorcerer, and he starts begging for his life, hurriedly offering to reveal everything he knows if only he is spared. Yan Wunhui cuts him off with a savage kick, then sarcastically asks whether the old man has already gone senile. Standing over him without the slightest trace of mercy, Yan Wunhui says that since he already possesses the solitary chains of binding, there is no reason at all to leave the old man alive. Then he raises one hand wrapped in purple flame and coldly suggests that the two of them die here together and meet again in the afterlife. The moment Whitebone truly understands that death is right in front of him, all of his composure shatters. Panic floods his face, and the sorcerer completely loses control. He lets out a desperate scream, shouting that he cannot die like this, but Tang Wunhui's murderous aura is already crashing down over him like a final judgment. Then, in the middle of that blinding surge of light, Tang Wunhui suddenly feels something shift. In an instant, he realizes Whitebone has triggered an even deeper layer of mystic art. The next thing he knows, Tang Wunhui is standing on a shoreline swallowed by thick fog. One look around is enough for him to understand that he has been dragged into a powerful soul-restraining spell. Even he looks caught off guard, surprised that this technique was able to take form despite the protection of his evil ghost war robe. His spirit allies quickly warn him that this is no ordinary technique from Blackbone Ghost Valley. They tell him this mystic art is far more advanced than anything normally used there, and Tang Wunhui agrees at once that it goes well beyond Whitebone's usual level. Judging from just how refined and complex the spell is, Tang Wunhui concludes that Whitebone cannot possibly be acting alone. Someone from a greater organization must be backing him. A disembodied voice echoes through the fog and declares that Tang Wunhui has been imprisoned inside the sorcerer's soul and that no matter how strong he is, escape is impossible. Whitebone erupts in fury, snarling that Tang Wunhui pushed him so far, he had no choice but to use such a drastic self-destructive technique. Tang Wunhui fires right back, coldly telling him that having no backup plan is the old fool's own mistake. He keeps mocking him without the slightest hesitation, pointing out that if Whitebone had really prepared properly, he would have accounted for the destruction of his array from the start. That taunt sends the sorcerer over the edge. Enraged, he screams at Tang Wunhui to shut up, while his enormous spectral form swells and looms overhead in a terrifying display. Tang Wunhui merely watches the outburst with casual calm, as though he is looking at a child throwing a fit, though one of the spirits beside him urgently warns him not to lower his guard. Whitebone roars that he will drag Tang Wunhui's soul down into himself, swallow it whole and strip everything away from him. He finishes that threat by declaring that every one of Tang Wenhui's powers and possessions will become his before this is over. Inside that illusory sea, Tang Wenhui and the spirits suddenly realize the ground beneath them is gone. Before they can react, they understand they are already completely submerged in the mystic ocean created by the spell. Tang Wenhui notes that this art is refined enough to build an entire space that feels almost real. At the same time, he realizes that finding the gate of life hidden inside it will not be easy. Knowing he has to grasp the structure of the spell before he drowns, he steadies himself and decides to read the currents of mystic energy flowing through the water around him. As he studies those currents, he begins sorting the different flows into separate gates. He then decides to follow the current tied to the gate of warding, believing it will eventually lead him closer to the core of the spell. He reasons that if he keeps moving along that path, it should bring him to the gate of resting, the one place from which he ought to be able to observe the entire formation at once. But even after finally reaching that supposed vantage point, Tang Wenhui still cannot spot either the gate of death or the gate of life anywhere in sight. That is when it hits him. Whitebone really wagered his own life to cast this technique. Thinking back on the sorcerer's personality and the words he used, Tang Wenhui pieces the truth together. This spell was never meant to simply kill him. Its real purpose is to seize his body, which means drowning here must represent the gate of death. From there, Tang Wenhui reaches the next conclusion almost immediately. If drowning is death, then the gate of life must lie in dying by some other method instead. Having settled on that answer, he prepares to test it without hesitation, drawing his power inward and concentrating it tightly into his chest. Then Tang Wenhui suddenly rockets upward through the ocean-like illusion, driving his own body toward what looks like a fatal collision. His spirit allies are horrified. In a panic, they shout that he looks like he is killing himself and demand to know what in the world he is doing. Blood spilling from him, Tang Wenhui tells them sharply not to panic. He calmly explains that in this spell, any form of death other than drowning functions as the gate of life. As he grabs hold of the sorcerer's spiritual face, Tang Wenhui asks Whitebone if his deduction was right, and then he slams down harder, even as Whitebone curses him in shock and rage. Tang Wenhui endures the violent backlash head-on, his face set with grim resolve, and absolutely no intention of letting go. His fingers tighten around the enemy's soul body, and with brutal force he crushes the single glaring eye staring back at him. Outside the illusion, a massive pillar of energy suddenly erupts into the sky, blasting upward as the inner world collapses and breaks apart. Elsewhere on the battlefield, another powerful fighter swings a whip spear and unleashes a spiraling attack that tears through the air with frightening force. Each strike lands with savage impact, battering two Jiangshi so brutally that they can barely withstand the assault. Tangan arrives together with another undead ally, and amid the chaos, someone suddenly shouts out Baekdong's name. Breathing hard and clearly worn down, Baekdong and the other swordsmen complain that they cannot hold on much longer under the non-stop rain of blade attacks. The girl Jiangshi stares in disbelief, unable to understand how a mere human could possibly be this strong. Their opponent coldly mocks the arrogance she showed earlier, not easing up for even a second as he keeps pressing the attack. While his whipping strikes continue to slash through the battlefield, he sneers and demands to know how much longer she plans to drag this fight out. She cries out the instant another blow lands cleanly on her, the hit striking her squarely without mercy. Still unwilling to be lumped together with the others, she steels herself and lunges forward again, determined to prove that she is different. Whip-wielding man answers that defiance by pushing his technique even further, escalating the battle with even greater pressure. He unleashes the named technique, 100 Victory Whip, Flowing Flower, and in an instant, the entire area is swallowed by a storm of whipping lines, twisting in every direction. Violent bursts of force explode through the forest one after another, ripping through the surroundings as that attack devastates the entire area. Even the Soul Swordswoman is forced to admit that this barrage is so overwhelming that she herself can barely keep up with it. As she looks toward her exhausted comrades, she realizes the other dead swordsmen are already near their limit. Fear creeps in as she understands that if this keeps going, every one of them will be cut down. The masked woman speaks in a voice as cold as ice, declaring that she is willing to sacrifice 3 of her own subordinates if that is what it takes to kill her target. With that, she calls upon all of the dead swordsmen and commands them to surrender their lives. At her order, the undead soldiers suddenly convulse in agony, and in the middle of that suffering, one of them cries out to Baekdong. Watching the Jiangshi closely, Tangan notices at once that something about their behavior has suddenly changed. A series of explosive bursts erupts around him as the undead react violently to the spell, throwing the battlefield into even greater chaos. The empowered Jiangshi suddenly surge forward all at once, launching themselves at Tangan in a tightly coordinated rush from every direction. Tangan answers with a fierce grin instead of fear, declaring that even if every last enemy came at him together, he still would not let a single one slip past. One crazed Jiangshi comes flying straight at him in a frenzy, But Tangon's blade flashes first, cutting it apart in the middle of its charge. Then more of the feral Jiangshi rush him head-on, their red eyes glowing eerily as they throw themselves at him without hesitation. Tangon's expression tightens in shock when he sees that even a Jiangshi he had already hacked to pieces is somehow attacking him again. The instant he grasps how dangerous that is, Tangon curses under his breath. That same moment, he feels a fresh threat dropping in from above, and his head jerks upward in alarm. The masked necromancer appears out of nowhere, diving straight at him, and for a split second Tangon is genuinely stunned by how close she managed to get. He immediately realizes what she did. She used the Jiangshi swarming in front of him to block his sight and timed her approach perfectly. In that blink of an instant, Tangon calculates the angle and distance and knows that if he tries to dodge now, he will lose an arm for it. Just before her attack can connect, a glowing sword drops down between them and violently cuts off the strike. The blade plants itself in the ground with a heavy thud, standing upright as power radiates out from it in waves. Tangon stares at that sword in surprise, recognizing it at once. The masked necromancer reacts even faster, panicking the moment she senses the blade's anti-demonic aura pouring into the air. Tangon feels that familiar energy and immediately understands an ally has arrived. In the next breath, Tang Kyujin rushes in and urgently asks if he is hurt. While the necromancer falters, Tangon takes control of the Jiangshi around him again and throws Tang Kyujin a quick word of thanks for stepping in at exactly the right time. His eyes flare red, and without wasting another second, Tangon unleashes a finishing attack. The blow lands hard, and the masked necromancer's face freezes in pure shock the instant she is struck. As she falls, all she can do is weakly call out for her master. Tangon's attack drives her straight into the ground with crushing force. Once the immediate clash settles, Tangon confirms to Tang Kyujin that every enemy nearby has already been taken care of. He then turns to ask why she came here in the first place. But Tang Kyujin grows visibly uneasy and dodges the question, insisting that they should go help Tang Wunhui instead. Tang Kyujin explains that Tang Wunhui ordered her to withdraw as soon as the Jiangshi were dealt with, because he intended to handle their leader by himself. Tangon thinks back to how calm and confident Tang Wunhui looked earlier, and he decides that the boy will probably manage just fine on his own. Elsewhere, inside the illusion, Tang Wunhui angrily scolds Whitebone for tearing out his own heart, warning him that what he just opened is the gate of life. Whitebone answers with eerie calm, saying that only by drowning and losing his sense of self could Tang Wunhui ever have taken over his body. Tang Wunhui, now clutching that still pulsing heart, snaps back that risking your own life so casually is complete madness. Emotion surges through him, and he starts to curse Whitebone outright. But before he can finish, Whitebone channels power through the heart in his hands and forces a scream out of him. A huge burst of energy erupts from the heart itself, exploding outward and swallowing Tang Wunhui whole. When Tang Wunhui regains his form, he immediately realizes what happened. At the very last second, his enemy shifted the surrounding space again. The world around him changes into a dense, suffocating jungle crawling with poisonous creatures on every side. A bodiless voice echoes through the trees, boasting that this place is filled with countless venomous beasts and promising that Tang Wunhui will suffer from poison before long. Tang Wunhui only scoffs, mocking the fact that such a grand mystic art is being wasted on something as petty as water and poison. He smashes a nearby tree and deliberately acts as if the poison is getting to him, putting on a show of pain. But behind that performance, he is already gripping a toxic creature by the neck, and he coldly tells the old sorcerer to stop embarrassing himself with such bad acting. Enraged again, Whitebone triggers yet another glowing gate of life, while Tang Wunhui clicks his tongue and curses. In the next instant, Tang Wunhui suddenly finds himself suspended high up in the sky. He glances around at the new aerial environment and immediately concludes that the illusion has shifted once more. Realizing Whitebone must also be positioned somewhere that corresponds to this space, Tang Wunhui rapidly breaks down the situation in his head. Then, having identified where the hidden gate of life is, he attacks that exact point without hesitation. Whitebone is visibly stunned that Tang Wunhui found him that quickly, and he blurts out a disbelieving demand to know how. Before Tang Wunhui can press further, the landscape violently flips into a desert, and Whitebone taunts him by asking whether he can still find him now. But before that mocking line is even finished, the illusion changes again, this time into a frozen wasteland of bitter cold. An instant later, it shifts yet again into a volcanic field, with Whitebone practically screaming as he desperately tries another environment. And then just moments later, Tang Wunhui finds himself standing once more in the original fog-covered field. With a mocking tone, he points out that they are back where he was first trapped and suggests his enemy must be running out of ideas. Whitebone, now completely rattled, demands to know what kind of trick Tang Wunhui is using and how he keeps locating the gate of life. Tang Wunhui answers with a smug look that maybe he is simply a genius. Tang Wunhui then calmly recites the description of the soul-capturing technique itself, the spell that drags its target down into a world made of layered fantasies. And after exposing that much, he reveals the technique's full name, Soul Restraining Fantasy Net, while making it clear he is ready to turn it back on the caster. Whitebone can only stare in disbelief, utterly aghast that Tang Wunhui has figured out the technique's true name. Tang Wunhui tells him bluntly that the old man relied on the spell too many times, and that repeated use gave him all the chances he needed to analyze it and understand how it was built. In mystic arts, a spell's name is never just decoration. Martial artists might shout out their techniques without a care, but sorcerers do the exact opposite, because the moment someone learns the true name of a spell, they get a foothold into understanding how that art actually works. That is exactly why mystic arts become most terrifying when nobody understands them. A spell's name is like a tightly packed explanation, a short phrase that quietly reveals the logic, structure, and purpose hidden underneath it. And once that hidden structure gets picked apart, the spell loses the mystery that gave it power in the first place. From that point on, the mystic art can no longer hold together properly as a prison, because its mechanism has already been exposed. The instant Yan Wunhui finishes seeing through it, the false world around him splinters apart. The illusionary space caves in on itself, and he tears free from the confinement as though breaking through a fragile shell. Watching that happen, the sorcerer is hit with pure despair. The painstaking mystic art he sacrificed so much of his life to obtain doesn't just weaken it, completely falls apart, right in front of his eyes. All through that fantasy space, the many eye-like cores begin to fracture one after another. Cracks race across them, and then the shattered pieces break loose and rain down. A moment later, Yan Wunhui steps back into the real world. He reappears with his fist already hovering over Whitebone Instructor's wide-open mouth, almost casually announcing that he has returned. Facing the terrified wraith that Whitebone has become, he speaks with unsettling calm. He even tells him that thanks to this whole ordeal, he ended up learning a rather interesting spell. At that point, Whitebone finally understands the truth, and the realization hits him like a blade. With horror spreading across him, he realizes that he really did die, standing before the bound spirit. Yan Wunhui looks at him with dry, almost mocking composure. He asks the old man whether he is not pleased to meet him again, even here, after death. Whitebone completely loses his composure and blurts out the question in panic. He desperately demands to know how Yan Wunhui could possibly have reincarnated, and he hurriedly offers to exchange information if he will listen. But before he can finish shouting that he will tell him everything he knows, Yan Wunhui suddenly reaches out. In one swift motion, he seizes Whitebone by the head and cuts him off. Yan Wunhui tells him in a cold and matter-of-fact tone that he had already been more than kind. There is no point in bargaining now because Whitebone no longer has the position or the power to negotiate anything. He looms over the trembling spirit and lays down the rule without leaving even the slightest room for resistance. From this point on, he says, he will be the one asking the questions, and Whitebone will do nothing but answer. And he begins with the one point that matters most to him. He calmly brings up what happened 6 years earlier, starting from the day of his own death on Sealing Heaven Peak. As he manifests his living body before Whitebone's eyes, he asks the question bluntly and directly. He wants to know what truly happened on Tian Shan, with no lies and no evasions. His command comes down like a blade. Whitebone is ordered to explain everything from beginning to end, in full detail, without leaving out a single piece. Whitebone's account pulls the story back 6 years to Sealing Heaven Peak. There, amid the chaos, he says he died together with many of the elders. After that catastrophe, the heavenly demon divine cult did not remain united for long. The great factions within the 9-demon mythos turned on one another, and 5 of them, including Killing Demon and Wind Demon, joined forces and openly rebelled. Those rebels first looted the celestial mythos, the faction entrusted with guarding the cult leader's gallery. After that, they pushed straight into the main palace of the revered demon god mythos, intent on seizing the one who ruled there. But Whitebone explains that their true objective in that assault lay elsewhere. What they really wanted above all was to capture his own master. He goes on to say that once they removed him from the board, the next step was obvious. If they could also suppress his master, then the only force left capable of standing against them would have been the demon god mythos alone. With the remaining mythos forced into submission, the rebels should have been able to secure their rule and hold the cult in their grasp. Instead, things spiraled the other way, and the entire heavenly demon divine cult was dragged into internal war. According to the rumors that spread afterward, the rebels never managed to capture Whitebone's master in the end. That failure became one of the most persistent stories left behind from that upheaval. Hearing that Yan Wunhui's voice turns even colder, he immediately presses Whitebone on the point that matters most, asking what truly became of his master. Whitebone hesitates, visibly unsettled. The eyes staring back at him do not look human anymore, and the strange power Yan Wunhui is displaying only deepens that dread. Whitebone finally understands what he is now facing. Yan Wunhui has become the Ghost King, a living being with the power to command the dead. As a wraith himself, Whitebone feels that terror even more sharply than anyone else could. The pressure of that authority over the dead crashes down on him with overwhelming force. Realizing he has no way to resist, Whitebone quickly changes course. If obedience is his only chance to keep existing, then he has to cling to that chance. And so he starts speaking about the cult leader. But the moment he tries to continue, his body suddenly twists in a violent, unnatural way. It is as if some outside force has grabbed hold of him from somewhere beyond the scene. Yeon Woonwi notices it immediately. His expression shifts, and he looks upward in sudden shock as he senses that something is wrong. Without wasting a second, he warns everyone there that something is coming. Whatever is approaching, he can already feel its presence closing in. Dark energy begins spiraling around Whitebone in thick, violent coils. In the next instant, that power swallows him whole, dragging his wraith form into a churning vortex. Whitebone feels it too, and terror floods his face. He realizes that this is not Yeon Woonwi's doing, some other presence is arriving. One of the spirits bound nearby instantly cries out that something is terribly wrong. In alarm, it calls out to Yeon Woonwi, trying to warn him. Yeon Woonwi reacts at once and springs backward. He retreats just as the disturbance tears up from the ground beneath him. Whitebone begins screaming in desperation, begging Yeon Woonwi to save him. He even tries once more to bargain, shouting that he will reveal everything if only he is spared. He never gets to finish. In the middle of that frantic plea, his voice and form are suddenly cut off without warning. Then the thing reveals itself. A gigantic, red, fleshy mass bursts up from below, like an enormous tongue thrusting straight toward the sky. Its surface is alive with grotesque motion. The entire thing churns and grinds in spiraling patterns, twisting as though some terrible mechanism inside it has just come alive. Yeon Woonwi can only stare for a beat, stunned by what he is seeing. In that instant, he realizes that Whitebone's soul has already been swallowed whole. He keeps his eyes fixed on the bizarre crimson mass, trying to make sense of it. Even for him, the thing in front of him is so strange that he cannot immediately tell what it is. His ghostly companions urgently warn him not to go any closer. Their voices carry real fear as they insist that whatever this thing is, it is extremely dangerous. Watching it, Yeon Woonwi starts piecing together a possibility. He speculates that this creature may exist for one purpose alone: to erase any secrets connected to that mysterious society before they can be exposed. Then he notices a subtle but chilling change. The grotesque mass has started moving, and its attention appears to be shifting toward him. Yet just as suddenly as it appeared, the entity pulls back. It sinks underground in an instant, leaving behind nothing but a small hole with smoke quietly rising from it. Yeon Woonwi says nothing right away. He simply watches the thin trail of smoke in guarded silence, staying alert for any sign that the thing might return. After a moment, he reaches a grim conclusion. That creature came here for Whitebone alone, and once it had devoured his soul, it had no reason to remain. One of the spirits then remembers something it once heard from Whitebone. With hesitant certainty, it says that a being like this has a name, and that name is Desire. The spirit quickly adds one more unsettling detail. Desire is not merely some monster you can classify and fight, but a mysterious phenomenon wrapped in myths and rumors that nobody fully understands. The spirit explains that desire is infamous for a reason. It can bestow overwhelming power on the people who enter into a contract with it. But the moment that pact is mishandled, it can just as easily turn around and devour the contractor's soul. Hearing that, Yeon Woonwi quickly pieces together what it means. If Desire was able to seize Whitebone away like that, then the authority of its contract must override even the binding force of his Ghost King power. That conclusion immediately irritates him. With clear offense in his voice, he calls it absurd that some other force would dare snatch away a soul he had already claimed for himself. The frustration only deepens when he thinks about what was just lost. Whitebone had been one of the few people who could answer his questions, and Yeon Woonwi grimly regrets losing such a valuable source of information before he could finish interrogating him. Then, in the middle of that disappointment, his thoughts stop short. He realizes this still is not quite over yet. As he examines the aftermath more closely, he picks up on something faint still hanging in the air. A small residue remains, and from that trace he realizes that a fragment of Whitebone's ego has not completely vanished. That is enough for him. His expression hardens, and he decides that whatever scraps are left behind, he will force some kind of answer out of them. So he narrows his focus and reaches toward the final memories Whitebone was clinging to at the exact moment desire consumed him. Rather than chasing everything at once, he digs into the very last images that surfaced before the soul was swallowed. From there he identifies what those memories actually are. They are tied to that hidden society, specifically to the moment Whitebone first entered into a contract connected to them. Inside that recovered vision, Yeon Woonwi finds himself looking upon the gallery of the heavenly demon divine cult leader. It is there, in that ominous place, that Whitebone appears to have been chosen. Even though it is only a memory, the atmosphere inside it is enough to unsettle him. The presence lurking within that scene is so oppressive that Yeon Woonwi is visibly taken aback. What shocks him most is that the pressure is still this intense despite being nothing more than a lingering impression. The memory alone carries enough weight to make the air feel crushing. From that, Yeon Woonwi draws a sharp conclusion. The mysterious man inside the vision must belong to that secret society, and more than that, he appears to be a divergent. Yet the memory refuses to reveal the figure clearly. All it shows is the outline of a heavily built silhouette seated upon a throne, powerful and imposing, but with no face visible at all. Yeon Woonwi quietly notes the limitation for what it is. He cannot see the man's face because he is trapped inside Whitebone's perspective, and Whitebone himself never got a full look. So instead, he studies the rest of the scene. In that vision, Whitebone is down on his knees, visibly terrified, bowing before a figure wearing a horned skull mask. Yeon Woonwi admits that he cannot witness details Whitebone never laid eyes on. Still, he says there is one thing burned so deeply into the Wraith's memory that even now it remains unmistakably clear. That single surviving detail is the man's eye. Etched into it is a reversed yin-yang symbol, a mark so striking that it remained fixed in Whitebone's mind even at the edge of annihilation. At that point, Yeon Woonwi decides there is nothing more he can squeeze out of Whitebone's scattered remains. Even so, he values this fragment highly, because it gives him at least one concrete clue about the enemy standing behind all of this. To him, a clue like that is not some small consolation. When facing an enemy whose powers can interfere with even his Ghost King binding, information itself becomes a weapon he cannot afford to overlook. He rises to his feet and calmly announces that there is no more profit to be found here. Since the questioning is over, he says they may as well move on and clean up what this whole mess has left behind. But just as he is about to leave, something on the ground catches his eye. The sight stops him cold for a moment, and a flicker of surprise passes across his face. He crouches down and places a hand against the fissure left behind. The instant his palm touches that lingering crack, he feels a strange and immediate reaction answer him back. Then, without warning, a bloody imprint creeps up along his arm. The mark crawls over him like something alive, and even Yeon Woonwi is startled by it. In that moment, he understands what he is dealing with. The mark is directly connected to the rift that desire emerged from. The realization comes fast and ugly. By making contact with what remained of Whitebone, he has ended up drawing the notice of the one who stands behind desire. That thought immediately puts him on edge. If the other side can sense him through this link, then his existence may soon be exposed, and worse still, they may attempt something far more dangerous through that connection, so he knows he has to break it before it fully settles in. He reacts at once, raking at the energy climbing toward him as if trying to tear it away with sheer force. There is no hesitation in the movement, only urgency. The fissure answers violently. As Yeon Woonwi struggles to sever the connection, the crack erupts with a furious surge, thrashing like a living wound being forced open. A violent blast bursts outward from the rift. He barely manages to endure it, bracing himself and throwing up a shield at the last second as the shockwave crashes into him. His spectral companions rush to him in alarm, asking if he is all right after seeing the cold sweat break across his face so suddenly. Yeon Woonwi brushes off their concern and tells them not to make a fuss. Even while steadying himself, he admits how close it was. They had nearly gotten hold of him through that link, but in exchange, he says, he managed to secure something far too important to ignore. The spirits can hardly contain their admiration. They praise him for managing to drag so much valuable knowledge out of nothing more than a few fading remnants. With renewed resolve, Yeon Woonwi makes a silent vow to himself. No matter how carefully that secret society tries to erase its traces, he will uncover every one of their hidden truths. And in his mind, he coldly tells them to wait for him. Elsewhere, Tang sits alone with a stack of documents in front of him, quietly reading through them while lost in thought. The room is still, and his expression suggests his mind is occupied by something far beyond the papers in his hands. Then a robed figure suddenly speaks up, breaking that silence. The visitor casually remarks that Tang must be worrying about Tang Woonwi, and the comment catches him slightly off guard. The visitor turns out to be Gui Jaegel, watching Tang closely. He points out that Tang has seemed distracted ever since hearing that Tang Woonwi went outside together with Tang and his wife. Tang lifts his eyes and studies the man for a moment. He notes dryly that Gui Jaegel seems to be in an unusually cheerful mood today. Gui Jaegel answers with open amusement. He says that nothing could possibly be more entertaining than seeing Tang Woonwi come back carrying Whitebone's head. Tang does not immediately buy into that confidence. Looking at him with clear skepticism, he asks whether Gui Jaegel truly believes something like that can actually happen. Gui Jaegel does not hesitate for even a second. With complete confidence, he replies that yes, he absolutely believes Tang Woonwi can pull it off. When Tang presses him for a reason, Gui Jaegel points to Tang Woonwi's recent accomplishments one after another. To him, Woonwi's actions so far are more than enough to justify that faith. He starts with the change everyone has been whispering about for the past 2 months. After all those rumors about how different Tang Wunhui had become, he went and defeated Tang Yucheng outright. And that was not all. Gui Jiegal reminds him that Tang Wunhui even managed to cross blades with Tang Qujin for a short time on nearly even footing. After that, he went even further and helped Tang Qujin drive away the intruders. In Gui Jiegal's eyes, that string of feats is impossible to dismiss as coincidence. Behind his smile, the scheming strategist recalls how he had originally used Tang Wunhui as a piece to humble Whitebone and also to throw Namgung Sanyong off balance. Looking back now, he notes with amusement just how badly Wunhui has disrupted the plan that others were trying to carry out. Gui Jiegal explains that by following Whitebone's movements and Namgung Sanyong's actions, he had been able to trace links leading toward the demonic cult and the Namgung family. Still, he admits that even his own calculations did not extend beyond that point. What truly shattered those expectations was Tang Wunhui's sudden decision to make a direct move against Whitebone. That choice was so abrupt that it caught both Gui Jiegal and Tangon completely by surprise. Even so, Gui Jiegal openly admits that he never tried to stop him. In fact, he says the entire situation became far too entertaining to interrupt once the chaos began to unfold. Then, as if casually dropping a new piece of gossip onto the table, he asks Tangon whether he happens to know where the Tang family head is at this very moment. Tangon listens, then shows real surprise when he hears where the Tang family head actually is. Of all places, the clan leader is currently at Lu Ban's foundry. Gui Jiegal goes on to explain that the Tang family head and Lu Ban are working together there, forging a special weapon for some unknown requester. The way he says it makes it sound like this is no ordinary commission. He adds that Tang Wunhui apparently showed them something that stirred both Lu Ban and the Tang family head enough to get them excited. Gui Jiegal admits he does not know exactly what Wunhui revealed, but whatever it was, it clearly mattered. Having laid out all of that, Gui Jiegal brings his reasoning together with confidence. In his view, there is now more than enough evidence to believe Tang Wunhui really can return carrying Whitebone's head. Then his tone shifts from amused to calculating. He asks Tangon whether it is finally time to show Tang Wunhui the full plan, or whether they should keep using him without giving him any explanation, and if they do decide to bring him in, what mission they ought to hand him next. Tangon answers with a quiet guess of his own. He says it may actually be better to keep Tang Wunhui in the dark for now, because every time they think they understand his limits, he ends up doing something that goes beyond all of their expectations. As he thinks it over, Tangon recalls a piece of advice he once received. Sometimes the wisest move is to stop interfering, step back, and let events settle on their own instead of forcing every outcome. So he repeats that same warning aloud, saying that too much meddling will only come back to hurt them. Gui Jiegal, still smiling, jokingly grumbles about how impudent that advice sounds. After a brief pause, the strategist makes up his mind. From this point forward, he says he is going to proceed under the assumption that Tang Wunhui succeeded in dealing with Whitebone. And once that assumption is fixed in place, the rest follows naturally. Gui Jiegal says he will now rework their larger scheme around that new premise. Standing beneath the moonlight, Tangon quietly accepts that decision. He gives his agreement and lets the strategist move ahead. Elsewhere, the ruined outpost of the heavenly demon divine cult sits broken and torn apart, little more than wreckage and dust. Toward that devastated site, Tang Wunhui's group makes its way back in. From ahead, one figure suddenly comes hurrying back toward the others. The movement is quick enough to make the group react before they even see clearly who it is. The others immediately start teasing him for taking so long. They joke that for a moment, they thought he might actually have gotten himself caught. Then Tang Wunhui appears with a bright, almost playful expression and answers his master without the slightest tension. He tells Tangon that a master ought to trust his disciple a little more than that. Tang Qujin quickly runs up to him, clearly worried, her concern plain on her face. Tang Wunhui immediately reassures her that he is perfectly fine and not injured. As the mood settles, one of the companions notices that Tang Wunhui is carrying something strange. The bundle in his hands does not look ordinary at all, and it instantly draws attention. With casual bluntness, Tang Wunhui reveals what is inside. The bundle contains Whitebone's severed head, and the sight horrifies his companion on the spot. That companion immediately flares up in anger and demands to know why he would bring such a thing back, accusing him of imitating the cruelty of the heavenly demon divine cult. Tang Wunhui, however, answers without shame, insisting that he wants proper credit for the kill. Tangon flatly refuses that idea, saying their orthodox sect cannot go around displaying a severed head like that. At the same time, Tang Qujin is left inwardly stunned because no matter how calmly he stands there, Tang Wunhui truly did kill an elder of the heavenly demon divine cult. As she looks at him more carefully, Tang Qujin cannot help reflecting on how unnatural this feels. Just a few days ago, he was nowhere near this level, yet now the aura around him is clearly heavier, sharper, and far more powerful, as though his martial arts have advanced at a frightening pace. What troubles her even more is everything surrounding that growth. He somehow managed to draw her mother into his own schemes as well, and she cannot stop wondering what kind of hidden plotting led to a situation like this. At that moment, Tang Kyujin's spectral companion reacts with strange excitement. It gleefully declares that Tang Wunhui is the same kind of being as itself. Tang Kyujin frowns and asks whether that means Tang Wunhui possesses some kind of soul streak. The specter immediately denies that his innate talent is that extraordinary, but insists there is still something deeply similar about him. Unsatisfied, Tang Kyujin presses further. She wants to know what the spirit means by calling them the same breed, and how someone this terrifying can possibly be described as untalented. The specter answers in a low, almost thrilled voice that Tang Wunhui's lack of natural gift is exactly what makes him more terrifying. Because he keeps growing without stopping, without relying on talent. The spirit says he is not merely monstrous, he is like a demon, maybe even a demon king. It goes even further than that, warning her that Tang Wunhui is the kind of being who will greedily consume everything standing in his path. That image is enough to visibly startle Tang Kyujin. The specter keeps muttering to itself, sounding almost disturbed by the resemblance, repeating how bizarre it is for a human to feel so much like it. Tang Kyujin, irritated by the non-stop noise, snaps at the spirit to be quiet. Ignoring her annoyance, the specter gives her a chilling warning instead. It tells her not to get in Tang Wunhui's way, because when the time comes, it has no intention of being the prey in that encounter. It plans to be the predator. Then it states that desire with absolute certainty. It swears that when the moment arrives, it will be the one to devour Tang Wunhui, not the one that gets devoured. That reaction leaves Tang Kyujin deeply unsettled. More than the words themselves, what shakes her is how fiercely the spectral streak responded to Tang Wunhui's presence. As her thoughts turn outward again, she reflects on the larger situation. The heavenly demon divine cult is moving once more, and once word spreads that Tang Wunhui destroyed this outpost, his name will echo all through Sichuan, with achievements so great that they may overshadow even her own. From there, her thoughts take an even darker turn. If things continue like this, then Tang Wunhui may truly become the Tang family's successor, and the moment that happens, she has no idea what her ambitious mother will choose to do. Her hand tightens around the hilt of her sword as that possibility settles in. With a dark, uneasy expression, she quietly imagines what kind of future might unfold if it really comes to pass. Back among the ruins, one of the companions notices Tang Wunhui looking through the debris with clear purpose and asks whether he is searching for something specific. Tang Wunhui answers that Whitebone left behind clues, and that those clues are guiding him now. Rather than relying on guesswork alone, he calls out to Spirit number 15. He orders the Wraith to think carefully and tell him where Whitebone would most likely have hidden letters, records, or anything valuable. The Wraith quickly points out a section that used to be Whitebone's private quarters. It says that if there is anything Tang Wunhui wants to find, it should be hidden there. Searching through the rubble, Tang Wunhui soon finds a concealed mechanism buried under the broken remains. The instant he spots it, he concludes there has to be a hidden chamber underneath. Once they force it open, the suspicion proves correct. What opens beneath them appears to be none other than Whitebone's secret treasure chamber. Tang Wunhui and Tang Gon drop down into the space below. Unlike the destruction above ground, the room beneath is still intact, and its walls are lined with shelves. Tang Gon looks around and quickly notices how orderly everything is. Whitebone kept both his correspondence and his valuables arranged with almost obsessive neatness. But the moment he opens one of the books, Tang Gon realizes there is a problem. The writings are encoded in the secret code of the heavenly demon divine cult, meaning they will not be easy to decipher here on the spot. Seeing that, Tang Gon turns and calls out to Tang Wunhui. His disciple, however, is already absorbed in another document entirely. What Tang Wunhui has found is far more important than ordinary records. The document is a report concerning 3 people connected to the demon god mythos, and it states that they must be pursued and captured before their leader arrives. The moment he reads that, Tang Wunhui understands its value. Without saying it aloud, he realizes that this is the exact sort of lead he came here hoping to find. Once the critical documents are identified, they continue the search thoroughly. They go through Whitebone's records, inspect traces of his activities and communications, and gather up the wealth he had accumulated in secret. Among everything they seize, they also uncover a box of hidden files marked with the name of the Namgung family. The discovery instantly alarms Tang Kyujin's mother. Tang Wunhui immediately says they cannot afford to waste time here. These records and funds need to be moved at once, before either the heavenly demon divine cult or the Namgung clan has a chance to interfere. He quickly gives orders based on that urgency. Tang Gon is told to remain behind and guard the site, while Tang Kyujin and her mother are sent to bring back reinforcements strong enough to transport everything safely. Tang Kyujin then asks what he intends to do himself. Tang Wunhui answers without hesitation that he is going to pursue a lead White Bone mentioned. Tang Wunhui explains that during his clash with White Bone, he picked up a crucial piece of information, and now he has to confirm it before the enemy has time to wipe the trail clean and make it disappear for good. Tang Kyujin immediately worries about him going off by himself, afraid the whole thing could be a setup waiting to snap shut on him, but he calmly insists that this clue is too important to ignore because it could change the Tang clan's entire strategy. Hearing that, Tang Gon steps forward and offers to go with him, clearly uneasy at the thought that more black specters might appear before this is over. Privately, Tang Wunhui knows Tang Gon is right to worry. The next time he runs into the remaining black specters, the fight will be far more dangerous than before, and while he hunts down the revered demon god Mythos, he has no intention of dragging weaker allies into a battle they may not survive. So he tells Tang Gon that his responsibility is to stay behind and guard the trove, because if that treasure is lost here, the Tang clan will suffer a devastating blow. Tang Gon does not like it, but after a long moment, he grudgingly accepts. Tang Wunhui then turns to Tang Kyujin and adds that she is the only one who can report everything accurately to Tang Hosan, making it clear, without saying it outright, that she needs to return home. At that, Tang Kyujin realizes exactly what he is doing. He is trying to protect her from being cornered and manipulated by her mother, and he knows that only she can stand before their father and give him a fair, uncolored account of what really happened. She quickly reaches the same conclusion herself. If her mother went back alone, or if Tang Gon returned without her, the facts could be twisted before they ever reached Tang Hosan, which means she has to be the one who carries the truth back with her own mouth. Tang Wunhui promises that as he moves, he will leave signs along his route, then asks Tang Kyujin to send reinforcements after they finish securing the area and locking the site down. Even as tears threaten to spill from her eyes, Tang Kyujin forces herself to accept his plan and nods through the emotion. Before leaving, Tang Wunhui tells them both that if the situation turns bad, they are to run without hesitation. Tang Gon answers with a firm vow that he will protect the trove no matter what, and Tang Wunhui, trying to lighten the weight in the air, jokes that they both worry far too much. With that, he turns and sets off alone to pursue the lead. The others can only watch as he bursts away in a single explosive movement, vanishing into the distance with overwhelming speed. As Tang Wunhui cuts through the night, his wraiths murmur around him that the Tang clan trusts him in a way no one else ever truly has. The spirits talk about the sincere concern Tang Gon and Tang Kyujin showed for him, and with almost wistful amusement, they remark that if those two had been allies from their side, sharing a drink with them would have been a pleasure. Tang Wunhui quietly agrees, admitting to himself that they really are good people. He reflects that, without Tang Gon and Tang Kyujin beside him, whatever standing he held in the Tang Nine Dragons branch would have meant almost nothing at all. Now, because of them, he finally has people he genuinely wants to keep at his side. But this rescue he is racing toward is not something he is doing as Tang Wunhui of the Tang clan. Inwardly, he declares that this mission belongs to Yeon Wunhui, heir of the divine cult. The moment he accepts that role, a surge of purple demonic aura erupts from him and flares violently around his body. Sometime later, he reaches the bustling streets of Daoqing County in Sichuan, only to be caught off guard by how packed the place is with people. His wraiths explain that Nine Dragon County has been flooded with visitors ever since Tang Munyuk, the Dark Supreme, arrived, and so many of those people have spilled over into Daoqing that searching the area has become far slower than expected. Tang Wunhui immediately orders the wraiths to spread out in every direction and search for anything connected to the Northern Sea Mythos survivors, the Blackbone Ghost Valley pursuers chasing them, or even the faintest remaining trail. The spirits respond with eager enthusiasm and scatter at once. Seeing the streets choked with people, he decides that the smartest move is not to wander blindly below, but to watch the city from somewhere high enough to take in the whole area. His eyes soon land on a tall tea house, and he judges it to be the ideal vantage point. When he steps inside, he goes straight to the uneasy-looking owner and asks for a room on the top floor. The man nervously tells him there is only one room left, and Tang Wunhui takes it without hesitation, instantly lifting the proprietor's mood. Looking delighted, the owner personally leads him upstairs while praising the room's excellent view over the city below. As he follows, Tang Wunhui thinks to himself that in a place this crowded, any demonic expert would have little trouble hiding their aura among the noise and confusion. Once seated by the window, he stretches out his senses and detects traces of lingering demonic energy still hanging in the area. From that alone, he concludes the targets have not yet left Daoqing. One of the wraiths suddenly reports that it has found a hidden watcher nearby, and Tang Wunhui immediately orders it to track the direction that watcher is observing in order to uncover the trail of the Mythos followers. Second wraith then announces that it overheard part of a conversation, prompting Tang Wunhui to ask at once what it learned. The wraith reports that the fugitives already know they are being hunted, and that the pursuers are having trouble because the followers keep erasing every trace behind them. Tang Wunhui then asks how many fugitives there are, and when he hears there are 3, he notes that the number matches the earlier report exactly. He follows that up by asking how many pursuers are on them, and the answer comes back that the wraith can currently sense 9. Then the spirit adds one more detail. One of those pursuers appears to be a demonic human tied to one of the 9 demon mythoses. That revelation hits Tang Wunhui hard enough to visibly shock him. He quickly reasons it out and concludes that if someone from a mythos is moving together with Blackbone Ghost Valley, then it can only be the Blade Demon of the Northern Sea mythos. His mind immediately goes back to what he knows of them. A power born in the frozen northern wastelands, once tied to the North Sea Ice Palace, with the surviving remnants later absorbed into the divine cult. Their frigid power is so overwhelming that the ground itself can freeze wherever they pass. And after joining the cult, that terrifying strength allowed them to rise with startling speed into the ranks of the 9 demon mythoses. On top of that, their treasured ice essence, overflowing with concentrated power, is one of the key materials Blackbone Ghost Valley uses to create superior Jiangshi. Because of that connection, Tang Wunhui understands that Blackbone Ghost Valley now follows the Northern Sea mythos like a loyal hunting hound. From there, the conclusion comes together in his mind. The force behind the attempted assassination of the Dark Supreme must be the Northern Sea mythos. He asks the Wraith how strong this Northern Sea mythos pursuer feels, but the answer is frustratingly vague. Their presence is hidden so perfectly that even that cannot be measured. Tang Wunhui immediately judges that anyone capable of concealing their aura that completely has to be a peak-level master, which makes the situation even more troublesome. Without wasting another moment, he orders the wraiths to narrow down the follower's location with greater precision. As evening settles over the city, he notes with mild frustration that the tracking has taken longer than he expected, and from downstairs he starts hearing complaints from newly arrived guests being told there are no rooms left. He overhears the innkeeper offering hurried apologies to a loud, overbearing young noble. And as he looks down, he notices 3 finely dressed youths whose bearing suggests they come from powerful, prestigious families. When he examines their auras more closely, he realizes the 2 young women among them are especially formidable, likely talented enough to build reputations that could stand alongside those of his own sisters. The noisy youth proudly introduces himself as Hyuk Woogi of the Golden Sword Sect and starts threatening to throw other guests out to make space for himself. Watching this, Tang Wunhui recalls that the Golden Sword Sect is a wealthy sect founded around 30 years ago through trade with the western regions. Tang Wunhui quietly watches as Hyuk Woogi keeps browbeating the innkeeper and then starts moving in his direction. The young women traveling with Hyuk Woogi quickly try to calm him down, urging him to accept that there simply are no rooms left. Though the unease on their faces makes it clear, even they are nervous about how far he might take it. Tang Wunhui takes one look at Hyuk Woogi's behavior and immediately judges what is really going on. The man is obviously trying to show off in front of the 2 young women, but instead of looking impressive, he is only making himself look more ridiculous by the second. Then, all of a sudden, Hyuk Woogi's eyes land on Tang Wunhui, and his whole reaction changes at once. The moment he recognizes him as Tang Wunhui of the Tang 9 Dragons branch, Hyuk Woogi loudly calls out to him with boisterous familiarity, and Tang Wunhui can already tell this is about to become a nuisance. Without waiting for permission, Hyuk Woogi invites himself and his companions to Tang Wunhui's table, arguing that there is nowhere else to sit. As he watches this rude display unfold, Tang Wunhui inwardly recalls that the original Tang Wunhui had no real friends at all, and this overbearing man certainly would not have been one of them. Normally, Tang Wunhui thinks someone this obnoxious would have already been beaten senseless and thrown aside, but right now he has more urgent matters on his mind, and since he is still waiting for the Wraith's report, he decides this fool is not worth the effort. Hyuk Woogi enthusiastically waves the 2 girls over, while they at least have the decency to thank Tang Wunhui politely for the seat. Tang Wunhui gives them a brief excuse of his own and withdraws from the exchange. As everyone settles into place, the Golden Sword Sect youth starts ordering items from the menu at full volume, noisily praising the fragrance of the tea house as though he owns the place. Just then, one of the wraiths slips in with a report, finally confirming that it has located the 3 Northern Sea mythos followers exactly as described in the earlier information. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui feels a flicker of relief at last. The long search is finally starting to produce results. His attention sharpens immediately, his entire focus narrowing as he readies himself to move the instant he has what he needs. At the same time, downstairs, the elderly owner hurries forward and pleads with a newly arrived burly man not to cause any trouble inside the tea house. The man responds with open disregard, roughly shoving past the old owner and telling him to get out of the way. He then turns toward everyone inside and bluntly declares that he has business here, and until that business is finished, no one is to move from where they are. More men dressed in the same style file in behind him right after, making it clear that he did not come alone, but brought an entire group with him. A sudden uproar makes Hyuk Woogi panic, while Tang Wunhui merely clicks his tongue, annoyed that yet another interruption has arrived at the worst possible moment. One of the wraiths quickly identifies the armed newcomers by the feel of their aura and the identical swords they carry. recognizing them as men of the Lion Sect. Tang Wunhui immediately recalls the Lion Sect's brutal reputation, a sect known for fierce sharpness and aggressive violence, as more of their members stride into the tea house. The burly leader looks ahead and demands to know whether the guest accompanying Tang Kyujin's group is Sunyi of Chunghwa Cabin. Hearing that name, Tang Wunhui quietly notes to himself that Chunghwa Cabin is connected to the famous Sword Emperor, the same master rumored to have had a daughter late in life. His eyes shift to the quiet young woman, and he suspects she must be that very daughter. If so, then her father is one of the 10 greatest martial masters, standing on the same terrifying level as Tang Wunhui's own master and the Dark Supreme. He also remembers another piece of history. A year ago, the Lion Blade King challenged the Sword Emperor and was said to have been utterly crushed in less than 10 moves. Putting those facts together, Tang Wunhui concludes that the Lion Sect has come here seeking revenge through the Sword Emperor's daughter, just as Sunyi coolly asks what they intend to do if she really is the person they seek. At that, the Lion Swordsman formally introduces himself as Baek Doyoung of the Lion Sect. Then, with all eyes on him, he openly declares a duel challenge to Sunyi on behalf of his sect. The surrounding onlookers immediately begin whispering among themselves, recognizing him as the infamous Crimson Lion Blade, the ruthless second disciple of the Lion Leader, a man known for always leaving blood behind. Tang Wunhui speaks up at once and rebukes him, pointing out how absurdly rude it is to challenge someone without any proper cause. Baek Doyoung acknowledges that Tang Wunhui is sitting with Sunyi, then shifts his eyes and identifies Tang Kyujin's other companion as a prodigy from the Ime sect. He names that second girl as Sumin, the Clear Moon Lady, and the youngest disciple of the Ime sect leader. Tang Wunhui reflects that the other powerful presence he sensed earlier must indeed have belonged to an Ime martial artist. Baek Doyoung coldly insists that this matter is strictly a conflict between the Lion Sect and Chunghwa Cabin, and that Ime has no reason to interfere. Then, with a mocking tone, he adds that if Sunyi cannot handle him alone, he would not mind crossing blades with Ime's young prodigy as well. Offended by that taunt, Sunyi accepts the challenge on the spot without backing down. Sumin immediately tries to stop her, but Sunyi tells her not to worry and stays firm. Sunyi steels her nerves and resolves herself inwardly. If she retreats from a challenge like this, then she would have no right to call herself the Sword Emperor's daughter. Baek Doyoung laughs in approval at her boldness, almost as if he finds her courage fitting for someone of the Sword Emperor's bloodline. He then proposes that they take the duel to the tea house's spacious backyard, where there will be enough room to fight properly. Tang Wunhui, realizing that his own business here is finally reaching its end, can only lament the time already wasted. At the same time, the wraiths inform him that the followers have now scattered into the alleys. Without delay, he orders the spirits to lead him toward whichever one of the followers is in the greatest immediate danger, and he starts preparing to leave at once. But before he can go, a Lion Sect man steps in front of him and blocks his path, saying that no one is allowed to leave until Baek Doyoung's duel with Sunyi is over. That alone is enough to visibly irritate Tang Wunhui. Baek Doyoung then loudly announces that every remaining guest must stay and watch the duel, especially Sunyi's companion. And to make it unmistakably personal, he points straight at Tang Wunhui and demands his attention directly. Tang Wunhui ignores the order completely. He simply shoulders past one of the men blocking him and curtly tells him to move aside. As he brushes forward, he coldly tells someone behind him to sit down, making it clear that he intends to deal with this himself. One of the swordsmen immediately presses his blade toward the protagonist and angrily demands to know whether he failed to hear the warning. Tang Wunhui cuts him off in an instant, reaching out and grabbing the man right by the face before he can say another word. Then, without the slightest mercy, he drives a brutal kick into him and sends both the man and his sword flying away together. A wild-haired warrior nearby catches sight of that sudden explosion of violence and freezes, staring in open shock. The two young women witness the scene as well, their expressions turning stunned and uneasy as fear flickers across their faces. Dark purple energy swirls up around Tang Wunhui like a living shroud, and with that demonic aura rising off him, he repeats his order for everyone in his way to move. Blood on his face, and a mad smile spreading across it, he rages at them, demanding to know why they could not simply do as they were told. One of the bystanders finally pieces it together and goes pale. These idiots really picked a fight with the cult heir at the exact moment he was already at his most unstable. The Lion Sword Sect disciples instantly explode in anger, furious that one of their own was attacked. They start cursing Tang Wunhui and rush him all at once. Two fighters from the Lion Sword Sect spring forward first. They leap straight at him with their swords raised high, clearly aiming to cut him down in a single rush. Tang Wunhui's eyes turn cold as he repeats the word dare. The single word comes out low and sharp, but the anger rising off him is unmistakable. In the next instant, his power bursts outward. With that violent surge rolling off him, Tang Wunhui steps forward like he's been waiting for an excuse to tear through them. He slowly tightens his fist, drawing power into it. The pressure gathering around that clenched hand makes it obvious he's preparing a blow that will hit like a disaster. Even so, one bald swordsman manages to get in first. He drives a heavy strike into Tang Wunhui and actually lands it cleanly. Thinking he has the upper hand, the bald man starts to gloat on the spot. He smugly begins declaring this as the punishment for anyone stupid enough to oppose the Lion Sword sect. His bragging doesn't even finish. Mid-sentence, his face twists in shock as the sword in his own hand suddenly cracks apart and shatters. Tang Wunhui answers with overwhelming force. The counter hits so brutally that the man is sent flying away screaming, unable to do anything but howl in pain. As even more attackers come charging in with angry shouts, Tang Wunhui slips through them without losing rhythm. He moves between their attacks and knocks them aside, one after another like they're barely in his way. Another swordsman charges in with a roar. He comes straight at Tang Wunhui and brings his blade down in a hard, committed swing. The attack never gets to finish. In the middle of his charge, the man's face is suddenly smashed, and the shock on him is so great he can't even process what just happened. That swordsman is blasted away immediately. His body flies off while a raw scream of pain tears out of him. The remaining Lion Sword sect members freeze for a moment when they see another comrade go down. Their momentum breaks, and hesitation starts creeping into their faces. Someone in the crowd suddenly remembers who these men are. The ones getting crushed here belong to the Blade Lion Squad, the elite unit that normally dominates Guizhou. Now one of those squad members is sprawled on the ground. He lies there unconscious in a pool of blood, completely out of the fight. The onlookers can only stare in disbelief. Tang Wunhui is standing there wrapped in a swirling aura, and he has just beaten 2 members of that elite squad as if it took no effort at all. Seeing that, their leader, the Crimson Lion, realizes he can't just stand back anymore. Even with the scheduled duel still ahead, he decides he has no choice but to step in himself. He draws his blade with a hard, deliberate motion. With his eyes fixed on Tang Wunhui, he swears he'll show everyone exactly why he's called the Crimson Lion. Then he attacks in earnest. His massive sword tears through the air in a ferocious sweeping assault, each swing heavy enough to overwhelm an ordinary opponent outright. Tang Wunhui watches him and thinks to himself that, under normal circumstances, he would have ended this by simply knocking the man's weapon away. That would have been more than enough. But these people chose the worst possible target to provoke. Remembering that, Tang Wunhui decides he won't treat this lightly and starts preparing to answer seriously. The Crimson Lion lets out a mocking sneer. He taunts Tang Wunhui, saying that at least he seems able to dodge a little. Then he arrogantly declares that everything will be decided the moment his blade touches Tang Wunhui even once. To him, a single hit is all it should take. Frustration quickly starts boiling over when Tang Wunhui keeps avoiding him. The Crimson Lion shouts at him in anger, demanding that he stop running and stand his ground like a real fighter. Still screaming for Tang Wunhui to stand and fight, the Crimson Lion raises his sword high and hacks downward with every ounce of strength he has. It's a full-force blow meant to finish things in one strike. Tang Wunhui doesn't look impressed in the slightest. He only mutters almost under his breath that he's already getting bored. That answer only enrages the Crimson Lion further. Roaring at the top of his lungs, he charges in again and throws everything he has into another attack. The people watching can only gape as the clash keeps escalating into something frightening. The young woman from earlier watches with her body tensed tight, clearly worried, yet unable to hide how impressed she is too. When the exchange ends, Tang Wunhui is still completely unscathed. Looking right at the Crimson Lion, he calmly asks what exactly he plans to do now that even his best strike accomplished nothing. The Crimson Lion just stares back in disbelief. The moment it sinks in that his attack was completely useless, the confidence drains right out of his face. Tang Wunhui doesn't give him time to recover. In one sudden movement, he closes the distance and drives in with a powerful punch. His fist crashes straight into the Crimson Lion's face. Blood and broken teeth burst out at the moment of impact, showing just how brutally clean that hit was. The force of the punch lifts the Crimson Lion completely off his feet in a single blow. Tang Wunhui utterly overwhelms him and sends his body flying. A woman in the crowd gasps out loud, unable to believe what she just saw. Tang Wunhui has just beaten one of Guizhou's most famous rookie fighters right in front of everyone. She can barely get over how one-sided the fight turned out to be. The Crimson Lion's body is hurled upwards so violently that it slams into the ceiling above. The remaining sect members panic and start screaming for their young master. At the same time, they turn all that fear and rage toward Tang Wunhui and begin cursing him again. Then they all rush him together in one desperate, disordered wave. There's nothing disciplined about it anymore, just a chaotic charge born from panic. Tang Wunhui stays perfectly calm even then, almost amused. He remarks that these people really do love throwing around the word dare. Elsewhere, a different powerful figure suddenly senses that something has happened. He turns sharply at once, reacting to whatever presence or disturbance he just felt. Back inside the inn, Tang Wunhui faces the last enemy still conscious. He tells the trembling man that he's the only one left now, and that simple statement alone is enough to fill the survivor with terror. The man can barely get the words out. Stammering in fear, He calls Tang Wunhui a monster, wrapped in a demonic aura that makes him look even more terrifying. Tang Wunhui coldly points out that they were the ones who attacked first. Meanwhile, the man is already begging desperately for mercy. Tang Wunhui says he'll spare him, but that mercy comes with a condition, and he makes it clear the man will have to do him a favor in return. He grabs the man by the head and forces him to listen. Then he orders the terrified survivor to carry a message to the ones Tang Wunhui has already knocked unconscious. With a dark, unsettling smile on his face, Tang Wunhui says he'll let this matter stop here for now. The way he says it makes it sound less like mercy and more like a warning. He warns them that if they ever get in his way again, he won't stop at this. Next time, he says he'll show them what hell really looks like. The terrified man is practically foaming at the mouth as he nods frantically. In a panic, he promises that he'll deliver every word of the message. But before he can even finish speaking properly, he collapses. Tang Wunhui leaves him barely conscious on the floor and walks away. The two women stare at the wrecked aftermath and can only comment in disbelief that Tang Wunhui really did blow through the place, turn everything upside down, and then leave as if none of it mattered. After seeing that, they quickly decide there's no time left to sit around and leisurely drink tea. Whatever calm they had before is completely gone now. The younger woman is still visibly shaken by what she witnessed. But underneath that shock, there's a spark of excitement in her eyes. She realizes that someone their age can actually be a martial master of that level. Then she remembers the name he gave earlier. He introduced himself as Wunhui. Elsewhere, under the cover of night in another part of the city, a hooded child runs desperately through the darkness while a masked pursuer closes the gap from behind. The masked killer suddenly lashes out, unleashing a deadly sweeping strike meant to cut the fleeing target down in one motion. The attack lands hard on the fleeing figure. Blood sprays out into the night as the blow slams into them, without any visible emotion. The killer watches as the wounded victim loses balance and collapses onto the stone floor of the alley. Standing over the injured child, he coldly announces that he has finally caught them at last. As his skull-like face is revealed more clearly, he vows that he won't stop here and that he'll wipe out the rest of their group as well. Even injured, the white-haired child glares back defiantly, calls him an infidel, and spits out a curse. The killer mocks the child without hesitation, saying he's already looking forward to hearing them scream. Then he uses a telepathic communication tool to summon his allies and tell them to come take the target. But when nothing comes back through the link, his confidence falters. He pauses, confused that not a single one of them is answering. That confusion quickly turns to panic. He keeps trying the mental connection again and again, shouting through it for his comrades to respond. Down in the alley below, a towering swordsman quietly hears all of this and realizes something is wrong. He doesn't interrupt, but it's obvious he has already noticed the shift. The masked killer grows increasingly unsettled. He thinks that even if his team were being lazy, it makes no sense for there to be absolutely no response at all. A colder suspicion begins to crawl into his mind. He starts to fear that something terrible may already have happened to the comrades he's trying to reach. Then a cold voice suddenly slips into the link itself. It mocks him, asking if he's really this frightened just because no one is answering. The killer jerks in alarm and demands to know who dared infiltrate their method of contact. The unseen speaker casually remarks that their spirit contact bond is awfully outdated. That alone shocks the killer, because this stranger clearly knows exactly what kind of technique they are using. As he listens, the killer starts to feel that the way this stranger speaks is strangely familiar. Then the voice criticizes how slow he is to react and adds that the others understood the situation much faster than he did. At that, he whirls around in alarm and blurts out a panicked question, asking when this stranger even got there. Up on the rooftop, the answer reveals itself. The purple-eyed masked Tang Wunhui stands there in a dark war robe, his presence alone making the whole scene feel heavier. The killer recognizes the evil ghost war robe and those unmistakable purple eyes, and disbelief floods his face. He can hardly accept what he's seeing. Tang Wunhui comments almost casually that the man looked awfully excited while chasing down a member of the heavenly demon divine cult. Then, in a blur too fast to follow, Tang Wunhui appears right behind him. Before the killer can cry out properly, he's already been seized from behind and cut off mid-sound. As murderous energy pours into the grip, pinning him in place, Tang Wunhui declares that his people are not meant to be the ones hunted. He brands the man a traitor with a voice full of killing intent. Far above the city, another white-haired man stands alone on a rooftop. He seems to feel that sudden surge of power from a distance. His head turns at once, clearly alerted by the disturbance. Looking toward the newcomer, he acknowledges that the person has arrived. A black-haired young master stands there and immediately asks his subordinate whether the operation has been completed yet. The subordinate explains that it will take more time because there are too many witnesses to deal with. Hearing that, the young master clicks his tongue and mocks the incompetence of their jiangshi. The subordinate apologizes for the delay, but the young master says he doesn't mind waiting. As long as he gets to hear the screams of Tang Wunhui's followers, he can be patient. He even admits with bitter honesty that what he's doing is cowardly. But no matter how much time passes, he still cannot forget that man's face. His thoughts drag him back years into the past, to the time when he stood as one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path and lost the battle for succession. That ugly memory flashes back in a single violent image, an explosion that once utterly crushed him. In that memory, he is lying broken inside a crater, defeated and humiliated beyond words. The one who beat him, a man wrapped in chains, looks down at him and coldly wonders why someone this weak was even allowed to be here in the first place. The fallen man remembers his disbelief even then. His opponent couldn't even use martial arts, and yet he had caused this much destruction with chains alone. The chain-wielding victor tells him in a frigid voice not to speak, as if even letting his weakness be heard would be embarrassing. That merciless remark leaves the defeated candidate completely stunned into silence. Then the victor simply turns his back on him, dismissing him as too weak to bother fighting. He orders him to leave. That one defeat cost him everything, though he was the second son of the Northern Sea's demonic path and even a successor candidate of the heavenly demon divine cult. He lost it all because of that single loss. Later, he managed to claw his way up to the early Supreme Peak realm. But before he could finally take revenge, the rival he hated died, leaving only that rival's heir behind, someone who still has plenty left to lose. So he decides that if he cannot repay the dead man directly, then killing all of that rival's followers is the next best thing. At the very least, he wants that bloodline to taste even a fraction of the humiliation he has carried all this time. His longtime subordinate bows his head and swears that he will devote the rest of his life to helping the young master achieve that revenge. In response, the young master quietly thanks him. But then both of them suddenly feel a powerful presence. Their expressions shift at once as they turn toward the source of that energy. The young master narrows his eyes and immediately identifies it as heavenly demon divine cult sorcery. From that, he concludes that a sorcerer must be among their enemies. Judging the power behind it, he remarks that the sorcerer seems slightly weaker than his old rival. Even so, he knows ordinary swordsmen would never be enough to bring down an opponent like that. The subordinate asks for permission to go deal with the sorcerer personally, and the young master gives it without hesitation. The subordinate moves at once and releases a massive wave of ice energy. The attack rips across the rooftops with terrifying force, carving through the night like a frozen storm. Sensing something in the air, the young master clicks his tongue in open annoyance. With a disgusted look, he mutters that the energy he's picking up feels far too similar to Yeon Wunwee's for his liking. Back in the alley, the protagonist grabs the skull-masked killer without hesitation and smashes his face in for daring to lay a hand on his follower. Panicking as death closes in, the killer desperately blurts out that he was only carrying out orders. The protagonist coldly agrees, saying a worm like him was never someone with the power to decide anything on his own anyway. Hearing that, the man's face loosens in relief, and he starts thanking him, convinced he's just been spared. But before the gratitude can even finish leaving his mouth, a crimson slashed tears through him, bursting out in a violent spray of blood. Collapsed on the ground and twisting in agony with a huge wound ripped open through him, he gasps out a broken question asking why he's being killed. The protagonist answers without the slightest mercy, saying, "This is divine punishment for traitors who betray the cult, and that punishment is something no one should ever forget." Then, in an even colder tone, he tells the dying man not to worry, because the rest of his comrades will be joining him soon enough. He lifts his fist, murderous intent overflowing, and gives a single command for every last one of them to die. The killer's body suddenly erupts from the inside, his torso blown open so completely that it leaves a horrifying empty cavity behind. When it's over, the protagonist remains standing in the middle of the bloody wreckage, his power still surging through the alley like a storm that hasn't fully passed. Beneath the shadow of his hood, his glowing eyes burn fiercely, and only little by little does that suffocating killing intent begin to settle. From around the corner, the rescued child cautiously peeks out and immediately recognizes the evil ghost war robe and those unmistakable purple eyes. Shaking all over, the child slowly steps out from hiding and tries to speak to him. Overcome by everything he's seeing, the child stammers out the question, asking if he really is the cult's successor. A faint smile forms beneath the hood, and he quietly confirms that yes, he is exactly who the child believes him to be. At that answer, the child's face instantly brightens, filling with tearful relief and joy all at once. Crying out to his young leader, the child runs straight at him and throws himself into his arms without holding back. The protagonist catches him smoothly, and the child breaks down sobbing, overwhelmed with relief that he's safe. Holding the child in return, the protagonist gently pats him and tells him he did well. He softly adds that the child doesn't need to force any words out, because he already understands exactly how he feels. Still clinging tightly to him, the child keeps weeping and calls him young leader again and again. Even while holding the child, the protagonist's eyes sharpen once more, as his attention shifts back to the danger around them. He says he would have liked to speak with him longer, but there's still something he needs to finish first. The moment he senses another hostile presence closing in, he tells the child to stay back, saying an interesting opponent has just arrived. A white-haired figure comes tearing down the alley next, Baek-san rushing forward, wrapped in a violent swirl of freezing wind. The instant Baek-san spots the corpse that's been torn to pieces, He admits with visible surprise that he never expected someone this powerful to be here. The protagonist answers coolly that if anything, it seems they've managed to hook a much bigger fish than they were expecting. Facing Baek-san directly, he greets him as though meeting an old acquaintance after many years, and remarks that the Northern Sea's infamous living corpse is apparently still active. Baek-san's expression jolts in shock when the protagonist casually brings up their mutual acquaintance, Gu Min-chae, and even asks how that weakling has been doing. Baek-san says the outfit was what first caught his attention, because someone once used that very nickname when referring to the young master. With a grin spreading beneath the hood, the protagonist confirms that yes, he is exactly the person Baek-san suspects him to be. That answer sends Baek-san into a rage, and he explodes with a roaring wave of freezing energy as he shouts the title, Young Heavenly Demon. The protagonist feels that overwhelming cold at once, and even his spirit allies warn him to be careful as they realize Baek-san is the second strongest among the blade demons. Even so, he calmly comments on how strange it is that this ancient ice ghost is still walking around, since he had assumed Baek-san died 6 years ago. Baek-san snarls back that he has been slaughtering the protagonist's followers all this time, believing the two of them would meet again in hell. At that, the protagonist realizes his allies must have died without ever even laying eyes on Baek-san, and his killing intent starts rising all over again. Before moving, he flicks a glance behind him just to make sure the child is safely hidden behind the wall. From behind the cover of the wall, the crying child hurriedly explains that while the protagonist was away, the second son from the Northern Sea's demonic path became obsessed with the demon god mythos, and that obsession is what led to all of this. Under the hood, the protagonist quietly speaks the name Gu Min-chae, marking him as the next one he intends to deal with. Baek-san immediately mocks Gu Min-chae's feeble chi, insisting that his own power is on an entirely different level. Unwilling to let this chance slip away, Baek-san lunges in at once, swinging forward with an enormous blade of ice. The hooded man doesn't flinch at all and calmly tells Baek-san that he has made a serious mistake. Inwardly, the protagonist reflects that his life has always been shaped by hardship and relentless struggle. Then, with the confidence of someone who has never known defeat, he taunts Baek-san to come at him and make his move within 3 seconds. Baek-san charges immediately, and the protagonist readies himself, intending to see just how long this opponent can actually endure. A moment later, Baek-san's ice attack crashes down with terrifying force, smashing into the alley like a blow meant to erase everything in its path. Seeing the strike land, Baek-san sneers and taunts him, saying that in the end, the protagonist was nothing more than someone who could only talk big. From beneath the hood, Tang Woonwi coldly scolds them, sounding almost fed up as he points out that his enemies always fall back on the exact same tricks every single time. A sharp, unnatural force begins to gather in his eyes, and his gaze locks straight onto Baek-san as he charges in without slowing down. Baek-san's face twists in shock when a surge of purple power suddenly cuts across his path and throws his attack off balance mid-rush. In the next instant, Tang Woonwi swallows Baek-san in a massive burst of violet energy, then coolly asks him if he has finally learned his lesson now. Caught inside the thick, spinning fog, Baek-san quickly realizes this was no random attack at all. He's been dragged straight into a formation that had already been laid out in advance. Grinding his teeth, Baek-san angrily demands to know if Tang Woonwi deliberately waited for him to strike first, only for Woonwi to mock him for being so painfully easy to read. Baek-san tries to force his way through the array, but the pressure closes in on him from all sides, making him cry out as pain shoots through his body. Even while struggling, he recognizes the fog and realizes it resembles a twisted variation of Blackbone Terror's thorny ghost fog, though he still refuses to believe something like this can truly imprison him. Tang Woonhui calmly tells him that it is not the original version at all, but a modified one, and the moment he hears that, Baek-san can already sense that something about this trap is deeply wrong. Before he can react properly, another violent purple blast erupts inside the fog, and smashes into Baek-san hard enough to drive him backward. Now realizing the fog is far stronger than it should be, Baek-san demands to know whether another sorcery was layered into it, and Tang Woonhui openly admits that he customized this entire setup specifically for people like him. Tang Woonhui explains that the core of it is a high-level society technique known as the soul-restraining fantasy net, though under normal circumstances he does not have enough raw power to drive the technique at full strength. With a faint, mocking calm, he wonders aloud why he would ever bother using that net in its original form when there is a far more efficient way to make it work. He then reveals the key to it all. His purple eyes are uniquely suited for activating sorceries quickly and with extreme efficiency. By linking those eyes with the thorny ghost fog, he can dramatically cut down the energy cost while making the fog and the soul-restraining fantasy net cover each other's weaknesses perfectly. Having fused the two into one completed formation, Tang Woonhui declares that this new technique now has a name of its own: the Purple Fantasy Net. Baek-san grudgingly admits that the technique itself is highly sophisticated, but he still believes Tang Woonhui does not have enough energy to endure the burden that such eye power demands. Tang Woonhui answers without hesitation, saying there is no need to worry about enduring that power, when he has no intention of letting Baek-san use it in the first place. Right after those words land, Baek-san suddenly coughs up blood, his body jerking as the hidden effect of the trap finally strikes him. His expression changes at once, as he realizes he has been poisoned through the ghost fog, and worse, the more chi he uses, the more violently the poison will spread. Coughing hard into the hand covering his mouth, Baek-san hears that the only normal way to expel the poison would be to circulate chi, but the cruel irony is that doing exactly that will only tighten the trap around him even further. Tang Wunhui goes on to say that ordinary circulation will not save him anyway, because this special wraith poison spreads far too fast for such a simple method to keep up. He adds almost clinically that Baek-san's body, heavy with yin energy, happens to be the perfect breeding ground for this kind of wraith poison. Shaking with fury and growing weaker by the second, Baek-san roars into the fog and demands that the hidden coward show himself. Tang Wunhui answers with open ridicule, saying that if being called a coward by Baek-san counts as an insult, then he might as well take it as a compliment instead. Baek-san hacks and wheezes, each ragged breath sounding worse than the last as the poison tears through him from the inside. At that point, he seems to accept the grim truth settling over him. If death is already closing in, then he no longer has any reason to hold anything back. Rather than be slowly destroyed by Tang Wunhui's schemes, Baek-san hardens his resolve and decides he will drag his enemy down with him, even if it costs him his own life. His entire focus narrows in an instant, his eyes sharpening with terrifying intensity, as he begins preparing one last desperate technique. Then he unleashes his ultimate eye-soul blade technique, and its power swells into a gigantic heavenly eye slash that tears through the air and completely smashes the purple fantasy net apart. Tang Wunhui watches the shattered formation collapse around them and calmly admits that, with how hastily it had been activated, he expected it to break under that kind of force sooner or later. He steps out from the thinning mist with a faint look of disappointment. But there is no panic in him at all. Even though the net has failed, he remains completely at ease. Grin spreads across his face as he remarks that, net or no net, at least the poison did exactly what it was supposed to do. Baek-san, bleeding heavily and burning with rage, tries to answer. But he is so battered that even forcing out words has become difficult. He can barely believe what he is seeing, stunned that Tang Wunhui would dare walk in close now of all times, especially after the sorcery binding him has already been broken. The hooded Tang Wunhui coolly says the distance between them is now too short to cast sorcery again, making it clear from his tone alone that he intends to fight in an entirely different way. Baek-san immediately recognizes the aura of the evil ghost war robe around him. But at the same time he notices something strange. Tang Wunhui's energy feels lower than it did before. Tang Wunhui fires back that he already took that into account long ago, and then he pushes himself further by reinforcing his body with mystic energy and invoking evil demon descent. He adds that he is no longer the same man he was before, and as he says it, he drives that power directly into his own body. Baek-san's eyes widen in disbelief as black purple energy bursts outward around Tang Wunhui in a violent surging wave. Without wasting a heartbeat, Tang Wunhui moves and unleashes a martial technique by name, Tempest Dance, Northern Wind Blizzard. Baek-san's horror deepens at once, because he realizes the hooded man is using high-level martial arts, even though his dantian was supposed to be destroyed. He can only stare, frozen in raw disbelief, as that impossible truth unfolds right in front of him. The aura rolling off Tang Wunhui makes it obvious that this is nowhere near the level of some crude defensive trick. What he is displaying now is far beyond simple self-protection. Only then does Baek-san fully understand it. His opponent has already stepped into the realm of a true peak-level master. In that moment, Tang Wunhui runs through his strategy in his mind, recalling how he used the evil ghost war robe, ghost fog, the purple fantasy net, and wraith poison together to supplement his internal energy and steadily wear Baek-san down. Driven into a corner, Baek-san lets out a furious roar and hurls out another eye strike in one last desperate attempt to turn the fight around. His attack crashes head-on into Tang Wunhui's advance, and the collision explodes in a blinding burst that floods the battlefield with light. Even Tang Wunhui is forced down to one knee for a brief moment, under the sheer impact of that violent clash. Watching in alarm, his ghost companions worry that Baek-san is still fighting this savagely despite the poison because the hatred he carries toward their young leader runs far too deep. Hearing his ghost companions say that Tang Wunhui doesn't recoil from the danger at all. If anything, the sheer intensity of this life-and-death battle makes his blood run hotter, and he finds the struggle strangely exhilarating. He admits to himself that this is exactly what makes real combat so enjoyable. In a fight like this, he can push his skills to the edge, test them under pressure, and immediately see what still needs to be sharpened. To Tang Wunhui, the world of martial arts still feels like unexplored territory. It is new ground for him, a place where every clash becomes a chance to experiment, learn, and refine himself further. Now that he is fighting seriously with nothing held back, the flaws inside the violent tiger's 12 beats begin standing out to him more clearly than ever before. As his eyes stay fixed on Baek-san's movements, he starts picking apart the weak points hidden inside that style, reading them straight from the way the technique flows. In the middle of battle, while blades and killing intent are flying around him, Tang Wunhui reaches a sudden moment of enlightenment by mentally dissecting every part of the technique piece by piece. He breaks each incoming attack down in his mind, separating it into fragments, so he can study every weakness and exploit every tiny opening Baek-san leaves behind. At that moment, Tang Wunhui comes to a clear conclusion. Martial arts are not the true core. They are only tools, methods used to express and expand oneself, while the real foundation is always the body that wields them. Because of that realization, he decides that it will never be enough to simply imitate another person's techniques. He has to adapt them, digest them, and make them completely his own. He also acknowledges one hard truth without hesitation. He still lacks knowledge. And because of that, he resolves to keep modifying martial arts until they fit his own needs perfectly. With Baek-san standing right in front of him as a living example, Tang Wunhui begins studying the eye-soul blade technique in exacting detail even as the battle continues. The more he watches, the more he notices that Baek-san is not using the technique in a completely textbook manner. There are subtle differences in how he executes it. To Tang Wunhui, Baek-san's version feels less like a single sword move and more like a raging blizzard made of countless sharp, rapid blades, a storm that buries anyone too weak to break through it. He immediately understands what that means for anyone trapped inside it. If they cannot pierce through the attack, they will simply be swallowed whole and frozen to death within that storm. From that, Tang Wunhui deduces that Baek-san's personal sword art is built on top of the eye-soul blade technique itself, and he decides to first copy its underlying fundamentals as perfectly as possible. Then, still wearing the hood and standing in the middle of the clash, Tang Wunhui begins reproducing Baek-san's blade movements with his own body. A heartbeat later, their eye techniques collide head-on, and the sight of two nearly identical arts crashing together startles Baek-san on the spot. Baek-san is horrified when he realizes what he is seeing. After witnessing the technique only once, Tang Wunhui has already mirrored his eye-soul blade technique. And Tang Wunhui does not look strained doing it either. He continues using the copied style with unsettling ease, as though it had belonged to him from the very beginning. Even while copying it, he does not follow Baek-san blindly. He selects a sword trajectory that matches his own physique best, adjusting the path to fit his body naturally. Then he takes it one step further by laying the structure of the violent tiger's 12 beats over that new trajectory. That fusion gives birth to an entirely new technique in his hands. One he names Snow Tiger's 12 Blades, and without delay he unleashes it straight at Baek-san. The combined strike rips into Baek-san mercilessly, tearing through him in a violent burst that sends blood spraying into the air. Baek-san instantly realizes what has happened. Tang Wunhui did not just copy his eye-soul blade, he merged it with the tiger technique from earlier, and has already started reshaping it into something of his own. That realization terrifies him so badly that he screams out in panic, calling his opponent a monster. Tang Wunhui, still absurdly calm in the middle of all this, casually wonders why people always insist on calling him things like that, while preparing to strike again. Then he batters Baek-san once more with brutal force and even jokes, almost lightly, that if they are going to call him anything, Prodigy would be a much better choice. A final blow tears through Baek-san's body, and the impact is so savage that blood bursts out while his weapon is sent flying away from his hand. As he collapses, Baek-san bitterly laments that dying in such a disgraceful way would leave him shamed in front of his young master. That thought alone drags something out of him. Fueled by humiliation, he forces his failing body back up for one last desperate move. With suicide in mind, Baek-san lunges forward and fires off a technique called Eye-Soul Divine Palm, driving it straight toward Tang Wunhui's chest. The moment their attacks meet, the collision detonates into a huge icy explosion that bursts outward across the battlefield. In the middle of that impact, Tang Wunhui suddenly feels something strange at his heart, right where Baek-san's strike connected. The force of it hammers into him hard enough to fling him backward, and he goes skidding away across the ground. Baek-san lets out a harsh laugh and declares that Tang Wunhui made the mistake of lowering his guard. Then, revealing the hidden trap in his final attack, Baek-san mocks him by asking how that sex ice poison tastes. Tang Wunhui rises again, one hand pressed over the spot on his chest where a glowing patch of frost has formed. His ghost allies immediately warn him that this enemy is far too persistent, and that the cold poison may freeze every one of his vessels shut if it keeps spreading. Feeling the effect for himself, Tang Wunhui notes that this toxin is not the same as the older kind of ice poison he is familiar with. Baek-san gleefully explains that this is a newly made heart-corroding ice poison, one that gnaws directly at the victim's heart until death finally takes them. He proudly boasts that there is no antidote for it at all, because it was created from the start to be completely incurable. At once Tang Wunhui connects the dots. He realizes this poison must be the very reason the society set its sights on the Tang clan, and he asks Baek-san whether that poison was given to him by them. Baek-san is visibly shaken that Tang Wunhui even knows about the society in the first place. He admits the connection and says that, under the circumstances, killing Tang Wunhui here is actually a stroke of luck. But the hooded man immediately rejects that idea, making it clear that he is not the one about to be eliminated. Tang Wunhui then reveals something even more shocking. Earlier, he already killed 5 of Blackbone's dead swordsmen, and he is still holding their wraith spheres. The moment he prepares to consume all of those spheres at once, his ghost allies panic. He narrows his focus completely, and his eyes blaze with a fierce purple light. Then a violent surge of purple energy erupts from him, and Tang Wunhui screams as he forces himself through the unbearable strain. Baek-san sneers at the sight and mocks his struggle, reminding him that the poison inside him has no antidote. Tang Wunhui does not deny that part. He calmly agrees that the poison cannot be detoxified through any normal method, but instead of trying to purge it conventionally, he uses the energy from the wraith spheres to violently stimulate his frozen heart itself. Instead of letting the poison lock his body down any further, Tang Wunhui forcibly restarts the flow of blood through his body and begins drawing the heart-corroding ice poison into himself, absorbing it and assimilating it through sheer control. In that instant, he reaches a chilling conclusion. This poison may have been designed as a deadly weapon, but the yin energy packed inside it can just as easily become fuel for him. So rather than reject that freezing force, Tang Wunhui seizes it, harnesses it, and turns the poison itself into an entirely new source of power. Baek-san can only stare in stunned disbelief as he watches Tang Wunhui take that lethal cold energy and convert it directly into internal energy right in front of him. The hooded Tang Wunhui lets out a mocking remark, ridiculing the stupidity of trying to kill someone known as the Ghost King with an ice poison rooted in yin energy. Then he coldly tells Baek-san that his mind has clearly rotted because only someone whose judgment had deteriorated would attempt something so foolish. Baek-san begins to tremble, finally realizing the terrifying truth. Tang Wunhui now commands not only his Ice Soul Blade technique, but even the ice poison that was supposed to kill him. Overwhelmed by rage and humiliation, Baek-san screams at him, demanding to know whether he has been mocked and toyed with this entire time. But in the middle of that outburst, Baek-san suddenly cries out himself as something completely unexpected starts happening to his body. The next sight is brutal and final. Baek-san's body lies frozen and shattered across the ground, broken apart by the end of the battle, while Tang Wunhui stands above him as the clear victor. Looking down at the remains, Tang Wunhui comments that for someone of Baek-san's standing, this is an awfully hollow and meaningless way to die. After collecting what he wants from the corpse as spoils, Tang Wunhui turns as though he is ready to leave the scene behind. Before going, he uses a true fire technique to burn away the bodies, destroying the evidence so no one can trace what happened here afterward. Just then, a small white-haired boy cautiously peeks out from hiding, his face lit with excitement, because he witnessed the entire battle with his own eyes. He starts speaking almost breathless, as if he wants to say what an incredible honor that was to witness. But then he abruptly pauses when he senses something strange. A new and ominous presence begins pressing down from above, and the boy can feel that unsettling energy approaching from the sky. He quickly warns the young leader that the energy feels like something from Blackbone Ghost Valley, meaning another enemy may be arriving, but Tang Wunhui calmly tells him not to worry about it. A giant bird-like beast drops down and lands heavily nearby. But instead of reacting with hostility, Tang Wunhui immediately identifies it as an ally. The creature lowers itself and reports to the young leader that it has returned after carrying out the orders he gave it. The spirits greet the bird at once, clearly impressed by how powerful and full it looks now, especially after gorging itself on aberrations. Tang Wunhui cuts through all the excited chatter and directly asks whether every enemy farm was destroyed. The bird proudly confirms that all of them were wiped out. After that report, the bird adds that there is still one more thing it needs to show him. It then produces a strange red gem, something it discovered while tearing through and destroying those farms. Tang Wunhui takes the gem and studies it closely, and the moment he recognizes what it is, genuine surprise flashes across his face. Realizing what that discovery means, he immediately says they have no more time to waste and that he needs to move at once. Elsewhere, 2 men speed through the air toward the same area, with one of them asking whether they are truly following the correct trail. The other man, Redbone Terror, answers with total confidence. He explains that his lamenting soul tracking is linked to the dark mana inside their beast Jiangxi, so there is no way their quarry can slip away from him. His companion sneers at that explanation and mocks him, asking why that monstrous bird is still roaming free if his tracking method is really as flawless as he claims. Redbone Terror stammers and starts blaming interference, but the other man has no patience for excuses and sharply orders him to stop talking and keep leading. Swallowing his resentment, Redbone Terror bitterly thinks to himself that the arrogant man is the one with the real inferiority complex. But even so, he still points the way forward. As the two draw near the courtyard, Redbone Terror notes that according to his technique, The bird never even left this place. But the closer they get, the more he senses that something is wrong. Then they see the battlefield covered in frost and ruin, and the leading man immediately demands to know what exactly happened here. He recognizes the lingering cold energy as something tied to the Northern Sea mythos, and at once he remembers sending Baek-san out to hunt that very foe. Even Redbone Terror can tell from one glance that whoever fought here had terrifying skill, because only someone exceptional could leave this level of devastation behind. From the residue still hanging in the air, the leader also realizes that heart-corroding ice poison was used during the battle. He reflects grimly that the poison consumes an enormous amount of internal energy, and even shaves away the user's lifespan, which means Baek-san must have thrown away his own life to use it. Thinking of Baek-san, he falls into a dark silence for a moment, clearly understanding the terrible price that had to be paid to unleash that poison. At the same time, Redbone Terror says something still feels deeply wrong, because his lamenting soul tracking continues feeding him strange and inconsistent readings. He barely begins to say that the monstrous bird should still be here when, without warning, something unseen strikes him in the neck. In the next moment, Tang Wunhui violently pins a man down, cornering him so fast and so hard that the terrified captive can only demand to know why this is happening. Tang Wunhui coldly lays out the situation at sword point, stating that the man came here under Mythos orders to hunt down the bird that destroyed the farms, only to arrive at a battlefield instead. He continues, pointing out that the target was tracked all the way here, yet somehow no one appears to have left this place even after heart-corroding ice poison was used. From that, Tang Wunhui says he suspects there is a connection between the bird's owner and the surviving members tied to the mythos, and he demands the truth while pressing his weapon closer. With the threat of the life-stealing sword hanging right over the man's life, Tang Wunhui mercilessly forces him to speak. Panicking under that pressure, the man blurts out that the monstrous bird had originally been created by the Nine Dragons Division as a tool to assassinate the division leader's son. The moment he hears that, Tang Wunhui's thoughts jump to the heart of the Nine Dragons Division plot, and he immediately orders the captive to explain everything in full. The captive hurriedly recounts that they had tried to win over the Tang branch's matron, but instead of anything else, she asked them to kill her second son. He goes on to say that the undead swordsman sent for that mission later vanished, and after that, the Gudiao mutated and began attacking their farms instead. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui coldly calls them incompetent, mocking them for still not understanding why the bird changed the way it did. The man frantically insists that Whitebone Instructor is still investigating the matter, but says progress has been slow because infiltrating the secretive Tang clan has not been easy. He goes on to explain that everything has been slowed to a crawl because they still have no idea what kind of force is standing behind the Tang family's second son. A flashback rises in his mind, taking him back only a few months, to when that despised second son was still being ignored and pushed aside inside his own home. But then, almost without warning, the boy changed completely, and from that moment on, he started ruining their plans one after another. That unnatural shift immediately strikes him as suspicious, so with a hard searching look, he asks what the Tang family boy's name is. Man hesitates and stammers under the pressure before finally forcing out the answer that the son's name is Tang Wunhui. The instant he hears that name, something clicks. He realizes that this young Tang heir must be connected to the mythos sorcerer who killed Baek-san. He quickly reaches an even darker conclusion, deciding that only a powerful sorcerer, someone capable of taking control of a Gudiao from Blackbone Ghost Valley and even evolving it further, could possibly be aiding Tang Wunhui. Elsewhere, the three birds of Kunlun appear in solemn formation and formally announce themselves as they arrive. Without hesitation, the three of them drop to their knees before a figure in purple robes, a man they recognize and proclaim as the cult heir. The cult heir looks at them and quietly thanks them for managing to endure and survive for this long. Then his voice turns tense as he asks about the cult leader's condition, clearly worried over whether his master is safe. At that question, the three react at once, their faces tightening with fear in a way that makes it obvious something is terribly wrong. Sensing it immediately, he presses them again, now with open anxiety, asking if something happened to his master. The three birds explained that they had assumed if the heir had truly survived, then he would naturally have been at the cult leader's side. The cult heir freezes in shock at hearing that his master is nowhere to be found, then sharply orders them to explain everything that happened. They begin their account, saying that after the massacre inside the heir's chambers, their master and his personal guards disappeared before the Rebel 5 mythos ever arrived. With both central leaders gone, the once revered demon god mythos was driven out of Tianshan and broken apart. After that, the members scattered across the continent, searching for their missing master while staying out of the reach of the Martial Society. Only 6 long years later did they finally uncover the secret mark the heir had once left behind at an inn. Once that signal was found, the three birds of Kunlun were sent out to confirm whether it was truly his. Hearing all of this, the heir falls into thought and bitterly reflects that a true leader should remain beside his followers, even when everything is collapsing into chaos. He then lowers himself and apologizes, admitting that he lacked the strength to stop them from falling into the miserable state they now endure. The three immediately protest through tears, insisting that they need no apology and that they are simply grateful he has returned alive. Even so, he quietly admits the painful truth that he is not with his master at all and has been alone this entire time. Those words hit them hard, and the three birds can do nothing but stand there and cry in silence, moved by his loneliness and sorrow. As he turns and begins to walk away, the heir admits to himself that even now, he is still weaker than he had been 6 years ago. He reasons that if his master were truly safe, there is no way he would have abandoned his followers like this, which means they have no choice but to assume the worst. He slowly lifts his eyes toward the sky, his thoughts fixed on the master who has gone missing without a trace. And in that silence, he wonders what his master would want him to do from this point onward. Behind him, the three birds of Kunlun respectfully ask what orders he wishes to give them now. After a long moment of thought, he acknowledges that they have waited for 6 full years, while he himself has only endured a few short months. He reflects on that gap in time, realizing that their loyalty and suffering over those 6 years far surpass the brief stretch he has lived through since awakening. As memories of his master return, he recalls one lesson clearly. To the followers, the cult leader must exist as something close to a divine being. He pictures his master in his mind and comes to understand that the one who stands as cult leader must stand so high above the rest that others can only lower their gaze before him. With that realization, he makes up his mind that in his master's absence, he must become the guiding light that leads the scattered followers forward. Even if that position is cold, punishing, and unbearably lonely, he accepts the burden without turning away. Purple flames suddenly erupt around him as he bows his head and declares that the divine fire first kindled in Sichuan will now spread all the way to Tian Shan. He prays for that fire to consume every last one of their enemies, and as he invokes the revered demon god Mythos, his presence becomes overwhelming. The three birds and even the Gudiao recoil on instinct, shaken by a spectacle so fearsome and sacred that they can only stare. The Gudiao and the surrounding race are left just as stunned, frozen in place by the violent surge of divine power bursting before them. Then, in a firm voice, the heir declares that in place of his absent master, he will personally take the three birds of Kunlun as his own disciples. He goes on to proclaim that together, they will prepare a throne worthy of the day their master finally returns. Looking directly at them, he asks if they are willing to place their faith in him once again so that he can lead them toward that future. The three instantly throw themselves flat in full prostration, begging him to lead them, and he receives their devotion with quiet gratitude. Having accepted that role, he decides that the very first thing they must do is gather the Mythos followers scattered throughout the world, and he asks who is currently leading them. They answer that command eventually fell to one of the 5 sword captains, the figure known as the Vampiric Spectre. They add that sect leader Na is still alive as well, and because of that, they must hurry and inform the Spectre that the cult heir has survived. At once, 2 of the 3 volunteer to carry the news back, while telling the third to remain behind and stay at the cult heir's side. The heir gives them a final instruction, telling the messengers to report that the new leader of the revered demon god Mythos will be waiting in Tang Clan village. As that decision settles into place, a carriage rolls through the dark forest under the cover of night, carrying Tang Wunhui and his companions onward. Inside the carriage, Tang Wunhui sits there looking utterly drained, and in a tired voice, he asks whether his condition is really as bad as it seems. His spirit allies answer him seriously, telling him that his internal injuries are severe, the energy inside his body is unstable, and if this continues, he could easily fall into chi deviation. They go on to explain that after he pushed himself so hard to absorb the poison, even the bond between his body and soul has become dangerously unsteady, and they can barely understand how he is still awake at all. As he listens, Tang Wunhui quietly reflects that to the followers of the Mythos, their leader cannot merely be a ruler sitting above them, but must feel like a true god. He remembers the lesson his master once taught him, that followers should lift their eyes toward a divine leader, and when that being descends before them, they should instinctively lower their gaze. With that thought settling in his mind, he concludes that in his master's absence, he has no choice but to become the reliable beacon those followers can look toward. Even knowing how cold and lonely that road will be, he still steels himself and chooses to walk it, and hearing that resolve, his spirits quietly begin addressing him as the cult heir. At that moment, Tang Wunhui finally realizes, if only a little, just how lonely his master must have been all this time. Putting those thoughts aside, he decides that his most urgent priority now is recovery. But while he says his body just needs some rest, the Gudiao bluntly insists that he needs at least a full month. Tang Wunhui immediately pushes back, saying he does not have that kind of time when Tang Moonhyuk will be arriving in only a few days. Gudiao then advises him to refine the yin energy inside him and to absorb the insight he just gained into his body as quickly as possible. Tang Wunhui accepts that dangerous idea on the spot and decides he will start circulating his qi right there inside the violently shaking carriage, leaving his spirits stunned. He insists that he has to stabilize that yin power now before it festers any further and causes even more serious damage inside him. Thinking it through, he analyzes that his injuries came from forcing new understanding into a core that had not fully settled, which caused his different energies to clash against one another instead of reaching balance. So his plan is clear. He will first break apart those tangled forces, throw away the useless excess, and then carefully refine whatever remains. In his mind, he begins visualizing the entire process, splitting his chaotic energies apart, piece by piece, before forging them again into a cleaner and more stable form. His goal is to produce a newly purified yin essence, something calm and refined enough to settle properly in the very center of his core. Soon, he sinks into deep meditation, and around him, the energies within his body begin to churn and whirl in wild motion. Watching in disbelief, his companions realize that he is actually dismantling and refining each current of energy, one by one, through nothing but sheer focus and willpower. Before long, they can feel the yin energy gradually stop shaking, and from that change, they believe he has successfully completed the process. Tang Wunhui slowly opens his eyes, and the look in them makes it clear that the stabilization really did succeed. The spirits immediately burst into excited praise, telling him that what he just did amounts to creating an entirely new cultivation method centered on the central core. Still catching his breath, Tang Wunhui looks confused and asks them what exactly they mean by a new method of central core cultivation. The Gudiao explains that he just moved the qi inside his core entirely by his own will, which is a highly advanced central core technique, and Tang Wunhui confirms that, yes, that is exactly what he did. The Gudiao then admits that this degree of control is normally treated as the final goal of central core cultivation, and that revelation genuinely catches Tang Wunhui off guard. He is further told that every different source of qi inside him, along with even the poison energy, moved at his command, creating a method that belongs to him alone. Realizing what happened, Tang Wunhui reflects that after tearing those forces apart, he unconsciously allowed essence to flow back in and rebuild what he had dismantled, and he asks if that truly counts as his own method. His thoughts turn inward as he reflects that his upper core contains the Phantom King arts from his previous life, while his lower core is meant to hold the Heavenly Demon Warding Heart arts. But even as he lays that out in his mind, he knows those two alone are still not enough, because the enemies he truly has to face are the astral heaven realm divergence beings from beyond these lands. He admits to himself that even if he mastered those two systems separately, it still would not be enough to let him rise above foes like that. That is why he begins to think that if this central core method can truly fuse his mystic arts and martial arts into one, then he may finally have a real chance. The spirits warn him that such a path will be brutally difficult, but they also insist that the things he has already accomplished prove it is not impossible. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui quietly but firmly declares that he has chosen the path he will follow from here on. He then studies a bead of Black Dragon Water true energy, observing how pure it feels and how naturally it moves with the fluid nature of water. After considering it carefully, he decides that this energy will become the foundation of his central core cultivation, and from it, he will create the Black Dragon Shi arts. Meanwhile, back at the Tang Nine Dragons branch, the disciples are preparing to depart alongside the leader of the Righteous Wind Squad. Branch head offers his thanks to the squad leader for coming in person to lend his support. The squad leader answers that this is simply part of their duty, though. He grumbles that Tangon's poor report made the whole matter far more troublesome than it should have been. But just as they are about to leave, his eyes catch a carriage approaching much earlier in the day than anyone expected, and the sight makes him pause in surprise. At the gate, one of the guards steps forward to stop the carriage and questions the driver, one of the three birds of Kunlun, asking what business they have at the Tang branch. Then the carriage door opens and Tang Wunhui steps down himself, ready to answer. In a calm, matter-of-fact voice, he says that he is returning from a mission, and the guard is left shocked the moment he recognizes who is standing in front of him. Not far away, Tang Qiujin spots him as well, and she freezes on the spot in pure surprise. A second later, she rushes straight to Tang Wunhui and throws her arms around him, while he greets her warmly and says he did not expect her to be waiting outside like this. Still holding on to him, she quickly checks whether he is injured anywhere, and Tang Wunhui gently reassures her that he is fine. Inside, Tang Qiujin assumes that since he came back so quickly, the mission must have failed. But even so, relief washes over her just because he returned safely, and she tells him he worked hard. With a grin spreading across his face, Tang Wunhui proudly announces that he actually killed a member of the Northern Sea mythos. Then, in a comically smug chibi pose, he presents the sack holding his captive like a trophy, while Tang Qiujin can only stare at him in blank disbelief. From off-screen, someone blurts out in total shock that he already finished the job and made it back. A violent sound effect slams down over the moment, and with that sharp impact, attention turns back toward the Tang compound. In the earlier scene, Tang Wunhui finally puts an end to the agony of a Northern Sea mythos member's tortured soul, releasing it at last and cutting off the long suffering that had kept it trapped. As he scatters the wraith, Tang Wunhui coldly tells it to be thankful, because whatever torment it endured until now ends here, with him. Even his spirits comment on it, pointing out that Tang Wunhui had torn that soul apart and pieced it back together over and over again, to the point that simple annihilation had practically become an act of mercy. Back in the present, Tang Wenhui calmly notes that they have already gathered more than enough information about the Northern Sea mythos, and from the look of the day outside, it is already around midday. Right. At that moment, Tang Ho-san appears and calls out to Tang Wenhui. And Tang Wenhui immediately thinks to himself that the timing could not have been better. Tang Ho-san says he heard Tang Wenhui stirred up quite a massive commotion. But Tang Wenhui fires back without hesitation, saying all he did was kill a demon cultist and add more glory to the Tang name. Tang Ho-san then clarifies that he is not talking about the demon cultist at all, but about Tang Wenhui beating up the Lion Sect members, something Tang Wenhui had nearly forgotten about by now. Tang Wenhui brushes the whole thing off like it was nothing more than harmless horseplay, then asks with open disbelief whether the Lion Blade King himself is really coming all the way here just to lecture him. And Tang Ho-san confirms that he is. Tang Ho-san states it plainly, that very Lion Blade King, a supreme figure who rules over an entire region, is coming in person for the specific purpose of holding Tang Wenhui responsible. Tang Wenhui can barely believe it, staring back in disbelief at the idea that someone of that level would show up over what he sees as little more than a clash between youngsters. But Tang Ho-san firmly says that is exactly the case. Letting out a tired sigh, Tang Wenhui mutters that he expected to be praised, not dragged in for a scolding too, and then tells Tang Ho-san to stop wasting time and take him straight to the meeting. Once he arrives, Tang Wenhui straightens himself and formally reports to Tang Moonhyuk that he has returned after completing the mission he was given. Tang Moonhyuk does not answer right away. He simply fixes Tang Wenhui with a long silent stare, studying him from head to toe. Then he remarks that, besides the white bone head Tang Wenhui had promised to bring back, there was apparently another trophy as well. He goes on to note that Tang Wenhui also returned with the head of the Northern Sea mythos Blade Demon, adding yet another result no one could ignore. And that was not the end of it, because Tang Wenhui also managed to provoke the Lion Sect badly enough that even the Lion Blade King himself has now been drawn into Tang territory. Tang Wenhui calmly defends himself, saying the clash with the Lion Sect could not be avoided in the middle of that mission, and then adds that there is still one more thing he needs to report. At that, Tang Moonhyuk asks him what other matter could possibly still be left to tell. Without any fuss, Tang Wenhui reaches into his robes and pulls out a written report. He presents the document and explains that it contains details on the Northern Sea mythos' current scheme and what they are plotting now, the faint smile on his face. Tang Wenhui asks whether information of this level is enough to earn him a seat in the strategic game Tang Moonhyuk is setting into motion. Later, as they make their way down into a hidden underground facility, Tang Wenhui glances around and thinks that if he had known a place like this existed, he might have tried spying on Tang Ho-san much earlier. But he quickly dismisses the thought himself, realizing it never would have worked anyway, since all of his attention had been tied up tracking Namgung Senyong and the people around her. When they finally reach the bottom, a concealed door swings open and a blinding flood of light pours out from inside as they step through. The moment Tang Wenhui sees the enormous chamber beyond it, his eyes widen, because the sheer scale of the place is far beyond anything he had expected. He is left genuinely stunned, unable to hide his shock at the fact that a space this massive has been built in secret beneath the ground. His spirits immediately start calling him over in excitement, urging him to come closer and look at the enormous world map spread across the wall, a map so detailed, it is almost overwhelming. They excitedly point out that Sichuan sits at its center, while the marked territory stretches all the way from Haidong to Xinjiang, and even farther outward toward India and Europe. Looking closer, they notice the map is packed with countless sects, factions, and organizations, each one marked with notes about their strength and about the nature of their diplomatic ties to the Tang clan. As Tang Wenhui reads through it, he sees that even the Tian Shan Range is marked, along with the seat of the heavenly demon divine cult and the towers of the half-transcended. At that point, it clicks for him that this is no simple map at all. It is proof of just how vast the Tang clan's ambitions are, reaching far beyond the confines of the Zhenghu. Then a masked strategist steps out, Gui Jaegal remarking that Tang Ho-san brought Tang Wenhui here more quickly than expected, and Tang Wenhui immediately realizes where Gui Jaegal had been hiding all this time. Gui Jaegal then asks him, almost like he is testing his reaction, how it feels to stand inside the Secret Wind Evolution Center. Tang Wenhui repeats the name under his breath, and from that title alone, he understands their intent. They want to send the Tang clan's influence outward like the wind, across the entire world. His gaze returns to the map and he quickly pieces it together, concluding that their goal is to establish a worldwide network that extends far beyond China itself. Gui Jaegal lights up at once, clearly thrilled, and dramatically calls out to his lord that Tang Wenhui's potential is every bit as extraordinary as he thought. He even grabs onto Tang Moonhyuk in his excitement, pleading that Tang Wenhui be entrusted to him, insisting that the boy's head must have been blessed by the heavens. Gui Jaegal goes on, praising Tang Wenhui's intellect, his nerve, his cleverness, and even his supposed moral character, only for Tang Wenhui to inwardly balk at that last compliment. Practically raving by now, Gui Jigal declares that Tang Wunhui is the ideal raw material, and swears that if he is given 20 years, or even just 10, he can turn the Sichuan Tang clan into the greatest organization in the world. Tangon reacts in visible shock, immediately demanding to know what exactly Gui Jigal thinks he is proposing, with real feeling in his voice. Tangon argues that the young master has already proven himself as a warrior, someone who belongs out on the battlefield, not buried inside a room doing desk work. The masked strategist answers without backing down, explaining that for the Tang clan, what matters most is the ruthless determination to reach one's objective, and that martial arts and tactics are nothing more than tools used toward that end. That only makes Tangon angrier, and he furiously accuses Gui Jigal of trying to shut away a gifted young man indoors, just like he himself has been, despite Tang Wunhui's obvious talent in martial arts. Gui Jigal immediately counters that rulers are shaped inside rooms like this, because martial training can be done at any time. But the talent needed to become a king only grows by commanding people and overseeing the world, and those words leave Tangon stunned. Before the argument can go any further, Tang Moonhyuk cuts in sharply and orders both of them to stop. He states in a firm, final tone that whatever path Tang Wunhui takes will be his own choice, and tells them to put aside this struggle over him for now. Then Tang Moonhyuk turns back to Tang Wunhui, praises his sharp eye for seeing through things so quickly, and begins to explain that this underground place was built by the Tang clan for one purpose, to connect the entire world. He says that within the Jianghu, the Sichuan Tang clan is commonly seen as a barrier, a force that blocks outside powers from crossing inward. As he speaks, the image of a dark, dragon-like presence rises in illustration, embodying the Tang clan as a looming wall that prevents external threats from entering the Jianghu. Tang Moonhyuk then adds that neither he nor the clan head has any intention of allowing the Tang clan to remain nothing more than a motionless defensive wall forever. He reveals that the Tang clan does not intend to remain what it is now. Their ambition is to grow into something far greater, a mighty castle that dominates everything around it. Then he takes that vision even further, saying they want to become a towering stronghold so high and so overwhelming that when the world looks up at it, no one would even dare imagine standing above the Tang clan. Before they can ever become that kind of castle, he says they first need to turn themselves into an unbreakable fortress, one so secure that not even the fanatics of the demon cult could force their way through it. He goes on to explain that 6 months earlier, they uncovered information that the demon cult's zealots, pushed into motion by the Namgung clan, were plotting to assassinate the Tang clan head. At first, he says, their response had been simple. They planned to stop the assassination plot directly before it could happen, but then the clan head proposed a very different approach. In the flashback, the clan head argues that merely blocking the attempt would do nothing but grab the enemy's tail, and that if they truly wanted results, they needed to aim for the body instead. So the clan head offers himself up as bait, deciding to place his own life on the line in order to lure the demon cult out into the open. That decision became the foundation for a massive operation to wipe out the demon cult. All of it built around what they called the Dark Supreme Assassination Plan. Tang Wunhui quickly pieces the idea together. The assassination attempt would become the perfect justification for launching a full strike on the demon cult, allowing the Tang clan to rally the forces of the Jianghu behind them, even while he privately judges Tang Moonhyuk reckless for staking his own life on such a plan. Inwardly, Tang Wunhui admits that Tang Moonhyuk's information network and judgment are undeniably impressive, but even so, he cannot shake the feeling that the plan itself has a fatal weakness. So instead of softening his words, Tang Wunhui says it bluntly. The plan they are proposing is going to fail. He points to the greatest uncertainty at the heart of the entire operation, the hidden power behind the society, and the lack of solid information surrounding it. Accurate intelligence on that group is the single most critical piece still missing. The moment the word fail leaves his mouth, Tang Moonhyuk's presence turns dangerous, and he warns Tang Wunhui to choose his next explanation very carefully. The strategist immediately objects as well, insisting that Tang Wunhui is underestimating just how thoroughly they have prepared for the coming attack. He starts listing everything they have already arranged, from mechanisms and formations to mystic arts and tightly detailed guard deployments, all of it woven into a plan they believe has been constructed without gaps. Tang Wunhui acknowledges what he has seen in the documents. From the materials alone, it is obvious that the secret Wind Evolution Center has gathered exceptional intelligence and assembled its manpower, supplies, and orders with remarkable precision. Then, without hesitation, Tang Wunhui brings out another layer of intelligence. Information he obtained personally with his own hands. The strategist is visibly stunned when he sees that Tang Wunhui's report includes the positions and internal layouts of Northern Sea Mythos and Blackbone Ghost Valley agents operating throughout Nine Dragons County. Tang Moonhyuk turns to the strategist and asks in a measured voice how accurate this new intelligence is when compared to the findings gathered by their own side. After checking it, the strategist reports that Tang Wunhui's information overlaps with theirs by roughly 90%. With only minor differences, and that the enemy's scheme itself still falls within the range of scenarios they had already anticipated. With accuracy on that level, the strategist concludes that the leak could only have come from somewhere inside the demonic cult itself. Tang Moonhyuk then looks back at Tang Woonwi and confirms whether the document in front of them truly contains the complete Northern Sea mythos plan, and Tang Woonwi answers that it does. From that, Tang Moonhyuk concludes that Tang Woonwi's information is most likely reliable. And he also points out that Tang Woonwi has already acknowledged the overall strategy itself is excellent. Then Tang Moonhyuk presses him harder, demanding that he explain what flaw could still remain if the foundation of the plan is that strong. Tang Woonwi answers with complete calm, saying the problem is actually very simple. Their estimate of the demonic cult's true strength is wrong. Tang Moonhyuk immediately questions that claim, arguing that he and the Old Tempest squad have more than enough experience fighting the Northern Sea mythos, and that they have already accounted for the possibility that the enemy may have grown stronger. Tang Woonwi counters that even that still is not enough, while inwardly admiring just how sophisticated and well-built their plan truly is. By ordinary standards, he judges that this operation really would secure victory, even against enemies who came in at the very upper limit of the strength they had projected. The problem, he says, is that their calculations are built around ordinary opponents, while the cult now possesses abnormal monsters, enemies strengthened by the society's outside power. Tang Woonwi remembers that Whitebone and Baked Sand had both grown drastically stronger over the past 6 years because of that external force supporting them. He also recalls terrifying techniques tied to that society, like the soul-restraining fantasy net, a deadly art that becomes almost impossible to escape once it has been fully cast. And along with that memory comes another, the heart-corroding ice poison, a technique so costly to use that it is not cast lightly, yet once it infects a target, there is no cure for it at all. Taking all of that hidden support into account, Tang Woonwi concludes that the current plan, no matter how refined it appears, is nowhere near enough to stop a cult that has already been enhanced beyond normal limits. Tang Moonhyuk repeats the implication back to him in a grave voice, saying that, based on Tang Woonhui's own observation, the Sichuan Tang clan is still not ready to defeat the demonic cult. Then he tells Tang Woonwi that if he intends to claim their predictions are wrong, words alone will not do. He must prove it. Tang Moonhyuk raises the stakes even further, demanding that Tang Woonwi risk his life to prove both that their estimate is flawed and that his own assessment is the correct one. He says he will suppress his power down to the level they have forecast for an enemy captain, and if the cult's captains truly stand a stage above that, then Tang Woonwi, the man who killed Baked Sand, should still be able to defeat him even under those conditions. And if their prediction turns out to be correct after all, Tang Moonhyuk says without blinking, then Tang Woonwi will die right here to the Tang clan's 1,000 poison hand. Tang Woonwi accepts the wager just as calmly. If their estimate is right, he says, then he will simply die here, because he has no chance of enduring the 1,000 poison hand. The moment those terms are set, Tang Gon and the strategist both panic, horrified by how brutal the wager has become, and they rush to beg Tang Woonwi to apologize before the clan head pushes this any further. But Tang Woonwi remains composed, and says evenly that the clan head has judged the situation incorrectly. Then he releases his own aura, and the sudden surge of power rolling off him leaves everyone watching visibly shaken. Tang Gon is especially stunned, realizing just how fast Tang Woonwi has advanced. It has not even been a full week since he opened his central core, and yet his growth is already this shocking. Tang Moonhyuk, clearly impressed but still curious, asks him what exactly it is that he believes was misjudged. He even praises the quality of Tang Woonwi's aura, but points out that it still has not reached the level Tang Moonhyuk has restricted himself to the same level they predicted for enemy captains. Tang Woonwi agrees with that assessment, but calmly reminds him that Baked Sand, the enemy he killed, possessed an aura that stood one full realm above Tang Moonhyuk's current restrained level. At that, Tang Moonhyuk narrows his eyes and demands to know how Tang Woonwi managed to bring down an opponent with such an overwhelming gap in power between them. Tang Woonwi answers that he will not explain it with words. Instead, he says he will show it directly. Tang Moonhyuk immediately realizes that Tang Woonwi has been deliberately concealing part of what he can do, and he acknowledges that restraint as the sign of someone thinking tactically. Then Tang Woonwi moves first, launching the duel with a swift slash of aura that cuts forward in an instant. The instant they collide, the entire room fills with the violent crash of their energies, and Tang Woonwi and Tang Moonhyuk begin trading blisteringly fast blows that are almost too quick for the eye to follow. The strategist turns his head in confusion and alarm, looking all around as chunks and shards of stone burst loose under the pressure of their exploding aura and go flying across the chamber. Seeing the room turning into a battlefield, Tang Gon grabs the struggling strategist and tries to haul him away from the center, while the masked man protests the whole time and resists being dragged off. Even in the middle of that brutal exchange, Tang Woonwi quickly realizes something important. Tang Moonhyuk is still holding back against him. As their attacks blur past each other, Tang Woonwi notices Tang Moonhyuk's eyes tracking not just where he is, but where he is about to move next. showing a terrifying level of predictive skill. And yet, despite seeing ahead so clearly, Tang Moonhyuk deliberately swings a fraction too late each time, making it obvious that he is continuing to restrain himself on purpose. Tang Moonhui immediately understands what that means. Tang Moonhyuk is very carefully limiting his output to the level they predicted for an enemy captain, no more and no less. At that point, Tang Moonhui reflects that this match probably is not just about testing him. The real reason seems to be Tang Moonhyuk's desire to verify his own intelligence and prove the work of the secret Wind Evolution Center correct, and that realization irritates him. Annoyed by that motive but fully resolved, Tang Moonhui decides that even if he understands why Tang Moonhyuk is doing this, he is still going to fight seriously and show him the truth head-on. With that decision made, he surges forward in a savage charge, unleashing killing techniques he learned from the enemy's sword demons and driving straight into the fight with lethal intent. Tang Moonhyuk immediately recognizes what he is seeing, realizing that Tang Moonhui is using martial arts taken directly from the techniques of their enemies. But the more he watches, the clearer it becomes that Tang Moonhui has not simply copied those sword demon moves. He has completely absorbed them, broken them down, and made them part of his own style. Even while acknowledging how impressive Tang Moonhui's skill is, Tang Moonhyuk says it still is not enough to conclusively prove his claim about the true strength of the cult. So he decides to raise the intensity, judging that the current demonstration has still not reached the level of proof he is willing to accept. In the next exchange, Tang Moonhyuk lands a strike that carries poison into Tang Moonhui's body. And for the first time, Tang Moonhui's eyes widen for a brief instant. Then their energies erupt again, colliding in a huge green explosion as both of them commit to heavier, more decisive blows. Blood sprays into the air as Tang Moonhui forces out a counterattack even after taking that poisoned hit, refusing to give ground for even a moment. Watching that desperate exchange, Tangon cries out in terror, convinced that young master Tang Moonhui's life is hanging by a thread. Tang Moonhyuk then admits with a grim honesty that he does not like what this test has forced him to do. He points out that the moment the poison entered Tang Moonhui's body, Tang Moonhui instantly sealed off part of his own circulation and spat out tainted blood before the toxin could spread deeply enough to overwhelm him. Tang Moonhyuk further observes that Tang Moonhui knowingly accepted a glancing 1,000 poison hand strike so he could land an attack of his own, an attack powerful enough that it would have killed a northern sea sword demon outright. Tang Moonhui answers that he could make a gamble like that only because he knew Tang Moonhyuk was genuinely restricting himself to the reduced level of an enemy captain. And that, more than anything else, is exactly what he dislikes. Still shaken, the strategist nervously asks whether the duel is finally over now, then blurts out that if they are going to keep destroying the secret Wind Evolution Center like this, they may as well kill him first. Later, after the clash has ended, Tang Moonhyuk remarks that Tang Moonhui had been completely convinced their original plan would fail. He then asks whether Tang Moonhui has some alternative solution in mind, and Tang Moonhui answers with complete confidence that he does. Tang Moonhyuk tells him to say it plainly, while Tang Moonhui stands there, wearing a small, resolute smile. Time passes after that discussion, and Tang Moonhyuk quietly begins preparing to act on the decision he has reached regarding Tang Moonhui's proposal. In private, Tang Moonhyuk reflects on one detail that still surprises him most. Even with his internal energy restrained, Tang Moonhui still managed to poison him. He studies his own hand, only slightly affected by intoxication, and cannot help feeling impressed that Tang Moonhui's ingenuity was sharp enough to reach him at all. Then Tang Moonhyuk asks his advisors what course of action they recommend now, while nearby the strategist practically laments all the research and planning he will have to reorganize from the ground up. Before Tangon can even begin speaking, Tang Moonhyuk cuts him off and says he already knows what Tangon is going to say, prompting Tangon to call him cruel for not even letting him voice it. Tang Moonhyuk then recalls the moment when Tang Moonhui first displayed his talent and volunteered to carry on the Tempest, realizing that Tangon's heart had already begun leaning toward him from that point onward. When that truth is spoken aloud, Tangon visibly falters, clearly flustered that Tang Moonhyuk saw through him so completely. Tang Moonhyuk reassures him that he will not take offense over any comparison between himself and Tang Moonhui, because he understands Tangon stayed all this time for the sake of the Tempest squad above all else. Those words clearly move Tangon, and he lowers himself respectfully as he addresses Tang Moonhyuk. Tang Moonhyuk then remembers the promise he once made to Tangon, that one day he would restore them to the battlefield glory they had lost. Back then, he had vowed that he would raise them back up to that lofty height again, and asked Tangon to keep believing in him until that day arrived. But now Tang Moonhyuk says, with quiet finality, that he himself cannot become the new leader of the Tempest Squad. At that moment, the strategist politely asks if he may pose a question before they go any further into Tang Moonhui's detailed proposal. He asks whether Tang Moonhyuk is actually considering naming Tang Moonhui as his successor, And that question makes Tang Moonhyuk pause and wonder why the strategist has suddenly raised such a topic. The strategist advises him that if he does not yet fully trust Tang Woonhui, then he should not hand him any position that carries real authority. He explains further that the most dangerous kind of mistake is to assign important work to someone you still distrust, and says Tang Moonhyuk must make a clean choice. Either exclude Tang Woonhui or use him without reservation. He adds that if Tang Moonhyuk has doubts about Tang Woonhui's information, then the simplest answer is to let Tang Woonhui move independently, while their own side protects the clan using the preparations they already have in place. But if Tang Moonhyuk decides that he will trust Tang Woonhui, then the strategist says he must go all the way and place complete confidence in him. He presses the point one more time, urging Tang Moonhyuk that if Tang Woonhui is to be trusted at all, then he must be trusted wholeheartedly, not halfway. The strategist then points out that Tang Moonhyuk's daughter, Tang Kyujin, has never shown interest in succession, and that their other candidate, Tang Yuchang, is not fit for it, while Tang Moonhyuk realizes the strategist is deliberately trying to force a decision. Left in silence for a moment, Tang Moonhyuk turns inward and reflects on what it really means to place true trust in another person. Then the scene winds back to that earlier moment, and Tang Moonhyuk once again asks Tang Woonhui what solution he is proposing. Tang Woonhui smiles, calm and certain, and says that the answer is actually simple. With total confidence, he declares that the entire operation should be placed under his command. After weighing everything in silence, Tang Moonhyuk finally makes his decision. And not long after that, he openly announces that he has come to a conclusion. Soon afterward, a formal notice is posted for everyone to see, declaring that the second son, Tang Woonhui, has officially been named the clan's heir. That same evening, Tang Woonhui finds himself standing in front of an extravagant feast prepared entirely in his honor. The table so full it looks like the whole room is celebrating with him. A servant hurriedly bows and apologizes, explaining that this is only the first round of dishes because the kitchen was short on ingredients, and that unexpected answer actually catches Woonhui off guard. The young servant then eagerly adds that he has already sent someone out to bring back more ingredients, all so they can prepare food that suits Woonhui's tastes even better. Watching the boy's earnest attitude, Woonhui's spirit companions quietly remark that the servant is unbelievably devoted, the kind of person whose loyalty runs deep. Woonhui agrees with that assessment, but his thoughts turn sharp as he compares that sincere loyalty to the people who once betrayed him, prompting the spirits to hurriedly protest that they are not the same as before. As he thinks it over, Woonhui realizes he had only asked Tang Moonhyuk to hand over authority in this one matter. Yet Tang Moonhyuk went far beyond that and placed the duties of Vice Branch clan head in his hands right before a major event. One burden after another starts lining up in his mind, from dealing with the Northern Sea Mythos scheme to managing honored guests and handling all the outer clans gathering around them. And once he adds festival preparations and the endless coordination that comes with it, the sheer amount of work waiting for him is enough to make his head throb before anything has even started. Pulling himself back to the present and looking at the table again, Woonhui dryly remarks that what is spread out in front of him already looks like a full-scale celebration. Just then, his older sister Kyujin arrives with a bright smile and a slight wobble in her step, cheerfully congratulating him on becoming the heir. Caught a little off guard by her sudden warmth, Woonhui answers awkwardly, but his gratitude is real as he thanks his sister. Kyujin, already tipsy enough for it to show in her face and voice, complains that his expression is way too stiff for a night like this. And Woonhui can only think to himself that she is obviously drunk. Even so, she beams and declares that today is a wonderful day because the family is finally beginning to recognize him for who he truly is. Woonhui lightly points out that this is also the day she gets to escape the successor's role she never really wanted in the first place. Kyujin gives a sheepish little smile when she realizes he has seen right through her, and then she just laughs it off. With that same loose, nostalgic mood, she starts reminiscing about the years she spent training in the Qingcheng sect. Kyujin says without hesitation that her days there in Qingcheng were the happiest time of her entire life. Hearing that, Woonhui reflects quietly that the Kyujin he knows is not someone careless or irresponsible, which means that even while training away from home she must have still carried out her duties as a successor as faithfully as she could. That realization settles heavily on him, because all the effort and preparation she put into becoming a successor have now come to nothing. And yet she is still sitting here sincerely happy for him. Woonhui invites her to eat with him, mentioning that his subordinate has already gone to fetch more ingredients anyway, and Kyujin happily agrees without the slightest hesitation. Then, with sudden pride, Kyujin announces that she did not come empty-handed, and reveals that she brought an exceptionally fine wine to mark the occasion. As she starts pouring it out herself, she explains that this is her treasured daughter in red, a wine so rare and precious that it is not something one opens lightly. In Sichuan, this kind of wine is traditionally brewed when a daughter is born and then buried away for years, only to be opened on the day of a truly important life event. It is meant for moments like a marriage or some great achievement, And this particular jar had originally been kept for the day Kyujin would become vice branch clan head. Woonwi looks at her gently and asks if she is really alright with opening something so meaningful for him instead. Kyujin answers without wavering that celebrating his rise today makes her happier than taking that position for herself ever would have. Woonwi is just starting to respond when Tang suddenly comes crashing into the scene with loud congratulations and even more alcohol in his arms. Woonwi shoots him a dry look and immediately points him back toward the door. But Tang brushes that off like it means nothing and eagerly tries to join the celebration anyway. Kyujin still manages to greet Uncle Gon politely even as he barges in holding bottle after bottle, and for a moment the room falls into a strange silence as everyone just stares at the shameless intruder. Woonwi tries to chase him out, but Tang abruptly switches gears, claiming he is actually very busy and had only come to deliver the drinks before attempting to slip away. A moment later, once he is told he has not interrupted anything important, Tang visibly loosens up, the relief plain on his face. Then his eyes land on the already open daughter in red, and he blurts out in surprise that they have started drinking without him. Woonwi calmly reveals that the rare wine is actually Kyujin's, and that single detail startles Tang on the spot. Kyujin tells him there is no need to look so shocked, because she is genuinely happy to give up the successor's role, and using the wine to toast Woonwi makes her happier still. As the rosy liquor is poured into waiting cups, the family begins laughing together. And the celebration for the clan's new heir finally starts in earnest. With a brighter smile than before, Woonwi tilts the pink drink into Kyujin's cup and tells her that now it is her turn. As the fragrant wine rises to the rim, Kyujin leans in slightly and comments on how wonderfully it smells, lifting her cup high into the air. Kyujin offers a toast to Woonwi's future and to the future of the entire branch clan. Three of them raise their cups together and clink them in a clean, celebratory toast. After that, they finally turn to the lavish dishes spread across the table and begin eating in earnest. Kyujin digs in with obvious enthusiasm, and between bites she happily praises how talented Woonwi's cook must be. Then, right in the middle of eating, something suddenly seems to occur to her, and she turns toward Woonwi with a surprised look. Out of nowhere, she asks what is supposed to happen with his relationship with the Qingcheng sect's senior disciple if he opens that gift now, and the question hits Woonwi so hard that he immediately spits out his drink. Flustered and red-faced, Woonwi snaps back and demands to know why they are suddenly bringing up Qingcheng's senior disciple, Lee Chulson. Still embarrassed, he hurriedly insists that they are all completely misunderstanding what is going on. But Uncle Gon instantly leaps straight into talk of matchmaking, and even mentions going to the branch clan head, while Woonwi raises his voice and protests that they have the whole thing wrong. Then Kyujin, in a much calmer tone than the chaos around her, says plainly that she has no intention of marrying at all, and before the others can even process that. She adds that once the festival is over, she plans to leave the Tang clan for good, leaving everyone at the table stunned. Still visibly stunned by what he just heard, Tang asks if she came to this decision because of what happened with the first madam. Kyujin answers that the incident did play a part in it, but this is not some sudden impulse, because it is a choice she has been turning over in her heart for years. She goes on to explain that when she was in the Qingcheng sect, the progress she made with the sword in a single month was the kind of improvement that would have taken her an entire year inside the Tang clan. Admitting in a lowered voice that she has always been far better suited to the sword, she drops her gaze slightly, and both men fall quiet as her words sink in. Tang eventually confesses that he cannot fully understand what she means, because he is Tang through and through, a man who has spent his whole life rooted inside the clan. Even so, he can clearly see that this is not a careless thought, and he acknowledges just how deeply and seriously she has considered it. Woonwi then speaks up with an apologetic tone, saying that even though tonight is supposed to be a celebration, there is something important he needs to discuss with her. He reminds Tang Kyujin that when the Dark Supreme comes for the festival, he will have to draw his sword, and then he looks straight at her and asks whether she will stand as that sword for him. Kyujin answers without hesitation that if his purpose is to wipe out the demonic cult, then she is willing to help him. But before she can finish the thought, Woonwi abruptly lifts a hand and cuts her off. His voice turns grave as he warns her that his sword will not be needed only for killing members of the demonic cult, and that unexpected answer clearly startles her. Woonwi says plainly that if the sword at his side cannot bring itself to kill a certain opponent when the moment comes, then that sword will not be the right one for him. Kyujin answers that if that is the case, then he should find another sword, and Woonwi immediately says that if she truly cannot do it, he will help her leave the clan before the festival begins. That answer wounds her, and she tells him he is being cruel, reminding him that she has always stood on his side, even when doing so put her at odds with her own mother. Woonwi explains that the reason he spoke so harshly is because his place inside the clan is no longer what it used to be, and everything around him is beginning to change. Tang Kyujin responds with quiet resolve, saying she made up her mind about this long ago. And then she begins laying out what she learned from both the Qingcheng sect and the Tang clan. She says that after everything she experienced in both places, The one principle she came away with above all else was righteousness. As she says it, she steps forward firmly, as though her body itself is moving in line with that conviction. Kyujin declares that every choice she makes is judged by one standard alone, whether it is righteous or not, and she promises that if Woonwee walks the path of justice, then she will follow him. Hearing that, Woonwee immediately understands something important. She is not promising blind obedience, and she will not simply agree to everything he asks of her. Kyujin explains that the reason she stood against even her own mother was because she judged her mother's schemes to be unjust. Then she adds, in an even steadier voice, that if Woonwee truly doubts her sense of justice, then the two of them should part ways right now. Woonwee reflects inwardly that he has never put much stock in talk of righteousness, because in Zhongyuan, most people who preach about it are really just dressing up their selfishness with noble words. And yet, as he looks at Tang Kyujin, he cannot help feeling that she is different from those hypocrites. When she spoke about righteousness just now, there was no deceit in her voice at all. And Woonwee recognizes that sincerity immediately. Moved by that honesty, he brings a hand to his chest, quietly taking in the weight of what she has said. Woonwee bows his head and apologizes, admitting that he was wrong to question her resolve, because he now understands that if righteousness demanded it, she would even cut through family ties without hesitation. Tang Kyujin answers that carrying that kind of merciless resolve is not easy, but she believes Woonwee can bear it as Vice Branch clan head, and with that belief she agrees to become his sword. Lifting her cup once more, she makes a solemn vow that until everything is finished, she will live and die as Woonwee's sword. Woonwee raises his own cup in return, and promises that he will wield that sword only for causes that are just and clean. Off to the side, Tangon lets out a half-joking complaint, grumbling that the two of them got so serious, they completely forgot he was even there. Then all three of them drink together again, and with that shared cup, the bond between them grows even stronger. Time passes, and bright daylight settles over the Tang clan's grand pavilions. Elsewhere, night falls over the Gold Sword sect inside the walled city. There, Sanyang flies into a rage after hearing the news that Tang Woonwee, the man he considered a loser, has now become the Tang clan's Vice Branch clan head. He bitterly relives the humiliation of being disgraced by Woonwee in front of Sumin and Sunyi, and the memory only makes the resentment burning inside him worse. With anger twisting his face, he complains that he now has to prepare both a gift and an apology for Woonwee during the Dark Supreme's festival visit, even though he still believes Woonwee was the one in the wrong. Alone in his room and trembling with frustration, he bitterly thinks that things would have been different if only he had been born into a famous house like Woonwee's. Clenching a stone tightly in his hand, he convinces himself that with the same background and support, he would have become far stronger than Woonwee ever was. At that moment, a shadowy figure appears and coldly comments on his talk of preparing a present for Tang Woonwee, hinting that Sanyang may have found exactly the right place after all. When Sanyang demands to know who he is, the intruder answers that such a thing is unnecessary, and as he speaks, a dark and ominous energy begins to spread from him. The stranger suddenly unleashes a fierce, icy attack, and the force of it blasts Sanyang backward without giving him any chance to react, holding him frozen in place. The intruder says that he wants to meet Tang Woonwee, and until then, he intends to use Sanyang as a tool. In a close-up, the masked man looks down with smug amusement and asks Sanyang whether he minds being used like that. Later, back at the Qingcheng sect, Tang Kyujin and Woonwee sit together on a rooftop under the moonlight, sharing drinks, and Woonwee teases her by asking whether a proper virtuous Qingcheng Taoist is really supposed to be drinking that much. Already tipsy and clearly annoyed, she shoots back that it is called being a Taoist, only for him to keep grinning and jokingly repeat that she is still Qingcheng's little goody two-shoes Taoist. After the teasing dies down, Woonwee's expression turns more thoughtful, and he admits there is something he has been wondering about for a very long time. Then he asks her quite directly why she has always been so kind to him, and the question makes her blink in visible surprise. Kyujin says she had always intended to tell him someday, but since the moment has come, she decides to explain it now and begins with the reason behind it. Looking at him under the moonlight, Tang Kyujin reveals that the kindness she showed him all this time was her way of keeping a promise she once made. Tang Kyujin quietly clears it up, saying the promise was never made to Tang Woonwee himself. It was a vow she gave to his mother. As the memories come back to her, Tang Kyujin softly describes Woonwee's mother as an incredibly warm and gentle woman. She remembers being a little girl and running toward her with bright excitement, already feeling safe just from seeing her. In that old memory, Woonwee's mother is waiting for young Tang Kyujin with a tender smile on her face. The woman's expression is so soft and welcoming that even the scene itself feels warm. Tang Kyujin goes on to explain how, whenever clan training left her worn out and miserable, Woonwee's mother would comfort her. She would patiently soothe the exhausted girl and fill her head with stories about the wider world beyond the clan and about the vast Jianghu that stretched far past the walls she knew. She had taught Tang Kyujin about beautiful places too, speaking of mountains like Qingcheng and Imei as if they were magical lands waiting somewhere in the distance, and along with those stories she shared small, simple joys like the sweetness of candied fruit. Their closeness is shown in those quiet, affectionate moments, the woman gently patting Tang Kyujin on the head while the girl happily munches on snacks. It is the kind of memory that feels ordinary at first glance, but precious once it is gone. Then the memory shifts to a rainy night. In the middle of that dim, wet darkness, Tang Kyujin notices a strange medicine being given to Woonhui's mother, and the moment she sees it, unease creeps in as she wonders what exactly it is. A heartbeat later, that unease turns into pure horror. Tang Kyujin realizes that it is her own mother who has been secretly mixing poison into the medicine meant for Woonhui's mother. When Tang Kyujin confronts Woonhui's mother about it, desperate and shaken, the woman does not panic at all. She simply hushes the girl in a calm, almost painfully gentle way. Tang Kyujin protests through her shock, asking how she can still keep taking that medicine when she knows poison has been mixed into it. But the woman calmly tells her that the drug no longer truly affects her the way Tang Kyujin fears. Then she reveals the truth. She tells Tang Kyujin that she is suffering from an incurable illness. The words hit young Tang Kyujin like a blow. She is left staring in stunned disbelief, too shocked to process what she has just heard. Woonhui's mother explains that, with the help of the branch head, she had managed to keep her illness under control for a time. But after giving birth to Tang Woonhui, her condition grew far worse, and now that very medicine is doing nothing but pushing her more quickly toward death. Tang Kyujin desperately begs her to stop taking it and hold on, even if only to live a little longer. But the woman gently refuses, saying she does not want to create even more trouble for others. Overcome by everything she has learned, Tang Kyujin cannot even form proper words anymore. All that comes out is a choked, pained sound, as if her heart is breaking faster than her voice can follow. Seeing the girl tremble, the dying woman reaches out and takes Tang Kyujin's shaking hands in her own. The touch is weak, but still full of warmth, and then she asks for one final favor. She asks Tang Kyujin to promise that, even after she is gone, she will stay good friends with Tang Woonhui. Tang Kyujin immediately breaks down, crying as she refuses to make that promise. She keeps insisting that the woman must not die, clinging to that denial with all the desperation a child can muster. Even then, Woonhui's mother comforts her instead of herself. She gently tells Tang Kyujin that she believes she will grow into a truly great person one day. She urges the girl not to lose that warm and loving heart of hers, no matter what happens. It is less a request than a final wish she wants Tang Kyujin to carry forward. Back on the rooftop in the present, Tang Kyujin says that this was the promise she made just before Woonhui's mother passed away. Her voice is steady, but the weight of that memory still lingers in every word. She then adds, with bitterness she can no longer hide, that even after all of that, her own mother never once stopped her malicious schemes. Nothing changed, no matter what was lost. Tang Kyujin recalls how Namgung Sanyong spread vicious rumors about Tang Woonhui and his mother, twisting their names through slander. And what made it worse was that the people of the Tang Nine Dragons branch simply accepted those lies. Hearing that, Tang Woonhui reflects on just how ridiculous those rumors really were. Especially when his father was such a powerful man, the idea that he could be helplessly overcome by drunkenness was absurd from the start. He notes that the rumors did not only drag down him and his mother. They also insulted Tang Hozan himself, yet Namgung Sanyong still used them shamelessly just to disgrace Woonhui and his mother even further. Tang Kyujin lowers her eyes and apologizes to Tang Woonhui. She worries that it must hurt for him to hear that part of the reason she was kind to him came from the promise she made back then. But Tang Woonhui immediately tells her she has it wrong. He does not let her sink into that guilt for even a moment. He points out that she had always treated him kindly long before his mother ever asked anything of her, and even before she learned what her own mother had done. He tells her that kindness was never forced on her. It is simply the kind of person she has always been. Those words make Tang Kyujin smile through her tears. Her eyes are still wet, but the gratitude on her face is unmistakable as she thanks him. Tang Woonhui quietly marvels to himself at how someone raised by parents like hers could still become such a kind-hearted person. Then, aloud and without hesitation, he thanks her too. Then, all at once, something shifts. Tang Woonhui senses it, and the warmth in the moment vanishes as his expression turns sharp and serious. His thoughts drift to the feelings the original Tang Woonhui once carried. Emotions that he, living in this body, had never completely understood before. Until now, those buried feelings had remained distant, like something seen through fog. Now he finally sees the gap between the original Tang Woonhui's body and the soul that inhabits it. That distance is tied to a grief he himself never truly knew, because as a former orphan, he had never experienced this particular kind of loss. At last, he begins to grasp just how deep Tang Woonhui's resentment ran, and how crushing that despair must have been. It was never a shallow bitterness. It was something much darker and heavier. A brief image flashes through his mind, the original Woonhui standing utterly alone in a desolate emptiness. That lonely vision makes the weight of his suffering impossible to ignore. Tang Woonhui realizes that he is only now beginning to understand those emotions for real. It feels as though a door inside him has finally cracked open. His hand tightens into a fist, quietly, firmly. He steels himself for what he has already decided must come next. He tells Tang Kyujin that there is something he needs to take care of and excuses himself. She accepts it with an easy, cheerful smile, letting him go without pressing further. As he springs away from the rooftop, he tosses back a teasing warning that if she is still drinking by the time he returns, he will tell her senior disciple. That playful jab instantly makes Tang Kyujin shout back in flustered embarrassment. Once he is gone, the rooftop grows quiet again. Left alone under the night sky, Tang Kyujin lets out a long sigh and settles herself back down. Then her hand closes around the hilt of her sword. The mood shifts as she gathers herself, clearly preparing for whatever is about to come. Framed against the moonlight, Tang Kyujin rises in silhouette and slowly draws her blade. The image is calm, but it carries the unmistakable tension of someone ready for battle. The next day, at the First Lady's pavilion, a scream suddenly tears through the compound. The sharp cry rings out so loudly that it seems to shake the entire place. Namgung Sanyong rages that Tang Wunhui has now been officially recognized as a candidate for succession and even appointed vice branch head. To her, that can only mean one thing. She and her children have been pushed aside and cast out of favor. Panic begins to swallow her whole. In her frantic state, she keeps telling herself that she has to do something, and fast. As she hurries along in agitation, she curses the Righteous Wind Squad for continuing to hound her. She snaps that she has nothing more to say to them, and refuses to be cornered any further. Then her son, Tang Yucheng, appears inside her chambers without warning. The sudden sight of him startles her badly enough to make her freeze. Tang Yucheng quickly explains that he received his father's permission to come see her. That answer eases her panic for the briefest moment. She immediately grabs hold of him and pulls him close, urgency written all over her face. There is no room for delay as she tells Tang Yucheng to listen carefully. She insists that with Tang Wunhui now serving as vice branch head, neither of them can consider themselves safe any longer. In a near panic, she urges Tang Yucheng to flee at once to her Namgung family. Tang Yucheng replies at once that escaping will not be that simple. He tells her the Namgung escorts who came with her are already being watched closely by the Righteous Wind Squad. Namgung Sanyong admits it without denying the danger. Even so, she insists they are not completely cornered yet, claiming there is still one last thread of hope left to grab. She hurriedly instructs Tang Yucheng to leave a secret sign and a hidden message in the back garden of the Righteous Wind Pavilion. According to her plan, that mark will summon a concealed Namgung contact to meet at the Crimson Pavilion after nightfall. But Tang Wunhui has already intercepted the message before it can bear fruit. As he realizes Namgung Sanyong had still been hiding a Namgung spy all this time, he crushes the secret token in his hand. Standing before his mother, Tang Yucheng calls out to her with obvious pain in his voice. He confesses that even if she never trusted his aunt, he had at least believed she trusted him. When Namgung Sanyong tries to brush past that and drag the conversation back to the urgency of escape, Tang Yucheng suddenly erupts, his emotions surge over, and he slams his hand down as he shouts, demanding to know why she brought the demonic cult into all of this. Tears welling in his eyes, he presses her even harder. He demands to know how she could possibly join hands with the very enemies they should have opposed. She stammers in stunned disbelief, clearly shaken by how he could have learned something like that. But Tang Yucheng, voice trembling with anger, explains that he had wanted to handle both martial arts and clan politics by his own strength. He yells that even accepting help from the Namgung side had only been another way for him to prove himself. More than anything, he had wanted to show that he had value on his own. Tang Yucheng cries out that he wanted to win as a member of the Tang family, not by leaning on the power of his mother's clan. That was the one thing he had wanted to prove for himself. Then, before the moment can go any further, a cold voice from outside cuts in and declares that the conversation is over. The interruption lands like a blade through the room. Tang Wunhui steps in with Tang Kyujin and the masked overseer at his side. With dry sarcasm, Wunhui remarks that there were still Namgung spies hidden inside the Righteous Wind Pavilion after all, and says he is almost embarrassed he failed to catch them sooner. The instant Namgung Sanyong sees the overseer and Tang Kyujin standing together with Tang Wunhui, horror spreads across her face. In that instant she begins to understand exactly what this must mean, and then her fear is confirmed. Tang Yucheng stands silently on Tang Wunhui's side, saying nothing, but that silence alone tells her everything. She snaps and screams that Tang Wunhui must have forced Tang Yucheng into betraying her. In her panic, she refuses to believe anything else. Tang Wunhui calmly reminds her of the conversation they had before, when she herself said that if he wished it, she would withdraw and give up her children's rights to succession. His words leave no room for escape. Now, frantic, Namgung Sanyong turns toward Tang Yucheng and desperately tells him not to be deceived. Her voice rises in a rush, as if she can still pull him back at the last second. Tang Kyujin cuts in with icy finality and tells her mother to stop. She says they have already shown Tang Yucheng proof of the crime she committed. So there is no point in lying anymore. Stunned by that, Namgung Sanyong can only call out her daughter's name. The shock in her voice makes it sound as though the ground has just vanished beneath her feet. The masked overseer steps forward and orders her to save whatever excuses remain for the interrogation waiting at the Righteous Wind Pavilion. His tone is sharp, official, and utterly unforgiving. He adds that she should understand the truth already. There's nothing left for her to do now. Hearing those words, Namgung Sanyong mutters to herself in despair that there is really nothing left anymore. The realization drains the last of her composure. At that same moment, both she and Tang Wunhui arrive at the same conclusion in silence. For each of them, in their own way, this matter now seems completely finished. Collapsed to her knees on the floor, Namgung Sanyong weakly protests that she cannot accept an ending like this. Even stripped of power, she still clings desperately to denial. Then rage swallows that weakness whole. In an instant, blood-red demonic energy erupts from her body as she transforms, screaming at the top of her lungs that she refuses to accept it. The force she unleashes explodes outward in a violent burst. Demonic power surges through the room like a shockwave, swallowing the entire chamber in chaos. Tang Wunhui immediately feels the aura crash over him, and the moment he senses it, he recognizes exactly what it is. This is unmistakably demonic energy. Tang Yuchang stares at his transformed mother in raw horror, frozen by what he is seeing. Beside him, Tang Kyujin watches tensely, every muscle tight with alarm. Wunhui's spirit companion explains that Namgung Sanyong is using explosive reverse blood flow demonic arts. It is described as a forbidden technique, something so dangerous that even the demonic cult treats it as taboo. Tang Wunhui immediately recalls what that technique does. For a brief period, it multiplies the user's internal energy to a terrifying degree. But he also knows the price is catastrophic. The art strips away the user's sanity, turns every living thing nearby into an enemy, and in the end destroys the practitioner as well. The truth is brutally clear. This is not a technique used to survive. It is a suicidal last resort, a final act of ruin. Consumed by fury, Namgung Sanyong turns all of her hatred toward Tang Wunhui. In her madness, she blames him for every misfortune that has befallen her. Tang Wunhui fires back without hesitation, telling her that it was the Namgung side that brought Whitebone and their schemes into the Tang family. If anyone's anger is misplaced, it is hers. She shrieks for him to shut up and lunges into action like a beast that has lost all restraint. At that point, there is no trace of reason left in her. With a savage roar, she swings out a massive wave of demonic energy and hurls it straight across the room at him. The force tears through the air with overwhelming violence. Tang Wunhui slips past the attack in a blur with his sword already drawn. Even while evading, he is clearly preparing to bring this confrontation to an end. Still raging, the woman's power detonates through the room, smashing furniture apart with a shockwave. The blast catches a man in its force and sends him flying backward. That man, now sweating heavily, realizes in horror what has happened. The woman has actually resorted to demonic techniques. Tang Kyujin immediately orders Tang Yuchang to get farther back. While telling him to retreat, she herself steps forward toward her mother instead. As crimson demonic flames twist around Namgung Sanyong, Tang Kyujin pleads with her not to sink any deeper into sin. Even with danger swirling right in front of her, she still tries to reach her. Watching that, Tang Wunhui understands the truth almost instantly. There is no longer any chance of talking Namgung Sanyong down. He notes to himself that she has already lost her sanity completely to the demonic energy. What remains in front of them is no longer someone capable of reason, driven mad by that power. Namgung Sanyong rants that a disobedient daughter like Tang Kyujin is no longer necessary. Her voice is warped with hatred and madness. She screams that she never needed Tang Kyujin in the first place, and then launches herself at her daughter in a murderous frenzy. The attack comes with pure killing intent. Seeing that, Tang Wunhui's hand tightens around his sword hilt. He braces himself, ready to intervene the instant he must. But before he moves, Tang Kyujin acts first. She releases a blazing sword strike straight at her charging mother, the attack flashing out with fierce precision. The strike slams into Namgung Sanyong and blasts her backward. As Tang Kyujin's anti-demonic sword energy tears through the demonic power around her, the woman howls in pain. Wunhui's spirits react in surprise, marveling that Tang Kyujin can scatter demonic energy the way a true Taoist of Qingcheng would. Even so, they remark that she is still wasting her effort. Tang Wunhui reasons that Tang Kyujin must already understand that explosive reverse blood flow damages the one who uses it, even if she did not previously know it was a demonic technique. That is likely why she is still trying, however hopelessly, to stop her mother without simply cutting her down. Tang Wunhui can't help wondering if Namgung Sanyong really pushed herself into using such a self-destructive art for one reason alone. Did she truly go this far solely to bring him down? But inside, Tang Kyujin rejects that thought immediately. She knows her mother better than that, and she can tell this twisted choice did not come from something so simple. Before anyone can say more, Namgung Sanyong explodes again in a monstrous burst of demonic power. Screaming at the top of her lungs, She releases another enormous outpouring of red energy that tears through the room. That crimson power spins wildly like a storm breaking loose indoors. Tang Kyujin and the others brace themselves against the violent pressure, fighting just to hold their ground as the onslaught rages around them. Already wounded, Tang Kyujin grits her teeth through the pain and bitterly thinks to herself that, in the end, her mother remained selfish all the way to the very last moment. Even now, everything still bends around her mother's own will. And that is exactly why Tang Kyujin understands what makes this so cruel. Her mother knew perfectly well what choice Kyujin would make if things ever reached a moment like this. So Tang Kyujin steadies her heart and resolves herself to walk the path she chose long ago. A flashback flickers through, showing a former Taoist of Qingcheng gathering focus into a glowing sword and invoking the techniques of the sect with solemn precision. Tang Kyujin had once been favored by renowned masters and sect leaders alike during her sword training. Her talent had never gone unnoticed by those who understood the sword. Within that memory, Tang Kyujin is seen beginning a ritual meant for one purpose alone: the eradication of demonic forces. Every movement carries discipline, solemnity, and absolute intent. Then the story returns to the present. While the demonic mother raves and chants about killing, Tang Kyujin stands her ground with a sword shining in her hands, ready to meet what is coming. Namgung Senyong shrieks for death and finally abandons herself completely to murderous madness. At that point, there is no restraint left anywhere inside her. She lunges at Tang Kyujin with monstrous speed, almost more like a beast than a person. Her eyes burn with bleeding demonic light as she tears forward in a blur. Tang Kyujin plants her foot firmly instead of retreating. Her posture settles, her blade aligns, and she readies herself to receive the attack head-on. At the very height of their collision, Tang Kyujin unleashes a single decisive slash. The sword stroke flashes out so brightly and so cleanly that it feels like the entire clash narrows into that one blinding moment. As broken debris begins to fall in the aftermath of the strike, Tang Kyujin's face hardens. There is no triumph in her expression, only grim resolve. Then she slowly closes her eyes, as if accepting the bitter outcome that this moment has forced upon her. The weight of what she has done settles over her all at once. Rain begins pouring down over the Tang residence, drenching the estate beneath a dark sky. The storm itself seems to mark the somber silence left behind after everything that just happened. In the quiet aftermath, one of Tang Wunhui's spirits asks him if he noticed the look on Namgung Senyong's face in the instant just before she died. The question lingers heavily in the air. Holding a box in a quiet room, Tang Wunhui admits that something about the ending now leaves him uneasy. Even though the matter should be over, his mind cannot rest. He replays the scene in his head, remembering the moment he faced Namgung Senyong while she came rushing straight at Tang Kyujin in her berserk state. The memory refuses to loosen its grip on him. He recalls the savage expression she wore at the very moment of death. It was wild, broken, and consumed by madness. And yet, in that final instant, he also remembers something strange. Her face, just before the end, looked more like that of a caring mother than it ever had before. Tang Wunhui reflects that her twisted love for her own children was what pushed her this far in the first place. In trying to destroy him for their sake, she ended up wounding the very children she claimed to protect. Then, without warning, blue light suddenly washes over Tang Wunhui's body. His spirits cry out in surprise as his entire form reacts to the change. The spirits exclaim that his soul and body are finally beginning to synchronize properly. The gap that had always remained between them is now closing at last. From that, they reach a conclusion of their own. The deep resentment buried inside Tang Wunhui has finally been resolved. Back in the hall where the tragedy unfolded, Tang Wunhui and the others gradually gather themselves. One by one, they compose their expressions, then quietly turn and leave the place behind. Outside under the rain, the masked overseer suggests that they announce Namgung Senyu left with Tang Wunhui for the Namgung clan in order to recover. Tang Wunhui quietly thanks him, understanding at once that this is his way of preserving her final honor. Tang Wunhui says nothing more after that. He simply listens in silence, standing there and looking out into the falling rain. Meanwhile, Tang Kyujin remains alone inside. Her swords rest at her side as she stands in the stillness of the room. Her gaze stays fixed on the blood-stained floor where her mother died. After a long moment, she turns toward the window, lost in thought while rain pounds steadily outside. From there, time begins to move quickly. After Namgung Senyung's death, every remaining Namgung spy is rooted out and captured. Tang Kyujin gradually comes to terms with the emotions left behind by her mother's death, and as she steadies herself, she starts helping Tang Wunhui with the mountain of paperwork that comes with serving as vice branch head. As preparations begin for incoming guests, Tang Munhyuk's visit draws near. At the same time, allied sects start arriving one after another in carriages. Seeing an opening, Tang Wunhui pulls Tang Kyujin aside and tells her there is something important he wants to discuss. His tone is serious, though there is an odd hesitation in it. A little awkwardly, he claims that he may still be too immature for the position he now holds. He even suggests that Tang Kyujin, being more dependable and better liked, would be more suited for it, only for her to dismiss that idea immediately as complete nonsense. Watching from the sidelines, Tang Wunhui's spirits are delighted by this rare moment of vulnerability. They secretly hope they can keep observing the subtle chemistry growing between the two of them. Tang Wunhui suddenly turns his ominously glowing eyes toward them and says, "It is time to recharge the ray sphere." That single line scares the spirits so badly that they instantly start apologizing. Outside, the atmosphere shifts again as cheerful female voices call out to Tang Kyujin upon arrival. The estate, which had been weighed down by grief, suddenly feels much livelier. Tang Kyujin looks over and warmly greets Sumin and Sima Sunyi, visibly happy to see her friends again after everything that has happened. Then Sumin suddenly spots Tang Wunhui standing off in the distance. Her attention snaps toward him at once. Tang Wunhui, caught off guard, recognizes the new arrivals too. He is still holding one of his spirits in his hand when he notices them, which makes the moment even more awkward. Tang Kyujin, surprised by their reactions, asks how her friends already know Tang Wunhui. She clearly did not expect there to be any prior connection. Tang Wunhui awkwardly remembers the mess of their first meeting at the tea house. Thinking back on how chaotic he looked at the time, he offers an embarrassed apology for the impression he made then. Tang Kyujin brightens immediately and cheerfully says she will make proper introductions. She steps forward as if she has been waiting for exactly this kind of moment. First, she introduces Sumin as the Clear Moon Lady of Imei, explaining that the two of them became friends during a gathering at Mount Shu. Then she introduces Sima Sunyi, known as the White Sword Mulan of Azure Flower Mountain Manor. Her tone carries an obvious note of pride as she speaks of her friends. After that, Tang Kyujin proudly introduces Tang Wunhui as her younger brother, and the current vice branch head of the Tang Nine Dragons branch. That revelation immediately startles the others, especially because Tang Kyujin herself is not the one holding the role. Tang Kyujin confirms that Tang Wunhui is indeed the one who took the position. Sumin then jokes that Tang Kyujin always used to say she never wanted that job anyway, so in a way she finally got exactly what she wished for. The women break into laughter together, the mood suddenly light and easy. A little farther behind them, Tang Wunhui and Sunyi watch the scene unfold from the rear. When Wunhui asks if something is wrong, Sunyi hurriedly says no, nothing is the matter at all. But the way she answers gives her away right away, her voice shaky and her expression a little flustered from suddenly being face to face with him. Sumin immediately pounces on that reaction and starts teasing Sunyi with a grin, calling her a sly little cat. The way she says it makes the meaning obvious, as if she is openly hinting that Sunyi has taken a special interest in Wunhui. Before things can get any more awkward, Sumin grabs Sunyi and starts hauling her away with playful force. She leaves Kyujin and Wunhui to continue what they were doing, tossing out that they can all catch up again later. The moment things quiet down, Wunhui lets himself slump heavily in place, looking completely worn out as he complains about how exhausted he is. Kyujin, however, does not let him sink into rest for long and reminds him that there is still more paperwork waiting for them. Just then, Kyujin suddenly catches the sound of something approaching from a distance. Her head lifts at once, and surprise flashes across her face as she turns to listen more carefully. Looking up, she spots several unfamiliar carriages making their way down the forest road. Watching them roll closer through the trees, she wonders aloud who those carriages could possibly belong to. As the convoy draws near enough to be seen clearly, recognition dawns on her. She realizes those carriages are from the Gold Sword sect. A plump man steps forward from the group and politely introduces himself as Na Jinbei, the overseer of the Gold Sword sect. With practiced courtesy, he offers greetings on behalf of his sect leaders. Wunhui answers with equal politeness, introducing himself as Vice Branch Clan Head Tang Wunhui and formally welcoming them. Even so, his tone lightly suggests that he cannot help being curious about why they have brought so much cargo with them. Na Jinbei quickly explains that during Wunhui's last visit, he had refused to accept any gifts at all. Because of that, their sect leader insisted that this time they send proper reparations instead. To make the point undeniable, he reveals a chest packed so full of gold that it is almost overflowing. He says it is meant both as an apology for what happened before and as support for Wunhui's branch. Na Jinbei then starts to add that there is still something more beyond that gift. As he says it, his eyes slide meaningfully towards someone standing behind him. At that cue, a frightened young man suddenly drops to his knees in front of Wunhui and blurts out a loud apology. He desperately begs forgiveness for his earlier rudeness, and in that instant, Wunhui remembers that the young man is from the Gold Sword sect. Seeing how things are unfolding, Wunhui decides to play along with it. He calmly accepts both the apology and the gift, assuring the trembling young man that he is forgiven. But the very moment he does, Wunhui feels something strange brush against his senses. His body stiffens almost imperceptibly as he picks up an unusual energy in the crowd. Without letting that reaction show, Wunhui smoothly orders for the guests to be escorted to the pavilion so they can rest. An attendant immediately acknowledges the command and the scene continues as though nothing is wrong. Inside though, Wunhui is already on alert. For the briefest instant, he had sensed traces of demonic energy mixed in among the newcomers. A heartbeat later, he narrows it down. That sinister energy belongs to one particular man in the group. Woonhui's gaze locks onto a rugged man wrapped in bandages who appears to be doing nothing more than carrying luggage. Even from a distance, Woonhui knows that this man is the source of the energy he felt. In his mind, Woonhui immediately names him. That man is Gu Minche. Elsewhere, Sumin mentions that she saw Sunyi staring fixedly at Woonhui when the guests came in. The way she brings it up makes it sound like she has been waiting to say it. She keeps teasing, saying it was completely obvious that Sunyi had been staring at Woonhui the whole time. Sunyi, caught off guard, flusteredly insists that it was not like that at all. Sumin does not let her escape so easily and keeps pressing with a mischievous smile. She asks why Sunyi is so determined to deny what seems painfully obvious. Red-faced and embarrassed, Sunyi finally admits the real reason she had been staring. It was because Woonhui was carrying a distinct sword aura. That answer catches Sumin by surprise at once, because Woonhui had never given off that kind of aura before. To her, that change is strange enough to be genuinely startling. Sunyi explains more carefully that the sword presence around him now does not feel ordinary at all. It feels like the aura of someone who has spent many long years training with the sword. As she continues thinking it through, Sunyi becomes even more certain of it. To her senses, Woonhui's sword aura feels like it belongs to someone who has practiced for 10 years or more. Then, all at once, something else reaches her on the wind. She catches a familiar sword scent, and the recognition startles her so badly that her whole expression changes. The instant she realizes it is the same sword scent she remembers, Sunyi takes off at a run. She hurries away at once, determined to warn Kyujin and Woonhui. Sumin gets dragged along in the chaos, still confused about what is happening as Sunyi races straight toward the others without slowing down. Sunyi decides they have to reach Kyujin and Woonhui immediately. She has already recognized that sword scent as the one belonging to the swordsman who once fought her father. Back at the gate, Woonhui quietly confirms the truth to himself. The mysterious porter really is Gu Minche. He can also tell that Minchi is deliberately trying to suppress and hide his demonic energy. But to Woonhui, that kind of concealment is nowhere near enough to fool him. When his spirits ask him who it is that he keeps watching so closely, Woonhui answers them plainly. He tells them that the man is Gu Minche. The spirits are visibly shocked by that answer. They recognize the name right away, knowing Gu Minche as the infamous 7 Seconds Killer and the second child of the leader of the Northern Sea mythos. At that point, Woonhui realizes the Northern Sea mythos has moved faster than he expected and has already sent an assassin. With that in mind, he begins weighing what his next move should be. Part of him wants to rip Gu Minche apart on the spot for all the blood tied to his name. Even so, Woonhui forces himself to think strategically and concludes that killing him now would only make the Northern Sea mythos withdraw their assassination attempt, which would actually reduce the advantage Woonhui could gain from the situation. Because of that calculation, Woonhui makes a cold decision. For strategic reasons, he will allow Gu Minche to live a little longer. Later on, Kyujin confirms that the Gold Sword sect was the last group to arrive. Woonhui answers that no one else should be coming until morning. But before the moment can settle, a tremendous force suddenly sweeps past them without warning. Both Woonhui and Kyujin snap around in alarm the instant they feel it. The pressure is overwhelming, and Woonhui recognizes it at once as something familiar. His body tightens immediately as that presence crashes over him. Then the attacker reveals himself. The Lion Blade King, Weiji Humyang. The moment he appears, he unleashes a massive strike packed with dense sword energy. Woonhui reacts without even a moment of hesitation. He thrusts himself into the line of attack, using a spear to intercept the incoming slash while shielding Kyujin behind him. As weapons are knocked away and the impact scatters everything around them, he immediately orders his spirits to bring him a spear. They obey his command at once. In response, the spirits streak through the air like dark flashes racing toward the source of that golden sword energy. A long spear comes spinning down through the sky toward Woonhui, cutting through the air as it rushes into his reach. He catches the spear cleanly and plants himself in front of Kyujin with a protective stance. With the weapon now in his hands, he stands ready to face the attacker head-on. Kyujin, shaken by the sudden eruption of Woonhui's dark aura, nervously asks if enemies have appeared. The tension in her voice makes it clear she already senses how serious this is. Then her eyes suddenly fall to something on the ground. The instant she notices it, shock spreads across her face, looking down at the cracked earth beneath them. Kyujin recognizes the power that has erupted nearby. From the state of the ground alone, she understands exactly what kind of force has just been unleashed. High above them, the Lion Blade King throws his head back and laughs like a madman, then sends an enormous sword slash crashing down from the sky. The sheer pressure of it is so overwhelming that everyone below can do nothing but shrink back and cower under the descending force. From below, the Gold Sword sect members stare up in panic, barely able to process what they are seeing. What terrifies them even more is the thought that this monstrous blast was only meant as a test and not even a true killing strike. The Lion Blade King roars with delight. his voice booming through the area as he praises Woonwee for daring to step right into the path of his attack. To him, that kind of fearless response is exactly what makes the exchange interesting. With a fierce grin still on his face, he grips his golden blade even tighter. The motion alone makes it obvious that he is about to unleash another overwhelming display of power. Gigantic arc of golden sword energy tears across the sky and comes cleaving straight toward Woonwee. It looks less like a simple slash and more like a radiant blade splitting the heavens open. Instead of retreating, Woonwee surges forward. He drives himself straight at the incoming attack, fully resolved to meet that force head-on. Dark blue energy begins to coil tightly around his spear, wrapping itself along the shaft like a living current. The aura thickens around him as he gathers everything into a single counterattack. Then Woonwee releases a powerful spear technique, thrusting it upward to collide directly with the falling golden sword energy. The two forces slam into each other with brutal precision. The instant they meet, the clash detonates in mid-air. Black and gold waves of power burst outward in every direction, tearing through the space around them. Everyone on the ground throws up their arms or ducks low to shield themselves from the blast. Wind and dust roar past them as the shockwave crashes over the area. Even the people just watching struggle to keep their footing against the aftermath. They can hardly believe this much destructive force is spilling down from a battle being fought above them. The Gold Sword Sect members huddle and recoil in fear, convinced for a moment that they have somehow been caught in an attack from the demonic cult. The scale of the chaos feels that unnatural to them. Amid all that confusion, Gu Minche moves with the rest of the crowd as if he belongs there. His face gives nothing away, remaining completely unreadable while everyone else panics. Without saying a word, he studies the situation in silence. His narrowed eyes show that he is measuring everything carefully. From the Lion Blade King's point of view, the whole thing is amusing. He laughs and remarks that his light test strike was turned aside much more easily than he expected. Woonwee drops back down through the haze and lands with the spear still in his grasp. He is breathing hard now, standing amid the swirling dust after enduring that exchange. Even in that state, Woonwee composes himself and gives a formal introduction. He respectfully greets the Lion Blade King as the Vice Branch clan head of the Nine Dragons branch, now clearly identified as Grand Master Weiji Humyang. The Lion Blade King answers that he has already heard about the talented children of the Tempest Swordsman. His tone carries both recognition and interest. He openly praises Woonwee's performance, admitting that what he just saw was impressive. Coming from a figure like him, that approval carries real weight. He goes even further and says Woonwee is strong enough to face his disciple in a direct duel. In other words, he has already judged Woonwee worthy of that level of comparison. Having decided Woonwee is worth it, the Lion Blade King's eyes sharpen with renewed interest. He makes it clear that he intends to test him further. Meanwhile, Woonwee can feel the damage spreading inside his body from having deflected even that single blow. From first-hand experience, he realizes just how terrifying a master at the supreme peak truly is. Then another presence enters his awareness, heavy and unmistakable. Woonwee senses the powerful aura of his own father drawing closer. He quickly judges that the Lion Blade King does not look like the kind of man who will back down on his own. Still, Woonwee expects he will not have to handle this confrontation personally for much longer. At that moment, Tang Hosen, Woonwee's father and the Tempest Swordsman, appears atop the rooftop with elite fighters at his side. Looking toward the visitor, he says that if he had known the man planned to arrive like this, he would have come out to greet him himself. Tang Hosen then pointedly asks why the Lion Blade King came without sending any notice in advance. His words are polite on the surface, but the challenge underneath them is obvious. Woonwee's spirits react in shock, exclaiming that Tang Hosen's aura is not inferior to the Lion Blade King's at all. Realizing that, they blurt out that he has concealed his true strength far more deeply than they ever imagined. The Lion Blade King remarks that he has heard people refer to Woonwee as the Nine Dragons idiot. He says it bluntly, as though testing how everyone will react to the insult. Then he shouts up toward Tang Hosen that hidden or not, the Tempest Swordsman's force has only grown stronger. Even his provocation carries a note of rough admiration. Hearing that, Woonwee thinks to himself that he could not care less what people choose to call him. Names and mockery mean nothing compared to what is actually happening in front of him. Tang Hosen ignores that side issue entirely, and instead says he is simply glad to see the Lion Blade King still in good health. He then suggests that if the old master's business concerns his son, they should continue the conversation inside. The Lion Blade King bursts into laughter at that, and asks whether Tang Hosen is worried he might actually harm Woonwee. The question sounds playful, but there is still danger behind it. Tang Hosen calmly answers that he only wants to keep things discreet. With so many eyes fixed on this confrontation, he has no intention of letting it become a public spectacle. The Lion Blade King eases off just a little after hearing that, though the fighting spirit still rolling off him has not faded in the slightest. Even while relenting, he still looks ready to clash at any moment. With a grin full of challenge, he declares that for his part, he would be perfectly fine continuing the exchange right there. To him, there is no problem at all with letting the matter turn into a real fight. Tang Hosen raises one hand, and that single motion is enough to make his men prepare their weapons at once. He makes it plain that if the other side insists, he is ready to answer in kind. At that point, the green-eyed man coldly states that trying to pin the blame for the capital incident on Wunhui would be childish. He warns them that if they intend to do that, they will have to kill him first. The bearded elder immediately snaps back, saying that no amount of righteous-sounding words will change his mind. His refusal is sharp and absolute. Inside his own head, Wunhui panics, desperately trying to stop this from escalating any further. He can already feel the entire situation spinning toward disaster. The two elders lock eyes and glare at one another, their auras grinding together as if they are only a breath away from an actual duel. The standoff grows so tense it feels like the first strike could come at any second. As explosive arrows burst nearby, Wunhui becomes even more convinced that the two of them are mere seconds away from starting a full battle. The atmosphere around them has already crossed into open combat territory. Then someone yells out in sheer frustration, calling the elders crazy old geezers. It is the kind of outburst that can only come from watching the situation spiral completely out of control. Tempest Squad closes in around the gate, tightening the area like a noose. At the same time, fiery and green chi begin to fill the surroundings, painting the scene with the visual signs of an imminent clash. One of the spirits explains that the Tempest Squad has even brought out scattering slaughter bows, meaning they came prepared for an all-out fight from the start. Hearing that genuinely surprises Wunhui, the spirit quickly adds that these are no ordinary bows. They fire explosive arrows that were once used against the divine cult itself. An arrow comes into view and its deadly design is unmistakable. The head of the shaft is fitted with explosives. Seeing that, Wunhui curses the Tang clan inwardly for being completely insane. Even by his standards, this has gone too far. The Lion Elder accuses the Tempest Swordsman of violating the treaty by deploying both the Tempest Squad and the scattering slaughter bows. To him, that move crosses the line outright. The Tempest Swordsman answers in a cool, measured tone that the squad now belongs to the Righteous Wind Squad. He also argues that the bows never left Nine Dragons County in the first place. So by that logic, there has been no treaty violation. The Lion Elder admits that the man is slick with words. Even so, he says it is unfortunate that he has no intention of accepting that excuse. Tang Wunhui quickly pieces it together in his head. If the old Tempest Squad had really been dissolved under a treaty, then the only way they could be moving now was if some other force had secretly hired them. From there, his thoughts sharpen even further. He realizes the real problem is that both sides are deliberately pushing things in the same direction, twisting the situation until a clash becomes unavoidable. Across from them, the Lion Blade King curls his lips into a grin. The look on his face makes it obvious he is more than ready to steer this straight into a fight. Without hesitation, he accepts the idea of a confrontation. Then, with open hostility, he makes it clear that the one he truly came for is the young man who humiliated his disciples. He openly declares that he intends to see for himself whether Tang Wunhui, the Tempest Swordsman's son, is really worthy of subduing the lion. His words land like a challenge thrown in front of everyone present. Before Tang Wunhui can answer, Tang Hosan steps forward and plants himself in the way. In a cold, unwavering voice, he warns that if the Lion Blade King wants to reach his son, he will have to go through him first. The Lion Blade King's eyes flare with fierce light at that response. Rather than backing down, he accepts Tang Hosan's challenge on the spot, almost as if he had been waiting for it. The pressure between the two men erupts instantly. Their auras surge upward and smash together above them, bursting into a violent explosion of chi that makes the very air tremble. Seeing how fast things are spiraling, Tang Wunhui lets out a quiet sigh. At that point, he decides there is no avoiding it anymore, and that he has to step in himself. The next moment, he explodes forward. Chi coils around his feet as he launches himself into motion with sudden cutting speed. With his spear in hand, Tang Wunhui charges straight ahead. As he closes the distance, he drives out a powerful spear art without the slightest pause. He swings the spear upward and thrusts toward the sky, sending a towering pillar of blue energy straight between the two elders. The strike tears through the suffocating pressure between them and splits their oppressive chi apart. People watching can only gasp in disbelief. Even before the two elders had fully exchanged blows, Tang Wunhui had already broken the tense wall of chi they were building. Another onlooker stares at him in shock and can hardly believe it. Compared to the Tang Wunhui they met back in Daocheng County, he has become vastly stronger. Even one of the Tang archers is left staring wide-eyed. He cannot help wondering when, exactly, Tang Wunhui became this monstrously powerful. Around them, the rest of the clan members simply fall silent. Their stunned faces say more than words ever could as they watch what he just pulled off. Among the elders, one of them narrows his eyes and feels the coldness still lingering in the air. The chi Tang Wunhui released carries a chilling edge that is impossible to ignore. Tang Wunhui then turns to his father and calmly reminds him of one thing. No matter how tense things have become, Grandmaster Weiji Humyong is still, technically, their guest. Tang Hosen answers him without softening at all. In his view, the moment someone proves himself to be an enemy, he stops being a guest. Tang Wunhui does not flinch. He points out that Weiji Humyong did not come here for the clan as a whole, but specifically for him. Then he takes that logic one step further. Since the elder came for him in the first place, he says the decision of whether to treat Weiji Humyong as a guest should be his to make. At that answer, the Lion Blade King lets out a low, dark chuckle. He clearly finds Tang Wunhui's attitude both amusing and outrageous. That chuckle soon turns into loud, booming laughter. Between laughs, he says the Tempest swordsman has raised quite a bold son, one daring enough to treat even him like an honored guest. Hearing that, Tang Hosen can only stay silent. Even he has no immediate response to the sheer boldness his son is showing right in front of everyone. After suppressing their chi, father and son descend and land side by side. The heavy pressure in the area eases, but the tension between everyone remains thick. Keeping his voice low, Tang Hosen quietly warns Tang Wunhui that the Lion Blade King is the type who never knows when to stop once he starts. He asks if his son is truly certain about this, and Tang Wunhui answers that he will do everything he can. After a brief silence, Tang Hosen finally gives in. With visible reluctance, he agrees to let Tang Wunhui handle the matter himself. Then, with a small motion of his hand, he withdraws the hostility he had been showing moments earlier. The gesture makes it clear that he is stepping back from immediate conflict. The Lion Blade King looks at Tang Wunhui and asks directly whether treating him as a guest means he is also accepting the test. Tang Wunhui meets that gaze and answers without hesitation that he is. Even so, Tang Wunhui explains his condition plainly. Because of an internal injury he suffered during special training and the harsh conditioning that followed, he is not currently in the best shape to undergo such a test. The Lion Blade King gives him a sharp look and inspects him for himself. After a moment, he admits that the injury is indeed far more serious than it first appeared. That realization only makes him angrier. He immediately turns on his own defeated disciples in disgust, furious that they had managed to lose to someone who is already injured. He does not stop at words either, physically smacking and scolding them while roaring that they are idiots. The disciples can only shrink back and stammer out panicked apologies. Before long, he sees through Tang Wunhui's intention. Realizing the young man is simply trying to buy time to recover, he asks bluntly how many days he needs, and Tang Wunhui admits that is exactly what he wants. Tang Wunhui cautiously starts to ask for 10 days. But the Lion Blade King cuts that down at once, saying the Tang clan's medicine is good enough that 3 days should be plenty. Tang Wunhui immediately pushes back and bargains for at least 5. After going back and forth, the Lion Blade King settles on 4 days as a compromise. Tang Wunhui accepts it and states that he will be ready by then. Even after agreeing, Tang Wunhui adds a quiet warning. If the Lion Blade King stirs up trouble during those 4 days, then something will happen, and the elder casually accepts that condition as if it means nothing to him. With the matter temporarily settled, Tang Wunhui offers to personally escort Grandmaster Weiji Humyong inside the compound. His tone is polite, but he remains fully in control of the exchange. As they begin walking, Tang Wunhui lowers his voice and addresses Mu Yung despite how late it has already become. He quietly asks him for a favor on the way. What he wants is simple and precise. He asks Mu Yung to check on the item he previously ordered and find out when it will be finished, and Mu Yung agrees to do it. Once that is taken care of, Tang Wunhui turns back with perfect courtesy. He politely invites Grandmaster Weiji Humyong to continue farther inside. As the group enters deeper into the compound, the surrounding disciples visibly tense up. The mere presence of the Lion Blade King is enough to make them nervous. While they pass by, 2 women quickly lower themselves and bow with respect. Their reaction shows just how heavy the atmosphere still is around the guest. Tang Wunhui tells the elder that food will be prepared for him. The Lion Blade King laughs loudly at that, and says this is exactly how a proper guest ought to be treated. Watching the 2 of them walk off together, one of the girls can only blink in confusion. Just moments ago, the mood felt ready to explode, so this sudden friendliness leaves her completely puzzled. Later that night, Tang Kyujin chats with her friends about what happened. Rather than saying the sight of those martial masters frightened her, she says it felt like witnessing a rare opportunity one does not get to see twice. One of the girls lets out a breath and admits she is just relieved that Grandmaster Weiji Humyong showed no interest in her at all. Tang Kyujin responds, but her agreement comes out a little awkwardly. As the conversation continues, Tang Kyujin quietly thinks back over the incident. It was actually the Lion Blade King's disciples who threatened the Clear Heaven Sword Emperor's daughter, and Tang Wunhui only got dragged into it because he stepped in, yet the Lion Blade King never seemed to care about the princess at all, which makes her wonder if he truly has no regard for the Sword Emperor. A voice suddenly calls out to Tang Kyujin, pulling her out of her thoughts. She looks up and answers at once. The girl asks Tang Kyujin what kind of sword techniques Tang Wunhui uses, but the answer she gets is far stranger than expected, because Tang Kyujin tells her that Tang Wunhui has never actually learned swordsmanship at all. The girl jerks in shock and blurts it out right away. To her, there is just no way that could possibly be true. Tang Kyujin pauses and says this is not the first time she has heard that question. She remembers that Tang Gon once asked something very similar, and her friend immediately recognizes the name, identifying him as Tang Gon, the fierce Wind Knight. Tang Kyujin then explains that Tang Gon is the one currently teaching Tang Wunhui martial arts. She says it like a simple fact, but it only makes the mystery around him feel even deeper. In her memory, Tang Gon had watched Tang Wunhui practicing by himself before turning to her with a serious look. He asked whether she had ever taught him swordsmanship before, or given him any sword manuals to study on his own. Back then, Tang Kyujin answered that Tang Wunhui had always disliked martial arts in the past, yet somehow he still managed to learn the 12 beats of the violent tiger by himself, which made even her wonder whether those rumors about his hidden background might actually be true. Tang Gon then asked why she was suddenly so curious about that in the first place. Tang Kyujin explained that she had recently taken Tang Wunhui to Lu Ban's foundry at Righteous Wind Pavilion, and once they got there, he had ordered a custom sword. That single request stunned her on the spot. Tang Gon told her that Tang Wunhui had already asked for training in the spear and in blunt weapons as well. So when he heard the boy had even gone as far as ordering a sword, it made him think Tang Wunhui must already have some kind of sword technique in mind. Back in the present, the girl goes quiet as that sinks in. The thought that Tang Wunhui ordered a sword despite never formally learning any sword art at all leaves her deeply shaken. Tang Kyujin confirms that yes, that is exactly what Tang Gon said. The moment she hears that, the girl declares that she cannot hold herself back any longer. In a chibi-like burst of emotion, she grabs onto Tang Kyujin and practically begs to be allowed to speak with Tang Wunhui herself. The sudden desperation in her voice catches Tang Kyujin completely off guard. Tang Kyujin hesitates, then reluctantly says she will talk to him for her. At that, the girl thanks her with intense, overflowing sincerity. Another friend leans in and whispers to Tang Kyujin that this girl has been staring at Tang Wunhui all day long. Tang Kyujin reacts with visible surprise as the two of them watch the girl hurry ahead. The gossiping friend keeps going, insisting that the girl, who normally only cares about plants and swords, had clearly been looking at Tang Wunhui in a very different, very special way. Then, lowering her voice even more, she adds her private opinion that the girl would actually make a fine wife. She even points out that she is the only daughter of a famous family known for being dominated almost entirely by men. After saying that much, she leans in closer as if she is about to add one more important condition. Then she starts with a hesitant, but Tang Kyujin answers that with nothing but a flat, unreadable stare. Under that deadpan look, the other woman awkwardly trails off before she can finish. In exaggerated chibi fashion, Tang Kyujin and the gossiping friend both end up looking at the love-struck, confused girl like she is some kind of tragic case. The whole reaction turns oddly pitiful and comedic at the same time. Much later that night, Tang Kyujin heads to the gate after noticing unexpected visitors arriving so late. As she steps out to greet them, she cannot help wondering who would come at an hour like this. The moment she sees the newcomer clearly, she freezes in shock. It is none other than Tang Chu-gyung, standing there in the night. Tang Chu-gyung wastes no time with pleasantries and bluntly asks where the second child is. After that, he is immediately guided toward the White Pavilion. Hearing that exchange, the girl nearby perks up in curiosity. She wonders whether this is the very smith who personally forged the sword Tang Wunhui ordered, and asks who he actually is. Another woman answers her at once, explaining that this man is Tang Chu-gyung. She adds that he is the master who forged her own sword, and also the owner of Lu Ban's foundry. That answer only excites the girl even more. Her eyes light up as she suggests that they secretly follow him so they can find out what sort of sword technique Tang Wunhui is going to use. At the White Pavilion, Tang Wunhui greets Tang Chu-gyung with full respect. Even so, there is clear surprise on his face that the master actually came in person this late at night. Tang Chu-gyung immediately starts complaining in an irritated tone, blaming Tang Wunhui for sending someone to hurry him. Tang Wunhui quickly protests that he was only trying to get an update because the promised date was getting close. The smith snaps at him to shut his mouth, clearly in no mood to listen. But even while grumbling, he admits that the very fact he came here himself means the work is finished. Then he reveals a box glowing faintly in the night and pushes it toward Tang Wunhui. The gesture alone makes it obvious that what is inside is the completed weapon. When the box is opened, the finished piece is finally revealed. Inside rests the very sword Tang Wunhui had commissioned. Set neatly on top of white cloth, the weapon gives off a sharp and elegant presence. Tang Chu-gyung presents the black-sheathed blade with unmistakable pride. In a brief flashback, the smith recalls studying the design and admits that making this weapon was one of the most interesting jobs he has taken on in a very long time. Looking over the blueprint, he had realized something unusual. Tang Wunhui had managed to understand the essence of Tang clan martial arts and gather those ideas into a single weapon design. Even so, the smith had his doubts. Although the weapon was meant to function mainly as a sword, he wondered whether Tang Hosen's son would truly be able to control something like this. Standing beneath the moon outside his forge, Tang Chugyung quietly admitted to himself that he was genuinely curious about that very question. More than anything, he wanted to see the answer with his own eyes. Back in the present, Tang Wunhui takes the weapon into his hands and reacts the instant he feels it. Even without saying much, his response shows that the sensation of it is strikingly different from ordinary weapons. He lifts it beneath the moonlight and studies every line of it with careful eyes. Then he asks Tang Chugyung what he thinks, while at the same time openly marveling at just how well it turned out. A smile spreads across Tang Wunhui's face as he continues examining it. He says the finished weapon came out even better than he had expected. Tang Chugyung proudly accepts the praise without pretending otherwise. From the look on his face, he is plainly satisfied with what he created. Only now does the true form of the weapon become clear. It resembles a folding fan, yet it is built to function as both a sword and a hidden weapon launcher, exactly matching the idea Tang Wunhui had envisioned. What impresses Tang Wunhui most is not just the appearance, but the balance. Compared to ordinary metal fans, this one has an almost perfect distribution of weight. He recalls how normal fans are usually weighted heavily toward the handle so they can move faster, while the thrown blades in use spin around him as he moves. This weapon, however, feels fundamentally different the moment it is handled. The balance here is centered with real precision. Because of that, the fan can truly be wielded like a proper sword instead of just being treated as a trick weapon. Tang Wunhui immediately puts it to the test in motion. As he moves, the weapon cuts through the air with graceful but unmistakably lethal slashes. Then the fan opens. Its ribs spread out to reveal numerous slim blades hidden within, turning the elegant shape into something far more dangerous. Tang Wunhui notes that even with all those added blades, it still opens and functions smoothly as a real fan. And from the way he says it, he can already tell there is still more hidden in the design. As he inspects the tip of one blade more closely, his eyes sharpen. He realizes part of the material used there is mystical ivory. Tang Chugyung grins and praises him for noticing so quickly. Then he reveals that he used the tusk of a rare black mythical elephant, a material that would normally be reserved for sorcery-related artifacts. The spirit companions chime in as well, adding that even the handle is made from ancient 500-year-old iron heart rosewood. Hearing that only makes the others even more stunned. In a chibi-like burst of pride, Tang Chugyung starts explaining the strings at the bottom of the weapon. Meanwhile, Tang Wunhui can only think that this smith really poured every kind of outrageously rare material imaginable into it. Tang Wunhui stares at the fan as it catches the light and glitters in his hands. Looking at it, he cannot help but wonder what in the world this man has actually created. Tang Chugyung gives a rough little cough as if clearing away the talk about rare ingredients. Then he bluntly says that the materials are not the most important part here at all, because the real value of this weapon lies in the special functions hidden inside it. He goes on to explain that the strings attached to it are the key, and that pulling them changes the weapon's form. With an impatient look, he tells Tang Wunhui not to just stare at it and to try it for himself. Tang Wunhui opens the fan carefully in his hands, feeling out its balance one more time. Then he shifts his grip and gets ready to tug on the strings exactly as Tang Chugyung instructed. The instant he does, the mechanism hidden inside the weapon comes alive. Deep within the fan, the blades shift with an ominous movement that makes the whole thing feel suddenly more dangerous. Watching him closely, Tang Chugyung gives the next instruction without wasting a breath. He tells Tang Wunhui to angle the fan toward the ground and pull the string again. Tang Wunhui follows that order at once, swinging the fan downward as he pulls. The motion triggers another internal function, and the weapon responds like some strange beast waking up in stages. A spray of tiny projectiles bursts out in an instant, scattering outward. Tang Chugyung explains that a light pull releases the hidden stealth weapons, while a stronger pull changes the fan's structure, and this first mode is designed to unleash a mass volley of needles all at once. Clearly pleased by Tang Wunhui's reaction, Tang Chugyung urges him onward. He tells him not to stop there and to test the second mode next. Then the smith points him toward a nearby wall. In a firm voice, he tells Tang Wunhui to aim over there and try the next function properly. Tang Wunhui turns and does exactly that, directing the weapon toward the wall before activating it again. Another burst tears out and slams into the area ahead, striking the surroundings in a wide pattern. As the needles pelt the wall in a dense shower, Tang Chugyung names the form with obvious pride. He calls this second mode Rainstorm Needles Scattershot, and the name fits perfectly, as the wall is peppered like it is being hit by rain. Tang Wunhui's eyes light up at once, genuinely thrilled. He blurts out that this weapon is incredible. Tang Chugyung only grins at that praise. He says the last form is the finest part of the weapon and the one truly worth getting excited about. He makes it sound even more enticing by hinting that the third function is both unusual and far more powerful than the others. The way he says it makes Tang Wunhui immediately realize this final feature is not something ordinary. Tang Wunhui pulls the string once more, listening carefully this time. Right away, he notices that the sound it makes is different from before, and that difference makes him pause. In an almost chibi-like contrast to the deadly topic, Tang Chu-gyung casually explains what this mode does. He says it detonates the needles that were launched earlier, and the sheer absurdity of that revelation leaves Tang Wunhui stunned. With wild, almost manic eyes, Tang Chu-gyung repeats the point, just to make sure it lands. The weapons that were already fired, he says, are going to explode. Then he breaks into excited laughter, practically delighted by Tang Wunhui's disbelief. He tells him to stop hesitating and test it out for real. Inside, Tang Wunhui is shaken by the idea. The hidden weapons had already been terrifying enough when they were merely scattered, so the thought that they would now explode too is something he admits he never once imagined. Almost immediately, his mind starts breaking down how such a thing could even work. To make this possible, Tang Chu-gyung must have packed each tiny needle with gunpowder and other reactive materials. That conclusion makes the weapon seem even more frightening. Tang Wunhui realizes this is exactly the sort of horrifyingly efficient stealth weapon that demonic martial artists would treasure. In a chibi burst of unfiltered excitement, Tang Wunhui suddenly grabs Tang Chu-gyung and hugs him, shouting that he is the best. The smith laughs loudly and says he knew from the start that Tang Wunhui would love this thing. After that brief outburst, Tang Wunhui steadies himself and turns serious again. Tightening his grip, he says he is going to activate the explosive function now. Tang Chu-gyung watches with a crooked, ominous smirk on his face. He looks far too relaxed for a man about to witness something this dangerous. Tang Wunhui pulls the string, expecting an immediate reaction. But when nothing happens at first, confusion flashes across his face. Then the answer comes all at once. A violent blast erupts around him as the scattered needles begin exploding, forcing him to react on instinct and defend himself in the middle of the sudden danger. Only then do the details become visible. The needles embedded around the area start to glow and hiss, their surfaces crackling as if the explosions were building in stages. More needles lift up and begin circling menacingly around Tang Wunhui. The sight tells him immediately that this is not a single simple blast, and that the explosions have further phases still to come. Surrounded by crackling energy and flying fragments, he raises the fan defensively. The scene around him turns into a storm of shrapnel and power, with Tang Wunhui standing at its center. Then a huge purple explosion detonates around him and lights up the area. In that instant, the full destructive potential hidden inside the weapon is laid bare. Tang Chu-gyung watches the whole thing with obvious satisfaction, not alarm. Calmly, he says he knew Tang Wunhui would be able to dodge the danger. Breathing hard after weathering that chaos, Tang Wunhui turns toward him in disbelief. Panting, he demands to know what in the world that terrifying effect just was. As he looks up, he suddenly notices countless needles suspended in the air before him. Staring at them, he can hardly believe that even the ones he deflected are now floating there. At last, Tang Chu-gyung admits there was more to this than his craftsmanship alone. He reveals that he did not design the sword by himself, and that the person who helped him wanted to use this weapon to test Tang Wunhui. Tang Wunhui immediately labels that unseen collaborator a sly old fox. Tang Chu-gyung simply chuckles, clearly finding that description completely fair. The floating needles continue to crackle with purple power in the air, making the truth of the weapon's danger impossible to miss. The sight drives home just how deadly the strength built into Tang Wunhui's new sword fan really is. Then the old man remarks that Tang Moonhyuk, the Dark Supreme, would never be satisfied with a display this small. His tone makes it sound like what Tang Wunhui just saw was only the beginning. At that, Tang Wunhui finally understands what he is looking at. The purple lightning is none other than the Dark Supreme's dark lightning, which means Tang Moonhyuk personally took part in forging this sword. His eyes narrow as the realization deepens. The needles hanging overhead are infused with dark lightning, and that alone tells him the Dark Supreme has already stepped into an extremely advanced realm. The old man continues in an almost casual tone, as if describing something minor. He warns that one more pull of the string will bring those needles crashing down on the boy, and that the result will be excruciating pain along with 10 full days of being unable to use martial arts properly. Tang Wunhui's thoughts race again as he studies the threat above him. He wonders if those needles also carry energy-dispersing poison, and whether that poison came from the Dark Supreme as well. The more he thinks about it, the worse the danger becomes. He judges that not even his venom dragon cultivation would be enough to completely neutralize such a poison, and if he is struck even once, he will be in no shape to stop the Northern Sea mythos during the festival. The old man, still maddeningly calm, says Tang Wunhui can simply move out of the way if he is not confident he can deflect every single needle. He offers it like a harmless suggestion, even though both of them know there must be a catch. Tang Wunhui immediately asks what will happen to the sword if he just steps away. The old man's face brightens in approval, and he praises him for noticing the real issue so quickly. Then he explains the final condition. If Tang Wunhui delays too long or fails to properly deflect the dark lightning, the consequence will not end with the needles alone, because the sword itself will explode as well. Hearing that, Tang Wunhui understands exactly what this is. To him, it is obvious that Tang Moonhyuk and Tang Chugyung are demanding proof that he is worthy of wielding the weapon they created. Rather than shrinking from that pressure, he accepts it inwardly. He resolves then and there to honor the effort both men put into this extraordinary sword by learning to use it properly. Above him, dark lightning gathers around the suspended needles and thickens the tension in the air. With that deadly storm hanging over Tang Wunhui's head, the old man asks what he intends to do. Tang Wunhui answers not with fear but with a smile. Calmly and without hesitation, he accepts the challenge. The old man lights up with excitement at that response. He says there is no way he would pass up the fun of testing someone with a sword like this, and adds with clear satisfaction that he chose his test subject well. The young man flares his aura without hesitation, and in an instant, fierce purple energy erupts around his body, wrapping him from head to toe like a violent blaze. Then he forces himself to settle, drawing in a careful breath and steadying his rhythm, clearly preparing his body and mind for what is about to begin. With his resolve set, he declares that he is starting, and at the same time, power surges straight into the weapon in his hand. Up on a hidden rooftop, 3 watchers peer down at the scene in disbelief, marveling at the strange weapon and whispering to each other that it looks like some kind of metal fan capable of firing concealed needles. But one of the girls quickly corrects them, her eyes sharpening as realization hits her, and she says it is not a fan at all, but a sword, leaving the other 2 visibly stunned. She repeats herself with even more certainty, insisting that what they are looking at is definitely a sword. Even so, another girl still refuses to believe it, and stubbornly mutters that it has to be a fan. The first girl reluctantly admits that at a glance, it really does still resemble a fan for the moment. Still, she can clearly sense the difference, because from the very instant he picked that fan up, a genuine sword aura has been flowing out from it. Judging from that unmistakable presence alone, she comes to a startling conclusion. The young man is not just talented, but a true genius swordsman as well. The other 2 girls suddenly notice a new change in the atmosphere below, and their expressions light up with excitement at once. They recognize that black-violet lightning immediately, and in shock, they wonder why the patriarch's technique is appearing here. Below the thickening storm clouds, the young man stands firm with the sword in hand, posture set and eyes forward, completely ready to face the trial before him. He repeats his determination to himself once more, tightening his grip around the weapon as though sealing that resolve into his hands. Above his head, numerous circles of dark lightning begin forming one after another, filling the air with a growing sense of pressure. And then the storm finally breaks. A barrage of attacks comes crashing down from above, and he answers it in the same breath by swinging his blade. He drives himself forward through the falling lightning, moving straight into the storm while deflecting as many of the incoming strikes as he possibly can. But one needle-like strike slips past his defense and grazes across his hand, making him cry out as pain flashes through him. In that instant he realizes the truth behind the assault. Every single needle carries shocking weight and crushing impact far beyond what its size suggests. Deep down, he can only admit how terrifying the power behind Tang Moonhyuk's dark lightning truly is. From a distance, the old man watches calmly and notes to himself that the young man has at least mastered the fundamentals. But the test does not ease up. More dark lightning begins gathering overhead, and even more circles form in the sky, pushing the trial to an even harsher level. The young man immediately notices that this second wave contains far more attacks than the first one did. He braces himself at the very center of the swirling power, planting himself inside the vortex, as if preparing to endure a direct storm. Then he moves with deadly precision, knocking aside one needle after another in a relentless stream of perfectly timed parries. As he clashes with them, he can feel just how carefully and meticulously each individual attack has been calculated. The longer he endures it, the more the ordeal begins to feel less like simple punishment, and more like a master personally instructing a disciple, as though the attack itself is teaching him the best possible way to deflect it. With a fierce shout, he suddenly unleashes a massive sweeping counterattack, sending his blade carving out a huge arc in front of him. By the end of it, he is left standing there exhausted and breathing hard, chest heaving. Yet he still has not fallen. Then more dark lightning begins to surge again, making it painfully clear that the ordeal is far from over. Startled by that sudden change, the young man jerks his head up and stares into the sky. What he sees is a sky once again crammed with purple lightning, spreading overhead like a vast web ready to collapse on him. New circles of dark lightning continue to gather and condense, hanging there with an even more ominous presence than before. Soon, the entire sky above his head is packed full of them, leaving almost no empty space at all. He understands now that even if this onslaught is teaching him something valuable, the level of difficulty is still absurdly high. He admits to himself that with his present strength, there is no way he can deflect every single incoming attack. At the same time, a thought crosses his mind. If he had his master's sword, then maybe, just maybe, he could manage it. His mind flashes back to everything that happened after reincarnation, to the Dantian he gained afterward, and to how many times he kept studying his master's sword art, the heavenly demon 9 slashes. Inside the archive of his own mind, He has gone over that manual not just once or twice, but hundreds of times. And among all the techniques in it, he remembers the most outrageous and overpowering move of them all, the Mara Thousand Swords form. He knows full well, however, that the internal energy he possesses right now is nowhere near enough to sustain the complete Mara Thousand Swords form. So, instead of forcing the original technique, he decides on the spot to alter it and adapt it to the level he can currently handle. Meanwhile, the number of dark lightning circles above him continues to multiply without stopping. A moment later, lightning begins pouring down toward him again in another merciless rain. He decides he will use his Tempest technique to make up for the sheer number of slashes the move requires. On top of that, he plans to weave in the cold energy of the Black Dragon Shi'ard as well, spreading that chilling force across the entire area. He spins sharply where he stands, and intersecting arcs of energy begin forming around him in crisscrossing patterns. Wrapped inside a blue-white ring of power, he suddenly charges straight forward without hesitation. In response, a lattice-like grid of sword slashes rises upward from him, rushing to collide head-on with the descending lightning. Even as the pressure bears down on him, he keeps forcing himself further, pushing his body and technique to make that net of sword strikes denser, tighter, and more complete. He grits his teeth and drives himself harder, urging his body to move even faster than before. At the same time, he tries to recreate a shadow of his master's Mara, calling forth a variation of his own, Tempest Dance Sword, Tempest Mara. The altered technique spreads out into a woven lattice of slashes, and that dense web intercepts the rain of needles head-on, each collision striking with tremendous force. In the next instant, the entire area is swallowed by the explosive clash of those colliding energies. Smoke and dust roll across the courtyard until the whole place is blurred from view. And out of that cloud, a single silhouette slowly comes into sight. Standing there calmly through the settling haze, the young man declares that he has passed the test. Then, without wavering, he states that the sword now belongs to him. Later on, the old man hands him a box filled with explosive needles, along with the formula needed to make the explosives themselves. The young man thanks the old man for both the weapon and the guidance he received. But the old man tells him that the real credit for the teaching belongs to Tang Moonhyuk. The young man answers that Tang Moonhyuk only stepped in to help because the old man had agreed to forge the sword in the first place. Hearing that, the old man looks intrigued, asks whether he truly believes that, and then politely asks for permission to raise a question of his own. He explains that Tempest is a weapon and style that can only be wielded by someone who carries remorse in his heart. And he notes that the young man seems burdened with far more remorse than most people. And so, almost to himself, he wonders why someone still so young, someone who should barely have seen the world yet, is already weighed down by such deep regret. The young man avoids giving a real answer, and brushes it aside, treating it like needless overthinking even as he reflects on that remorse within himself. The old man accepts that he does not wish to speak any further, acknowledging with quiet understanding that everyone carries pain they cannot easily put into words. After that, he asks whether he may be the one to name the fan sword, and the young man agrees without objection. The old man says that the young man's earlier movements reminded him of a tornado tearing across the land, and from that image, he proposes the name Calamitous Wind Fan. The young man lowers his gaze to the weapon in his hand, visibly stunned the moment he hears that name, almost as if testing its weight for himself. He repeats the words Calamitous Wind Fan under his breath, and turns the name over in his mind. Then a smile slowly appears, and he thanks the old man sincerely for giving the weapon a name that suits it so perfectly. Later, when he is alone, his thoughts linger not on Tempest, but on Calamitous Wind, and he begins to feel that this may be the path he is truly meant to follow. Standing quietly in the falling snow, he wears a faint, peaceful smile, as if he has finally made some measure of peace with that road. And yet, as he turns his eyes toward a sect complex nestled deep in the mountains, he still wonders whether that is truly the road he is destined to walk. The scene then shifts to an inn, where a server reacts in surprise the moment the old man arrives. The server hurriedly apologizes and says there are no open seats left. But the old man calmly replies that he reserved a room under the name Lu Ban's Foundry. As soon as the staff recognize who he is, their attitude changes at once, and they quickly escort him inside. Looking around at the many customers still gathered there so late at night, the old man wonders to himself whether they have all come hoping to catch even a glimpse of Tang Moonhyuk. He inwardly sneers at that overly grand reputation. Tang Moonhyuk, the Dark Supreme, the protector of Zhongyuan, stands before them. To the old man, though, all of that lofty praise is just embarrassing, because in his eyes the Dark Supreme is nothing more than his immature older brother who now greets him in a drunken state. Tang Moonhyuk grumbles that he has been worked to the bone, then immediately asks how the young man performed. Even though Tang Moonhyuk personally watched the entire test, the old man still wants to hear his brother's own opinion of the youth. Tang Moonhyuk says that the young man will grow beyond mere tempest and become a true calamitous wind, and he even suggests that one day he may shake the martial alliance itself. Then Tang Moonhyuk turns the question back, and asks what his brother believes will happen once the young man has endured every hardship hidden within that storm. His brother answers without the slightest hesitation that the young man will not grow weary. He explains that seeing the youth with his own eyes made one thing clear. Inside him is a violent yet sorrowful calamitous wind, something born from bitterness and deep resentment. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the young man reflects on that same storm-like force and realizes that behind such violent wind, his own heart had been crying out in misery. Back at the table, Tang Munyo casually orders another bottle of alcohol. His brother remarks that the young man alone is worthy of inheriting the Tempest squad. Tang Munyo agrees and begins listing the youth's strengths one by one, praising his talent, resolve, insight, ability, and character, then adding that he is Tang Hosen's son, which makes him an especially fitting choice. After saying all that, Tang Moonhyuk adds that the youth has only one real flaw. He lacks social skills. He worries that if the young man's calamitous wind grows so far beyond everyone else's, he could end up isolated, standing completely alone. Even so, Tang Moonhyuk suggests that if the young man were made squad leader, that very position might instead allow him to open a path for others to follow. His brother replies that if there were no other choice, then he would appoint him as leader. Startled by that phrasing, he immediately asks whether there is another candidate being considered. Tang Moonhyuk reveals that he is also weighing the option of the famed Chingcheng Divine Sword, Lee Chulson. At that, his brother explodes in outrage, protesting that it makes no sense to choose a senior disciple from another sect to lead the Tempest squad. Tang Moonhyuk calmly points out that Lee Chulson is widely regarded as the strongest sword in the world. He goes on to explain that bringing someone like that over to their side would be the wiser move, and that appointing him could also stir healthy competition inside the Tang clan. Calling Tang Moonhyuk a sly old snake, his brother grudgingly admits that he understands the scheme, but then he lets out a frustrated complaint, saying that with plotting like this, Tang Wunwi is being left with almost no room to flourish. And he asks whether the boy has any real chance at all. Tang Moonhyuk lifts his gaze and says, "There is only one path left," speaking with the kind of certainty that makes it clear he has already decided. When the others press him for the answer, he states it outright. In the end, the squad leader's seat is going to belong to him. That implication hits his brother at once, and the man's expression shifts in visible surprise as he stares back at him. Tang Moonhyuk explains that if Tang Wunwi becomes the eye of a storm that swallows every wind around it, then he will never have to struggle to fit in anywhere. At that point, everyone else will naturally be the ones revolving around him. As he watches Tang Moonhyuk calmly take another drink, his brother admits that childish as he can be, the man really does think with the mind of a true leader. But then Tang Moonhyuk suddenly pauses mid-drink, his senses catching on a faint wrongness hidden inside the cup. His brother grins and reveals that he mixed a paralysis poison into the drink, one strong enough to drop even a full-grown bull, and he openly praises Tang Moonhyuk for noticing it so quickly. Tang Moonhyuk clicks his tongue and complains that poisoning him is taking things way too far, while his brother just laughs and says he at least expected the toxin to leave him slurring his words. Tang Moonhyuk shoots back that the truly surprising part is not the poison, but the fact that his brother did not catch on immediately. His brother then narrows his eyes and asks who could have supplied him with a poison like that in the first place. The answer seems to click in Tang Moonhyuk's mind, and he starts to say the name as realization spreads across his face. Before he can finish, his brother admits that he ran into someone on the way here, and that confession makes Tang Moonhyuk snap at once, furiously accusing him of betraying him. Right at that moment, a whole group of figures makes a dramatic entrance into the restaurant, flooding the doorway all at once. A crushing force sweeps through the hall the instant they appear, and the pressure is so overwhelming that customers are blasted right out of their seats. The moment he feels that disturbance, Tang Moonhyuk realizes this is no coincidence. It is an ambush. The shockwave slams into him and sends him crashing away, while the blacksmith alone remains rooted where he stands. Even in this condition, Tang Moonhyuk grits his teeth and refuses to accept being taken prisoner so helplessly. From among the newcomers, a calm, controlled voice tells him the entire place is already surrounded and advises him to stop resisting and surrender. Their leader remarks almost coldly that the schedule has already been thrown badly off course because of his little outing. Then a woman steps out from the group, comes forward, and addresses Tang Moonhyuk with a single startling word: grandfather. Elsewhere up on the rooftop, the girls can barely contain their amazement as they gush over the Tang clan's Tempest dance, saying they have never seen a sword technique move like that before. One of the girls quickly agrees, only to falter halfway through, as if something about what she just witnessed no longer feels right. Then it hits her. What they saw was not actually Tempest dance at all, and it was not even a Tang clan martial art, which leaves her staring at Tang Wunwi and wondering where on earth he learned something like that. The others are visibly shaken the moment they hear that, clearly stunned that the technique does not belong to the Tang clan in the first place. Above them, dark lightning once again spreads across the night sky, jagged and ominous as it tears through the darkness. The girls watch with tight, anxious faces as Tang Wunhui turns to face that storm again, and they cannot help asking whether he is really going to be all right. Tang Kyujin judges the attack with a grim expression and says that even a Supreme Peak Master would have a hard time fending off something like this. Another girl, unable to hide her fear, blurts out that Tang Wunhui could end up badly hurt if this keeps going. One of them draws a steadying breath, still shocked by what she is seeing, but forcing herself to be ready to move if the situation turns any worse. Down below, Tang Wunhui faces that flood of lightning head-on once more, standing directly against the violent surge. He twists his body and spins back into that dense sword grid again, the motion sharp and controlled despite the pressure around him. Then he unleashes the technique called 10,000 Swords, sending it out to meet the incoming barrage head-on. Tang Kyujin can feel at once that his sword aura has risen all the way to its peak, but after using that move, it has also turned dangerously unstable. Troubled by what she senses, another girl looks toward Tang Kyujin and asks in a worried voice whether that kind of instability can really be okay. Nearby, the maid feels something else entirely and goes tense as she senses an unprecedented level of bloodthirst pouring off Tang Wunhui. Her horned spirit companion immediately panics and insists that Tang Wunhui has to be the Demon King. The maid instantly rejects that claim, but the spirit keeps trembling and argues that Tang Wunhui feels so terrifying he could tear it apart without effort. Overwhelmed by Tang Wunhui's aura, the spirit starts panicking even harder, and the maid, now irritated, snaps at it to keep quiet. Still watching closely, the maid analyzes the situation and realizes that it is not just bloodlust. Tang Wunhui's qi itself has become extremely unstable. At the same time, Tang Wunhui's spirits report that the three girls are still secretly watching him, and he finds that fact more troublesome than anything else. One of the spirits remarks that the girls seem to have completely forgotten they were supposed to be spying because they got too absorbed in watching his divine cult sword technique. Tang Wunhui thinks it through and concludes that, although the move is rooted in demonic arts, he blended Venom Dragon and Tempest Dance into it, so other people should not be able to recognize what it really is. He quickly identifies the true problem: the backlash created by using Mara's power without the heavenly demon cultivation method to support it. In his mind, the answer becomes clear. Tempest Dance was able to carry Mara successfully, but his Venom Dragon cultivation simply cannot endure Mara's Thousand Swords form. Because Heavenly Demon 9 Slashes was originally made for Heavenly Demon cultivation, the bloodlust of Mara, which should have been kept under control, has instead broken loose and started raging out of control. Now that the attack is over, that unrestrained bloodlust has nowhere left to escape, so it is just swirling and churning around inside him. He realizes with growing concern that if he does not resolve it immediately, he may end up suffering serious qi blockage. Watching from a distance, the maid notices something strange the moment she sees him clutch at his head. Then Tang Wunhui slowly lowers his hand and reveals a dark, ominous smile that instantly changes the air around him. Without the slightest warning, he suddenly kicks off the ground and leaps straight toward the rooftop where the spies are hiding. Tang Wunhui drops down right in front of them without warning, and the sudden landing makes the three girls jolt as they instinctively huddle closer together. Standing over them with a cold look, he asks just how much longer they were planning to stay crouched on that rooftop and spy on him. The three girls nervously greet Tang Wunhui at once, their voices stiff, and then awkwardly try to laugh off what they had been doing. Tang Wunhui looks them over and notes that the elite daughters of Qingcheng, Yimei, and the Orthodox sects are all gathered right in front of him. At that moment, he decides these three are the perfect people to help him suppress the bloodthirst boiling up from Mara. Once they are facing each other in the courtyard, Tang Wunhui gets straight to the point and proposes a duel. The three girls stare at him in surprise, clearly caught off guard that he wants to fight all three of them. Tang Wunhui calmly confirms it and says this will serve as their payment for secretly watching his training. The maid admits without dodging it that spying on him was wrong. Even so, she questions whether they should really duel at all, because the qi swirling around him looks dangerously unstable. Tang Wunhui answers that this unstable state is exactly why he needs to spar right now, so he can make up for his lack of sword training through real combat. He goes on to explain that he specifically wants to fight swordswomen like them, people with far more refined experience, so he can properly digest the enlightenment he just gained. Privately, however, he adds another reason to himself. The energies carried by Qingcheng and Yimei should also help melt away Mara's bloodthirst. The maid accepts that explanation for the moment, then turns her head and asks the other two what they think. The other two agree that since they were the ones spying on him in the first place, they really have no grounds to refuse the duel. Wrapped in a haze of purple qi, Tang Wunhui raises his presence and calmly invites them to step forward. He squares off against the maid first, and she warns him not to push himself too hard, while he gives a short reply that he understands. She draws her sword in one smooth motion, announces that she is beginning, and settles into position to strike. The maid rushes in with a powerful slash, closing the distance in an instant, while Tang Wunhui braces himself and waits to receive it. Their first clash erupts with force. the collision of steel sending sparks flying through the air. From there, the two of them trade a rapid flurry of blows, both moving so fast that the fight turns into a blur. Tang Wunhui's coat snaps and whips behind him as the duel keeps intensifying without giving either side room to breathe. He starts pressing her hard, driving her back until she is forced to raise her blade and block a vicious overhead strike. Watching from the side, another girl goes wide-eyed when Tang Wunhui's blade slices dangerously close. The maid barely manages to parry in time, and the sheer force of the impact makes her cry out. Tang Wunhui does not let up for even a second and surges after her, with a rushing follow-up that forces her farther back. Maid steadies herself, narrows her eyes and refocuses from behind her sword. Then she releases a sword technique charged with chi, shouting as she launches the attack straight at him. Her slash crashes into Tang Wunhui's head-on and the impact bursts outward in a flash of light. The two girls watching can only stare as they mutter that this was supposed to be training. Yet the way these two are fighting makes it look more like a battle for their lives. The maid comes in again immediately, her footwork and sword arm moving together in a relentless, rapid assault. Tang Wunhui meets every attack, blocking and countering in one continuous chain of sharp, ringing clashes. As she fights, the maid thinks in disbelief that she already knew Tang Wunhui had been improving quickly. But this level is nowhere near what he was showing just 2 weeks ago. She realizes his current strength has risen onto an entirely different plane. And on top of that, something else is clearly happening during this fight. With every single clash, she can feel his sword technique becoming cleaner, sharper, and more refined. That is when she understands it. Tang Wunhui is watching her swordsmanship and teaching himself how to wield a blade in real time, right in the middle of the duel. Driven into a corner by that realization, she hardens her resolve and attacks again with even more determination. Before long, she is left panting heavily, sweat soaking her body as the exhausting exchange takes its toll. Tang Wunhui, still calm, thanks her, and says the match was extremely helpful, while she can only answer him weakly through her exhaustion. Then he turns his gaze toward the remaining two without pause and immediately calls for the next challenger. The Ime girl complains that she would have refused on the spot if she had known the duel would be this intense. But even as she says that, she steps forward and says she looks forward to it. Having accepted the challenge, she draws her special sword and brings it up before her. She declares that she will open the next match herself, her tone firm despite the tension in the air. A bright, sweeping wave of sword energy bursts from her blade and races straight toward Tang Wunhui. Tang Wunhui plants himself and braces as both her sword and that rushing energy come straight at him. She does not stop there, following up at once with multiple rapid chi slashes that close in around him from all sides. Tang Wunhui lets out a low groan as her strikes connect, feeling the force of those blows hammer into him. His spirits urgently warn him that her Buddhist anti-demonic energy directly opposes the demonic power inside him, and they anxiously ask whether he is all right. Tang Wunhui says he already knows that, and calmly explains that this exact opposition is the very reason he wanted this duel. He observes that Mara's bloodthirst has not yet fully transformed into true demonic energy, so that Buddhist power should not cause internal injuries inside him. Still, Tang Wunhui can clearly feel the cost of it. Every time their swords crash together, a noticeable amount of his energy is drained away. He quickly reasons through it in his head. If Taoist energy already stands opposite to what he carries, then Buddhist energy is an even harsher and more direct counter to him. Once he accepts that fact, he makes up his mind on the spot that he has to get used to this kind of pressure now, not later. Their next collision detonates with force, sending a huge burst of purple energy ripping outward across the courtyard. As he meets her again, Tang Wunhui thinks that he has to learn how to endure this kind of counter and eventually work around it, all while recognizing that the Ime girl's swordsmanship is formidable even without that natural advantage. He breaks her style down as they fight and realizes that because the Ime sect is made up entirely of women, its sword arts were developed to make up for lesser raw stamina and physical strength. He notices how they favor low, sweeping angles and exceptional balance, using those traits to evade, redirect, and counter instead of getting stuck in drawn-out exchanges. In other words, their entire style is built around ending things quickly and cleanly, not grinding an opponent down through attrition. Tang Wunhui immediately realizes how useful methods like these would be against enemies much bigger and physically stronger than oneself. So when she comes in again, he watches her movement with even greater focus, carefully reading her footwork and adjusting to it as it happens. Their blades keep carving golden arcs through the air as they trade one heavy clash after another. Then Tang Wunhui steps directly into her attack, forcing his way forward even through that surging golden energy. In the next instant, he closes the distance completely and brings his weapon right to her throat, ending the duel with the tip of his blade resting at her neck. The scene widens, making it unmistakably clear that Tang Wunhui has defeated her decisively. She immediately collapses in a chibi-like slump and declares that she is exhausted and absolutely done. Tang Wunhui thanks the Ime girl for the duel, and she jokes back that he is way too obsessive, adding that women are not going to like that about him. Then the last girl steps forward, studying Tang Wunhui with growing interest, and thinking that he is far more interesting than she first assumed. She reflects that Tang Wunhui was never someone born with exceptional talent the way Tang Kyujin was, and compared to many other disciples, he should have been nothing more than average. And yet, despite that, he was somehow able to learn both Tang Kyujin's and Suman's sword techniques just by watching them. What shocks her even more is that he did not merely copy those techniques. He made them his own at a speed that even naturally gifted people would have trouble matching. To her, there is only one explanation for that. Tang Wunhui's comprehension of the sword is absurdly high. Even so, one question keeps bothering her. If his understanding of the sword is already that advanced, then why do his physical sword skills still lag behind it? As she continues staring at the aura around Tang Wunhui, her expression suddenly changes in surprise. She can sense that his sword aura, what she calls his sword scent, has changed. Without thinking, she tells him outright that he is controlling it the wrong way. She hurriedly explains that if he manipulates it too forcefully, he will damage that sword scent, and that instead of over-controlling it, he should maintain a balance between letting it flow out and drawing it back in. Tang Wunhui repeats the unfamiliar term back to her, clearly confused by what she just said. The moment she realizes what she blurted out, she turns embarrassed and quickly asks him to forget everything she just said. Tang Wunhui's mind is already moving. He remembers reading in the divine cult about a special ability of the Sima clan to perceive talent, and he starts wondering if this so-called sword scent is connected to that. He even thinks of the Clear Heaven Sword Emperor, a master said to stand on the same level as his own teacher, and decides there is no way he can afford to ignore a possible ability like this. So he immediately asks her to explain in more detail what she meant by balancing the release and return of sword scent. Her face flushes, and she awkwardly asks whether she can give a more detailed explanation at all. Flustered, she rushes over to Suman and insists that whatever explanation she gives has to be simple enough for him to understand. Suman, drawn in a chibi-like mood herself, simply tells her to stop overthinking it and just explain it in an easy way. Taking that advice to heart, the girl enthusiastically compares sword scent to something consumable, like a resource that can actually be used up. She goes on to say that once it has been exhausted, it never fully returns to what it was before. But if it is not wasted carelessly, it grows deeper and becomes much stronger when infused into a sword. Watching this whole exchange, Suman grabs her head and mutters that her companion is a completely hopeless nerd. Meanwhile, the girl herself just smiles with dreamy satisfaction, obviously delighted by the chance to teach someone about a topic she loves. Tang Wunhui, on the other hand, can only stare back blankly, thinking that he has absolutely no idea what she is talking about. Later that same night, now running a bit late, Tang Wunhui heads off to keep his appointment with the Dark Supreme. On the way in, he worries that he may get scolded for arriving late, so the moment he appears, he offers a respectful apology. The Dark Supreme greets him in a loud voice, immediately pointing out that he has finally decided to show up. The old master then comments that Tang Wunhui managed to stir up a commotion in the courtyard even while an important guest was waiting for him, which only proves what an unusual young man he is. Tang Wunhui replies that he had many things to prepare before standing before such a great martial artist, and at the same time, he notices that the man does not actually seem angry. The Dark Supreme acknowledges those preparations, making it clear that he understands what Tang Wunhui was doing. Then, fixing his eyes on Tang Wunhui, he remarks that the young man has become stronger in the span of just 2 hours and says that he has grown metaphorical claws. Tang Wunhui is genuinely surprised that the old man can see that much, but the master reminds him that he has survived countless battles in his lifetime. From that alone, Tang Wunhui deduces that even among the 10 great masters, very few could match this man in sheer combat experience. For someone who rose from a wandering mercenary to the head of a sect, that only makes sense, and Tang Wunhui immediately resolves not to underestimate him. Reading the Dark Supreme's attitude carefully, Tang Wunhui decides this is the moment to take a calculated risk and ask the important question he has been holding back. The Dark Supreme gives him permission at once, inviting him to speak. Without beating around the bush, Tang Wunhui looks the master in the eye and directly asks the one thing everyone else would have been too cautious to say out loud. Why did he really come here? The question clearly strikes a nerve. The old man slams his hand down on the table in offense and fires back, demanding to know whether Tang Wunhui is accusing him of lying. His voice rises even higher after that, booming through the room as he glares at the young man, and asks if Tang Wunhui truly believes he would stoop so low as to deceive a mere junior. At that instant, Tang Wunhui feels the pressure hit him full force. The master's energy swells so heavily around him that it almost crushes the air itself, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. And yet, instead of growing angrier, the Lion Blade King starts to find Tang Wunhui's nerve genuinely interesting. A youngster this bold would not speak like that for no reason, so he assumes there must be a real basis for the doubt. He warns Tang Wunhui that everything now depends on the explanation he gives next. If the answer displeases him, then rather than waiting 4 more days, he might drag the test forward and fight him on the spot. Inside, Tang Wunhui's spirits panic at once, sensing just how dangerous this man really is. Even so, Tang Wunhui forces himself to stay steady, swallows that fear, and says he will explain exactly why he said it. He calmly points out that a Grandmaster of Morim does not simply appear at the Nine Dragons division without warning, especially not right before a major festival. The timing alone makes the visit impossible to ignore. Tang Wunhui goes on to say that a man of the master's level should understand perfectly well what kind of consequences such timing could create. If this visit were really only about the lion sect's honor, then he would have chosen a far less sensitive moment, which means there has to be another reason beneath the surface. Then Tang Wunhui takes it one step further and states his conclusion plainly. The real reason is not that the master wanted to come now, but that he had no choice except to come now. He hints that there is something the Lion Blade King still does not possess, while the soon-arriving Tang Moonhyuk will. And by saying that much, he makes it clear he already understands far more than he should. The old man's expression shifts the moment he hears it. He immediately realizes Tang Wunhui is talking about the realm of the observer of celestial orbit, and he assumes the boy wants to learn how to reach that realm as well. That thought drags an old memory back to the surface. As he remembers that encounter, the master slowly strokes his beard, and for once there is a trace of real unease in the gesture. He lets out a long sigh and admits that he probably should have handled matters with the Tang clan more cleverly from the start. Then, softening his tone, he says that if it is within his power, he is willing to help Tang Wunhui. After saying that, he asks Tang Wunhui to stop circling around the matter and tell him clearly what kind of help he actually wants. Even Tang Wunhui's spirits can tell something has changed. They note that the master is genuinely hesitating now, which is only natural for a man whose pride has carried him this far. At last, the master begins speaking honestly. He admits that, as Tang Wunhui already knows, he was once nothing more than a wandering vagabond with no roots and no powerful backing. He explains that in those days, every single day was a struggle with death hanging over his head. Even so, through sheer force of will, he built a sect with his own hands and climbed all the way to the height he now stands on. Then his voice grows heavier. He says that everything changed 1 year ago, as though that single moment split his life into a before and an after. The memory drags him back to the battlefield, where he is forced down onto his knees in battle. The gap in strength is so overwhelming that he cannot even stand upright before his opponent. Staring up in disbelief, he is left shaken by the sheer difference between them. In that moment, all he can think is how such a monstrous gap could possibly exist between two martial artists. Unable to accept it, he had shouted up at the Sword Emperor and demanded an answer. He wanted to know exactly what stood between them and what made their levels so impossibly different. The Sword Emperor answered with cold certainty that his blade had only just touched the peak of martial arts. Because of that, he said, the man before him had not even earned the right to seek the realm of the observer of celestial orbit. That answer stunned him so badly that he could only stare. Reeling from the words, he asked whether the observer of celestial orbit and that realm truly existed at all. The Sword Emperor then explained that the essence of that realm lay in tracing the paths of the stars, reading the will of heaven itself, and drawing in celestial chi. It was not just higher skill, but a completely different way of reaching martial truth. In the image that follows, the Sword Emperor stands above him like an untouchable summit, radiating an overwhelming pressure that makes the difference between them feel absolute. Returning to the present, the Lion Blade King admits it plainly. The realm of the observer of celestial orbit is real, and not some empty legend martial artists tell each other. What he remembers most clearly, however, is not just the strength. It is the way the Sword Emperor looked down at him with genuine pity in his eyes. That look cut deeper than humiliation ever could. More than shame, more than anger, it awakened in him a craving for greater power so fierce that it consumed everything else. After that defeat, he locked himself away and threw himself into brutal solitary training. Day after day, he honed the Golden Lion Blade technique, trying to sharpen it into something that could close that impossible distance. But the deeper he trained, the more bitter the truth became. He realized that the style he had created on his own was shallow compared to martial arts, polished and passed down through generations. With obvious bitterness, he confesses that he envied those great clans and prestigious sects from the bottom of his heart. They possessed inheritances and foundations that a man like him had never once belonged to. And around that same time, he heard about Tang Wunhui effortlessly defeating his disciples. That memory stayed with him, because it was not the kind of thing one could simply dismiss. Then he heard Tang Wunhui had done something similar even against the divine cult. At that point, he began to think this young man might be the key to opening a path that he himself had been unable to find. The Tang clan, with Tang Moonhyuk standing at its pinnacle, possessed strength great enough to rival, or perhaps even surpass, the Sword Emperor himself. The Lion Blade King became convinced that the Tang clan held the deadly claws he personally lacked, and after seeing today's display of martial skill with his own eyes, that suspicion only grew stronger. Now, sitting face to face with him, he is certain of one thing. The young man before him truly possesses those very claws. The old master explains that countless martial artists go to their graves without ever obtaining that elusive quality. Most of them never even learn what they are missing, and he admits that he himself has been no exception. He bluntly includes himself among those fools. The admission lands with real force. It is so direct and unguarded that it leaves the younger man visibly shaken, caught off guard by that honesty. Tang Wenhui says exactly what he is thinking. He admits he did not expect an elder of this stature to speak so openly and so honestly. The old master then reveals the true reason he came. He asks Tang Wenhui to help him obtain those claws he has been seeking all this time. Tang Wenhui cannot help but find it remarkable. A supreme master, someone vastly older and stronger, is openly admitting his own shortcomings before a much younger man and asking for help without clinging to pride. There is something strikingly pure about the elder's desire for strength, stripped of excuses, vanity, and self-deception. Because that kind of desire is so rare, Tang Wenhui finally agrees. He tells him that he will help him pursue that goal. The elder immediately accepts with visible eagerness. But Tang Wenhui is not finished. He adds that he is willing to help only if one condition is met first. That condition is simple but shocking. The elder must lend him his ultimate blade. The demand is so unexpected that it immediately sparks surprise and confusion. Tang Wenhui says with complete confidence that although he cannot say exactly when it will happen, the Lion Blade King's claws will one day become unimaginably valuable. He speaks as though the elder has already obtained them. A confident smile spreads across Tang Wenhui's face as he says it. There is not even the slightest trace of hesitation in him. Then he states it outright, in a firm and certain voice. He says he is sure the elder will eventually gain those claws. Hearing such unwavering confidence from someone who offers no proof at all, the elder suddenly bursts into hearty laughter. Rather than taking offense, he finds Tang Wenhui's absolute certainty deeply interesting. He calmly explains that the ultimate blade is not the kind of thing he can hand over on a whim. It is not fully his to command, so lending it out so casually is simply not something he can do. From the narrator's point of view, that answer is only natural. A man with that much status and reputation cannot afford to grant favors lightly, not when every choice carries consequences. Then the elder suddenly offers another path. With a relaxed air, he says that if the young man is willing to treat him like an older brother, then lending the blade would not be a problem at all, and the unexpected proposal leaves the younger man completely stunned. Not just the young man, but even the spirit companions beside him are left staring in disbelief. For a moment, all of them seem frozen, trying to make sense of what the old man has just casually suggested. In another place entirely, a stern-faced man sharply reprimands his subordinate for showing up late. His voice is cold and unforgiving as he warns the man to be far more careful with how he moves from now on. The subordinate lets out a tired, almost indifferent sigh, looking worn out rather than remorseful. That careless reaction only makes his superior angrier, and he snaps back, demanding to know if the man has forgotten who stands above him. At that moment, the subordinate lifts his gaze, and a cold blue light suddenly flares inside his eyes. The air around him shifts as he readies himself to answer in a far more dangerous way. His superior recoils in alarm, recognition and confusion flashing across his face at the same time. He blurts out a shocked demand, asking what in the world is happening to the man's eyes. Before he can do anything else, frost begins to spread over him. Ice creeps across his body inch by inch, and the man can only stand there in bewilderment as the cold takes hold. Then the subordinate's freezing aura erupts outward in full force. In an instant, the frozen man is shattered apart, his body breaking into countless icy fragments. A sinister ally appears right after, sounding almost amused as he comments that killing someone so openly, with witnesses all around, is an awfully savage way to settle things. The killer answers without hesitation, saying it does not matter because everyone here is going to die anyway, and all he has done is begin the slaughter a little earlier than planned. Hearing that, the ally gives a small chuckle. He remarks that this means he is going to have a great deal more work on his hands now. The two of them move on to the matter of reconnaissance. The ally reports that he has already checked their target's defenses, but there are no cracks to exploit, and no obvious weakness they can use. That leads him to suspect that information may already have leaked. With that in mind, he warns that going after Tang Wenhui now could be far more dangerous than they first expected. Killer's eyes burn fiercely at those words, but his answer remains firm. He says he has already considered the risks and made his preparations accordingly. The ally immediately senses he has said too much. He lowers his head at once and apologizes for speaking out of turn. The killer coldly warns him that he will not overlook that kind of insolence a second time. The ally quickly agrees, his voice tense and uneasy as he backs down. Suddenly, a terrifying presence drops from above in a burst of light. The moment the two men feel that pressure, they realize at once that Bluebone has arrived. The newcomer is a woman, the Bluebone merchant of the 12 Black Spectres. With commanding authority, she announces that she has come carrying fresh orders. A surge of power rolls out from her body as she gathers a chilling energy around herself. The atmosphere turns heavy, as if even the cold is waiting for her next words. Her eyes blaze with fierce intensity, and the demonic aura around her swells thicker and darker. Just looking at her is enough to make the scene feel suffocating. The two men immediately bow their heads deeply toward her. Their posture turns completely respectful as they offer formal greetings to the mythos leader. She asks those who follow the laws of the snow of the Northern Sea how the preparations for the operation are coming along. In response, she is told that the White-Handed Stealth Squad and the Slayer Squad have both assembled and are fully prepared to die as martyrs the moment she gives the word. Hearing that, she declares that she is granting them a divine mission. They are to begin the first chapter of a holy war. Her followers accept the order eagerly, without the slightest hesitation. She goes on to say that as the leader of the laws of snow, she intends to send a special gift to an old enemy she has not seen in decades. The way she says it makes the threat behind those words unmistakable. Her command is brutal and direct. They are to cut off the head of one of the Tempest swordsman's sons and display it in public, no matter how many of their own followers must die to make it happen. The killer answers with complete confidence, assuring her that the order can be carried out and that they will see it done. The mythos leader gives only a cold reply. She says she looks forward to seeing the results with her own eyes. After she leaves, the killer receives another instruction. Gather all of their forces under the codename Reborn. The order makes it clear that the operation is now moving into its next stage. That same night, Bluebone makes a grim vow. She declares that Tang Wunhui will be ambushed. Before long, word reaches Nine Dragons County that the leader of the Northern Sea mythos has entered the region. The news spreads like a chill through the area. Standing out on a balcony, Tang Wunhui looks out into the distance and quietly notes that the leader has arrived sooner than he expected. His expression shows that he is already recalculating the situation. Beside a strategist and a map, he remarks in a flat, almost merciless tone that there is no point wasting effort tracking enemies like these too closely. In the end, every last one of them is going to die anyway. Tang Wunhui then lays out his expectation that the Northern Sea mythos will probably wait until the festival day before making their move. To him, that would be the most logical timing. But his masked ally immediately points out a problem with that assumption. Even if their leader intends to wait, the agents they already planted inside have clearly begun moving ahead of schedule. That catches Tang Wunhui off guard. He reacts with surprise, noting that they have started acting even before their patriarch has properly arrived. Thinking it through, he reasons that their original assassination plan was probably abandoned the moment Whitebone died. Once a planned killing has been exposed, there is no real chance it will succeed the way it was first intended. Even so, he knows they cannot simply withdraw and give up. Their real objective is to spread fear of the demonic cult throughout Zongyuan, so they still need a way to leave a lasting shock behind. From there, Tang Wunhui reaches a conclusion. He says they will likely try to stop the Tang Patriarch from forming a new squad and instead force everything into an open clash right at the peak of the festival. His ally agrees that this matches the conclusion of their own analysis as well. Still, he cannot understand why the enemy's agents have begun acting so early. Even the masked strategist admits he sees no clear reason for it. From a tactical standpoint, there is no obvious benefit to making their move ahead of time. Tang Wunhui gives his own answer. He deduces that, now that their original plan has been seen through, the enemy wants to humiliate the Tang clan and intimidate them by force instead. His ally is visibly shocked by that conclusion, unable to believe they would throw away a useful tactical advantage just to make a threat. But Tang Wunhui insists that this is exactly the kind of people they are. He then points out what target would create the greatest impact. The most effective blow would be to strike down the branch clan head who is overseeing the festival itself. But after weighing it calmly, Tang Wunhui judges that killing such a man would be far too difficult. Because of that, he concludes that the enemy is far more likely to set their sights on him instead. His ally, half teasing and half impressed, asks what it feels like to be such an important target. Tang Wunhui brushes the comment aside as though it means nothing to him. The ally then grows openly excited, praising Tang Wunhui's qualities as someone fit to lead. He even tries to recruit him into the Wind Evolution Center on the spot. But Tang Wunhui declines without wavering. After that brief detour, Tang Wunhui pulls the conversation back to the matter at hand. In a more serious tone, he says there is something he needs his ally to do. A dark smile spreads across Tang Wunhui's face as an idea clicks into place. Since the enemy is so focused on him, he decides he will turn that very obsession into an advantage of his own. Meanwhile, over at the Tang clan's night market, 3 young women look around in open amazement. The festival is so large, so bright, and so full of life that they cannot help marveling at the sheer scale and energy of it all. One of the girls looks around with sparkling eyes and gushes that the Tang clan really knows how to throw a festival. Beside her, another girl listens much more quietly, taking it all in with a calmer, more reserved expression. Their leader, Tang Kyujin, explains that she had originally meant to bring them out the night before. But because Tang Wunhui's situation demanded attention, the outing ended up being pushed back until now. That naturally brings their thoughts back to the duel Tang Wunhui fought on the day they first arrived. One girl openly says the match was incredible to watch, while another still looks visibly flustered the moment it comes up. The one who loves fights keeps praising the duel with obvious excitement, practically reliving it as she talks. Her friend immediately snaps back, insisting that there was nothing enjoyable about it at all. Seeing the two of them starting up again, Tang Kyujin gently steps in and calms them down. She tells them to stop bickering, loosen up, and just enjoy the night. The three of them quickly brighten at that and happily agree. Then, staying close together, they head deeper into the lively festival crowd. Not long after, they are seen enjoying skewered sweets from the market stalls. With the warm lights, the cheerful noise, and the easy pace of the night around them, the whole atmosphere feels wonderfully relaxed. At one stall, one of the girls pauses in front of a ridiculous-looking mask and seriously considers buying it. The sight makes her friends react at once, half amused and half alarmed by her terrible taste. As Tang Kyujin watches her companions laughing so freely, her own expression softens, quietly, almost to herself. She wishes her own siblings could spend time together like this too, carefree and smiling without any burdens between them. Her thoughts drift especially toward her brother Tang Yucheng. She wonders how he is doing, while elsewhere he is shown sitting alone with a box in front of him, his face shadowed by worry. Back in the market, one of the girls excitedly grabs Tang Kyujin's attention and urges her to come see something else nearby. Tang Kyujin agrees without resistance and follows along. But in the very next moment, a sinister darkness suddenly surges into the alleyway around them. The three women are swallowed by that ominous energy before they can even process what is happening. Tang Kyujin immediately senses that something is deeply wrong. Her body goes rigid in alarm as she recognizes the presence of a dangerous, ominous force. Her companions feel it too, and they turn sharply as they ask whether she noticed it as well. Even as they speak, all three are already preparing themselves to move. Without wasting another second, the women spring away at high speed. They race toward the source of the disturbance, following the trail of that dark energy. When they arrive near the area, they realize the presence they sensed was definitely somewhere around this neighborhood. But almost immediately, worry sets in, because it feels as though the trail may already have slipped away from them. One of the girls suddenly stops and says that something here feels wrong. The other two turn to her at once, asking what exactly she means. Tang Kyujin looks around carefully and notices what should have been obvious from the start. This is normally not a quiet part of the market, yet now the whole area is completely empty of people. That unnatural silence tells her everything she needs to know. The emptiness does not fit this place at all. And in that instant, she realizes they have already walked straight into a trap. Her voice turns urgent as she orders everyone to get out immediately. Her friends do not hesitate and instantly agree. Before any of them can escape, a barrage of powerful icy attacks comes crashing down from above. The sudden assault shocks all three women where they stand. They react on instinct, counterattacking even as that snow-like energy whirls around them. In the middle of the chaos, they manage to cut down several hooded attackers. Tang Kyujin fights back fiercely, drawing on her own blade art without holding anything back. Her sword flashes against the pressure closing in around them. Even so, their enemies answer with even more overwhelming waves of freezing power. The cold force presses down harder, as if trying to swallow the women whole. The moment she feels that chilling demonic aura more clearly, Tang Kyujin recognizes it. It is the same blade demon from the Northern Sea mythos that Tang Wunhui once fought before. Then the killer himself steps out from the darkness. Looking at the women with cold approval, he remarks that their skill is impressive, just what one would expect from women meant to stand among Sichuan's future leaders. His face is half swallowed by shadow and half lit by an eerie blue glow. With that frigid light gathering around him, he prepares to unleash even more of his ice power. A faint smirk forms on his lips as he notes how easily they manage to block the attacks of his men. He sounds almost entertained by their resistance. Tang Kyujin quickly measures the aura pouring off him, and horror flashes across her face. In that instant, she realizes he is at least at the supreme peak level. Seeing her reaction, the killer speaks in a calm, almost mocking tone. He tells her there is no reason for her to be so nervous. Then he coolly reflects that the Amasek's anti-demonic sword techniques are going to be troublesome to deal with. Because of that, he decides he will need to handle these women with particular care. After judging the situation, he chooses his target first. He decides to eliminate the woman of the Amace sword line before anything else, and as he moves toward her, she cries out in fear. Desperation surges through her, and she throws every bit of strength she has into one last effort. With a scream, she releases a technique meant to stop him at any cost, but it still is not enough. The killer smashes straight through her defense and lands a brutal blow on her without slowing down. A violent shockwave erupts from the impact. The force tears through the area and sends all three women flying in different directions. One of the companions can only shout in denial as she watches it happen. The cry comes out raw and panicked, unable to accept the scene in front of her. The killer coldly remarks that taking the Nine Dragons clan's daughter and the Clear Heaven Sword Emperor's daughter will be enough. Hearing that, The injured girl is stunned to realize that he knows exactly who they are. The two women, still able to move, refuse to back down. With their swords raised high, they rush him from both sides at the same time. The killer does not look the least bit shaken by their coordinated attack. Instead, he calmly braces himself to counter both strikes at once. With casual ease, he releases another burst of icy force and blows their assault apart. The impact sends both women flying back yet again. Tang Kyujin can hardly believe what she is seeing. Her voice breaks out in disbelief at the sheer difference in power between them. Her companion is struck hard in the exchange and lets out a cry of pain. The blow leaves her reeling badly. The killer closes the distance once more, without giving them time to recover. He swings a devastating attack, and it crashes into them amid an explosive spray of icy shards. When the dust and frost settle, the scene is grim. The women are left sprawled on the ground, badly injured, while the killer remains standing there without a mark on him. Barely conscious, one of the women forces out a scream through the pain. In desperation, she calls out the names of her fallen friends, Suman and Kyujin. The killer begins walking toward her with slow, deliberate steps. Meanwhile, she struggles weakly, trying to push herself back up from the ground. Even in that condition, she still manages to demand an answer. In a trembling voice, she asks what he plans to do with her captured friends. He does not bother replying with words. Instead, he silences her with a vicious kick that sends her crashing back down. Standing over her like a shadow, he gives his order. She is to pass a message to the Nine Dragons clan if they want the two women returned alive. Then he finishes the demand in a cold, final tone. If they want them back, Tang Wunhui must come alone and face him. With that, the killer turns his back and leaves, taking the two captives with him into the darkness. All that remains behind is the battered woman, collapsed in the alley and barely able to hold herself upright. In a voice broken by shock and despair, she gasps out their names. Suman, Kyujin. The words come out like a plea, full of panic and helplessness. Bloodied all over and hovering on the edge of consciousness, she still tries to move. Every motion looks painful, but she forces her body to answer anyway. Then she realizes one crucial thing. She is still alive. Clinging to that fact, she hardens her resolve despite the pain tearing through her body. With trembling fingers, she fumbles through her belongings and pulls out a signal whistle. Even that small action takes visible effort. Summoning the last of her strength, she raises the whistle and blows into it. The desperate alarm cuts across the city, sharp and urgent, like a cry for rescue carried through the night. The effort drains what little strength she had left. She slumps back down again, still clutching the whistle tightly, while blood trickles from the corner of her mouth. Elsewhere in the war room, Tang Wunhui stands with a Northern Sea mythos token in his hand. His gaze is cold as he vows that if this plan fails, he will never forgive the ally involved, just as that ally calls his name. Far away from him, the injured woman's fading consciousness clings to one final thought. Barely audible now, she whispers Tang Wunhui's name as her vision begins to blur. Later, inside a guest room at Azure Pavilion, Tang Wunhui rushes in without hesitation. He finds her lying on a bed, surrounded by healers working in tense silence. He immediately demands to know her condition. The answer comes back grim. Her external injuries are severe, and on top of that, she has been afflicted with a powerful ice poison. The healers explain that she only managed to stop the poison from spreading by using the Great Closed Pulse method. Even so, they warn him that her condition is still critical. The Tang healers do not try to hide the truth from him. They admit plainly that they have no way to cure this particular kind of ice poison. They go on to explain that common forms of ice poison could at least be suppressed or eased, but the heart-corroding variant used by the Northern Sea mythos is on an entirely different level from anything they know how to treat. At that, Tang Wunhui steps forward without another word and tells them all to move aside. He says he will handle her treatment himself. As he consults his spirit advisors, he realizes the situation is even worse than expected. This poison is deadlier than even the heart-corroding ice poison once used by Baek San, and the only reason she survived at all was because she used the Great Closed Pulse method in time. Tang Wunhui begins the treatment by channeling his energy into her frozen abdomen. At the same time, he mentally reviews the principle behind the Great Closed Pulse method, which seals the veins, meridians, and even the dantian shut. He reflects on how effective that technique is when it comes to stopping poison from spreading. But the price is steep, because once it is used, the person is left unconscious and unable to recover on their own. He explains this to the others gathered there, telling them that once the technique is activated, it cannot be undone without outside assistance, and from that, he reasons that the enemy would naturally prefer to rely on ice poison instead of simply killing with the sword. Tang Wunhui states it plainly. The enemy will absolutely use ice poison. And if they do, then every person involved will be facing a very real chance of death. Even after hearing that warning, the swordswoman does not back down. In spite of the danger, she still agrees to go through with the plan. Right after that, another woman steps forward and volunteers as well. Her immediate answer catches Tang Wunhui off guard. Their leader points out something simple but convincing. Tang Wunhui is not the kind of man who would suggest a plan like this, unless he had already prepared a way to cure the ice poison afterward. Tang Wunhui confirms that her reasoning is correct. If they use the Great Closed Pulse method quickly enough to stop the poison from spreading, then as long as they remain alive, he can treat them. The woman from Ime immediately understands the key point. In her view, that means they simply need to activate the method the moment they are poisoned. Still a little surprised by how readily she accepted it, Tang Wunhui nods in agreement. She notices the look on his face and lightly scolds him, asking why he is staring at her like that when he was the one who proposed the plan. He admits honestly that he did not expect her to accept something so dangerous this quickly, especially considering that they had only just met. There is real surprise in his voice when he says it. She answers that the choice was not an easy one, but difficult or not, she believed it was still the necessary decision. Then she tells him why she made that choice. After watching his duel the day before, she decided that Tang Wunhui was someone she could trust. A faint smile appears on her face as she says it. With a light laugh, she tells him not to let them down. Back in the present, Tang Wunhui keeps his focus on her treatment. In his heart, he thinks that she trusted him and fulfilled the role asked of her. So now it is his turn to keep his promise. But as he continues guiding his energy through her body, something strange catches his attention. He can feel that the power mixed into this ice poison is somehow unusual. The moment he identifies that sensation, recognition flashes through his mind. It matches something he has encountered before, leading him to conclude that Gu Minche still possesses a certain item that is crucial to the entire situation. From there, Tang Wunhui reaches another conclusion. The enemy is only able to carry and use such a powerful item because he has not yet completely claimed it for himself. A weak voice then stirs from the bed. The injured woman slowly regains consciousness and softly calls out Tang Wunhui's name. Tang Wunhui immediately checks on her and asks if she is all right. Still shaken, she complains that he forgot to mention they would be facing a Supreme Peak expert. His expression tightens at once, in a more urgent tone. Tang Wunhui asks whether that expert said anything to her before leaving. She relays the message through her pain, explaining that the captor told the Nine Dragons clan to send Tang Wunhui alone if they wanted the two prisoners back. The moment she finishes, he asks where the meeting place is. That question makes her freeze in embarrassment. She realizes the captor never actually gave a location at all, and Tang Wunhui bluntly calls the whole thing foolish. After thinking it over, Tang Wunhui says this is a test. Confused, she looks at him and asks what exactly he means by that. He explains that the captor is trying to see whether the Tang clan can find their hideout on its own. More specifically, he wants to know whether Tang Wunhui himself can track them down. When she asks if he can really do that, Tang Wunhui answers without the slightest hesitation. He says yes, he can. He then confirms with his master that the captured expert is being held inside the interrogation chamber of the Righteous Wind Pavilion. The confirmation locks the next step into place. Clearly impressed, the woman begins arming herself again instead of resting. As she does, she praises how thoroughly Tang Wunhui and his side prepared for all of this. With her sword in hand, she rises to her feet and firmly declares that she is coming with Tang Wunhui. Her voice makes it clear that she has already decided. Tang Wunhui immediately warns her against it. He reminds her that she has not fully recovered from the Great Closed Pulse method or the ice poison, and tells her she should stay behind and rest. She refuses outright. There is no way, she says, that she can sit still and wait while their two companions remain in enemy hands. In the end, Tang Wunhui gives in. He orders revitalization orbs to be brought for her at once, and one of the subordinates quickly hurries off to fetch them. He then places a pill in her hand and explains what it is. It is a poison that will numb her exhaustion and force her body to keep moving for a while longer. But Tang Wunhui makes sure to warn her of the price. Once the pill's effect wears off, the backlash will hit even harder, and he asks if she is truly prepared to endure that. With a stubborn, unshaken look on her face, she still asks for the pill anyway, insisting that even a risky chance is better than standing by helplessly and doing absolutely nothing. 2 hours later, Tang Wunhui and his group arrive at the Gold Sword Sect Manor, and the moment they confirm the sect servants' corpses scattered there, they know without a doubt that they have finally found the right place. A survivor, broken from torture and barely holding on, manages to tell them that the people responsible are hiding in a manor located on the northwestern outskirts of Nine Dragons County. As they move closer, Tang Wunhui's spirit companion suddenly senses a formation laid out ahead, and Tang Wunhui immediately recognizes it for what it is, the Northern Wind Blizzard Prison Array. Tang Wunhui tells the others to stop where they are, orders the vice branch head to pull back and send a signal the moment anything goes wrong, and then, without bringing anyone else with him, he heads forward alone. The vice branch head quickly answers that if anything at all happens, Tang Wunhui's safety will come first above everything else. Tang Wunhui brushes that concern aside like it is nothing, telling them they are worrying far too much over him. Then he springs straight into the array, leaving them only with a calm promise that he will come back. The instant Tang Wunhui enters, A violent wave of energy erupts outward, and the dormant formation responds at once as the blizzard array fully kicks into motion. While Tang Wunhui runs deeper inside, his spirit companion cries out in alarm, warning him that the entire array is now activating for real. A burst of snow and jagged ice explodes all around Tang Wunhui, and in the blink of an eye, the storm grows thicker, fiercer, and far more dangerous. Without slowing down, he tears across the landscape that has already been swallowed by snow, pressing forward through the frozen world created inside the array. The Northern Wind Blizzard Prison Array is one of the creations of the Northern Sea mythos, a trap refined and perfected through years of relentless study and experimentation. Its purpose is simple and cruel. It throws intruders off their senses, robs them of direction, and slowly drives them toward a deadly death by freezing. And because Northern Sea mythos warriors specialize in cold chi, this frozen battlefield becomes the perfect terrain for them to fight at their absolute best. Through the screaming snowstorm, enemies that look almost undead come rushing at Tang Wunhui, shrieking wildly as they throw themselves at him from every side. Tang Wunhui stays completely calm, flicking open his steel fan with practiced ease as he readies himself to cut them down. In the next instant, he tears through several of them in rapid succession, his fan blades flashing through the storm while his palm strikes land just as cleanly and just as hard. Standing amid the bodies already piling up around him, Tang Wunhui coldly remarks that these opponents are nowhere near Baeksan's level. Then his eyes catch a cloaked figure standing near a wavering blue flame, and Tang Wunhui immediately realizes that this man, not the fodder around him, is the real target. Tang Wunhui walks forward by himself and directly demands to know where the two comrades they captured have been taken. The man dressed in fur answers that he had already found Tang Wunhui suspicious long before this moment. Tang Wunhui responds at once, asking him exactly what it is that seems so strange. The man reveals that he deliberately dispatched special squads to wipe out key figures of the Nine Dragons branch, all just to test how fast Tang Wunhui could cut through the chaos and make his way here. And after pointing out that every one of those squads failed, he lets the words hang in the air with an ominous pause. He then states it plainly. Every subordinate he sent out was defeated. According to him, all of this was one part of the divine cult's grand orthodox annihilation plan, a massive strategy meant to bring Zhang Yuan under its control. He explains that Tang Wunhui not only grasped that complicated strategy almost immediately, but even turned it around and used it against the divine cult itself. From there, he reaches a chilling conclusion. Only the very strategist who originally designed the orthodox annihilation plan could have done something like that. Even while insisting that such a thing should be impossible, he admits that every piece of evidence keeps dragging him back to the same answer. In the end, he says he can no longer arrive at any conclusion other than this one. Tang Wunhui must be that strategist. Clearly irritated, Tang Wunhui shoots back and asks what kind of ridiculous nonsense the man thinks he is saying, but the man suddenly blurts out, "You!" and stares at Tang Wunhui more carefully, before violently declaring that he really is the young Tang Wunhui. Tang Wunhui does not answer right away, and for a brief moment, he only reacts in silence. Seeing that reaction, the enemy curls his lips into a satisfied smirk, as though he has just confirmed his own deduction. Tang Wunhui then admits it almost casually, confirming that the man's guess is correct. Somewhere else entirely, a young woman slowly wakes in a dim, cramped room that looks more like a storage space than a place for people, and as her senses return, she realizes exactly where she is. From the shadows, a figure speaks to her in a low voice, telling her that she has finally woken up. The moment she recognizes him, she stammers out his identity in shock, saying that he is Na Jinbei of the Gold Sword sect. He looks over at her with fake irritation, and lets out a complaint, acting as though her waking up has become some minor inconvenience for him. Then, as he peels away the disguise he had been wearing, it becomes clear that he had still been hiding behind a false appearance the entire time. The captive woman feels a horrifying aura pouring off him, something eerily similar to the presence of a demon-wielding Jiangshi. And in that instant, she realizes she is facing a powerful Jiangshi user. He praises her sharp instincts, saying he expected nothing less from a disciple of Qin Qing. Then he introduces himself in full, revealing that he is the Redbone Terror, the master of Blackbone Ghost Valley. The woman tries to move, but her body will not respond, and with growing terror, she realizes that his sorcery has completely paralyzed her. The Redbone Terror calmly confirms it for her, telling her that this helpless state she is trapped in is the result of his sorcery. As he reaches his hand toward her, she erupts in fury and curses him as a demonic martial artist, while he merely grumbles back in annoyance at how loud she is being. He roughly seizes her by the face and tells her she ought to behave more like the other captive, who has been far quieter. Nearby, Sunyi lies unconscious, and the sight of her like that sends the captured woman into a panic as she cries out Sunyi's name. Watching this, the Redbone Terror remarks that Sunyi has not said a single word since the moment she woke up. Still clutching her by the head, he tilts it in his grip and mockingly asks how comforting that kind of hope must feel. But in the very next moment, his expression shifts as he suddenly senses something from above, just as part of the structure gives a faint, unsettling tremor. He lifts his head toward the ceiling and immediately realizes what it means. The blizzard array outside has been activated. At once, he concludes that Tang Wunhui has come for them and has already begun the rescue. With a cruel little smile, he taunts the captives, asking whether they feel hopeful now that their savior is finally close by. Grinning wider, he tells them that once all of this is over, he will personally turn both of them into live jiangshi. After saying that, he leaves the two women exactly where they are, helpless on the floor of the cramped, cluttered room. Once he is gone, the two women quietly check on one another, asking in shaken voices if the other is still all right. One of them points out that the enemy's security is unbelievably tight, and suspects there are probably even more enemies and hidden formations surrounding them. She adds that the sorcery still has her body locked in place, and worse, the ice poison is steadily spreading deeper through her system. Hearing that, her companion can only mutter under her breath that the situation is looking worse by the minute. With obvious worry, she then asks Tang Kyujin whether she thinks Sumin is safe. Tang Kyujin tries to reassure her, saying Tang Wunhui likely already made sure Sumin would be safe, though even as she says it, the anxiety in her heart has clearly not gone away. In the end, the two decide to do exactly as Tang Wunhui instructed and wait, trusting that there is still a backup plan in place if everything starts falling apart. Back in the heart of the blizzard, the fur-clad enemy finally says the name out loud and acknowledges that the man before him is indeed Yan Wunhui. Tang Wunhui answers with his present identity instead, calmly stating that his name is Tang Wunhui. The enemy stubbornly insists that he is Yan Wunhui, but Tang Wunhui plays dumb and acts as though he has no idea what the man is talking about. With his patience gone, the enemy draws his icy sword and tells Tang Wunhui to stop pretending he does not understand. And he swings, unleashing an enormous slash of freezing sword energy that tears across the storm. Tang Wunhui steadies himself as the frigid wind explodes around them, roaring harder under the force of that attack. Inside his head, Tang Wunhui immediately recognizes the weapon for what it is, the demonic blade known as the life-stealing sword. He remembers it as a treasure of the Northern Sea mythos, forged from countless thousand-year ice crystals and packed with dense, concentrated yin energy. To Tang Wunhui, that does not look like a terrifying demonic weapon at all, but more like a giant lump of miracle medicine, prompting his spirit companion to protest that absolutely nobody else would look at it that way. The enemy goes on to explain that at first he disliked Tang Wunhui for one simple reason alone. He shared the same name as a man he hated. But later, seeing Tang Wunhui's deep knowledge of the divine cult and the way he helped the revered demon god, Mythos made that dislike turn into suspicion. And now that he is standing face to face with him, he says he recognizes all of it. The familiar attitude, the tone of voice, the eyes, the little habits, even the way he walks. Then he screams it again at the top of his lungs, insisting that Tang Wunhui truly is the young Yan Wunhui. Tang Wunhui can only let out a long, annoyed sigh. With a dry joke, he asks whether the man has always been this obsessed with him and says he had no idea it ran this deep. At those words, the enemy's thoughts flash back to someone else, and the hatred in his face instantly grows even darker. Tang Wunhui remarks that he used to think this man wanted him dead only because he had blocked his path to becoming the young leader. Then he mocks him outright, asking whether he still thinks he can become the young leader now, before coldly pointing out that he obviously cannot. That single remark hits like a blade, and the man erupts in furious frustration, cursing back at him. Tang Wunhui looks at him and flatly says that he really has not changed at all. The enemy bursts into manic laughter, shouting that only someone who would say something like that could be Yan Wunhui. And then he starts screaming that name over and over again. Tang Wunhui, completely unimpressed, tells him to stop shouting his name like that because it is starting to get creepy. In response, the enemy lifts the life-stealing sword high into the air and begins drawing out its power to the fullest. The undead-like subordinates immediately react as a strange eldritch energy spills out from their leader's sword and spreads across the battlefield. Under that power, even more ice warriors either materialize out of the storm or rally back into formation around him. Then they all surge toward Tang Wunhui at once, just as the entire battlefield starts to twist and distort around him. The enemy boasts that inside this formation, the warriors of the Northern Sea mythos cannot be defeated. He swears that Tang Wunhui is going to die a miserable, pitiful death inside this blizzard. Tang Wunhui answers coolly that the one who truly understands nothing here is his opponent. He points out that if the man had really deduced his true identity, then he should have known better than to choose this particular array against him. As he says that, dark purple energy suddenly erupts around Tang Wunhui, swirling violently through the storm. The ice warriors look down and notice cracks racing across the frozen ground beneath them. And in shock they realize that the Northern Wind Blizzard prison array itself is collapsing. Standing calmly in the middle of that breaking formation, Tang Wunhui mocks them for ever thinking he would not know how to dismantle something as trivial as this array. He then declares that he has no intention of wasting all the ice crystal energy gathered here, and with that he begins to use the Phantom King Tome, activating the demonic eye's purple veil of oblivion. He seizes that energy and reshapes it into a form that can be used for his own technique. In an instant, he remakes the shattered formation and turns it into his own evil demon hell array. The enemy is left staring in disbelief, shocked that Tang Wunhui did not just destroy their array, but actually rebuilt it into one of his own. Inside the newly formed array, the blizzard suddenly changes from deadly to venomous, and the men caught inside it realize too late what Tang Wunhui has done. As the poison snow tears through the storm, his subordinates start coughing up blood, their bodies buckling as they understand that he has laced the entire blizzard with poison. Their leader's face twists with fury, and he throws his head back as he bellows Tang Wunhui's name once again, his voice cutting through the howling storm. Tang Wunhui clicks his tongue in annoyance, clearly fed up with hearing his name shouted over and over. Then, with a cold little gesture of his hand, he openly beckons his enemy forward and invites him to come fight. One of the subordinates urgently warns that if their young master stays inside this poisoned blizzard any longer, his condition will only get worse. Realizing they have no more time to hesitate, he orders everyone at once to rush Tang Wunhui and bring him down. Tang Wunhui answers that reckless charge with a crushing strike from his fan. The blow lands with brutal force, and several enemies are sent flying backward through the storm like leaves caught in a gale. He coldly calls them fools for coming at him head-on like that. And before their momentum can recover, he cuts them down one after another. Their screams tear through the air as the attack turns into a one-sided slaughter. Tang Wunhui points out the flaw in their style with chilling calm. Their attacks only work when a normal blizzard blinds the battlefield and hides their movements, but inside his array, that advantage has already been completely taken away. Now that the balance has shifted, he says he can see every one of them clearly. With his confidence rising and his killing intent sharpening, he readies what feels like a finishing blow. The enemy's eyes widen in recognition as he senses the power gathering around Tang Wunhui. In shock, he realizes that this energy belongs to the divine sword, Heavenly Demon. Without giving them room to breathe, Tang Wunhui releases a form of Mara Thousand Sword known as Mara Sword Tempest. In an instant, an enormous storm of blades rises up around him, towering over the battlefield like a living disaster. That swirling sword tempest doesn't stay suspended for long. It comes crashing down from above, folding the sky over the enemy ranks beneath a rain of spinning steel. The descending blades rip straight through the Northern Sea Mythos warriors, shredding their formation apart. Bodies are torn open under the storm, and the attack leaves almost nothing untouched. Even their leader cannot escape it. As the strike tears into him, a cry of raw agony bursts out of his throat. The pain is written all over his face. His features contort under the impact, showing just how devastating Tang Wunhui's blow really was. When the sword tempest finally dies down, the snow-covered ground is no longer white. Blood, shattered debris, and wreckage are scattered everywhere, and in the middle of that ruined scene, only the battered leader is left standing. Tang Wunhui stands before him like a nightmare made real, framed by blood-soaked snow and torn bodies. His fan is spread open in his hand, and his eyes glow with an ominous light that makes the whole scene feel even colder. The surviving leader trembles violently, not from fear alone, but from a mix of rage, humiliation, and helpless frustration that he can no longer hide. With a furious roar, he forces himself forward again and throws everything he has into another desperate assault on Tang Wunhui. The two slam into each other head-on, and their weapons crash together with savage force. It is not a cautious exchange at all, but a direct collision meant to overpower the other immediately. Power surges wildly between them at the point of impact, crackling through the storm as neither side gives ground. In the middle of that violent clash, the leader screams Tang Wunhui's name once more. Straining against Tang Wunhui's overwhelming strength, he can barely contain his disbelief. Through clenched teeth, he demands to know how Tang Wunhui managed to recover his internal energy. Tang Wunhui answers without the slightest hesitation. However he recovered, the only thing that matters now is that he is far stronger than the man standing in front of him. Then he proves it immediately. With sheer overwhelming force, Tang Wunhui drives the man backward and blows apart whatever resistance he tries to put up, stepping forward through the raging storm as if it belongs to him. Tang Wunhui throws out a sharp, mocking question. Since they're finally fighting properly face-to-face like this, he asks if that makes his enemy happy now. The leader's face hardens even more at the taunt, and he lets out a furious snarl. Burning with anger, he gathers himself for yet another charge. This time he comes in from above, throwing himself down toward Tang Wunhui for what feels like one last decisive clash. Wrapped in a blazing blue aura, he raises his sword overhead and brings it down with all the force he can muster. Their power collides again in a blinding burst, blades crashing together as the impact sends light and force exploding across the battlefield. Tang Wunhui meets that attack with an icy, unwavering focus. There is no panic in him at all. Only cold intent and absolute control as he counters. At that point, the fight reaches its most brutal peak. The two of them trade savage close-range blows, pressing so tightly against each other that every strike feels instantly lethal. Tang Wenwei's eyes narrow even further, his full attention locked onto the life-and-death struggle in front of him. He is completely immersed in the killing exchange now. Then he bursts forward again with another crushing strike, shouting as he drives the attack harder. Instead of letting the pressure ease, Tang Wenwei pushes in even more fiercely. The battle flares back up without pause as the fur-clad man lunges at his opponent in a blur of speed. His whole body moves with violent intent, as though he means to break through by force alone. The moment the clash begins, he reacts with a mix of shock and anger. Something about the exchange catches him off guard, and the frustration shows instantly on his face. Across from him, his opponent, a younger man dressed in blue, twists his body with practiced precision. In the same flowing motion, he sets up a strike that clearly carries dangerous power behind it. That younger man's blow lands like an explosion. Energy bursts outward on impact as the attack detonates against the older fighter and rocks his entire frame. Then he comes plunging down toward his foe with sword in hand, aiming straight for him from above. Meanwhile, the other side remains eerily calm, readying a weapon that is still sheathed, as if there is no need to rush. The younger man commits fully and dives straight at him, cutting down through the air without hesitation. Below, the older fighter watches and waits, tracking the descent from the ground beneath. The fur-clad man shouts that he will never allow this to happen. And with a violent counter, he slams his opponent straight down into the earth. The younger man is hurled backward with terrifying force and crashes into a huge spike of ice bursting up from the ground. The frozen spear rises like a trap prepared to skewer him in mid-fall. At that exact moment, another fighter enters the exchange using a fan, springing upward and spinning through the air with agile controlled movement. In mid-motion, he snaps his fan with a sharp flick. From that simple gesture, tiny concealed weapons spill out and scatter into the battlefield. The fur-clad man notices it at once, and alarm flashes across his face. He realizes the fan user is showering him from above with a rain of hidden weapons. He immediately surges forward and starts batting the incoming projectiles aside with rapid, frantic movements. His body becomes a blur as he tries to deflect everything before it reaches him. But even with that effort, not all of them are stopped. Several thin needles punch into his body, and streaks of blood spill across his torso where they pierce through. Though he stays on his feet, the damage is obvious. He staggers, his body wavering, and a pained growl escapes him as he tries to endure it. Then he feels something worse spreading through the wounds. Realizing the effect is moving through his body, he glares at his enemy and accuses him of coating those weapons in poison. The fan wielder answers with a smug, needling tone, asking how a technique called soul-shattering sand tastes. And even while mocking him, he keeps pressing the attack without easing up. Purple energy and countless projectiles begin to whirl around them in a violent storm, turning the whole clash into a chaotic vortex. Yet even as he attacks, the fan user grows frustrated and wonders why this still is not enough to win. Inwardly, he cannot accept what is happening. By all logic, his martial arts should be far superior, so he questions again and again why he still cannot defeat the opponent standing in front of him. Inside that violent whirl of energy, the younger man suddenly curls his lips into a calm, confident grin. That smile appears so unexpectedly in the middle of the chaos that it visibly startles the enemy facing him. Watching that reaction, the fan wielder grows even more irritated. He becomes convinced the other man is looking down on him, and the thought of being measured against masters from the past only makes that resentment burn hotter. In his mind, the insult becomes clearer and clearer. He assumes his opponent sees him as sluggish, as someone who has barely stepped into the early supreme peak, and that humiliating assumption sends his anger surging. Unable to hold it in any longer, he explodes forward in rage. As he charges, he shouts that the other man must not even see him as a worthy opponent. The fur-clad fighter answers by drawing out an icy sword, and the weapon immediately changes the atmosphere around him. Its blade is wrapped in dense crystalline frost, gleaming with a freezing power that looks dangerous even at a glance. With a roar, he kicks off the ground and throws himself straight at the younger man. The frozen sword leads the charge, cutting through the air like a streak of winter itself. His face twists violently with fury as the cold power around the blade swells and surges. That frozen energy only drives his attack harder, making the strike feel even heavier and more lethal. Then the blow lands. Blood bursts into the air as the icy sword rips into the fan wielder and tears through him with brutal force. The fan user's eyes widen at once, and a shocked gasp escapes him. For a brief moment, he cannot seem to believe that he was actually hit. The instant their exchange reaches its peak, the collision erupts into a blinding sphere of light. It blooms between them so suddenly that it swallows both figures in a dazzling flash. From the heart of that explosion, a massive wave of icy power blasts outward. The freezing force spreads in all directions like a shockwave tearing open the battlefield. Ice fragments, shattered debris, and loose wreckage are hurled violently through the storm. Everything around them is whipped into the air as the raging blizzard grows even more chaotic. Amid that violent aftermath, the icy sword is flung free and spins wildly through the air. The weapon whirls end over end, thrown away by the force of the clash. A moment later, the sword slams into the ground. On impact, it releases yet another surge of freezing energy, sending cold power bursting outward from where it struck. The younger man steadies himself and regains his composure almost immediately. Then, in a calm voice, he asks if his enemy finally understands why he did not wear the evil ghost war robe from the very beginning. A faint smile settles on his face as he continues speaking. He remarks that it would probably take the other man quite a while longer to fully understand why he made that choice. The fur-clad fighter staggers back, blood pouring heavily from his wounds. Reeling from the exchange, he coughs and struggles to process what just happened to him. Then the realization starts to hit him. He understands that his opponent intentionally baited him into unleashing a large-scale attack, and he cannot help but question what the real purpose behind that trap was. The younger man gives him that much credit, acknowledging that at least he understood that part. As he says it, a darker, more ominous energy begins to gather around his weapon. Even in that battered state, the fur-clad warrior throws himself forward once more. He charges in like a beast in a frenzy, with ice power raging around him in violent waves. The younger man explains the next layer of his deception with chilling calm. He says he deliberately made his enemy believe that the speed he had shown earlier was already his limit. Then he moves. In one brutal passing strike, he cuts across the fur-clad man and leaves him drenched in fresh blood before the other can properly react. Without easing the pressure, the younger man coldly remarks that his opponent became arrogant the moment he reached the early supreme peak. Worse than that, he even let his guard down. Now finally cloaked in the evil ghost war robe, he points out the obvious mistake. The moment the other man noticed the robe was missing, he should have remained cautious instead of growing careless. The wounded fighter stares at him, and recognition crashes over him all at once. Trembling where he stands, he realizes that the man before him is the young heavenly demon. As that truth sinks in, the fur-clad man's thoughts race back to how he even reached the early supreme peak in the first place. He remembers that it was only possible because of outside help. That memory only deepens his confusion. In his mind, his opponent should be weaker than he was 6 years ago, and should even be standing at a lower realm, so he cannot understand why he is still the one being overwhelmed. The question keeps pounding through his head as his body fails him. After everything he has endured, and everything he has risked, he cannot understand why defeat still keeps finding him. His thoughts grow darker and more desperate. As chained figures drift through his mind, he wonders whether defeat is truly something he can never escape. That desperate thought continues to echo inside him. He clings to the idea that he does not want to lose, even as the vision in his mind begins to crack and splinter apart. Then, all at once, he recognizes that terrifying presence again. The memory of the one he once feared rises before him so vividly that it sends a chill through him even now. At that moment, the ice poison running through his body violently erupts. The agony tears out of him in a scream as the hidden damage finally bursts to the surface. Elsewhere, a woman dressed in white pauses and senses a change in the atmosphere. She realizes that the demonic martial artists standing guard have finally begun to move. Above a tall pagoda, she hears the sharp cry of the anomaly bird. Lifting her gaze toward the sound, she concludes that the target has to be inside that structure. She gives a quiet, almost ironic thought to the situation. For someone from a Buddhist sect, receiving a signal from an anomaly bird feels strangely fitting, and with that thought she steels herself to act. As she recalls the plan, her role becomes clear in her mind. The Righteous Wind Squad is supposed to engage the bulk of the enemy forces. While she handles the guards here, and as she looks ahead, she spots 3 Northern Sea Mythos warriors in her path. The guards notice the anomaly bird overhead and instinctively begin to tense up. But just as they start raising their guard, she moves first and launches her ambush before they can properly respond. She closes the distance in an instant and strikes the first guard with a sudden palm attack. The blow comes so fast and so cleanly that it leaves the others visibly shocked. The remaining guards immediately realize they have been ambushed. At the same time, they identify the energy behind the attack as belonging to a Buddhist sect. Standing over the first man she dropped, the woman in white speaks with calm precision. She notes that one enemy has already been taken care of. Without wasting another breath, she clashes with the next guard. As their weapons and movements meet, she states that there are still 2 left to deal with. She completely overwhelms the next man in a direct sword struggle. Her pressure crushes through his defense so hard that he cries out under the force of it. At the same time, the last Northern Sea Mythos warrior slips into motion. He circles behind her, preparing to strike from her blind side. Before he can capitalize on that opening, the allied bird swoops past him in a blur. Its attack wounds him just enough to disrupt his move and creates the opening she needs. The man spits out a curse at her, clearly stunned by what he is facing. She answers with cool composure, remarking that such foul language sounds exactly like something a demonic martial artist would say. She smashes his blade violently offline, knocking it aside with force. The impact makes him grunt in pain as his stance breaks. Then her expression shifts slightly. sensing another presence approaching. She says she knew this timing would eventually come. The next instant she is struck. Pain rips out of her in a sharp cry as the sudden blow lands before she can fully turn. A higher-ranking demonic leader steps forward into view. Looking at her with cold confidence, he asks whether she really came here alone. Now surrounded by that superior figure and the additional warriors with him, she finds herself boxed in from all sides, and with open contempt, they tell her that she has gravely underestimated them. Breathing hard, she steadies herself and quickly reads the battlefield again. In that brief moment, she realizes the situation around her has already turned far uglier than the plan was supposed to allow. With her sword gripped tightly in hand, she forces herself to stay composed. Even she has to admit that this fight is not unfolding nearly as smoothly as she had hoped. Facing 3 armed men at once, she hears that same question thrown at her again. They press her once more, asking whether she really came here alone. Their commander lifts a bell into view, holding it where she cannot ignore it. Then, in a cold voice, he repeats that she has gravely underestimated them. The man rings the bell, and the moment it sounds, he begins invoking a sorcerous art. Strange glowing runes spiral up around him in widening circles as the spell takes shape. She immediately reacts, her eyes widening as that eerie power rushes over her. The spell's energy closes in around her so quickly that alarm flashes across her face. Instead of yielding, she lets out a fierce cry and releases her own power in response. Her energy surges outward as she fights back against the bell's magic with everything she has. The sorcerer clicks his tongue in irritation when he sees the result. He notes that, just as expected, the bell's spell is not working properly on someone from the Buddhist side. Even while resisting that sorcery, she keeps exchanging blows with the other warriors around her. Gritting her teeth through the pressure, she refuses to stop moving. Her mind races as she fights. She realizes anti-demonic energy alone will not be enough to defeat all of them, and for a split second, she wonders what her next move should be. One of her opponents almost sounds impressed as he keeps attacking. Even while trying to cut her down, he compliments how solid her defense is. Then something about their movements catches her off guard. Their techniques feel strangely familiar to her, and she cannot help questioning why that is. A beat later, it clicks. She realizes they are using the same martial arts Tang Wunhui once showed her, and that makes her suspect he prepared them for a battle exactly like this. That realization drags up the memory of his brutal training. Thinking back on it, she bitterly concludes that the Tang clan's people really are wicked in the way they force others to improve. Frustration bursts out of her as she yells that this is far too much. Even so, she swings in a wide arc and cuts down more enemies in one sweeping motion. One surviving demonic warrior curses at her while raising his sword again. Above them, the bird continues circling through the air, watching for an opening. The next instant, that bird dives. It crashes down on him with a violent vortex of force and crushes him under the descending energy. Seeing the creature clearly at last, the sorcerer reacts at once. He recognizes it as the Gudiao he had been searching for. He wastes no time and rings the bell again. This time, the controlling spell thickens and tightens around the Gudiao with far greater force. The Gudiao lets out a piercing shriek as glowing runes coil around its body. The spell visibly constricts it in midair, like invisible chains snapping shut. Under that crushing force, the bird is violently driven down. It slams into the ground with brutal impact, pinned there by the sorcery. The moment she sees it fall, she recognizes exactly whose creature it is. That downed Gudiao belongs to Tang Wunhui. The sorcerer turns his attention back to her and makes his next intention clear. Deciding he will deal with her too, he prepares another attack. Inside a building elsewhere, a bound girl feels the vibrations of battle carrying through the structure. Her first thought is immediate and hopeful as she wonders whether Tang Wunhui has finally arrived. But then she pauses and narrows her focus. The sword aura she senses does not belong to Tang Wunhui at all. It belongs to Suman instead. Another captive reacts the moment she hears that Suman is here and immediately asks about Tang Wunhui. The first girl explains that she can faintly pick up his sword scent somewhere far off, but he himself is not actually here. That makes her think harder about the strange presence around them. She deduces that something abnormal is involved and that the lingering odd scent must be coming from the bird that arrived with them. Closing her eyes to concentrate, she sorts through the scents in the air one by one. She says she can faintly detect Tang Wunhui and some members of the Righteous Wind Squad at a distance, but aside from that, there are no other allies nearby. Her companion quickly understands what that means. Realizing Suman is effectively out there alone with only the bird to assist her, she looks to the first girl, who quietly confirms it. The two of them rise despite their worry. What troubles them most is the fact that Suman still has not fully recovered her strength yet. Out on the battlefield, Suman makes a dangerous choice. She invokes Spectral Streak and calls out to a terrifying spirit. Something answers. A massive ghostly presence appears above her and looms there, enormous and unnatural, as if the air itself has opened to let it through. Suman remains unnervingly calm in front of that thing. She offers her body to the specter and directly asks whether it can take control of her if she does. The spirit bursts into laughter at how reckless that proposal is. Then it demands a real answer from her, asking flatly whether she has gone insane. In the end, it admits that yes, it can do exactly that. It says it could easily ignore both sorceries and ice poison, though her body would be left ruined once it was all over. Sumin answers without hesitation. She says that as long as she can save Sumin and Sunyi, what happens to her body afterward does not matter at all. That answer catches even the spirit off guard. For a moment, it is genuinely surprised by how absolute her resolve is. Then its mood changes completely. Thrilled by the chance to fight, the specter accepts her offer and fully merges with her body. The possession takes hold at once. Sumin's eyes begin to glow, and spectral flames rise from her head like a ghostly crown. Blue spiritual energy erupts all around her body in a violent rush. The sudden transformation is so intense that the friend watching her cannot hide her shock. Now, speaking through her body, the spirit stretches as though testing new limbs. It cackles in delight, openly saying how good this feels, with horn-like shapes forming and her eyes blazing unnaturally bright. The possessed Sumin grins. In that eerie state, he says he can never truly understand this girl. He clicks his tongue and complains that the Liv Jiangxi should have confiscated their weapons first. Mocking whoever left them close by, he reaches out and grabs a ghostly sword. Then he hoists one unconscious girl over his shoulder, as easily as if she weighs nothing. With obvious satisfaction, he remarks that he has retrieved the promised child. After that, he turns to the remaining girl and asks her a very simple question. He wants to know where the strongest person in the area is. She points him in a specific direction, and that is all he needs. The possessed figure accepts the answer eagerly, already ready to move. Wrapped in swirling blue energy, he launches himself forward. In a streak of power, he charges off to attack. Back outside, the bell-wielding sorcerer suddenly feels a monstrous surge of power approaching. The change is so abrupt that he reacts in immediate alarm. When he sees that incoming force with his own eyes, his expression shifts into outright shock. He cannot even tell what it is at first, only that something terrifying is rushing straight toward him. A devastating blade of blue light tears through the storm and carves straight at him. It cuts forward with overwhelming force, turning the entire scene into a path of destruction. Possessed Sumin comes crashing down with crushing force, hitting like a boulder dropped from above, and all the while she's laughing in that unhinged, manic way that makes the whole scene feel even more dangerous. Outside the clash, Sunyi lifts her head with a bright, relieved look on her face and happily calls out to Sumin, clearly thinking she's about to hear from her normally. But that relief vanishes in an instant, when Sunyi suddenly sees Sumin's body flung straight through the air toward her, and she panics, shouting Sumin's name at the top of her lungs. Sunyi lunges forward and catches Sumin's limp body in both arms, the two of them sliding backward across the ground from the sheer force of the impact. Holding her close, Sunyi hurriedly asks if Sumin is all right, then desperately pleads with her to release the sorcerer's restraints that are still binding everyone around them. Even with the situation this dire, Sunyi can't help complaining under her breath. Yet her hands stay steady as she calmly begins unraveling the sorcery one layer at a time. At the same moment, possessed Sumin hurls herself right back at the sorcerer, diving in without a shred of hesitation and laughing wildly as she closes the distance. The sorcerer barely manages to block the attack, and in that instant his face twists in horror as he realizes what he's dealing with, that she's become the host of a soul streak, and now that terrifying existence has turned against them. Sumin snaps back at him to shut up, then follows it with a savage kick that slams into him hard enough to brutally smash him away. Not far away, another demonic warrior shouts a curse at her from the middle of the chaos, his voice cutting through the frantic noise of the continuing battle. Sunyi moves at the same time as an ally beside her, their sword lights crossing in a sharp flash before the two of them slice that warrior down together in one clean joint strike. With the wounded sorcerer reeling, all three allies rush him from different angles at once, converging on him in a clear attempt to end the fight right there. Their blades tear into him again and again, carving him up in rapid succession, as he screams out furious insults and blood bursts from the wounds. Still refusing to drop, he lashes out with a bloody, desperate counterattack, and the force of that last-ditch strike knocks some of them backward. As the sorcerer stumbles away in bad shape, Sunyi grits her teeth and thinks they have to keep as many people alive as they can, because Gu Minchi has probably already killed the son by now. Before he can recover, Gu Diao screeches and slams into him again, raking into him with enough force to leave his injuries even worse than before. He crashes hard onto the ground, then looks up in pure rage and screams at the bird in furious disbelief. Without giving him any room to breathe, the three warriors surround him once more, closing in from every side for another tightly coordinated assault. This time their combined strike rips straight through him, and the blow is so severe that blood gushes out of his mouth on the spot. The impact doesn't just wound him, it detonates into a towering pillar of ice and snow that erupts upward and swallows the battlefield in a frozen blast. Back at the earlier clash, Tang Wunhui is caught by that icy explosion as it surges across the field and blasts into him from the side. Through the whiteout, he suddenly spots his berserk opponent barreling straight at him, charging through the blizzard without slowing down at all. The ice-armored Jiangshi lets out a monstrous roar. Blue flames writhing around his body, as if the cold itself has come alive and wrapped him in fury. Seeing that, Tang Wunhui grimly admits to himself that the attack he launched earlier has been completely neutralized. The Jiangshi then swings a gigantic ice-covered fist at him, putting his full murderous force behind the blow as it comes crashing down. Tang Wunhui meets that strike head-on, but even he can't hide the shock in his widened eyes as the collision lands. The moment their power clashes, a massive column of energy erupts upward into the sky, blasting through the storm above them. His ghostly companions immediately call out, asking if Tang Wunhui is all right, and he answers honestly that he never expected things to develop like this. As he watches the rampaging Jiangshi tear forward, Tang Wunhui notes with a bitter kind of amazement that the man is actually fighting better now that he's lost his mind. Without wasting another heartbeat, he activates Shadow Shroud Step and vanishes into the blinding storm as if the snow itself swallowed him whole. The Jiangshi narrows his thoughts on Tang Wunhui and finally realizes why this young man was able to keep pace with Gu Minche in the first place. He comes to the conclusion that Tang Wunhui managed it because he could read Gu Minche's Northern Sea mythos techniques with unusual ease, predicting his movements ahead of time even while fighting from a lower realm. But there's a catch, the narrator points out. Just as the crazed opponent screams in pain in the middle of the violent clash, watching the black-clad fighter in his berserk state, the narrator explains that his attacks have now grown wildly erratic and impulsive, making them harder to read in any normal way. Tang Wunhui clicks his tongue to himself, thinking he burned through too much power using Sword Tempest Mara, and grumbles that this fight is turning out to be far tougher than he expected. Even so, wrapped in dark energy, and wearing a vicious grin, the hooded young man surges forward again. He tears across the snow-covered battlefield at full speed, racing straight toward his distant, roaring enemy through the raging storm. The enemy answers immediately, charging at him as well, and the two of them rush headlong toward each other through the blizzard like colliding disasters. When they meet, the exchange explodes with violence, and the enemy is blasted away screaming as fire, shattered ice, and debris erupt around him. Nearby, the icy life-stealing sword stands buried in the ground, cold energy pouring off it and frosting the air around the blade. Tang Wunhui reaches out and seizes the life-stealing sword, gripping it firmly as he prepares to launch an even stronger attack. Then he rockets forward in a perfectly straight line, using tremendous force to propel himself ahead like a launched spear. As he catches a brief breath in the middle of it all, he says that he deliberately chose to fight this one carefully instead of recklessly. With a vast sorcerous vortex swirling around him, Tang Wunhui rises above his foe and begins invoking a powerful technique from overhead. Realizing he has no better option left, he crushes the ice fragments in his hands and forces out even more power. Ice shards whirl around him in every direction, while he lowers himself into a crouch inside a spiraling magic circle that turns beneath him. Between his hands, frigid power gathers and tightens as he carefully guides the life-stealing energy, controlling that dangerous force with deliberate precision. One of his spirit companions anxiously asks if he truly intends to use life-stealing in place of miracle medicine, and Tang Wunhui answers without wavering that he already said he was going to do exactly that. Bathed in light, the spirit lets out a regretful comment that it's a real shame to burn through such an excellent weapon in a single use, but still says this was the right decision. Still hidden behind his mask and wrapped in a purple aura, Tang Wunhui coldly states that the strength he recovered from it still isn't enough, and before he can fully settle, his feral enemy, his whole body wrapped in blue, freezing chi, comes diving at him once again with savage force. The pale, white-skinned monster throws its head back and howls, and as it does, its body visibly swells with even more rage, more pressure, and a thicker flood of freezing power. Watching that terrifying surge, Tang Wunhui realizes that merely restoring the internal energy he lost is not going to be enough to win this fight. His spirits immediately understand what he's trying to do, and their faces turn grim with horror. They warn him that trying to cultivate chi in the middle of a battle is complete madness, and that forcing it like this could easily end in blocked chi. Tang Wunhui answers without hesitation, saying that kind of risk only applies if he were using the ordinary method. Before the spirits can say more, the rampaging foe erupts with a fresh burst of blue energy and lunges straight at him again. The next collision lands with monstrous force, and the ground below them explodes apart under the combined impact of sheer power and freezing ice. They crash into each other once more, this time with blue and purple energy twisting together in midair like two currents trying to tear the other apart. The spirits stare in stunned disbelief as they recognize what's happening. Tang Wunhui is actually cultivating chi while fighting, and from the look of it, they suspect he's drawing on something like Wudang's dual internal energy art. Meanwhile, the crazed monster refuses to slow down for even a second and keeps charging wildly across the battlefield in a relentless rush. Tang Wunhui slips through the attacks by a hair, weaving inside a shifting lattice of light and shadow while deadly blows flash past his body. As he moves, he raises two glowing fingers, gathering sorcerous power at their tips with sharp, deliberate focus. A luminous purple chain snaps out from him and slams straight into the monster's face, knocking the huge body backward with a violent jolt. He doesn't stop there. In the next motion, Tang Wunhui wraps that glowing chain around the foe and binds the raging body in place. The spirits can only stare at those shining restraints and wonder aloud if he's actually using sorcery right now. Then the full picture hits them, and they're left in awe. Tang Wunhui is using martial arts, qi cultivation, and sorcery all at the same time. In his past life, Yan Wunhui practiced only sorcery, and because of the succession struggles back then, he had refined a method specifically meant to trigger sorcery faster. It then explains the dual internal energy art of Wudang as a technique that splits the user's personality into separate tracks, allowing two lines of thought to run in parallel. That doubles the speed of thought, but it also places crushing strain on the upper dantian, and if misused, it can inflict severe damage. But because Tang Wunhui's upper dantian was abnormally large to begin with, he believed he could endure more than just twice that burden. By repeatedly stacking the dual internal energy art on top of itself, he theorized that he could divide his mind again and again into multiple parts. In doing so, he could gain control over several separate thought processes at once and achieve genuine parallel cognition. He gave that evolved technique a name of his own, the divided mind art, and now, while using it in real combat, Tang Wunhui hangs above his enemy as a storm of purple chains churns all around him. The spirits can hardly believe it, marveling at how powerful his upper dantian still is, even though he hasn't fully recovered the strength he once had in his past life. Tang Wunhui calmly judges that victory is only a matter of time now, so he focuses on one thing: dodging efficiently while maximizing how much energy he can absorb, and minimizing how much he spends on healing. As he reflects inwardly, he realizes the life-stealing sword contains an enormous reserve of cold qi, but that same abundance makes it extremely difficult to digest and control. Then his eyes shift back to the foe in front of him, and he realizes that this enemy is actually the perfect model for learning how to handle cold qi properly. The maddened beast is attacking by pouring out raw cold qi with every movement, and Tang Wunhui sees that as the perfect living textbook to study. The monster roars furiously as the purple chains grinding against its body collide head-on with the blue energy pouring off its flesh. It screams in agony, and the cold flames around it flare even more violently, rising higher as the torment worsens. Tang Wunhui taunts the creature instead of backing off, telling it to show him every martial art it knows. In his mind, he resolves to divide his thoughts even further, so that some parts of his mind can focus entirely on analyzing the enemy's movements. With those extra streams of thought, he plans to take the enemy's cold qi techniques apart, reshape them and adapt them into a form that suits his own body and style. The monster gives another savage lunge, gathering itself for yet another devastating attack. A huge shockwave bursts out across the snow the instant their powers meet again in another violent collision. The white-skinned foe keeps pressing forward without pause, swinging and kicking with limbs infused from end to end with cold qi. He charges again immediately, and every step he takes cracks and shatters the battlefield underfoot. Tang Wunhui suddenly plants his hand against the ground and releases another wave of power through the frozen terrain. His palm shines, and from that point of contact, dark energy spreads outward in widening ripples. A spiraling purple vortex rises from that power, dragging the enemy toward him and forcing a startled cry out of the monster. At the same time, Tang Wunhui tightens the glowing chain wrapped in his hand, clearly preparing to follow up with another decisive strike. The chain lashes forward again and pierces the enemy once more while dark tendrils writhe and dance around both of them. The monster bellows in fury, blood spraying out as the sorcery rips deeper into its body. Tang Wunhui steps forward without the slightest hesitation, closing in on the wounded foe with firm, decisive intent. As he advances, he remarks that he's finally starting to understand how to deal with the cold qi now coursing through him. Inside his body, that cold energy begins to condense, compressing into a bright sphere of concentrated power. The spirits cry out in shock, realizing he's gathering energy at an unbelievable speed, and they can't help wondering if he truly succeeded in cultivating qi in the middle of battle. Tang Wunhui reaches a conclusion. He has to adapt Gu Minche's method of handling cold qi into something that fits his own style, and then absorb the Venom Dragon cultivation through the Black Dragon Qi arts. Once the Black Dragon Qi arts evolve further, they become the Black Dragon cultivation technique. It adds that as this evolved method strengthens the central dantian, it will also reinforce his upper dantian at the same time. Dark phantom beasts begin swirling around Tang Wunhui as his aura surges higher and higher, climbing to an entirely new level. Then purple energy like jagged lightning erupts upward from his body, announcing the release of an overwhelming aura that floods the battlefield. His eyes flare with an eerie, burning light, making it obvious that the transformation has fully started to take hold inside him. In the next instant, his whole appearance changes. His hair turns pure white, dark demonic markings spread across him, and an overwhelming power begins pouring off his body. The spirits burst into excited chatter, immediately pointing out that his hair now looks just like it did in his past life as Yan Wunhui. But that excitement quickly turns to shock when they feel the spectral energy and demonic chi rolling off him in waves. At the same time, they sense an even heavier presence pressing down from all sides. The crushing aura now wrapped around his transformed body is almost unbearable. One of the spirits, stunned by what it is seeing, identifies him as nothing less than an incarnation of Mara. Even the crazed enemy, who had been raging a moment ago, visibly falters and lets out a frightened cry at the sight of this new form. Tang Wunhui slowly descends, his demonic aura rising around him like a towering shadow, while the enemy can only stare upward in raw terror. Without hesitation, he spreads open his bladed fan again, calmly preparing another strike meant to kill. Then, with one sweeping motion, he sends a slash of purple light ripping through the air straight at his foe. The attack lands cleanly, exploding against the monster's body, and wrenching out a desperate, agonized scream. Tang Wunhui does not stop there. He presses the attack at once, unleashing crossing beams of energy that slice into the enemy and tear it apart piece by piece. A follow-up slash carves an enormous arc across the battlefield, carrying enough force to bring the attack sequence to its brutal conclusion. Purple lights keep crossing over one another again and again, weaving together into a glowing lattice that seals the opponent inside. Trapped in that bright geometric prison, the monster thrashes and screams in rising panic. Realizing there is nowhere left to run, Tang Wunhui tightens his control over the construct even further, focusing completely on ending the fight once and for all. A heartbeat later, the entire prison erupts in a violent detonation of purple energy. The monster lets out a final shriek as the blast overwhelms its body and tears it apart until it begins to disintegrate. When the blinding light finally dies down, only a lone figure is left standing in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by fading energy. The enemy, now blackened and half destroyed, collapses to the ground, so ruined that it can barely even groan. Standing over the fallen body, Tang Wunhui speaks with chilling calm and thanks the man for the valuable lesson he provided. Then his tone turns even colder, as he declares that now, at last, it is time for the enemy to die. He delivers one final blow, blasting the monster's head apart and ending the fight in absolute, unmistakable fashion. Blood and shattered fragments rain down from above, and in the middle of that grisly storm, the transformed Tang Wunhui slowly lifts his gaze. The spirits praise him in amazement, saying that defeating a supreme peak-level foe in the middle of such chaos is unbelievable, and that his growth is truly extraordinary. Tang Wunhui brushes the praise aside and says he still needs to go back and re-examine the black dragon arts he altered so hastily. He reflects that even though he himself has not yet reached supreme peak, he absorbed extreme power through life-stealing and can now briefly make use of the divided mind art. The spirits remark that the dead man had once been one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path and call his end pitiful. But Tang Wunhui flatly says the man brought that fate upon himself. Looking down at the dead elder, he quietly thinks that the man relied too much on the strength of his organization instead of his own. If he had climbed to supreme peak by his own power alone, he would not have died like this. Even so, Tang Wunhui does not deny the truth. Whatever his flaws, the fallen enemy was still a formidable opponent. As the demonic aura starts fading from around him, he reminds himself that there is no time to waste because he still has to hurry and heal Sumin and Tang Kyujin. His eye flashes once more as he pulls his consciousness back, withdrawing from that state empowered by his past life. In a hidden inner realm filled with purple light, he stands surrounded by swirling demonic shadows and floating runes that drift all around him. Then the sound of footsteps echoes over stone, and that strange inner world begins to break apart and dissolve. Back outside in the courtyard, one of the other disciples notices Sumin standing there and staring up at the bizarre sky overhead. She is startled when Tang Wunhui suddenly appears and immediately asks, in shock, where he came from. He tells her that he broke through the enemy's array and ended up emerging near their position. After that, he notices the body lying at her feet and asks about it, and she explains that the corpse belongs to an elder of Black Bone Ghost Valley. Tang Wunhui studies the corpse and the bell lying beside it, then concludes that this must be the feared Red Bone Terror, and from the look of the body, the man died carrying intense resentment. Seeing the many slash wounds across the corpse, he figures out that the elder must have fought all 3 women together, and that his own Jiangxi defenses ended up turning against him. Tang Wunhui praises the women for what they accomplished, but they answer modestly, saying they only fulfilled their duty, even if the fight had been a difficult one. Then one of the sisters suddenly notices that her sibling is nowhere to be seen and blurts out in confusion, wondering where she went. Tang Wunhui calmly points her out, revealing the girl peeking timidly from behind a nearby wall. He walks over toward her, and asks why she is crouched there in fear instead of coming out. Panicking, she screams that the Demon King is going to eat her, leaving Tang Wunhui staring at her in complete confusion. At that moment, a tiny blue flame spirit suddenly pops out and lands on top of her head, sounding relieved to finally be back outside. The girl goes stiff the instant the spirit leaves her body, while Tang Wunhui watches the whole thing with clear surprise. When he calls her name, she hurriedly forces out a laugh and insists that nothing is wrong. Still wearing that awkward, strained smile, she quickly asks if the fighting is really over now. Tang Wunhui answers that he has already defeated the enemy leader. Tang Wunhui doesn't relax yet. He lifts his eyes toward the rooftops and points out that even if the leader is dead, the man's underlings are still up there waiting in the shadows. The enraged Jiangxi crouched along the eaves immediately snarl back, demanding to know how he dared to kill their elder right in front of them. One of his allies looks around at the sheer number of enemies still surrounding them and, clearly overwhelmed, asks Tang Wunhui what they are supposed to do now. Tang Wunhui simply smiles, completely unshaken, and starts to give his answer, as if the situation is already under control. Before the enemies can even react to that smile, hidden allies suddenly reveal themselves and stab one of the cloaked figures straight through from behind. At the same time, blazing sword lights flash across the rooftops like streaks of fire, cutting down several enemies in a single sweep. More of the cloaked attackers are split apart by the surprise assault, dying before they can even gather themselves enough to fight back. The slaughter only keeps going, with heads and bodies being sliced apart one after another in a rapid, merciless chain of strikes. Below, the women can only watch in stunned amazement, their eyes fixed on the devastating support raining down from above. Then reinforcements from the Tang side drop into the courtyard around Tang Wunhui, landing in fighting stances and ready to engage at once. Their vice branch clan head rushes straight over to him and urgently asks whether he is hurt anywhere. Tang Wunhui answers with a joke instead, asking what could possibly have taken them so long to finally show up. The vice head quickly explains that Tang Wunhui himself had ordered them not to enter the array, so they stayed outside, waited for the right moment, and attacked the enemy from the rear. Tang Wunhui shoots back that they still could have helped rescue his sister, but the vice head insists they had been watching her situation carefully as well. He goes on to say that the women never actually seemed to be in immediate danger, and if anything, hearing Redbone Terror screaming the whole time had reassured him that things were going their way. The three women, shown in a light chibi moment, laugh awkwardly and admit with embarrassed smiles that the fight really did get a little too wild. After that brief exchange, the vice head looks back toward Tang Wunhui and asks if everything has truly ended without further trouble. Tang Wunhui answers with complete confidence that yes, it has. He starts to say something about the enemy's corpse, but the words stop halfway out of his mouth the instant he senses something deeply wrong. His eyes widen at once, alarm flashing across his face as a sudden ominous presence presses down over the area. He turns and sees a tall figure wrapped in bandages, dressed in white robes, standing calmly among the scattered limbs and wreckage. For a moment, it feels as if time itself has frozen. The newcomer stands atop a field of crystalline ice, with several people trapped inside it like insects sealed in glass. Tang Wunhui and the others are shown encased in ice, a terrifying image that makes the newcomer's overwhelming power instantly clear. Then Tang Wunhui snaps back to the present and stares ahead in open shock, finally realizing that the true threat has only just appeared. All around him, the allied warriors suddenly crumple, stumble, or clutch at their heads as that chilling aura washes over the courtyard. The women struggle just to remain standing, shaken and confused as they ask, what in the world just hit them? Tang Wunhui realizes with a jolt that merely sensing the newcomer's extreme cold is enough to make it feel as though he could be frozen to death on the spot. The man's identity is finally clear. Gu Raxiong, leader of the Northern Sea mythos, the feared Northern Sea Blade Demon. The vice head immediately understands how dangerous this is and urgently orders the Righteous Wind Squad to form their 7th formation. Tang warriors break into a sprint through the compound at once, moving with desperate speed as the crisis suddenly deepens. One subordinate shouts for the Vice Branch clan head to retreat back home while the rest of them stay behind to delay the enemy for as long as they can. The eerie elder speaks in a calm, almost sorrowful tone, lamenting the cruelty of war while insisting that the soldiers should at least help a parent recover the corpse of his child. Before the charging Tang men can do anything meaningful, they are struck down mid-rush and cry out in pain as they fall. The spirits around Tang Wunhui remark in alarm that the enemy's yin energy has risen until it rivals that of a top 10 martial master. They suspect outside assistance and realize he can now even perceive celestial orbits. At that moment, Tang Wunhui understands the ugly truth. Gu Minkei was only bait, and his father never truly cared whether he lived or died. He condemns that cruelty outright, furious that a father would let his own son die even though he had been close enough to save him. Tang Wunhui then pieces the rest together and concludes that the enemy's real goal was to probe the Tang clan's defenses and measure how much they knew before making a move against Tang Munhyuk. He identifies the attacker without doubt as Gu Raxiong, the leader of the Northern Sea mythos, and judges the man to be utterly insane. A blurred figure suddenly bursts forward with terrifying speed, crossing the distance so fast it is almost impossible to follow. The Tang vice head recoils in shock as Gu Roxiong appears right in front of them in an instant. As though he had simply skipped the space between. Driven by desperation, the vice head throws a punch at him anyway. Someone immediately shouts for him to stop before the strike can go any further. The man who was just spared says out loud that Gu Roxiong clearly let him live on purpose, so no one should do anything foolish enough to provoke him further. Gu Roxiong then turns his attention to Tang Wunhui and addresses him directly, calling him the young leader of the Old Tempest Squad and the Nine Dragons branch. Tang Wunhui responds with formal composure, introducing himself as Tang Wunhui, heir to the Nine Dragons branch clan, and offering a polite greeting to the leader of the Northern Sea mythos. Gu Roxiong studies him in silence for a moment, then coldly accuses him of being deceitful. He goes on to dissect Tang Wunhui's temperament, saying that he looks calm on the surface while raging underneath, which prompts Tang Wunhui to ask whether they have met before. Tang Wunhui answers that this is their first meeting. So Gu Roxiong asks why he harbors such resentment toward him, and Tang Wunhui simply replies that he is a member of the Tang clan. He explains that any Tang would naturally feel anger when an outsider like Gu Roxiong barges into their territory without permission. Gu Roxiong dismisses that answer at once, saying the emotion he sees in Tang Wunhui is far too savage and far too raw to be explained by ordinary clan anger alone. Gu Roxiong looks at Tang Wunhui with a mocking smile, and casually asks whether he perhaps slaughtered his family to earn that level of hatred. Inside, Tang Wunhui rejects the question immediately. A man who can treat even his own son like a throwaway tool could never understand where this hatred truly comes from. As thoughts of his missing master, the betrayal within the heavenly demon divine cult, and the followers who were butchered flash through his mind, Tang Wunhui admits to himself that he wants nothing more than to tear Gu Roxiong apart. Even so, he forces that fury back down and endures it, because there are still followers he has to save, and he cannot afford to lose himself here. Outwardly, however, he answers in a calm voice that he has not killed Gu Roxiong yet, though he makes no promise about what may happen in the future. Gu Roxiong takes a step forward and questions why someone who should be an outsider is showing such interest in matters that are supposedly none of his concern. Nearby, the vice branch head reacts with surprise, clearly recognizing something in Tang Wunhui's voice and tone. At that moment, Tang Wunhui confirms to himself once and for all that Gu Minche was never the true danger in this confrontation. Gu Minche had been an opponent he could still account for, but now that the leader of the Northern Sea mythos himself has appeared, the entire situation has changed. Tang Wunhui had already known that Tang Moonhyuk would never sit back and watch this unfold without acting. Then the Dark Supreme appears, wrapped in blazing green power, and tells Tang Wunhui to do whatever he must before leaving. With that same cold authority, he orders Gu Roxiong to finish whatever business brought him here quickly and then depart. The Tang disciples see that fierce green aura erupting across the courtyard and shout toward their clan head as he steps forward to confront Gu Roxiong. Those watching instantly recognize the presence for what it is, the aura of the Dark Supreme, Tang Moonhyuk, one of the top 10 martial masters. Then a massive burst of power erupts between the two monsters, exploding out into the courtyard like a violent shockwave. The Dark Supreme lands with weight behind him and braces his body as the aftershocks roll across the ground and through the air. He then strides toward Gu Roxiong and Tang Wunhui, his eyes fixed ahead as he remarks on exactly who has shown up. Gu Roxiong greets his old acquaintance, the Tang clan leader, and says it has been a long time. The Dark Supreme answers that yes, it has been a long time, but that does not mean he is remotely pleased to see him. Gu Roxiong pretends to sound wounded, saying he came all this way just to meet him. But the Dark Supreme replies with a chilling calm that plenty of people would be delighted if he simply took Gu Roxiong's head right here. The spirits around Tang Wunhui watch the exchange in disbelief and mutter that both men are talking about killing each other without changing their expressions at all, which can only mean they are both completely deranged. Tang Wunhui quietly observes that one of these two masters is clearly taking advantage of the assassination plot for his own gain. He also notices that the other master understands that perfectly well, yet shows no sign of caring. The Dark Supreme then asks Gu Roxiong directly whether he truly believes he can take his head. As he says it, countless thin blades or needle-like weapons form from his green chi around him, each one trembling with deadly intent. Gu Roxiong only laughs at that and says there is no reason at all he should be unable to kill him. He remains suspended there with eerie composure amid the surging energies, looking entirely ready for the clash to begin. The powers of the two grandmasters crash together so violently that the Tang warriors standing nearby are blasted backward by the impact. Even the vice head and Tang Wunhui are forced to stagger under the crushing pressure pouring off the two masters. The two men stand facing one another from opposite sides, each fully releasing the terrifying aura he had been holding back. Then, unexpectedly, Gu Roxiong turns his back and begins to walk away, making the Dark Supreme ask if he is leaving already. Gu Roxiong replies that there is no longer any reason to remain because he has already gotten what he came for. The Dark Supreme's expression shifts slightly in confusion as he demands to know exactly what that is supposed to mean. Gu Roxiong says he will come visit again soon, And he adds with ominous ease that next time, he will even bring a special gift. The Dark Supreme answers in a cold, unwavering voice that he will be waiting for him. As Gu Roxiang's oppressive presence finally fades away, the Patriarch tells his people to keep their eyes open and prepare themselves for whatever the enemy plans to do next. The instant that crushing aura disappears, the Tang members around the courtyard either collapse outright or gasp in relief, as the pressure finally lifts from their bodies. Tang Wenhui and the others bow and thank the Patriarch. And he answers by reminding them that every member of the Tang clan is one of his children. Tang Wenhui says he only fulfilled the duty expected of him, but then he starts to bring up something else, drawing a questioning look from the clan head. Before he can continue, Tang Wenhui suddenly senses that something is wrong, and one of his eyes widens sharply in alarm. Dark Supreme suddenly stumbles, his body giving way for a moment as a concealed internal injury catches up to him. Tang Wenhui immediately rushes forward and moves to support him before he can fall further. But instead of focusing on himself, the Patriarch assesses Tang Wenhui and says that the young man's internal injuries are severe, praising him for enduring so much in that condition. Then, returning to Gu Roxiang's parting words, he notes that the man had claimed he already obtained what he wanted. Realizing that means some larger scheme is already in motion, the Dark Supreme decides that preparations must begin immediately for whatever is coming next. Meanwhile, as night settles in, several carriages leave the Tang estate and roll away into the darkness carrying people with them. Inside one of those carriages, a woman sits by the window and gazes out into the night as the wheels continue to turn beneath them. 3 young women sit together in silence inside the carriage, each one still visibly shaken by everything that just happened. One of them remembers the promise she once made, that she would become Tang Wenhui's sword, and now she can only regret that, when it mattered, she could not help him at all. The 3 girls glance at one another in the dim carriage, and in that quiet exchange, a shared resolve begins to form between them. After hesitating for a moment, one of them finally starts to speak to Sumin and Sunyi. Then, gathering her courage at last, the girl firmly declares that she wants to become stronger. Her companions look at one another in visible surprise, caught off guard for a beat by what she just said. But that surprise quickly melts into warm smiles, and from the look in their eyes, it is obvious they have accepted the same resolve she has. The 3 friends raise their hands and bump their fists together, sealing a shared promise that from this point on, all of them will grow stronger no matter what it takes. Under the quiet cover of the night sky, their carriage begins to move and slowly rolls away from the Tang compound. By morning, sunlight spills into Tang Wenhui's room, and after all the chaos from before, the place now looks calm, tidy, and completely still. Tang Wenhui opens his eyes on the bed, his face thoughtful and heavy with contemplation, as if the fact that he survived that terrible ordeal still has not fully settled in. Around him, his spirit companions immediately start fussing in a panic, crowding close and anxiously asking whether he is really all right. Without much warning, Tang Wenhui pushes himself up from the bed, and the sudden motion makes his hair sway sharply behind him. The spirits hurriedly explain that it was Dark Supreme himself who stepped in and personally treated the wounds covering his body. Tang Wenhui turns at the sound of a voice, and someone nearby asks him if he is finally awake. As he looks over, he finds Tang Moonhyuk seated there in full composure, with a woman dressed in black standing behind him, and she calmly remarks that Tang Wenhui seems to have recovered quite well. Tang Wenhui immediately offers a formal greeting, then sincerely thanks Tang Moonhyuk for saving and treating him, admitting with complete honesty that he does not even know how he could begin to repay such a favor. Tang Moonhyuk lets out a light chuckle and brushes the gratitude aside, telling him there is no need for repayment because anyone carrying the Tang name is, in his eyes, one of his own children. Even so, Tang Wenhui still insists that the debt weighs on him, and his earnest answer makes the woman behind Tang Moonhyuk react with obvious embarrassment. After that, the 3 of them are left sitting there facing one another, and an awkward silence settles over the room. While the silence drags on, Tang Wenhui quietly wonders to himself who this unfamiliar woman actually is. Tang Moonhyuk starts to introduce her as Yuan, explaining that she had wanted to meet Tang Wenhui for a very long time. But before he can finish, she loudly protests in embarrassment and even starts roughhousing him to shut him up. Then she swings her attention toward Tang Wenhui and blurts out that, besides, it would not matter anyway because he probably would not remember her. She keeps muttering under her breath that he cannot remember her at all, leaving Tang Wenhui and the spirits staring in confusion, while the spirits immediately start scolding him for wasting such a handsome face and somehow still failing to understand women. Completely baffled by the reaction, Tang Wenhui can only wonder what exactly he did wrong. Tang Moonhyuk abruptly clears the air with a gruff "Anyway," then gets up to leave, warning Tang Wenhui on the way out not to push himself too hard for a while. As they head out, Tang Wenhui calls after the woman and makes sure to thank her too. A moment later, the door shuts behind the 2 of them, leaving the room quiet once again. Even after being told to rest, Tang Wunhui deliberately ignores that advice and carefully rises to his feet. His spirits float around him and ask with clear concern what he plans to do next in his condition. Tang Wunhui lowers himself into a meditative position and calmly says that he has to prepare for tomorrow's duel. He starts at once by activating the venom dragon cultivation technique inside his body. A green surge of energy flares to life in his lower abdomen as he forcefully opens his lower dantian. From there, he draws the black dragon chi up and links it to his central dantian, and in the next instant his torso bursts with violently surging green energy as the chi rampages through him from within. The pressure is so brutal that Tang Wunhui suddenly coughs up blood. Even while trembling and smeared with blood, he refuses to stop and presses onward, already aiming for one final step. He forces those energies together with the Phantom King Tome in his upper dantian, and as the fusion takes hold, a brilliant light ignites across his forehead. At that moment, a terrifying vision crashes into view, taking the shape of a ferocious red demonic beast roaring with overwhelming savagery. Then a second form emerges, a green dragon head appearing beside it, as the visible manifestation of another side of his chi. Not long after, a third monstrous face colored in deep purple reveals itself as well, completing the full threefold presence. Tang Wunhui grits through the agony, as all three distinct forms of true chi begin merging together inside him. The moment the fusion reaches its peak, that power detonates outward in a blinding flash that bursts from his eye. The shockwave that follows tears through the building itself and blasts all the way out into the courtyard beyond. Inside the room, even the furniture is shoved and dragged across the floor by the sheer force of the aura pouring out of him. Watching the entire thing unfold, his spirits can only gasp in stunned amazement at what is happening before their eyes. Then they realize exactly what they are seeing and recognize that Tang Wunhui has successfully reached the heavenly demon heart protection arts. Wrapped in purple energy and visibly transformed by the technique, Tang Wunhui finally settles the power within himself and says with calm finality that he is done. Elsewhere, Tang Moonhyuk begins speaking and remarks that Tang Wunhui managed to defeat Gu Minche, one of the 10 demonic pillars. He openly admits that he had not expected much from a duel involving a young man who had not even stepped into the Supreme Peak realm. He reflects that the duel had originally been nothing more than an excuse for him to meet Dark Supreme. And yet, in only a matter of days, Tang Wunhui had improved enough to bring down a Supreme Peak Master. Comparing himself to Gu Raxiong, he begins to wonder how someone like him could ever hope to reach celestial heights when he can still misjudge the talent of people far beneath his notice. As he rises to his feet, that thought deepens, and he questions what it is that truly exists below him. In the end, he decides that the answer must be the very martial arts he has relied on and practiced all the way up to now. His eyes fix on his treasured weapon, and in that quiet stare, he suddenly grasps something important. He comes to a firm conclusion that the flaw he has overlooked lies in his own golden lion blade technique. He reflects that he has carried a sword in his hand for just as long as any of the top 10 martial masters, and the weight of that truth settles heavily on him. A bitter thought follows right after that, and he quietly muses that if he had been born into some great clan or powerful sect, then perhaps his life and his sword might have taken a very different path. What stings him even more is the regret that he never had a proper master. Someone who could have guided him from the beginning and shown him the right road to walk. Then, all at once, his expression brightens as if a sudden spark has gone off in his mind, and he blurts out, "Right!" In that instant, he becomes convinced that Tang Wunhui must know something, some crucial truth, that he himself has never managed to grasp. He remembers how Tang Wunhui managed to defeat his own disciple, even though the boy had only just begun to walk the path of the sword. And now, on top of that, the same boy has even killed Gu Minche as well. The realization lights a fire under him, and he rises with renewed energy before striding out of the hall without hesitation. From a balcony above, he stops and looks out toward the Tang training grounds, his thoughts fixed entirely on Tang Wunhui. Staring into the distance, he wonders out loud what it is that Tang Wunhui knows that others do not. Morning light spreads over the training courtyard, bright and open under the clear morning sky. There, Tang Wunhui finishes wrapping fresh bandages around his torso, tightening them into place as he gets himself ready. As he starts walking out, his spirits immediately protest and call after him, addressing him as young leader with anxious urgency in their voices. They remind him over and over that Dark Supreme already treated his injuries, but insist that even so, he should still be in bed resting. Tang Wunhui pays their warnings no mind and keeps moving toward the training ground anyway. When he reaches the weapon rack, he calmly pulls out a wooden practice sword. Without stopping, he tells the spirits that in his current state, he still cannot afford to let his training lapse. Then he sets one foot down firmly against the ground and settles his body into a proper stance. A faint smile touches his face as he adds that there is actually another reason he needs to train as well. Hidden behind the leaves and branches nearby, the patriarch watches in silence, remembering the promise he made to help Tang Wunhui. Out in the open, Tang Wunhui steadies his breathing and tightens his grip on the wooden sword, his calm determination showing plainly on his face. Then he closes his eyes, shutting everything else out so he can focus completely. From his concealed vantage point, The patriarch continues observing him without making a sound. In his mind, he reasons that a child of noble birth like Tang Wunhui must have received some extraordinary instructions somewhere along the way. That thought stirs his excitement, and inwardly he urges Tang Wunhui to show him the hidden knowledge he is sure the boy possesses. But the moment the young man brings his sword down, the old master is so startled by the force behind it that he demands to know what kind of training could have produced such power. Tang Wunhui drives the sword downward in a powerful slash, his entire motion sharp, controlled, and filled with focused intent. Watching from the bushes, the bearded elder's eyes widen when he realizes that what he just saw was nothing more than a basic downward swing. A beat later, he suddenly understands that Tang Wunhui is not unveiling anything special yet and is simply warming his body up through smooth, continuous practice swings. Now, even more worked up than before, the elder urges him on in his mind, practically begging to see what the next technique will be. In response, Tang Wunhui follows with another sweeping strike, revealing a little more of what he has trained into his body. That slash cuts through the air with tremendous force, making the motion feel far heavier than a normal practice swing. Hidden from sight, the elder can only stare in stunned silence at the scene unfolding in front of him. Then Tang Wunhui calmly comes to the end of that sequence, leaving the elder blinking in disbelief and wondering if that brief display was really all there was. His hand tightening around a branch, the elder questions why he still has not seen any secret art, nothing resembling the techniques of Dark Supreme or the prized martial arts of the Tang clan. Frustration starts to rise in him, because no matter how hard he looks, he cannot understand why the boy keeps returning to such simple sword fundamentals. At that point, he nearly decides the whole thing has been a waste of time, and even suspects that Tang Wunhui's earlier confidence may have been nothing but an act. And yet, despite those doubts, he cannot bring himself to look away and keeps watching with narrowed eyes. As Tang Wunhui goes on practicing, the elder begins to sense that something is subtly changing, so he stays alert instead of dismissing it outright. Then he notices something unexpected. Despite the intensity of it all, the young swordsman actually seems to be enjoying himself. The scene changes again, this time to a lively city filled with pavilions, streets, and people moving busily through the day. In one crowded courtyard, people gather in growing numbers, the whole place buzzing with the kind of excitement that says something important is about to begin. Amid the crowd, a young woman suddenly spots someone and reacts with open surprise. She and another female disciple immediately call out with excitement to a senior they notice standing ahead of them. Hearing their voices, the senior disciple turns around to face them. He asks the group of women what is going on, wondering whether some major duel is about to take place. One of the women quickly answers that the duel is not between the clan head and the Lion Blade King. Instead, she explains that the challenger is none other than Tang Wunhui, the Vice Branch clan head. In the arena itself, Tang Wunhui stands face to face with the imposing elder warrior, the two of them confronting each other head-on. With a massive blade in hand, the elder steps toward Tang Wunhui, and the duel finally begins in earnest. Tang Wunhui gives a formal introduction first, calmly stating that he is the Vice Branch head of the Tang Nine Dragons branch, then adds in a steady, respectful tone that he hopes they can have a worthy duel. The elder answers just as formally, naming himself Weiji Humyang, leader of the Lion sect, before warning Tang Wunhui not to take this lightly and to prepare himself properly. As he looks more closely, Weiji Humyang narrows his eyes and notices right away that the blade in Tang Wunhui's hand is not the weapon he had expected him to carry. He questions him about the fan-shaped weapon he used before, but Tang Wunhui gives him nothing in return, and brushes the question aside without the slightest interest. With total calm, Tang Wunhui states that the weapon itself is not the thing that truly matters in the first place. His spirit companions immediately panic at the dangerous stance he is taking, clearly unsettled by how risky this looks. But another spirit cuts them off and tells them not to question Tang Wunhui's choices. Offended on the spot, Weiji Humyang demands to know exactly what Tang Wunhui means by speaking as if the importance of weapons can simply be dismissed. His temper flares and he shouts that a child raised in comfort inside a famous clan could never understand the kind of people who had to fight their way up the hard way. Still burning with anger, he lunges straight at Tang Wunhui, launching a blazing attack as flames coil around his weapon. The moment the two sides clash, the killing intent pouring from that exchange is so fierce that the onlookers instinctively recoil from where they stand. One of the seniors grows visibly uneasy, worried that the duel is starting to go too far, and he prepares to step in before things get worse. But another elder immediately stops him and tells him to hold back and keep watching a little longer. That elder insists they should wait and see what Tang Wunhui is really capable of before anyone interferes, without losing his composure at all. Tang Wunhui answers that it makes no difference whether he comes from a renowned clan or from the life of a wandering vagabond. Goes on to say that a person's origins mean nothing beside what they actually choose to do with the skills they possess. Then, in a sudden flash of motion, Tang Wunhui's strike cuts clean through the end of Weiji Humyang's braided hair, shocking him on the spot. Watching that happen, the spirits mutter that Tang Wunhui is being merciless and wonder how in the world he plans to deal with the consequences afterward. Weiji Humyang reacts by slamming his heavy blade down into the arena floor, and the impact is so violent that cracks spread across the ground. With his patience gone, he declares that he has finished tolerating Tang Wenhui's attitude, and that from this moment on, he will fight for real. He turns and strides over to the weapon rack, clearly intent on selecting an entirely different sword for what comes next. Without hesitation, he takes hold of an ordinary standard blade and throws aside the weapon he had been using before. The instant he has that new sword in hand, he charges Tang Wenhui again and announces that the duel is only truly beginning now. Tang Wenhui answers with a faint smile and tells him to come forward and show everything he has. Rushing in with his full strength, Weiji Humyong demands that Tang Wenhui prove what could possibly matter more than weapons and status. He brings his sword crashing down with crushing force, and Tang Wenhui braces himself head-on to receive that overwhelming blow. The elder's savage strike slams directly into Tang Wenhui's guard, the impact ringing out through the arena. Tang Wenhui grits his teeth under the pressure, forced to block with both hands as the sheer weight of the attack bears down on him. As their weapons lock together, Weiji Humyong immediately closes the distance, trying to slip inside and exploit the smallest opening. He succeeds in landing a brutal hit squarely into Tang Wenhui's chest. The blow sends Tang Wenhui staggering backward, and blood spills from his mouth as he coughs from the force of it. Weiji Humyong does not let up for even a second, continuing to press the attack while angrily tearing apart Tang Wenhui's philosophy in the middle of the assault. He insists that martial techniques themselves do not matter either, and that even the shape of the weapon means nothing in the end. His relentless barrage rips up the arena floor as Tang Wenhui is steadily driven backward under the force of each strike, roaring over the chaos. Weiji Humyong demands to know what, then, is the one thing that actually matters. Even with blood on him, Tang Wenhui stays steady, planting his feet firmly and lifting his sword once more. He wipes the blood from the corner of his lips, and when he looks up again, his eyes are burning with unwavering resolve. Weiji Humyong watches him with growing curiosity, realizing from that look alone that the young man has not given up at all. Then he reveals that he secretly watched Tang Wenhui training the day before. Tang Wenhui and the spirits around him react with blank, almost speechless expressions to that sudden confession. The spirits immediately start mocking Weiji Humyong's idea of being stealthy, comparing him to some huge, obvious dog lumbering around in plain sight. Weiji Humyong explains that when he watched Tang Wenhui train, he expected to see some rare or unusual technique. Yet all he saw was him repeating the most basic fundamentals again and again. But now that they are actually crossing blades, he admits that Tang Wenhui feels completely different in real combat. Energy flares in his eye as his expression hardens, showing that he has finally resolved to treat this duel with complete seriousness. As blazing aura ignites along his sword, he says he refuses to believe this is all Tang Wenhui can do. With that, he surges forward again and unleashes a massive flaming strike. Weiji Humyong releases a towering wave of sword fire and openly dares Tang Wenhui to try blocking it. The blazing attack erupts across the arena and tears the ground apart. Yet instead of retreating, Tang Wenhui drives himself straight into the wall of incoming flame. The explosion swallows the courtyard in blinding fire and violent shockwaves, nearly throwing the spectators off their feet as cries of alarm burst out all around. Even the senior figures, people who should have seen every kind of battle by now, can only stare in silence at the sheer destruction in front of them. When the dust finally begins to clear, Weiji Humyong is still standing there with his sword clenched tight, and a massive gouge has been carved straight through the arena. At the far end of that scarred path, Tang Wenhui's silhouette can be seen. When Weiji Humyong sees that Tang Wenhui is still standing after all of that, he suddenly recognizes a look on the young man's face, one that feels strangely familiar to him. He stares at Tang Wenhui's blood-smeared smile and can't help wondering what kind of person could possibly enjoy a battle this brutal. Tang Wenhui answers without hesitation, saying that with an opponent this strong standing in front of him and a chance to put all of his training to the test, of course he has every reason to enjoy it. He goes on to explain that facing a truly formidable enemy and showing how much he has grown through his effort is exactly the kind of thing that makes his blood race. Weiji Humyong looks at him in disbelief, utterly baffled that Tang Wenhui can still say something like that while wounded and covered in blood, and calls him insane. But Tang Wenhui calmly tells him that this very mindset is what defines a real martial artist, then implies that Weiji Humyong himself is no different. He even lifts a hand and points straight at the elder, bluntly declaring that Weiji Humyong is enjoying this fight too. Weiji Humyong tightens his grip around his sword and quietly repeats Tang Wenhui's words to himself, lingering on that idea of having fun. As he catches his own reflection in the blade, he begins to question himself, wondering if that is the truth, if he really has been enjoying this all along. His thoughts drift back to his younger days, and he wonders when it was that he first started climbing that endless, punishing cliff called martial arts. He remembers dragging himself upward through sheer effort, his hands torn and bloodied from how desperately and relentlessly he kept pushing forward. In that memory, someone once asked the young Lionblade King why he was so obsessed with becoming stronger. And standing there in that recollection, Weiji Humyong realizes that he never actually had some grand or noble reason for training so hard. He sees himself as a younger man wearing a simple, honest smile, admitting that he trained for one plain reason. he simply loved holding a sword. He remembers swinging that blade again and again, not out of duty, not out of pride, but because it was genuinely fun to him. And before he knew it, that simple joy had carried him all the way to the highest peak, until he became strong enough to stand at the top and lead a sect of his own. Back in the present, the truth becomes painfully clear to him at last. All this time, what he really wanted was simply to enjoy martial arts. As if he were once more standing alone beneath a sky full of stars above that cliffside, he quietly accepts that he truly loves martial arts for no other reason than the art itself. The realization hits him so deeply that tears begin to run down his face. Those tears fall from his face and splash onto the cracked ground below him. He steadies himself and rises again, his battered hands tightening into clenched fists. Despite the blood covering them, his gaze sharpens, and his eyes regain a renewed clarity and fierce passion that had long been buried. In that image of himself alone at the edge of the cliff beneath the night sky, he stands still for a brief moment, lost in contemplation. Then he takes one firm, decisive step forward, as if he has finally chosen his path again. That single step lands with explosive force, carrying the weight of his rekindled spirit and the return of his fighting will. Laughing openly now, drunk on exhilaration, Weiji Humyong roars that this is unbelievably fun and throws himself fully into the joy of battle. He raises his glowing sword high above him, and the power flowing through it begins to surge even more violently. The force of his aura ripples through the surroundings hard enough to shake the area, leaving the observers visibly startled. The spectators can only cry out in disbelief, unable to accept that a clash this terrifying is supposedly still being called training. Around Weiji Humyong, his aura takes the shape of a roaring lion, and in that feverish state he practically begs Tang Wenhui to keep fighting him longer. Tang Wenhui's spirits immediately panic and warn him how dangerous this is, desperately urging him to dodge, while Tang Wenhui grimly notes that if he survives it, he will come out better afterward. The lion-shaped blast comes crashing down, and the spirits scream at him to move, shouting that not even he can block something like this head-on. All around the arena, people start running for safety, shouting over one another in panic as that monstrous attack descends. Then from somewhere above that chaos, a calm inner voice tells Tang Wenhui that his sword must now be aimed at the true enemy. A moment later, the lion blast detonates in a colossal explosion that shakes the entire compound to its core. The onlookers are left staring at the smoke and fire in stunned, speechless silence. When the blast settles enough to be seen, it has carved an enormous crater straight into the arena floor. Later, elders escort a weary Weiji Humyong away from the crater, and as he goes, he quietly offers his congratulations. Tang Wenhui, battered all over but still standing upright, returns those congratulations with a proper formal salute. Around them, disciples and elders alike raise their voices together, loudly congratulating Weiji Humyong on his new achievement. In the aftermath of the battle, Weiji Humyong stands facing Tang Wenhui while onlookers crowd around the two of them. He steps closer to Tang Wenhui and openly acknowledges him. Weiji Humyong thanks Tang Wenhui for making him remember something deeply important that he had forgotten for a very long time. Smiling back at him, Tang Wenhui replies that he is the one who should be grateful for everything he learned from this exchange. Off to the side, another elder remarks that this unexpectedly heartfelt exchange is strangely wholesome to watch. Then, turning to address everyone present, that elder formally declares the duel over and hints that there is still something important left to discuss. He announces that he intends to restore a unit that had long since been disbanded, the Tempest Squad. He makes it even clearer by stating that this squad, which was dissolved 24 years ago, will now be brought back. The gathered martial artists react at once, their faces filled with shock at what they have just heard. Voices immediately erupt from all sides as they fire off questions in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the Tempest Squad might really be returning. Several senior figures immediately push back, arguing that reviving the Tempest Squad is far too dangerous, and they remind him that he was the very one who once swore to disband that unit. Others raise their voices in agreement, insisting there is no reason to bring back a force that already suffered such a devastating defeat in the past. Among the protests, one man can only mutter under his breath that the whole idea is completely absurd. A flash of the past shows the squad throwing itself into the front lines against the heavenly demon divine cult, bleeding heavily as they fought through a brutal war. Although the Tempest Squad endured terrible losses back then, the elders standing here now have no desire to ever face that kind of war again. The white-haired elder answers with absolute firmness, saying he will restore it regardless, then openly dares anyone present to try stopping him. One elder tries to object again, but before he can properly speak, something abruptly crushes his resistance. A suffocating pressure falls over several of the protesting elders at once, seizing their throats and forcing them to clutch at their necks in panic. Unable to endure the pressure, they crumple down gasping, struggling even to breathe, let alone continue speaking. In the darkness behind that intimidation, terrifying red eyes seem to appear, giving shape to the crushing force bearing down on them. Then a massive shadow looms behind them, and one of the elders lets out a scream of pure terror. Another man catches sight of that monstrous presence reflected in his own eye and the fear freezes him where he stands. The frightened elders instantly begin apologizing and scrambling away, while the elder at the center of it all dismisses their reaction as if they were overreacting to nothing more than a simple fright. After clearing his throat as though nothing unusual happened, he turns back toward the crowd and calmly resumes speaking. He explains that the reason he wants to revive the Tempest Squad is to create a force strong enough to deter the heavenly demon divine cult. He adds that they cannot hope to face the cult by themselves, so he intends to extend this offer not only to everyone gathered here, but also to allies throughout the martial world. Then he lays out 3 conditions for joining the Tempest Squad, centering them on teamwork, loyalty, and martial ability, and promises that anyone who meets those standards will be accepted. The ordinary martial artists quickly realize what that means. Even Tang clan members can apply to enter. With that, the elder formally opens recruitment to anyone who wishes to join the Tempest Squad, and the crowd erupts with excitement. Tang Wunhui, worn out and still stained with blood from the fight, slowly walks down the steps, while quietly trying to process everything that just happened. And someone suddenly calls his name, pulling his attention away. His companions come over to him at once, praising how well he fought, and marveling at how quickly he is growing by crossing blades with a master like that. A little later, Tang Wunhui starts playfully bragging about how amazing he is, only for his friends to sigh and brush off his shameless self-praise like they are already used to it. Tang Wunhui turns his head toward an approaching Qingcheng disciple, his expression shifting with curiosity. The man greets him politely and introduces himself as Li Chulson of the Qingcheng sect. The moment he hears the name Li Chulson, Tang Wunhui quietly takes note of it without showing much on his face. Nearby, a female disciple looks at Tang Wunhui in confusion as he starts approaching her. Tang Wunhui keeps staring at her, and growing nervous under that gaze, she asks why he is looking at her like that. With a strangely eerie grin, Tang Wunhui lets out a laugh and tells her that whatever she is assuming is completely wrong. Then Tang Wunhui formally introduces himself as Tang Wunhui of the Nine Dragons branch and says that he has heard quite a lot about Li Chulson. Caught off guard by that, Li Chulson blinks in surprise and asks if that is really true. Tang Wunhui claims that the girl often says she still has much to learn from Li Chulson and adds that it is an honor to finally meet him in person. Li Chulson looks pleased and warmly praises the girl, while she immediately protests in embarrassment. But in the middle of that exchange, the girl suddenly feels something ominous from Tang Wunhui, just as green and blue auras flare around him. Tang Wunhui's spirit companions realize in shock that Li Chulson carries a soul streak. The spirits are stunned that Qingcheng has at least 2 people with soul streaks, and Tang Wunhui quietly considers that there may be even more hidden among them. His eyes narrow slightly as he fixes his full attention on Li Chulson. Tang Wunhui studies the bright, powerful energy around him and recalls that this man will one day be known as the greatest swordsman. That thought leaves Tang Wunhui even more intrigued, and he immediately understands why Li Chulson will earn such a reputation in the future. While the girl complains about being smacked on the head, Tang Wunhui suddenly remembers something. He starts to say that the girl once mentioned Li Chulson often goes out with other women, and before he can finish, she launches herself at him screaming. She furiously grabs hold of him and starts throttling him, yelling that she never said anything like that, while Li Chulson can only laugh at the chaos. Off to the side, 2 women watch the ridiculous scene unfold in complete stunned silence. As they observe Tang Wunhui and the girl bickering back and forth, they comment that the 2 of them unexpectedly seem to get along pretty well. Laughter spreads through the group, but in the middle of that lighter mood, someone new begins walking toward them. The newcomer calls out to young master Tang Wunhui, immediately drawing his attention. The man informs Tang Wunhui that the patriarch is requesting to see him. That night, in the Grand Tang Estate's dark courtyard, Tang Wunhui comes face to face with the white-bearded Tang patriarch. Tang Wunhui says he was told the patriarch wished to see him, and the old man confirms that it is true. Then, without warning, the patriarch releases a terrifying red aura, with killing intent pressing down on the room. He coldly declares that the questioning will begin now. He tells Tang Wunhui to choose his words carefully, and that warning immediately makes Tang Wunhui tense up, wondering if his true identity has somehow already been exposed. The spirits instantly panic, shrieking that the patriarch is a monster and begging Tang Wunhui to run, while he quickly remembers that this man had not even been there during the Gu Minxie incident. Then the patriarch calls him by his full Tang title, and in that moment Tang Wunhui realizes there is no way to dodge this confrontation anymore. Seeing no easy way out, Tang Wunhui steels himself and prepares to draw his sword, convinced he has no other choice left. But instead of striking, the patriarch proudly pulls out a drawing of his granddaughter, shows it off like a treasure, and asks Tang Wunhui whether she is beautiful, leaving Tang Wunhui staring at him and thinking this old man might just be an absurdly doting grandfather. Tang Wunhui answers that yes, she is beautiful, and the patriarch beams with satisfaction, delighted as he says he knew Tang Wenhui would see it that way. The old man immediately follows that up by bluntly declaring that he has no intention of giving her to Tang Wenhui, while Tang Wenhui quickly fires back that he never asked for her in the first place, only for the patriarch to nod and praise that response. Now, completely unsure of what the old man is really after, Tang Wenhui watches him carefully, but the patriarch simply says that subject can wait until later. The patriarch then recalls the moment Tang Wenhui first stepped onto the duel stage, saying that at the time, Tang Wenhui gave him the same unsettling impression as the demonic martial artists of Heavenly Mountain. Even so, he openly admits that Tang Wenhui's talent is real and impossible to deny. However, he stresses that in martial arts, proper mindset and balance matter far more than reckless strength alone. He explains that if balance is lost, then no matter how great someone's martial power may be, it will only end in blocked chi and self-destruction. As if to prove the point, lightning-like energy crackles from him, and he says that this kind of imbalance will eventually choke off a person's chi path altogether. His gaze drifts into the past as he remembers another disciple from 17 years ago, someone just as gifted, and someone he genuinely enjoyed teaching. But that disciple was later said to have suffered from severe ki blockage, and the memory clearly still lingers with him. Tang Wenhui asks who that person was, and the patriarch answers as though the name should be obvious to everyone. That response only makes Tang Wenhui more uneasy, and he quietly wonders if it could be someone he already knows. Patriarch continues, saying that among the demons of Heavenly Mountain, that disciple had once been known by the title Divine Sword Heavenly Demon. Later, back in his room, Tang Wenhui stands in silence and ties up his hair, clearly turning those words over in his mind. As he reflects, a memory surfaces of his younger self walking beside his white-haired master. In that memory, his master tells the child Tang Wenhui that long before the two of them ever met, he had once gone to Qinghai Lake. The master says he was never able to appreciate the beauty of that place, which makes young Tang Wenhui look up and ask why. His master answers that back then, he had been deeply wounded, not just in body, but in spirit as well. At that time, he had been in the middle of wiping out a group of mountain bandits. He draws his swords and squares himself against them, ready to cut through the entire pack. He slaughters the bandits without mercy, describing them as people so cruel and vile that they deserved exactly that end. But then everything changed when a monstrous opponent appeared out of nowhere and dealt him a devastating wound. He barely managed to escape with his life before collapsing near the water, weak enough to feel death closing in around him. As he lay there on the verge of dying, he heard the sound of footsteps slowly approaching his body. His master says that even in that condition, the person he met there became someone he would never forget for the rest of his life. The memory shifts, and now the injured master opens his eyes inside a cave. A man beside him remarks that he is finally awake, and the master immediately realizes where he is. The man lightly scolds him for sleeping out in the open like that, and then reveals himself to be Tang Wenhui, the Dark Supreme. The master explains that this was the very man who treated his wounds and even went on to teach him. Young Tang Wenhui listens with shining eyes, looking up at that man in open admiration. The Dark Supreme looks back at him with a calm, gentle smile. Tang Wenhui admits that back then, he had no idea that this man was actually the Dark Supreme. His spirits murmur that fate really is strange, that nothing comes together by pure coincidence, and that without the Dark Supreme's treatment, Tang Wenhui's master might never have survived to become his master at all. A small smile appears on Tang Wenhui's face, as he says that if he ever finds his master again, he wants the three of them to sit down together and share a drink. That thought fires him up, and he suddenly springs to his feet, deciding he has to do something if he wants to make that day happen. With renewed resolve, he calls forth Gu Minche's soul, swearing that he will find his master as quickly as possible as he summons the spirit before him. In response, a terrifying demonic visage rises up and answers his call. Under the soul's power, a massive spectral gate begins to groan open before him. The giant gate splits with sharp cracks, and bright light spills out from within. Beyond it, chained members of the Northern Sea mythos can be seen standing together inside. One of the chained figures sharply orders the others to move aside and clear a path, saying he has something he must say directly to Tang Wenhui. At that command, the guardians immediately react. Tang Wenhui appears before them, and the chained man strides toward him with open arrogance. Tang Wenhui coldly rebukes Gu Minche for forgetting his place, but Gu Minche answers without hesitation, insisting that he knows exactly what he is. Gu Minche lowers his voice and admits it plainly, saying he knows now that, in the end, he was never anything more than a disposable tool. He keeps talking instead of stopping there, slowly dragging his words forward, as if he is building toward the real point he wants to make. Then he suddenly bursts into wild, manic laughter and spits out the claim that Tang Wenhui was thrown away too. With a sharp finger pointed straight at Tang Wenhui, he declares that Tang Wenhui was betrayed by the very people he trusted, and then died in a pitiful, miserable way. Gu Minche mocks him even further, sneering that Tang Wenhui is really no different from him at all, while Tang Wenhui simply stands there and listens in silence without interrupting. The spirits immediately flare up in anger at Gu Minche's words, bristling with outrage and wanting to strike back at him on the spot. But Tang Wunhui stays calm and level-headed, looking at Gu Minche and telling him to keep going. Gu Minche curls his lip and sneers that if anyone understands the pain of being abandoned, it should be Tang Wunhui more than anyone else. Tang Wunhui finally responds, saying that for someone with Gu Minche's own past, trying to use the Tang clan to persecute these captives is nothing short of ridiculous. He does not deny it either, calmly admitting that yes, he really was betrayed. Tang Wunhui goes on to confess that there was a time when he had even considered using the Tang clan itself to help search for his master. Gu Minche laughs at that confession and says it only makes Tang Wunhui look even more pathetic. Tang Wunhui answers without wavering, saying that if he let himself be ruled by that resentment, then he would end up no different from Gu Minche's side. Instead, he declares with firm conviction that he will use every bit of his strength to protect the people he cares about. And he repeats that resolve as if carving it into stone, making it clear that no matter what anyone else says or thinks, that choice will not change. That unwavering determination visibly rattles Gu Minche, as though Tang Wunhui's words have struck somewhere much deeper than a simple argument. Gu Minche is pulled back into memory, recalling how the leader of the Northern Sea mythos had never truly expected anything from him in the first place. He remembers what it felt like to live as an insignificant figure buried beneath the shadow of his famous brother. Desperate to be acknowledged by someone, anyone, he threw himself into training with everything he had. In time, that desperate effort carried him high enough to become one of the 10 pillars of the demonic path, and yet, in his heart, he still believed that Tang Wunhui's master was the one who took that status and meaning away from him. As an orphan who had clawed and struggled just to learn martial arts in the first place, losing everything he had gained felt unbearably cruel to him. He had convinced himself that the recognition, the position, and the acknowledgement he wanted should have belonged to him. Because of that obsession, he kept dreaming of one day surpassing Tang Wunhui's master. But now, after hearing Tang Wunhui speak, Gu Minche says he finally understands something he had never been willing to face before. He realizes at last that he and Tang Wunhui were never destined to stand as equals, because they made different choices and were shaped by entirely different masters. For once, Gu Minche falls quiet and accepts that realization without resistance. Tang Wunhui cuts through the pause and tells him to stop dragging things out and start saying what he actually knows. So Gu Minche finally begins to explain. He recounts that a man claiming to serve the mysterious society once came to the leader of the Northern Sea mythos and proposed a deal. The bargain was simple and chilling. Kill the Dark Supreme, and in return, he would be made the cult leader. Alarm flashes across Tang Wunhui's face, and he immediately asks about his master, but Gu Minche says the only thing he knows is that one of the society's followers had been assigned to track down the divine sword heavenly demon. Tang Wunhui's eyes widen at once, because that single detail tells him something enormous: his master is still alive. Gu Minche adds that the mysterious society also granted the leader of the Northern Sea mythos some kind of unknown power. He also says he heard that the leader had recently traveled to the Eternal Ice Mountain. That news leaves Tang Wunhui and his spirits equally puzzled, all of them wondering why the leader of the Northern Sea mythos would head for that frontline stronghold. Gu Minche ends his explanation with a grim conclusion, saying that whatever the reason may be, the war has already begun. A heavy, somber scene unfolds as a procession moves through the snow, slowly advancing north through the frozen white expanse. Through the raging blizzard, hooded cultists can be seen carrying an enormous coffin on their shoulders. Amid that bleak and sinister march, a dark figure announces that the war has already started. The Eternal Ice Mountain stands as a border peak locked in perpetual frost between the Northern Sea mythos and the rest of Nirim. Back at the Tang clan, Tang Wunhui finds it strange that Gurak Xiong, the leader of the Northern Sea mythos, would personally travel to that mountain. Spirits agree that it makes little sense, pointing out that even blade demons avoid trying to live there, and Tang Wunhui decides they need to investigate for themselves, since the place is not all that far away. Even so, Tang Wunhui hesitates at the thought of going there alone and worries about how to handle it by himself. Just then, hearing noise from outside, he steps out of his room to see what is going on. When he looks into the courtyard, he finds Li Chulson sparring with the girls late into the night. Li Chulson asks why they are still sparring at such a late hour, and one of the girls answers that he got too worked up and excited after seeing what happened earlier. Back inside, Tang Wunhui sinks into thought, turning the situation over carefully in his mind. Then, all at once, an idea sparks in his head, and his whole expression brightens. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he immediately starts writing something down, and the moment his spirit companions see that look, they are instantly alarmed. Even his spirit allies can only groan in disbelief, complaining that the way he keeps weaving schemes and setting everything up is traumatic enough to leave ghosts emotionally scarred. Outside, Li Chulson and the girl are already locked in a fierce clash, their blades cutting through the air as they trade strikes with no room to breathe. Right in the middle of that heated exchange, Tang Wunhui suddenly calls out and cuts the duel short. He tells the two of them that he needs to speak with them, and the abrupt interruption leaves both of them visibly surprised. Then Tang Wunhui produces a document and calmly says that he took it from Gu Minche 2 days ago, showing it to them like proof he has been waiting to reveal. The moment Li Chulson reads what is written there, shock spreads straight across his face. The girl immediately insists that something this serious has to be reported to their superiors at once, while Tang Wunhui quietly notes to himself that the two of them have completely bought his story. Even so, he warns them that reporting it now would be far too dangerous. He explains that if they send word now, Tang Munhyuk, the Dark Supreme, may move his forces right away. And that kind of reaction could be exactly what the Northern Sea mythos leader has been trying to provoke. That is why he says he wants to confirm the situation himself first, and since it would be difficult to handle alone, he asks the two of them to lend him their help. Lee Chulson lets out a laugh, but there is still a trace of hesitation in it, as though he is weighing the risk before giving his answer. Then he remembers how impressive Tang Wunhui looked in battle before. And that hesitation fades. He agrees to go, saying that Tang Wunhui's abilities are the one thing he has no reason to doubt. The girl quickly makes one thing clear, though. They are going only to investigate, and if anything goes wrong, they are retreating immediately. Tang Wunhui answers in a calm, reassuring voice as if he agrees completely, but the expression on his face hints that he may already have other intentions in mind. Before long, the group reaches the storm-battered slopes of Eternal Ice Mountain, where snow and wind lash the land without mercy. As he looks over the frozen mountain, Tang Wunhui confirms to himself that they have truly arrived at Eternal Ice Mountain. At the same time, he admits inwardly that without the others helping him, there is no way he could have made it here this quickly. Once they reach the snowy mountain proper, the group decides to split up and search different areas, each of them warning the others to stay alert and be careful. Tang Wunhui moves alone through the deep snow, and as he advances, violent bursts of energy keep striking around him from all sides. Without stopping, he orders his spirit allies to spread out and search for clues while he presses forward on his own, his aura flaring sharply around him in the freezing air. As he continues searching, his thoughts drift back to the old man who once called this a gift, and that memory keeps circling in his head. Tang Wunhui thinks it through with cold clarity. Tang Munhyuk, the Dark Supreme, is not someone who ever risks stepping into a battle he might lose, and even now, with Tang Wunhui far stronger than before, defeating that monster would still be no easy thing. Convinced that something hidden must be buried in this place, he keeps searching until one of his spirits suddenly calls out to him. The spirit hurriedly reports that it has found traces nearby, and those traces belong to blade demons. Elsewhere, a group of uneasy blade demons grumble nervously about the orders they have been given, only to be cut off the instant they start complaining too much. Their leader sternly reminds them that this mission is the will of the Northern Sea mythos leader himself, and after that scolding, the demons hurriedly bow their heads and apologize. A moment later, Tang Wunhui suddenly ambushes two masked blade demons, overpowering them before they can react, and demanding to know what their leader is after. He moves so quickly they cannot put up any real resistance, and in no time at all three blade demons are subdued, tied up, and left helpless before him. The captured demons start pleading desperately for their lives. But in the middle of that panic, one of them suddenly begins to laugh in a way that feels deeply wrong. Tang Wunhui immediately grows suspicious, fixes his eyes on the laughing demon, and asks what exactly he finds so amusing. With a twisted smile, the demon explains that the eternal ice in this mountain can turn the dead buried beneath it into flames that burn forever. He goes on to say that the former leaders of the Northern Sea are being revived, so the Northern Sea mythos can take comfort in them. Then the demon begins to pray for those dead leaders to rise again, and the moment his words leave his mouth, a powerful ritual is unleashed. Tang Wunhui's spirit allies instantly recognize what is happening and scream for him to dodge as red light comes surging out, but Tang Wunhui stays unnervingly calm and endures it head-on. In the very next heartbeat, the ritual detonates into a massive fiery explosion. Flames swallow the snowy forest whole, and thick plumes of smoke come roaring upward into the sky. And through that blazing snow, heavy, ominous footsteps begin to approach. Over the devastation, a white-haired man wrapped in purple energy rises into view, floating above the ruined ground, while dead demons lie scattered all around him. The instant his companions hear the explosion, they rush toward Tang Wunhui and call out in alarm, asking whether he is safe. Coughing through the smoke, Tang Wunhui mutters under his breath about Eternal Ice Mountain and the existence of flames that burn forever. His allies echo the realization in shock, stunned by the thought that the former leaders of the Northern Sea are rising once again. Tang Wunhui slowly lets out a breath, and in that instant, he finally understands what that so-called gift really was. He lifts his eyes toward the blazing peak overhead and lets out a short, almost incredulous laugh. With a grim smile on his face, he concludes that this horrifying resurrection must be the gift he had been warned about all along. Without wasting another second, he orders the team to head straight for the mountain's peak. They take off at once, but as they race upward, another explosion suddenly erupts ahead of them. One companion throws up a weapon and blocks the next blast head-on, while another cuts apart the incoming explosions with a slash as the group forces its way farther up the mountain. Tang Wunhui flips forward without slowing down, fully determined to keep pushing ahead. As they sprint through the chaos, one of his companions demands an explanation, and Tang Wunhui says he already has a theory. Still running, Tang Wunhui explains that if his guess is correct, then this mountain is no ordinary place at all. And he says that conclusion comes from something one of the blade demons told him. He recalls the prisoner's exact claim. The former leaders of the Northern Sea buried beneath this mountain would rise again as eternal flames. Then he adds the most disturbing part, that these revenant leaders are meant to comfort the Northern Sea mythos, leaving his ally visibly shaken by the idea. From there, Tang Wunhui reaches the conclusion that ties the whole thing together. This entire mountain is not just a battlefield or a hiding place, but the burial ground of those Northern Sea leaders. Tang Wunhui says it plainly at last. Eternal Ice Mountain is not just some frozen stronghold, but the graveyard where the former leaders of the Northern Sea mythos were laid to rest. The three of them immediately launch themselves upward, racing toward the mountain's shattered summit, as fast as their bodies will carry them. When they arrive, they find a battlefield smeared with blood and littered with glittering crystal, and one of Tang Wunhui's companions can only cry out to him in horror at the sight. Tang Wunhui lifts his head and freezes for a moment, shocked when he realizes that something enormous has split open above them. As they stare at the huge hole torn through the ice, the three of them quickly come to the same conclusion. There is definitely something hidden below. While Li Chuolson suggests that they should report this first before doing anything reckless, Tang Wunhui doesn't wait even a second and jumps straight down into the darkness beneath the ice. One of his comrades laughs the moment he sees that, then dives in after him, saying that getting dragged into adventures with Tang Wunhui is always fun, while the other can only let out a tired sigh, clearly annoyed. She starts scolding the two reckless men even as she follows them down anyway. The three of them land inside a cavern buried beneath the mountain, with long icicles hanging overhead like frozen fangs. As they move deeper into the cave, Li Chuolson asks what exactly they are supposed to be looking for down here. Before anyone can answer properly, a blinding light suddenly flares up ahead of them. Inside that light, they discover huge monsters waiting in silence, towering over the cavern floor with red eyes glowing in the dark. Tang Wunhui senses it instantly. These things are nothing like ordinary blade demons. The next moment, the cavern erupts into chaos as blades crash together and weapons collide in a furious melee. Tang Wunhui's two companions strike in sync, launching coordinated attacks that cut hard into the hulking demons crowding the tunnel. One ally tells Tang Wunhui to leave these monsters to them, while the other urges him to keep moving forward and promises that they will catch up. Tang Wunhui gives them a sincere word of thanks, then turns and pushes deeper into the cavern without wasting time. He races past more blade demons deeper inside while his friends stay behind and hold the line for him. One of his spirits nervously asks whether his companions will really be all right, and Tang Wunhui answers with a dry joke, asking if the spirit is talking about the blade demons instead of his allies. Farther ahead, a massive metal gate begins to creak open, and brilliant light pours out through the widening gap. Tang Wunhui steps through into a vast underground hall, and the moment he takes it in, he realizes he has entered the tomb of the Northern Sea mythos leaders. He walks slowly between rows of stone coffins, taking in the oppressive silence hanging over the place. His footsteps echo through the chamber as he makes his way toward one particular grave. Then he suddenly catches his breath, visibly shaken by whatever he sees there. Staring at the cracked floor in front of a coffin, Tang Wunhui curses Gurakseong under his breath, realizing that this disaster traces back to him. Elsewhere in the cavern, Tang Wunhui's male ally ignites a green flame-covered sword and sets himself to fight. The blade demon lunges straight at him, but he meets the attack head-on without the slightest fear. His eyes begin to glow green as he narrows his focus and draws his power together. Then, with one blinding slash, he cuts the demon clean apart. The demon jerks in agony, pinned through by a vertical beam of sword light that tears up through its body. Without stopping there, the swordsman unleashes a storm of crossing green sword beams, shredding through the rest of the enemies around him. By the time the light finally dies down, nothing remains around him, except torn flesh and blood-soaked scraps. Nearby, the other ally rips through a demon with brutal force, spraying blood across the cavern. Out of the chaos, a clawed hand suddenly reaches forward in a menacing grab. She answers instantly with a sweeping blue strike that tears her opponent to pieces. The demon's corpse crashes to the ground as she lands lightly and gracefully after the attack. Pleased with herself, she proudly asks to be praised, and in return she gets a gentle pat and a warm compliment. Back inside the tomb, Tang Wunhui pushes open another heavy door and steps through into the next section. His spirits ask what he plans to do now that the Northern Sea mythos leaders are being brought back, but Tang Wunhui gives no answer and only falls deeper into thought. When he finally rejoins his two comrades, they greet him with obvious relief. They immediately sense how grim his mood has become, and Tang Wunhui tells them there is no time to stand around. They have to hurry back to the Nine Dragons branch, and he will explain everything on the way. Time passes and sunrise reaches the headquarters of the Nine Dragons branch, with morning light just beginning to spread across the grounds. After hearing their full report, the clan patriarch looks at them seriously and asks whether all of it is really true. Tang Wunhui confirms it without hesitation, explaining that they acted without permission because the situation was too urgent to ignore, and the patriarch answers that under those circumstances, they deserve reward rather than punishment. Before the moment can settle, A messenger suddenly rushes in and frantically calls out for Patriarch Tang. Breathing hard, he announces that the Northern Sea mythos has entered the martial world, and the report sends shock through everyone present. Hearing that, the Patriarch lets out a laugh and remarks that their enemies seem to be in quite a hurry. He immediately orders his people to assemble in front of the Righteous Wind Pavilion, and his subordinate moves at once to carry that command out. Standing before the gathered clan, he tells them that the Northern Sea mythos has arrived, and this time they have come armed with dangerous new weapons. Then he declares that today, they will crush the invaders and raise a storm that will shake the entire martial world. He first assigns the Green Honor Squad to the civilians, ordering them to shield the ordinary people from the demons no matter what happens. After that, he commands the Old Tempest Squad to lock down the eastern gates and serve as the main force that will meet the enemy head-on. Then his eyes shift toward the famed Lion Blade King, and he asks if the warrior is itching to move already. The man admits it without hesitation, saying he wants to test his blade for himself. With that, Tang Hosen entrusts the entire defense of the Western Gate to the Lion Blade King. He then turns to the younger elites, Tang Wunhui among them, and tells them in a grave voice that they are the future pillars of the clan, so none of them are allowed to die here. Just then, a sudden phenomenon flares across the sky above the clan grounds, bathing everything overhead in an unnatural light. The moment he sees it, Tang Hosen makes up his mind and says he will personally go out and greet these unwelcome guests himself. Outside the gates, a tall figure advances through the snow with followers behind him, and together they are hauling several huge coffins. As that eerie cargo is dragged forward, the coffins give off a chilling hum, as if something inside them is already pulsing with terrifying power. Then a violent blast crashes into the gate and tears straight through it, blowing the entrance apart in an instant. A freezing storm of snow and violent energy comes rushing through the shattered opening and floods into the courtyard. At the center of it all, the long-haired leader of the Northern Sea mythos, Gu Raxiong, notices the disturbance before him. Tang Hosen steps out to face him directly, and Gu Raxiong questions him, asking how he knew the Northern Sea mythos would come. Tang Hosen answers with open pride, saying his people are highly capable and that nothing happening in Sichuan escapes his notice. Gu Raxiong then gestures toward the coffins behind him and says that if Tang Hosen knows that much, then he should already understand what those are as well. One of the coffins slams heavily onto the ground, and with that brutal sound hanging in the air, Gu Raxiong declares that the Tang 9 Dragon's branch will be wiped out today. A sharp cracking noise follows as the lid of one coffin slowly begins to split open. Several terrifying figures stand ready beside Gu Raxiong, including a massive blue demon and a woman dressed in purple. Then one twisted underling proudly announces that the 9 Dragons branch will be erased from this world before the day is over. An instant later, explosions start erupting across the courtyard from every direction, and the battle finally begins. In the middle of that chaos, Tang Hosen remains standing calmly in place, while the blue demon and the female warrior are hurled away by the shockwaves. Gu Raxiong, with his eyes glowing coldly, says that his original plan had been simple. He only intended to take Tang Hosen's head. But remembering the earlier warning that too many powerful people still stand guard over Sichuan, he decides that leaving anyone alive would be a mistake, so now everyone has to die. He adds with chilling satisfaction that only after killing every last one of them will he finally feel content. Hearing that, Tang Hosen immediately realizes that this is the true reason Gu Raxiong brought back the corpses of his own former leaders. The enemy confirms it without shame, saying that although those resurrected leaders are weaker than they were in life, they are still more than strong enough for what he needs. Then he boasts that those revived leaders can easily slaughter the Tang clan's promising young talents, and as he says it, one of the female enemies suddenly appears high above Tang Wunhui's group. Tang Hosen answers with a faint smirk, green energy beginning to crackle around his mouth, as if his power is about to burst loose. In the next breath, he fully unleashes that monstrous green aura and declares that victory will not come so easily for the Northern Sea mythos. Gu Raxiong responds in kind, calling forth a colossal tide of blue ice power, and insisting that even so, defeating Tang Hosen will still not be difficult. All across the compound, the battle explodes into full force, and the surrounding buildings tremble under the impact of those colliding powers. At the same time, the white-haired woman drops down in a swift vault and launches her attack straight at Tang Wunhui's group. A deadly red slash rips through the dark space between them the instant their attacks meet. She lands with clear frustration on her face, annoyed that her move was actually blocked. Facing her, a young woman in white takes a cut across the face, but even with blood marking her skin, she refuses to back down and keeps fighting. She snaps that she has no interest in women, then fires back with an angry counterattack of her own. Another ally urges Tang Wunhui to leave this area to them and go help elsewhere. He agrees, but not before warning them not to push themselves too far. With fierce determination in her eyes, the female disciple throws herself right back into the middle of the fight. The seductive enemy clicks her tongue and complains that handsome men always create trouble because people rush in for them without thinking. Tang Wunhui's comrade, blue light blazing in her eyes, fires back that she should stop lusting after men who are already taken and go straight to hell. Before that clash can settle, Another massive explosion thunders through the clan grounds and shakes the battlefield once again. The chained blue demon brings his heavy iron balls crashing into the ground, smashing the stone beneath him to pieces. Then he rises up from the crater, chains whipping and the burning weight spinning around him in a menacing arc. Watching him, someone remarks that it feels strange seeing him in this form again. A man wrapped in green flames steps forward and greets the blue demon by calling him the pagoda-bearing Demon King, as if it has been a very long time since they last stood across from each other. The Demon King says nothing back and only stares at him with a grim expression that reveals absolutely nothing. Then that unreadable face suddenly twists into a savage, bloodthirsty grin as his power surges even higher. Meanwhile, at another front, the Lionblade King strides down the street toward a cloaked Northern Sea mythos warrior who has been standing there waiting for him. After glancing toward the distant blast, the Lionblade King notes that another brutal fight is already unfolding somewhere else in the clan grounds. The cloaked enemy answers coldly that he should worry about surviving his own battle first. Then, drawing his weapon, the cloaked foe asks the Lionblade King to fight him seriously. He kicks off hard and launches himself straight ahead, eyes blazing as he calls out for the Blade King to show him something worthy. The challenge comes sharp and hungry, like he's daring him not to hold anything back. On a different rooftop, the panic below is already spreading as civilians rush to evacuate through the streets. High above them, a cloaked Northern Sea mythos assassin moves in silence along the roofline, shadowing their escape like a predator waiting for the right moment. A sickle-wielding demon lets out a nasty cackle, saliva practically dripping as he looks down at the crowd beneath him. To him, all those fleeing people aren't lives to spare, just a field of easy victims waiting to be cut down. Then, all at once, the look on his face locks up. The filthy excitement vanishes in an instant the moment he senses a sudden threat closing in on him. Before he can even react, a strike tears across him in midair from Tang Wunhui's side. The blow flashes in from the flank so fast it catches him while he's still hanging above the roof. Tang Wunhui and his ally immediately give chase, driving the wounded demon forward across the rooftops. The pursuit turns into a fast, brutal rooftop hunt as they stay right on his heels. They cut off the lecherous old demon and face him head-on, making it clear that all that disgusting giggling is going to be what gets him killed. The warning lands with open contempt, as if they already see him as a dead man. The old demon only curls his lip and sneers back, mocking Tang Wunhui for having such a sharp tongue. Even cornered, he answers with arrogance instead of fear. At the same time, the central clash between the Tang side and the Northern Sea mythos leader swells into something even more violent. Right in the middle of that rising storm, the Tang fighter declares that now, at last, the real battle has begun. The Northern Sea mythos leader surges forward with an ice-coated blade in hand, his charge carrying a freezing menace. With open mockery, he thanks his opponent in advance, as if Tang's head is already as good as his. In response, the Tang fighter gathers a whirling mass of green energy into his palm, the power twisting tighter and tighter around his hand. He answers coldly and tells the enemy to go ahead and try. The instant that green force is unleashed, one of the Tang side's great warriors vaults up into the air as well, ready to throw himself into the monstrous collision. What started as a duel is now swelling into a full-scale titanic clash. A fierce white-haired warrior sets himself and prepares to unleash his attack, his presence alone carrying brutal pressure. Across from him, his ghostly long-haired opponent visibly startles, reacting with sudden alarm at what's coming. Elsewhere in the chaos, a swordsman with a resolute look rushes straight into the fray to join the battle. There's no hesitation in his movement at all, only the clear intent to collide head-on. The blue-skinned demon pulls back its lips and bares its teeth, ready to answer violence with violence. The creature braces itself like it's more than willing to meet the attack head-on. An elder warrior swings a massive glowing weapon with unmistakable killing intent, the strike carrying both weight and murderous resolve. At nearly the same moment, another cloaked fighter slips into range with a hard, icy focus. Three sword-wielding women move in perfect coordination, their assault timed together with deadly precision, and one of them bears demonic horns. Then a horned woman in purple dives boldly into the melee, as if she has absolute confidence in crushing whoever stands in front of her. A young man with a topknot lowers his body and charges in, fully focused on landing his strike. Opposite him, a twisted assassin raises a curved blade with open murderous delight, looking almost thrilled by the chance to kill. At the center of it all, Tang Wunhui steadies himself and draws his focus inward, gathering power into his sword art. In the middle of the chaos, that brief moment of stillness makes it clear he's preparing something precise and dangerous.